Chapter 1914, Clasp the pole and dance. No. It's not up to you now, said Ji Yuning coldly, then went to Ji Wenna. Ji Wenna's friend subconsciously moved forward to protect her. Ji Yuning squinted. Miaoge, Zhongshe, get them out of my way. Hearing that, Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe came to grab Ji Wenna's friends so that they could barely move. At this moment, no one could help Ji Wenna. Why you? Ji Wenna was really terrified. She turned around trying to escape, but it was impossible in Ji Yuning's sight. The second she raised her foot, Ji Yuning caught her. The next second, Ji Yuning dragged her to the dressing room. When she walked by Zhang Zikai, she told her to take out the camera, which was prepared by Ji Yuning. Ji Wenna had one too, but Ji Yuning didn't want to use hers. Let me go. Let me go. Ji Wenna struggled in vain. Let Wenna go. Let her go. Ji Wenna's friends shouted as well. Mind your own safety now. None of you can help Ji Wenna, said Baili Zhongshe mockingly. These people were really stupid in her eyes. Baili Zhongshe seemed naive in front of Ji Yuning, but actually she could be very cruel in front of her enemies or those who made things difficult for her. If it was possible, she preferred to post the video on the internet to make it big news later. Ji Wenna asked for it herself after all. If Song Miaoge lost today, she didn't think Ji Wenna would be kind to Song Miaoge. After Ji Yuning dragged Ji Wenna to the dressing room, she asked her for the last time, do you want to change by yourself, or do you need me to do it for you? Ji Yuning looked quite terrifying, making Ji Wenna feel stressed. Ji Wenna gave in. Although she was reluctant to accept this result and couldn't wait to tear Ji Yuning into pieces, she knew that she was doomed today. After a while of silence and being threatened by Ji Yuning, Ji Wenna took the bikini and unwillingly walked into the dressing room. I don't have much patience, so you better not stay inside for over 5 minutes. Otherwise you can stay totally naked. Ji Yuning threatened. Ji Wenna was shocked, but didn't dare to dawdle again. Besides, she didn't have her phone with her, so she couldn't call for help. Although she often wore swimwear at the swimming pool or by the sea, this was a bikini which could barely cover her body. Because she intended to humiliate Song Miaoge, the bikini she prepared showed a lot of skin. Now she was left with no choice, so she yielded. Nevertheless, she was determined to pay Ji Yuning back. Ji Wenna finished changing, but refused to go out. When the 5 minutes were almost over, Ji Yuning coldly said, only half a minute is left. If you don't get out now, I'll. Before Ji Yuning could finish, Ji Wenna walked out, because she was afraid Ji Yuning would really make her totally naked. When Ji Wenna walked out, she used her original clothes to cover her body, and had her hands on her chest. Ji Wenna glared at Ji Yuning once she was out, but didn't dare to say anything. If she could kill people with her look, she would definitely kill Ji Yuning right now. Be quick. It's not early now. We still need to celebrate later, said Ji Yuning on purpose to annoy Ji Wenna. Ji Wenna was almost driven crazy, but could do nothing because she was no match for Ji Yuning. Seeing Ji Wenna dawdling, Ji Yuning pulled off the clothes she used to cover her body. In an instant, she was left only in a bikini. The two boys at the scene immediately turned their heads away, not because they didn't want to see it, but because they didn't dare to do it. Ji Wenna had a perfect body with large boobs and ample ass, especially when her big breasts were more than half out of the bikini. Ji Wenna was as angry as she was embarrassed when Ji Yuning pulled off the clothes she used to cover her body, and she used her hands to cover her chest at once. After that, she felt her lower body needed to be covered too, so she freed a hand to cover it, but she could barely cover her body. Well, you have quite a sexy body. I bet a lot of men must be in love with you. Zhang Zikai complimented, which was the truth. I think yours are good too, Song Miaoge said after a glance at Zhang Zikai. All of us are sexy, said Baili Zhongshe. She wasn't narcissistic, but all of them indeed had an attractive body. I agree, said Zhang Zikai. All right, don't waste our time. Ji Yuning pulled Ji Wenna to the pole. The second Ji Wenna walked out, Zhang Zikai started recording. After Ji Yuning pulled Ji Wenna to the pole, she told Zhang Zikai to give her the camera because she would do it on her own. Ji Yuning pointed the camera at Ji Wenna. Seeing her standing still, she snapped, "Clasp the pole." Hearing that, Ji Wenna unconsciously held the pole, but didn't move at all. "Dance now," said Ji Yuning. Ji Wenna felt utterly humiliated, but she had to dance a little. Her dance had nothing to do with pole dance. Ji Yuning didn't ask Ji Wenna to do a standard pole dance, but took a video of her embarrassment to let Song Miaoge have something on her. Ji Wenna kept avoiding the camera, but Ji Yuning wouldn't let her do that, so Ji Wenna showed her face in the camera most of the time. Filled with anger, Ji Wenna didn't dare to say a word. Ji Yuning didn't record long, a minute was enough. "All right." Ji Yuning turned off the camera. Coldly staring at Ji Wenna, she said, "Ji Wenna, I won't upload the video to the internet for the time being, but you should stop causing Miaoge trouble, or you'll bear the consequences on your own." Ji Wenna felt relieved, but it was hard for her to submit to the humiliation and give up on paying Song Miaoge back. She wasn't only going to pay Song Miaoge back, she was also determined to punish Ji Yuning. In fact, she ached to kill Ji Yuning right now. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, she wouldn't have been humiliated so badly. Anyway, she wouldn't say it aloud now. Ji Yuning didn't care whether Ji Wenna listened to her and left with her friends. If Ji Wenna wanted to pay Song Miaoge back, Ji Yuning would help Song Miaoge. After all, if she hadn't stood out, Song Miaoge might have given in when Ji Wenna tried to use the wrong family's influence to scare them. She didn't regret doing what they had done today, because she wouldn't give in to Ji Wenna. Chapter 1915. Have been ambushed many times. If Ji Wenna wanted to cause her trouble, Ji Yuning wouldn't avoid it either. Once Ji Yuning and her friends were gone, Ji Wenna ran to change out of the bikini. It was quite humiliating for her to wear it. Ji Wenna was full of hatred now and couldn't wait to kill Ji Yuning, but she didn't have the ability for now. Anyway, she wouldn't let them go, never ever. "Ji Yuning, do you think Ji Wenna was scared by our threat?" Song Miaoge asked worriedly when they were out of the martial arts hall. Although she won this time and felt relieved, she was still worried. "I don't think so, but she'll be quiet for a while. You must be careful from now on. Don't be alone outside," said Ji Yuning. She wasn't worried about Baili Zhongshe at all, but was afraid that Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai might be in danger, especially Zhang Zikai. It had nothing to do with her, but she was present, so she could be in trouble. "All right, we should stop talking about that. Why don't we go celebrate it now?" said Ji Yuning. "Of course, I need to thank you all for your help today." "Where are we going?" "I'll pay the bill," said Song Miaoge. "Let's go to the KTV club." "I haven't gone there for a long time," said Zhang Zikai. Therefore, they went to a KTV club. Because they had a holiday tomorrow, Chu Peihan and her friends went back to City F by plane at 7:30 p.m. that night. They knew Ji Yuning was very busy and wouldn't be free to gather together with them, and they also wanted to go home to see their families, so they went back home. And if they were home, they could have a gathering with Hao Ran and the other boys too. At 11:30 p.m., Ji Yuning and her friends left the club. She drove Zhang Zikai and Song Miaoge back first, then went to Century City with Baili Zhongshe. At 8 a.m. the next morning, Ji Yuning went to the airport, followed by Gao Yi and Chao Ya. Last night, Ji Yuning already had a call with Leng Xiaoting, so he knew that she was going to City B today. Leng Xiaoting needed to deal with something else, so he couldn't come back to the capital or go to City B with Ji Yuning. Instead, Leng Xiaoting promised to see her in a few days if he was free. After Ji Yuning entered the lounge, she met a familiar face, which she actually wasn't very familiar with. They had only met once before, and she was a friend of a friend. The person was Zi Beiying's friend, Sha Maichi. "Miss Ji Yu, what a coincidence." Sha Maichi greeted Ji Yuning. Although Sha Maichi had met Ji Yuning once, she had a deep impression of her and learned a lot about her from the internet. "Hi, Miss Sha, nice to see you." Ji Yuning politely replied, "Where are you flying to?" "To Country Y for business," said Sha Maichi. All of a sudden, Sha Maichi looked serious. "Oh, have you heard about what happened to Beiying?" Hearing that, Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. She obviously knew nothing about what had happened to Zi Beiying, but it couldn't be something good given Sha Maichi's expression. What happened to her? I haven't contacted her for a long while. Ji Yuning didn't know, and Xianxia had no intention of hiding it from her. She told me her family had conflicts with another family and suffered a great loss in business. The heir of the family wanted to force her to marry him or he wouldn't let her family go. The man is terrible and Beiying dislikes him, so her family disagreed. Precisely because of that, it became a big problem. She's cornered now. Ji Yuning frowned. I'll call her later to ask about it. Sure, I can't do anything to help her out, and I'm worried about her, said Xianxia anxiously. Don't worry, it'll be fine, said Ji Yuning to comfort her. I hope so. Xianxia could only have hope. After that, they separated, because Xianxia was going to board. Separating from Xianxia, Ji Yuning took out her phone to call Zi Beiying. Zi Beiying was surprised to receive Ji Yuning's call, because Ji Yuning had never called her of her own accord before after she came home. Ji Yuning. Because Ji Yuning had never called her before, she doubted whether it was really Ji Yuning. She called Ji Yuning's name with uncertainty. Yeah, Ji Yuning said, what are you busy with these days? Ji Yuning didn't bring up what Xianxia told her right away, but exchanged greetings with Zi Beiying first. It would be better if Zi Beiying was willing to tell her. Staying at home all day. I do want to see you in your country, but my family has some trouble now, so I can't go anywhere, said Zi Beiying, sounding upset. In fact, she didn't mean to keep it secret from Ji Yuning, but she was reluctant to share the bad news with Ji Yuning because she didn't want to make Ji Yuning feel worried too. What happened? Asked Ji Yuning with concern. Zi Beiying took Ji Yuning as her friend, so she decided to be honest. I went to Country Y the other day, and had a conflict against the younger heir of the Cretan family, Charles Cretan. His family is a famous illegal gang in Country Y. After finding out my family background, Charles paid special attention to me and tried to force me to marry him. He doesn't like me at all, but simply wants my family support. I've heard about Charles. He's cruel and ruthless. Now, the brothers of the Cretan family are competing against each other for the position of the sole heir of their family, so Charles needs support. Why don't you ally with Charles's brother? Asked Ji Yuning. Actually, since Ji Yuning could think of that, the Zi family had thought about it already. After all, the Zi family wasn't an ordinary family, so it didn't do that for a reason. It won't work. Charles's older brother, Chaz, is working with my family's enemy, the munitioner of Country Y, the Bruni family. He won't work with us, said Zi Beiying. What's the current situation? Asked Ji Yuning. Because of Charles, my family has lost many munitions during a deal, but we don't have proof. Instead, we only have evidence leading to another family which isn't involved at all. We all know it's Charles. However, we can't do anything about it now. Most importantly, Charles is in Country Y, so is my family. Our hands are tied, said Zi Beiying. Chapter 1916. I call the shots. Zi Beiying continued. Also, Charles Cretan brazenly said that if I married him, he would help put an end to the ambushing. He blatantly pretended that he was not behind them. He was certainly shameless. Since you know that the Cretans were behind it, why didn't you spill on them? I'm sure no one appreciates this exploitation and slander. Asked Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning could come up with the suggestion, the Zi family was likely to have considered this action themselves. She was more curious for the reason they decided against it. My father wanted to do that too. Sadly, there are some internal problems in the clan. The moment my father and older brother leave Southeast Asia, people are bound to move in on us. My family is in really deep water now, said Zi Beiying. She sounded deeply regretful and worried. If she had not gone to Country Y, none of this would have happened. Since it was time for Ji Yuning to board, she could not go on chatting with Zi Beiying. I have to board the flight, so I can't continue chatting with you. After I get back to City B, I will find the time to call you back. Ji Yuning saw Zi Beiying as a true friend, so she was very concerned about Zi Beiying's predicament and was certainly not going to stand on the sidelines without helping. Ji Yuning was preoccupied throughout the flight. She kept thinking about how she could help Zi Beiying. From the looks of it, she had to make a trip to the Zi clan. However, she did not want to go alone since this was no laughing matter. She had to discuss it with Leng Xiaoting before she took any action. After Ji Yuning arrived at City B, she did not head back to the Tang family immediately. Instead, she inspected the stores in City B before heading to the branch office. Shengning Organization's City B branch office was located in the abandoned district which was previously haunted. A skyscraper had now been erected in its place. The Shengning Organization had already moved in the middle of the last month. Only the main building was completed while the building intended for rental was still halfway through construction. Fu Yanming, a man in his 40s, was the general manager of Shengning Organization's branch office in City B. Chen Kanji wanted to hire Fu Yanming. So after K did a thorough background check on him, they concluded that he was a trustworthy man. Fu Yanming used to be a successful entrepreneur. Sadly, he offended someone powerful, so he ended up framed and almost got bankrupted. Even though he did not wind up bankrupt, it was as good as going bust. Chen Kanji reached out to Fu Yanming when he learned of what happened. After some discussion, Chen Kanji bought over Fu Yanming's business and made Fu Yanming the general manager of Shengning Organization's branch office in City B. To be precise, Fu Yanming was considered the regional manager and stood at the helm of several city branch offices. Although no official announcement or major publicity was done for Shengning Organization's establishment, everyone knew of its existence. Everyone knew that Fu Yanming was the general manager of all Ji Yuning's official business interests in City B, including Jade Beauty Jewelry, Kalane Pharmaceuticals, Kuzi, to name a few. Almost all the employees knew Ji Yuning since she was specially introduced to them during training. And the receptionists were given special orders to remember Ji Yuning's face and to not stop Ji Yuning from entering the premises if she ever came. It would be extremely embarrassing if she ended up barred from entry when she came to visit. Even though it was normal for the receptionists to bar visitors without prior appointments from entering, it would be unprofessional of them if they could not even recognize their boss's face. Hence, the receptionist promptly recognized Ji Yuning when she entered and greeted her reverently, "Welcome, Chairman Ji Yu." Just as Ji Yuning walked up to the lift, a commotion came from behind. She promptly halted and turned to check out the noise. A well-dressed woman in her 30s was here to make trouble. She wanted to enter the property, but the security guards had stopped her. After she was denied entry, she made a scene like a shrew. "I want to see Fu Yanming. I want to see him. Ms. Chin, kindly leave. He isn't going to see you, so if you insist on making a scene, we will have to call the cops," said the security guard coldly. It was clearly not the first time this was happening. "Do you want to call the cops on me? How could you do that? I am simply here to visit my husband," blustered Ms. Chin. Ji Yuning instantly caught on to who she was. Although she had not officially met Fu Yanming, she was aware of his situation. Fu Yanming was married to Qin Qianwei. Even though she hailed from a common family, Fu Yanming disregarded her low status and married her. She enjoyed a rather decent life after marrying him. Yet, she despised Fu Yanming after he almost went bust and decided to divorce him. In the process, she left with most of whatever remained of his assets, but he won custody of their 12-year-old twins. Ji Yuning reckoned Qin Qianwei had come in search of Fu Yanming and claimed that he was her husband after she learned of the major breakthrough he had with his career in an attempt to reconcile with the man. "Ms. Chin, you have already divorced him," corrected the security guard. "Even if we are divorced, we can still remarry. I am the mother of his children after all," argued Qin Qianwei. "He said he is never going to remarry you or let you in," said the security guard. "Get out of my way. You are just lowly watchdogs. How dare you stop me?" Qin Qianwei threw a fit. Ji Yuning was instantly furious and walked up to the main entrance right away. Ji Yuning intended on staying out of the incident. She was confident that her employees were capable of handling a small matter like this. However, she could not stand by and let Qin Qianwei humiliate them. "Apologize." Ji Yuning startled everyone when she suddenly spoke. It was clear that Ji Yuning wanted Qin Qianwei to apologize to the security guards for insulting them. Even though it was not the first time, and the security guards were now accustomed to such insults, they were touched when they heard their boss defend them. What? Qin Qianwei looked at Ji Yuning in astonishment. She knew that Ji Yuning was demanding an apology from her for insulting the security guards, but she simply did not see this coming. Who on earth was she? How could she demand an apology? Apologize to the security guards this instant, said Ji Yuning sternly in a domineering tone. You. Qin Qianwei was instantly furious. She felt insulted, so she shouted angrily, "Who are you? What gives you the right to demand an apology from me? You have no right to ask this of me. This is my territory, so I call the shots," said Ji Yuning with a powerful aura radiating from her. Chapter 1917. You were rude, so you deserve the slap. The employees were overjoyed to see their boss defending them so fiercely. Qin Qianwei was dumbstruck by Ji Yuning. Despite Ji Yuning's young age, she had an incredibly powerful aura. Qin Qianwei forced herself to look confident and instantly spoke with composure, "Your territory. Don't tell me you are Fu Yanming's lover. I was wondering why he refused to remarry me. It must be because of you." Before Qin Qianwei even finished her sentence, she was slapped. Ji Yuning had just slapped her. Even though she did not slap Qin Qianwei too hard, she certainly did not bother holding back. Qin Qianwei was stupefied by the unexpected slap. A bright red handprint also instantly appeared on her face and promptly swelled. The crowd was astounded by the slap as well, but no one felt Ji Yuning was wrong for doing it. Instead, they felt delighted. How dare Qin Qianwei insult their boss by calling Ji Yuning Fu Yanming's lover? It was simply too insulting. Since it was already Qin Qianwei's third time making trouble, they were used to it. However, they were unable to do anything about it as they had to protect the company's image. "Since you were rude, you deserve the slap," said Ji Yuning. Why you?" Qin Qianwei finally composed herself and glared at Ji Yuning furiously. She was so angry that she trembled so hard she was incapable of talking straight. Qin Qianwei did not feel there was anything amiss with what she said. If the girl claimed this company was her territory, she must be Fu Yanming's lover. Since Fu Yanming was the general manager of the branch office, only his lover would dare to say such things. Qin Qianwei did not know the company belonged to a young woman. Judging from Ji Yuning's age, she did not seem like the owner of a major establishment. Also, Qin Qianwei was of the opinion that women were incapable of running a business. Hence, it did not dawn on her that Ji Yuning could be the company owner. "Did you think you could make trouble at my company and get away with it? If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being rude," scolded Ji Yuning. "Huh, what did you just say? Is this your company?" Qin Qianwei went into a daze before she asked in shock. "That's right," replied Ji Yuning. "How is that possible?" retorted Qin Qianwei instinctively. "Considering how young you are, you must be Fu Yanming's lover." Before she finished her sentence, she made eye contact with Ji Yuning's stern gaze and instantly choked and went quiet. "Ms. Qin, this young woman is genuinely our boss, so I suggest you watch that attitude of yours," warned the security guard sternly. How can that be? Look at how young she is." Despite the security guard's affirmation, Qin Qianwei found it unbelievable. Ji Yuning looked like she was barely in college. Who says a youngster can't have her own company? Just because you are incapable, doesn't mean the same holds true for everyone else, sneered Ji Yuning arrogantly. "I don't care whether you believe it. If you continue making trouble on my territory, I will call the cops." You. Qin Qianwei was dumbfounded. Although she started feeling wary of Ji Yuning, she could not stand by and do nothing after Ji Yuning had slapped her. Qin Qianwei suppressed the fear in her heart as she said, "Even if you own this company, you can't just slap me for no reason. Do you think you can get away with hitting me?" Ji Yuning looked at Qin Qianwei tauntingly as she sneered coldly, "You came to my office to cause a scene and ruin our company image. You shouldn't have done that. I will give you 30 seconds to make yourself scarce before I kick you out altogether." You. Qin Qianwei shrank in fear. Qin Qianwei was still feeling scared after getting slapped by Ji Yuning. However, Qin Qianwei felt indignant, so she did not leave right away. Before long, she ran out of time. 10, 9, 8, 7, shouted Ji Yuning as she checked the time. Qin Qianwei gritted her teeth and turned to leave resentfully. She was worried that Ji Yuning would really kick her out. Even though Qin Qianwei felt that Ji Yuning was probably not strong enough to literally kick her out, all Ji Yuning needed was to give the word, and many others would be eager to help. Shortly after Qin Qianwei left the building, Fu Yanming turned up. The receptionist had called his secretary informing him of Ji Yuning's arrival, so Fu Yanming came downstairs to welcome her. He had also learned about Qin Qianwei making a scene in the office, so Fu Yanming felt worried. He was naturally concerned if Qin Qianwei caused trouble for Ji Yuning. The entire situation only took about 5 minutes. Since Fu Yanming needed about 5 minutes to take the lift down, he missed it entirely by the time he got there. It was probably better for him to miss it and avoid getting harassed by his ex-wife. "Chairman Ji Yu, welcome to the branch office," said Fu Yanming reverently when he saw Ji Yuning. Although Fu Yanming had never seen Ji Yuning before, he instantly recognized her. Since he was Ji Yuning's employee, he had done his research, learning everything there was to know about Ji Yuning. He had seen all the online reports about Ji Yuning's accomplishments and was deeply impressed by the young woman. After greeting Ji Yuning, Fu Yanming apologized. "Chairman Ji Yu, I'm sorry about the trouble my ex-wife caused. I will take care of it and won't let history repeat itself." "There's no need for apologies. It was not your fault. Since she wanted to make trouble, it was not like you could stop her. If she comes back, you should just call the cops right away," said Ji Yuning without blaming Fu Yanming. Although the incident occurred because of him, he could not have stopped it. "Yes, Chairman Ji Yu. Thank you for being so understanding." Fu Yanming was relieved to see that Ji Yuning was not angry. He proceeded to lead Ji Yuning into the office. "I think Qin Qianwei isn't going to give up without a fight. Even though she might not be able to do anything to you, she might threaten you using your children, so you ought to keep a close eye on them," reminded Ji Yuning. "I will keep a close eye on the situation," replied Fu Yanming. He had already considered the possibility, so he had hired 2 bodyguards for the children, in case Qin Qianwei attempted to take the kids. Ji Yuning only took a quick tour of the company before she left. Since it was getting late, Ji Yuning wanted to head back to the Tang residence. She did not take Gao Yi and Chao Ya along with her knowing they would be uneasy there. Hence, she left them to have some free time of their own. They agreed to stay in touch by phone if anything cropped up. Gao Yi and Chao Ya had the keys to Wufu Hills, so they were welcome to stay there if they liked. Ji Yuning got Fu Yanming to arrange a car for them when they wanted to leave, so Gao Yi sent her to the Tang residence before leaving. The Tang family knew that Ji Yuning was coming back today, but she had something to address during the day and would only be back in time for dinner. Tang Yunfan came back much earlier when he caught wind that Ji Yuning was back and had already arrived in the afternoon. Tang Yunrong and Cao Wenxin were also there. Sadly, Cao Ruowa and Cao Wenjun were busy working, so they could not make it. Chapter 1918, Did Anyone Bully You? Tang Jokai was on holiday, so he wanted to hang out with his friends, but he decided against it when he learned Ji Yuning was coming. Everyone surrounded Ji Yuning asking how she was doing the moment she entered the door. They were genuinely worried about whether she was getting bullied. Even though they knew how powerful Ji Yuning was and was aware that she was no pushover, they were her elders and kin, so they could not help fretting. From their perspective, Ji Yuning was living outside on her own with no one to watch over her. They acted oblivious to the Leng family. After all, it was not like Ji Yuning had married into their family yet. "Ningning, did anyone bully you at school?" asked Tang Haifeng with concern. "I'm sure there are. After all, Ningning is an extraordinary girl, so she is bound to cause a lot of envy and attract troublemakers," said Cao Wenxin. She had first-hand experience and had seen her fair share of such problems at school. In the past, people who did not know of her identity had attempted to make trouble for her. Naturally, they did not dare to touch her after they learned of her true identity. However, Ji Yuning always kept a low profile, so she probably did not reveal she was connected to the Tangs or Lengs. Just based on Ji Yuning's current social status and the fact that there were a lot of elite families in the capital, even though she had nothing against Ji Yuning could not compare to those people. An average rich family might still be afraid of her, but she would pose no threat to families in the top tiers of high society. That's right. Things like that happen at school all the time. Good-looking girls often get bullied by jealous peers, but I don't think Ningning will end up losing, said Tang Jiakai with absolute faith in Ji Yuning. Everyone started to frown and looked worried when they heard what Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai had said about school. In that case, Ji Yuning would end up attracting trouble for no reason. They were confident Ji Yuning would never initiate trouble on her own accord. Humph. If any idiot tries to bully you, just beat them up. You don't have to worry about their status since you have the Tang family backing you, said Tang Haifeng as he glared furiously. He seemed as though he wanted to confront all those bullies and was absolutely protective of Ji Yuning. Although the Tang family called the shots in City B, they were not as powerful in the capital. However, they still possessed high status. Other influential families would never want to get on their bad side since it did not pay to do it. That's right. It's no trouble at all. It's not like we are pushovers either, Tang Yunhang chimed in. Ningning, I will always have your back. Just say the word and I will be there to protect you, said Tang Yunfen with determination as his words brimmed with paternal affection. Ji Yuning quickly acknowledged them, feeling deeply touched by their concern. Now that you mention it, has anyone made trouble for you at school yet? Asked Tang Jiakai. He did not look worried. Instead, he appeared excited and wanted to know what became of those people who attempted to bully Ji Yuning. Naturally, it would not end well for them. All eyes turned to Ji Yuning. They wanted to know if anyone had made trouble for Ji Yuning yet as well. If there were any troublemakers, they would run over and beat them to a pulp for Ji Yuning in a split second. Ji Yuning did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Although she knew it would only make her family worry if they knew the truth, she was certain they would not believe her if she claimed everything was fine. Hence, she ended up saying, a few female classmates got into an argument with me, but it's all settled now. One of my seniors felt resentful after she got beaten by me, so she had me surrounded to seek vengeance. I happened to realize her accomplices were suspects of a family slaughter case. It turned out that the culprit behind the crime was my senior's father. After interrogating them, I squeezed the truth out of them and got their confession on tape. Also, I found evidence for the crime and sent the culprit to jail. People who provoke me will come to no good, so you don't have to worry about me. Ji Yuning took the opportunity to tell them that none of the people with the audacity to cross her had ever succeeded. Instead, she made their lives hell. They did not have to worry about her all the time since she was perfectly capable of protecting herself. Everyone sighed in surprise. This was really big news. Then are you okay? Asked Tang Haifeng anxiously. Even though Ji Yuning was standing before them in one piece, he could not help worrying. I'm good. They were just some small fry, so I finished them off in no time. The whole thing didn't even amount to a warm-up, said Ji Yuning in contempt. Everyone was finally relieved to hear this. A family slaughter case. Are you talking about the slaughter of Fu Yongliang's family? That means the person who bullied you was the daughter of the Ku family, right? Asked Tang Yunhang. Although he reckoned he probably got it right, he still checked with her. The Ku family. Everyone looked startled by the information. Tang Yunhang, Tang Yunfen, Tang Jiakai, and Cao Wenxin also knew about Ku Linen's incident. Was Ji Yuning the one who caught him? That's right. It was the Ku family who did it, replied Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was not surprised that Tang Yunhang was aware of this. After all, it caused quite a commotion when the crime occurred. Everyone was shocked when Ji Yuning affirmed it. The police had been on the case for over half a year without any progress. Yet, Ji Yuning was able to find the culprit and evidence so easily. Then again, it made sense why the cops were unable to find the murderer if Ku Linen was behind it. Ku Linen possessed the resources to destroy the evidence and had a relative in the police force. After all, Ku Linen hailed from a second-tier elite family in the capital. If he did not have the chops, the family would not have remained in power for so long. Now that Ji Yuning had apprehended him, they could not help feeling doubtful about Ku Linen's ability. It just went to show how brilliant Ji Yuning was. So you were the one who caught the murderer. exclaimed Tang Jiakai excitedly the moment he learned about it. He could not help looking at Ji Yuning in admiration. He hated Ku Linen as well. His cousin was shockingly the person who threw Ku Linen behind bars. "Does the Ku family know you were behind his arrest?" asked Tang Haifeng as he frowned and looked worried. After all, the Ku family was a second-tier elite family in the capital. Even though Ku Linen was arrested, the Ku family was still going strong. If they learned that Ji Yuning was the one who captured him, they would not let her off easily. Although the Tangs had nothing to fear from the Ku family, they were located in City B while the Ku clan was based in the capital, so they might not be able to get to Ji Yuning in time. They had absolute faith that Ji Yuning was capable of handling the matter, but they could not help worrying since Ji Yuning was a girl. Chapter 1919, Should She Marry You? The Ku family doesn't know it was me. I only showed up for the interrogation. Also, I went in disguise. No one will be able to link me to it, not even if they check the surveillance footage, assured Ji Yuning. Everyone felt relieved to hear this. They kept reminding her to get in touch with the family or Master Leng if ever she ran into trouble. Since Master Leng treated her like a granddaughter-in-law, he would not stand by and do nothing. Ji Yuning assured them that Master Leng had already given his word to have her back if anyone in the capital dared to bully her. They did not welcome the notion of allowing the Leng family to interfere with Tang family matters. Since the Tangs were Ji Yuning's true family, it made them look weak. However, they did not mind bearing with it for the sake of Ji Yuning's well-being. After chatting with them for some time, Ji Yuning finally had the time to talk to Ji Yuman. Ji Yuman was now 5 months pregnant, so her belly was getting conspicuous. Since it was not overly big, her movement was not badly affected. The Tang family adored Ji Yuman, so they insisted on keeping an eye on her the moment she left her room and were terribly concerned about her safety. Ji Yuman initially felt uneasy about this, but over time, she got accustomed to it. Also, she felt thrilled by the love they showered on her, so she looked radiant even without her makeup on. "Mom, you seem pretty energetic." Ji Yuning felt relieved and happy to see Ji Yuman glowing. "Everyone takes such good care of me that it's hard not to feel energetic," said Ji Yuman as she smiled in gratitude at the Tang family's kindness. After dinner, they continued chatting. At 8 p.m. Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning, so she told Leng Xiaoting about Zi Beiying's situation and told him she wanted to help Zi Beiying. Leng Xiaoting and Zi Xiaoman were close, so Leng Xiaoting also wanted to help when he caught wind of this. Even though Leng Xiaoting usually appeared distant, he was not a heartless man. He always did his best to help his friends whenever he could. Also, the Zi family had a munitions deal with the military forces, so they could not stand by and do nothing when the Zi family got into trouble. Hence, he agreed it was a good idea to help the Zi family. "Give me 2 days to wrap up my work. If you're fine with it, let's head over to visit the Zi clan the day after," said Leng Xiaoting. "Sure, I can wait," replied Ji Yuning. Even though it was hard for her to find the time to come home, she ended up only staying for 2 days, but it was good enough for her. She had planned on staying at City B for 3 days before popping over to City C for a look. From the looks of it, it was impossible for her to go, so she would have to send Gao Yi and Chao Ya over. "Oh, can you tell Jincheng about this?" asked Ji Yuning. "Okay," replied Leng Xiaoting. Even without asking, Leng Xiaoting knew the reason Ji Yuning wanted him to tell Xu Jinchen about this. Although he could not be sure whether Xu Jinchen fancied Zi Beiying, he undoubtedly had feelings for her. Since Ji Yuning was at home, it was a bad time for her to chat. After they were done discussing this, they hung up before she headed back to the living room to chat with her folks. After Leng Xiaoting finished chatting with Ji Yuning, he gave Xu Jinchen a call and told him to swing by his dorm. Xu Jinchen saw Leng Xiaoting frowning slightly when he saw him, so he instantly knew something must have happened. He asked worriedly, "Boss, what's wrong?" "The Yi family's business has encountered several hostile attacks recently and lost a lot of business," said Leng Xiaoting. "Huh, who did it?" asked Xu Jinchen. The moment he heard this, he looked concerned. Since they were business partners with the Zi clan, he naturally felt worried. Ningning just told me that Zi Beiying went to Country Y and encountered some conflict with the second son of a local mafia family, Charles Cretan. Charles Cretan has had his eyes on Zi Beiying ever since he learned of her identity. He is competing with his brothers to become the heir to their family, so he wants the Zi family's support. Neither Zi Beiying nor her folks want her to marry him, so Charles Cretan deliberately set up ambushes and destroyed their deals. He even created evidence and pointed his finger at another clan before he showed up as a savior. He offered to help them solve these problems as long as Zi Beiying marries him. Since there is internal strife in the Zi clan now, they are having trouble going against him, said Leng Xiaoting. Does Zi Beiying have to marry Charles Cretan? He is a ruthless man who is willing to resort to underhanded methods to get what he wants. Also, he is using Zi Beiying. It's not like he likes her. How could Zi Beiying marry him? Xu Jinchen got agitated hearing this. He even sounded a little infuriated, but he failed to detect that he was overreacting. What else can she do if she doesn't marry him? Marry you. Leng Xiaoting narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xu Jinchen teasingly. Marrying me certainly beats marrying Charles Cretan. I have the looks and the money after all. Also, I am a capable man. I became a senior colonel at such a young age, blurted Xu Jinchen automatically. After Xu Jinchen caught on to what he had just said, he felt awkward. He instantly composed himself forcibly and explained, "Don't overthink it. I didn't mean it literally." Despite his explanation, he did not feel that way. Instead, he undoubtedly felt he had a lot of potential as a marriage prospect. Ningning and I are heading over to visit the Zi family the day after. Do you want to come with us? Asked Leng Xiaoting. Yes, of course. They are our business partners after all. If anything happens to them, it will affect us, said Xu Jinchen compellingly. However, he did not seem entirely truthful about his reason for going. Even if Zi Beiying was not being forced into the marriage, he would still head over with Leng Xiaoting. Tang Haifeng was getting on in age. Despite his excellent health, he did not have the energy to stay up late, so he retired to bed at 9 p.m. Since Ji Yu Man was pregnant, she was not allowed to stay up late either and was told to have an early night. There was still plenty of time for her to catch up with Ji Yu Ning tomorrow. After Tang Haifeng and Ji Yu Man went to bed, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai both wanted to go out with Ji Yu Ning and did their utmost to convince her. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai had both made plans, so they wanted Ji Yu Ning to hang out with their peers. Cao Wenxin was meeting Gao Chongyun, Zhang Zezheng, and the others while Tang Jiakai was going out with Tang Xiaoyu and company. Jiakai, you are hanging out with dudes later. How could you drag Ningning over? It's going to be so uneasy for her to hang out with a bunch of guys. I am seeing mostly girls later and Ningning already knows most of them, said Cao Wenxin somewhat angrily as she stood in front of Ji Yu Ning and glared at Tang Jiakai. Chapter 1920, Shall we have a fair fight today? Why would Ningning feel awkward? It's not like she doesn't know them and hasn't hung out with them before, retorted Tang Jiakai. Fine, let's fight then. Ningning will go with the winner, said Cao Wenxin as she rolled up her sleeves. You. Tang Jiakai was instantly infuriated. He said vehemently, you are such a bully. You clearly know that I am no match for you. So what? That will teach you for not giving in to me. Since you know that you are no match for me, then don't put up a fight. Otherwise, I might end up beating you up until you are too bedridden to go anywhere, threatened Cao Wenxin. You. Tang Jiakai was absolutely infuriated. He looked at Cao Wenxin indignantly, but was incapable of fighting her, so he felt utterly resentful. Why don't we ask Ningning and let her decide who she wants to go out with? Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin promptly turned to look at Ji Yu Ning. Ji Yu Ning was caught by surprise. She had intended on watching the drama on the sidelines, now they had thrown the question at her. Ningning, why don't you come with me? Ningning, join me instead. Ji Yu Ning touched her nose. She was in a dilemma and did not know who to choose. She would have preferred going out with Cao Wenxin if she had a choice. Since Cao Wenxin was a girl and was hanging out with a bunch of girls, it felt more appropriate. Although she had nothing against guys, she felt something amiss for a lone girl like her to join Tang Jiakai and his male friends. However, if she left with one of them, the one who got left behind was bound to feel disappointed. You were trying to make things difficult for me. How about I just stay put? Asked Ji Yuning. She felt that this was the best choice. No way. The both of them instantly rejected her suggestion. Then what should I do? Asked Ji Yuning. Just come with me. If Jakai makes any attempt to stop us, I will beat him up. Cao Wenxin pulled Ji Yuning with one hand while she clenched her fist with the other and waved it at Tang Jakai. If he insisted on stopping her, she did not mind pummeling him. Why you? Tang Jakai stomped his foot infuriated, but he did not dare to make a move on Cao Wenxin even though he felt indignant. Then I'm coming with you. Tang Jakai finally compromised. He wanted to hang out with Ji Yuning. Since he did not make any promises to his friends, it was not like he was standing them up by not going. That is more like it. Cao Wenxin was happy. Even though she only wanted Ji Yuning to hang out with her, she did not mind if Tang Jakai joined her. Before long, the three of them drove off. Cao Wenxin had decided to sleep over at the Tang residence, so the three of them drove in the same car. Ji Yuning drove. Since she had great driving skills, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jakai both trusted her. They were heading to a high-end private club. The moment they entered the main hall, they encountered a familiar face. To be precise, it was someone Cao Wenxin knew and it was her foe. At the same time, she had a vendetta against Ji Yuning. It was none other than Zhang Dina. She had previously beaten up Cao Wenxin at the amusement park, so Ji Yuning also ended up breaking her rib. Zhang Dina's lackey, Qin Zifeng, was present as well along with some new faces whom Ji Yuning had never seen before. Ji Yuning narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw the man and woman in their company. She could sense an unusual aura emanating from them and it resembled that of ninjas from Country R. That man and woman were Country R ninjas. Zhang Dina hailed from a military family, but she was shockingly in the company of some ninjas from Country R. Did she know who they were? If she did not, it was no big deal. Although their country was hardly on close terms with Country R, it was no big deal to have a few friends from Country R. If Zhang Dina was aware of their identities, what could she possibly be doing with them? Ji Yuning was not overreacting. It simply did not make sense. Ninjas were incredibly powerful martial artists. Now that they were within their borders, they must be here on a mission. Ji Yuning and the others had already spotted Zhang Dina, so Zhang Dina noticed their presence here as well. She was especially furious when she spotted Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin. She gave Ji Yuning a deadly stare the moment she spotted Ji Yuning and was dying to rip her apart. After all, Ji Yuning had beaten her up and left her bedridden for over a month. If it were any other day, she might have felt wary when she saw Ji Yuning since she had gotten badly thrashed by her recently, but not today. She came with help today. The moment she spotted them, Zhang Dina headed right towards them and cut them off. Zhang Dina, what are you trying to do? Asked Cao Wenxin in a nonchalant tone. No matter what Zhang Dina was trying, she had nothing to fear since Ji Yuning was present, so she was completely calm. What do you think I'm up to? Revenge, of course. You broke my rib and left me hospitalized for over a month. Said Zhang Dina as she gritted her teeth before she looked at Ji Yuning and asked, shall we have a fair fight today? Despite phrasing it as a question, it was clearly not a request. Why should I agree? Asked Ji Yuning rhetorically. She did not seem taunted by Zhang Dina. Zhang Dina did not expect Ji Yuning to say no, so she was infuriated. However, she had to fight Ji Yuning today, so she attempted to trigger her. Are you scared? You can't win, retorted Tang Jakai angrily. It was wishful thinking for Zhang Dina to even think she could surpass Ji Yuning. Why don't you agree to the fight if you are so confident? If you don't, it just means you are a coward, said Zhang Dina provocatively with a confident look on her face. Even if she was incapable of defeating Ji Yuning, these two people beside her were masters at fighting. Ji Yuning could tell Zhang Dina clearly knew how skillful the two were. She just was not entirely sure whether Zhang Dina knew they were ninjas. If she did, even though Ji Yuning was not particularly patriotic, she would not suffer the intrusion of people from Country R, Country M, and Country H. It's useless to use reverse psychology on me, but I have no intention of turning you down. Since you decided to stick your neck out and put it on the chopping board, I would be doing myself an injustice if I did not thrash you, said Ji Yuning languidly as she put on an evil smile. She clearly despised Zhang Dina through and through. Zhang Dina felt utterly insulted by Ji Yuning's disrespect. However, she got what she wanted since Ji Yuning had agreed to a fight. She allowed Ji Yuning to act cockily for now. In a minute, she would teach her a lesson. I hope you can still find it in you to remain cocky in a while, said Zhang Dina angrily with a confident look on her face. Chapter 1921, Why can't I join in the game? Let's see then. Ji Yuning said with confidence, tell me, how do you want to compete with us? After a long breath, Zhang Dina did her best to calm herself down. She didn't want to be affected by Ji Yuning. You can send 3 people to fight against 3 of us. It's a group fight. The losers will apologize to the winners on their knees. The winners don't need to take any responsibility even if they injure the losers. Good idea, but we don't need to send 3 people to fight against you. Wenqi and I are enough. You can send 3 instead, said Ji Yuning. Because Ji Yuning knew Zhang Dina would fight against them with the help of the 2 ninjas. In that case, given Tang Jiakai's skills, he would definitely be beaten within a second. She didn't disdain Tang Jiakai, but Tang Jiakai was indeed too weak for the 2 ninjas. Ji Yuning wouldn't allow them to hurt Tang Jiakai, but there was no need for him to get injured during the fight. Besides, he would burden Ji Yuning and Cao Wenqi. Cao Wenqi was as strong as Zhang Dina, especially when Zhang Dina just recovered. She wasn't as good at fighting as before, so Ji Yuning believed that Cao Wenqi could defeat Zhang Dina. Even if she couldn't, the match would last for a while Ji Yuning was able to beat the 2 ninjas within a short time. Then she could help Cao Wenqi. Ningning, why can't I join in the match? Tang Jiakai didn't know Ji Yuning's thoughts, so he asked reluctantly. He wanted to help. Cao Wenqi, on the other hand, thought that Ji Yuning did that for a reason. Ji Yuning walked to Tang Jiakai's side, then whispered in his ears, the 2 people by Zhang Dina's side aren't ordinary. You'll be beaten within a second if you join the match. You will perhaps even burden me and Wenqi. Hearing that, Tang Jiakai had a big frown, feeling hit by Ji Yuning's words, but he didn't argue with her because he knew he wasn't very strong. He admired Ji Yuning and trusted her. Since Ji Yuning decided to do that, she must be confident. What do you mean? Do you think we're weak? Zhang Dina was annoyed by Ji Yuning's idea. It was not only Zhang Dina, the 2 ninjas also felt displeased, so they turned to stare at Ji Yuning. So what? Accept it or not, only 2 of us will join in the match, said Ji Yuning. She wouldn't let them make all the decisions, and she agreed to have the match with them only because she had her own purpose. Zhang Dina was mad, but she couldn't beat them if Ji Yuning disagreed to have the match with her. It would cause unnecessary trouble due to their status, otherwise she wouldn't have tried to ask for their permission. She knew she shouldn't mess with them, but she just couldn't submit to the humiliation and she wanted to pay them back. Since they're so confident, we should give them a chance to prove themselves, said the female ninja fluently in the language of their country. Others might take her as a local if they didn't know she was actually a foreigner. Anyway, since she was able to speak the language so fluently, she must have stayed in their country for a long time. In other words, she might be a spy from country R. In fact, the female ninja believed that she alone was able to defeat Ji Yuning and her 2 friends, but they couldn't be weak since Zhang Dina wanted them all to join in the match. Therefore, she needed to be careful now. However, she still didn't think Ji Yuning and 1 helper could win the match. All right, since you're so confident, we agree, but don't blame us for your failure later. Zhang Dina stopped hesitating. After all, it was proposed by Ji Yuning herself. Of course, but we need to sign an agreement on paper as evidence in case the losers deny it, said Ji Yuning. Because it had happened many times before, Ji Yuning demanded proof in advance. She wasn't afraid Zhang Dina would deny it, but they needed evidence to shut some people's mouths if it became a situation. Zhang Dina's character was reliable. Zhang Dina was angry again at being questioned about her honesty, but she was worried that Ji Yuning might regret it too, so she agreed. No problem, I have the same worry. I have paper and pens with me. Where do you want to have the match? We can write it afterwards, said Ji Yuning. This was the hall of the clubhouse, so they naturally couldn't fight here. There is a martial art room in the clubhouse. We can go there, said Zhang Dina. After that, Zhang Dina called a waiter over and told him to guide them to the martial art room. Wenxi, why don't you tell your friends to wait for a while longer? Ji Yuning said to Cao Wenxi. They couldn't keep them waiting for no reason. Sure, Cao Wenxi agreed, then called Gao Chungyun. She told him that she would be late for a while, but didn't tell him why. Gao Chungyun didn't bother to ask her either. The group of them went to the martial art room later, and Ji Yuning took out pens and paper. Only you and me will do the punishment, or will all of the participants? Asked Ji Yuning. All. Zhang Dina wanted both Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxi to apologize to her, but felt reluctant to use her two friends to do that in case they got mad, so she changed what she was going to say. Only you and me, of course. She hated Ji Yuning more, because Ji Yuning had seriously injured her when she was about to defeat Cao Wenxi during their conflict. Great, said Ji Yuning, then began to write down the agreement. After that, she told Zhang Dina to read it. When Zhang Dina made sure there were no problems, Ji Yuning wrote down another piece before both of them signed their names and kept one copy each. When it was done, they walked to the center. Wenxi, you can deal with Zhang Dina. I'll handle the other two. Ji Yuning said to Cao Wenxi. Sure, Cao Wenxi agreed. She trusted Ji Yuning, so she listened to her arrangement. Are you ready? Zhang Dina asked. Even before the game began, Zhang Dina already stared at Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxi as if they were losers. Yes, let's begin, said Ji Yuning. After that, the battle started, and Tang Jiakai immediately took out his phone to record it. Zhang Dina had the match in order to beat Cao Wenxi, so she reached agreement with the two ninjas just now. She would deal with Cao Wenxi, while they would fight against Ji Yuning. The two ninjas were displeased, because it was a humiliation to them. Chapter 1922, Do You Admit Your Failure? Zhang Dina told them that Cao Wenxi was no match for her, but Ji Yuning was quite strong and even kicked her away before. One of her ribs was broken at that time, and she didn't recover until a month later. In addition, she aimed to teach Ji Yuning a lesson, so it would be the best if they could fight against Ji Yuning. If it was possible, she would like to see Ji Yuning have two broken ribs too. Because of that, the two ninjas felt much better. It was a competition for fun, but they wanted to have the losers and winners and they didn't care about injuries, so they all used their full strength once the game started, leaving their opponents no chance to take any advantage. Although Zhang Dina told them that Ji Yuning was unusually strong, the two ninjas still didn't take it seriously. They simply wanted to finish the game as soon as possible, so the two of them accepted the challenge together. However, even though they almost used their entire strength, Ji Yuning was still able to easily fight with them. Moreover, she looked very relaxed, which amazed the two ninjas. Therefore, they began to take Ji Yuning seriously. Unfortunately, no matter how much strength they used, Ji Yuning could easily fight with them while looking relaxed. Even though she looked relaxed, she was fighting against two ninjas after all, so Ji Yuning couldn't hurt them for the time being. Nevertheless, she was at an advantage and there was a huge gap between their abilities. Zhang Dina and Cao Wenxi, on the contrary, were at the same level, so they paid no attention to Ji Yuning and the two ninjas. Because Zhang Dina just recovered from her injuries, she wasn't as strong as before. As a result, she wasn't at an advantage in the fight against Cao Wenxi. Cao Wenxi, on the other hand, was slightly at an advantage, but it wasn't obvious. Onlookers could clearly see that Ji Yuning had full control of the situation. So except for Tang Jiakai, everyone else was surprised. They knew nothing about the two ninjas, because it was their first meeting with Zhang Dina's friends, but they could easily see that they were skilled. Surprisingly, Ji Yuning was even better than them. It was really amazing that a girl could be so good at martial arts. They were Zhang Dina's friends, so they naturally hoped she would win, but it seemed to be a little difficult. Ninjas were better than ordinary people in their senses, speed, and strength, so normally only a few ordinary people could be a match for them. Accordingly, the two ninjas at the middle level thought that they could defeat Ji Yuning within seconds, but they couldn't get an advantage even after a few minutes, not to mention hurting Ji Yuning. They wanted to use invisibility to attack Ji Yuning when she couldn't see them, but were unwilling to expose their real identities, so they had to give it up. Nevertheless, if they didn't use that ability, Ji Yuning would have total control of the fight, which made them feel very upset. They blamed Zhang Dina for it. However, although they were mad at Zhang Dina, they didn't dare to argue against her, because they needed to do a task. After a few minutes, the female ninja was kicked to the ground by Ji Yuning, then the male ninja. Seeing that, Zhang Dina was shocked. She knew Ji Yuning was strong, but it seemed that Ji Yuning was much stronger than she thought. In that case, Zhang Dina began to feel worried. What if she lost the game? When she was distracted, Cao Wenxi seized this good chance to kick her stomach. The two ninjas weren't seriously injured by Ji Yuning, and they refused to give up just because of that. It was a matter of their dignity and reputation, so they got back to their feet at once to continue to fight against Ji Yuning, but obviously, they were no match for Ji Yuning. As time went by, they were at a clear disadvantage. Before long, the two ninjas were injured by Ji Yuning again. Cao Wenxi hit Zhang Dina once more and Zhang Dina lost a lot of strength. Because the two ninjas were physically stronger than ordinary men, they wouldn't fail within a short time. Without hesitation, they got up to continue to fight. In another 2 minutes, the two ninjas were under Ji Yuning's control with more and more injuries on their bodies. They were also losing strength to fight back. Do you prefer to admit failure on your own, or will you only admit when you have no strength at all? Asked Ji Yuning. Zhang Dina was the key person in this matter, so Ji Yuning was unwilling to cause a sensation. No, don't admit failure. Before the two ninjas could answer Ji Yuning's question, Zhang Dina stopped them in case they admitted failure. Although they were no match for Ji Yuning, she refused to kneel down before Ji Yuning. She believed that she could win, but she underestimated Ji Yuning's ability. It actually wasn't Zhang Dina's fault, because most of the ordinary people couldn't be as strong as Ji Yuning. In addition, Zhang Dina was aware of the two ninjas' abilities, so she had great confidence at the beginning. Because Zhang Dina stopped them, the two ninjas couldn't admit failure yet. They were unwilling to do that as well. After all, it was humiliating. However, they refused to admit failure, so they had to tolerate the pain of being beaten by Ji Yuning. It wasn't an easy decision for the two ninjas to make. Because they forced themselves to continue, they were more and more seriously injured. In the end, the two ninjas couldn't stand it any longer, so they admitted failure. We lost. Zhang Dina was furious, but she knew that it wasn't their fault, because they were being beaten the entire time. After the two ninjas admitted failure, Ji Yuning went to help Cao Wenxi and gave Zhang Dina a heavy kick to knock her to the ground. Ji Yuning didn't use much strength, because she needed Zhang Dina to apologize to her on her knees. Do you admit failure? Ji Yuning looked down her nose at Zhang Dina. Glaring at Ji Yuning, Zhang Dina remained silent. She was reluctant to do it, but she would only be more seriously injured if the game continued. Nevertheless, she couldn't say that she lost aloud. Ji Yuning snorted and threatened. Do you think I'll let you go if you remain silent? If you don't accept the punishment as we agreed, I'm afraid I can only break the same rib again to totally make it useless. Zhang Dina was as angry as she was scared, but it was still very hard for her to admit failure. Because once she did that, she would have to apologize to Ji Yuning on her knees, which was very humiliating. Seeing Zhang Dina refusing to say a word, Ji Yuning walked to her step by step, putting great pressure on her. Zhang Dina shrank backwards in fear. Nobody dared to ask for mercy for Zhang Dina, because they had witnessed Ji Yuning's ability and none of them were willing to be beaten by her. Chapter 1923. They aren't ordinary people. Seeing Ji Yuning walking towards her, Zhang Dina couldn't take the pressure. She was afraid Ji Yuning would break her rib again, so she blurted it out, I admit defeat. Ji Yuning stopped and lazily said, since you admit defeat, apologize to me on your knees now. Zhang Dina was obviously reluctant to do that, so she didn't move right away. Upon thinking that she had to apologize to Ji Yuning on her knees, she felt utterly humiliated. She couldn't convince herself to do it. What? Do you want your rib to be broken again? Ji Yuning gave her a cold sideways glance, which scared Zhang Dina. It wasn't because Ji Yuning was cold-blooded and aimed to humiliate her, but because Zhang Dina asked for it herself. She tried to cause Ji Yuning trouble, so there was no reason for Ji Yuning to forgive her. Zhang Dina turned around to give a glance at her friends, but none of them had the intention of helping her. Zhang Dina felt disappointed, but she could understand it. They were afraid of Ji Yuning after all. Since she couldn't run away from it, she decided to not delay the punishment. She slowly knelt down towards Ji Yuning, then knocked her head against the ground and apologized to her. I'm sorry. Because Zhang Dina finished the punishment, Ji Yuning let her go, but she still warned her. Zhang Dina, I never want to cause anyone trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. If you try to make things difficult for me again, I won't mind disabling you next time so that you can stay away from me forever. Ji Yuning understood that her threat would only annoy Zhang Dina, but it wouldn't be her fault if Zhang Dina wouldn't stop causing her trouble after she warned her. After that, Ji Yuning left with Cao Wenxi and Tang Jiakai. Before that, Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxi exchanged a glance with each other. Both of them gloated over Zhang Dina's failure, which filled Zhang Dina with fury. Once Ji Yuning and her friends were gone, Zhang Dina sank to the ground. She couldn't wait to kill Ji Yuning to get rid of the humiliation she had suffered today. After going through the defeat, Zhang Dina and her friends were in no mood to have fun today, so they left as well. Jiakai, can you send me the video you just took? Ji Yuning said when they were far away from the martial art club. Sure. Tang Jiakai gave his phone to Ji Yuning at once, then said with excitement, Ningning, you're really unbelievable. I can see the two people are very skilled, but you beat two of them by yourself. I feel lucky that I didn't join in the match, otherwise I would have been defeated within a second. Thinking of that, Tang Jiakai now felt quite lucky. They aren't ordinary people, they're professional killers, said Ji Yuning. What? Hearing that, Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxi were shocked. Professional killers. Zhang Dina has professional killers by her side. Did she deliberately hire them to hurt you? Said Cao Wenxi in surprise. She knew Zhang Dina never gave up taking revenge, but unexpectedly Zhang Dina would hire professional killers. However, it was just a guess, and she wasn't sure of it. Who knows? Said Ji Yuning. She actually didn't think so, but couldn't talk about that with them too much. Ji Yuning watched the video on Tang Jiakai's phone, then took a screenshot of the two ninjas and sent it to her own phone. Ningning, what are you going to do with that? Asked Tang Jiakai curiously. Nothing, I'll just find out more information about them, said Ji Yuning, then added, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. From now on, you also need to be careful not to run into the two people in case they take revenge. Sure, said Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxi. With a serious expression. They knew how strong these two people were. If they really ran into them, they would be in a lot of danger if they were attacked. Ji Yuning sent Kei the picture and told him the address of the club. She told Kei to hack into the surveillance cameras to see where the two people went later. She decided to follow them, but she couldn't leave right now, so she asked Kei to do it with the help of the surveillance cameras. Once Kei received her message, he replied to it with a positive answer. Because of Zhang Dina, Ji Yuning and her friends were nearly half an hour late. So when they arrived at the private room to meet Gao Chengyun and the others, it was already 10:40 p.m. Seeing Ji Yuning, everyone greeted her with a smile. Ji Yuning, been a long while. How's everything going in the capital university? Asked Gao Chengyun with concern. Not bad, said Ji Yuning with a smile. Has anyone caused you trouble? And Ran asked, you're so beautiful and outstanding. Many girls must be jealous of you. There were several contemptible wretches making trouble, but it wasn't a big deal, said Ji Yuning with great pride in herself. They knew Ji Yuning was as strong as she was brave, so it wasn't easy for anyone to bully her. At about 12 p.m., Kay sent a message to Ji Yuning, saying that the two people separated from the others and went to a house in a certain living block after they left the clubhouse. Kay then told Ji Yuning the number and address of the house. At 12 p.m., Ji Yuning and her friends also left. Ji Yuning didn't drink much, so that she could drive, even though traffic police tended to avoid luxurious cars, because they were unwilling to mess with people of power. The clubhouse wasn't far from the Tang family's house, so they arrived in 20 minutes. After they were in the Tang family's house, they quickly went to bed. Back in her room, Ji Yuning didn't go to sleep right away. Instead, she put on a black suit with a baseball cap. Afterwards, she lightly jumped out of the window, sneaking out of the Tang family's house without being caught by the surveillance cameras. She wanted to have a look at the place where the two ninjas stayed. Although they might be asleep at this moment, Ji Yuning still planned to check it. Perhaps she would find something new. Although it was already 12:30 a.m., there was still a lot of traffic outside, so Ji Yuning quickly took a taxi after walking out of the Tang family's house. Then she headed towards the living block where the two ninjas stayed. The living block was in the suburbs, but it was late now, so there wasn't a traffic jam. In about 20 minutes, Ji Yuning arrived. After getting out of the car near the living block, Ji Yuning walked to the side of it, then went straight inside from the surrounding wall. She avoided the surveillance cameras as much as possible and walked towards her destination. She fully disguised herself, so it wouldn't cause any problems even if she was caught by the surveillance cameras. No one could see her face after all, so nobody would recognize her. Outside the house, Ji Yuning hid herself in the bushes before using her jade eyes to see inside. In the house, the two ninjas were still awake, talking about something in the study. However, because of the distance, Ji Yuning couldn't hear what they were saying. Afterwards, Ji Yuning immediately moved to the backyard of the house. By the foot of the wall of the study, she finally heard their conversation. Chapter 1924. They exist, Toya. We've stayed here for so many years and have searched for them for so long in vain. Is it possible that they don't exist at all? The female ninja said, having magical skills. Being able to fly around. It sounds like they are people from fairy tales. The female ninja felt it couldn't be real, because she had never seen someone like that before. That kind of person was beyond common sense, so it was hard for her to believe it. Having magical skills. Being able to fly around. Hearing that, Ji Yuning squinted. She thought of cultivators right away, and believed they were talking about cultivators. After all, only cultivators knew magical skills and could fly all over in their country. In other words, these two ninjas came to their country to search for cultivators, but obviously they failed. They had only heard about the existence of people who had magical skills and could fly around. Ji Yuning also figured out why they wanted to find cultivators. Country R and their country had a bad relationship and had been competitors for years. Some people in Country R learned about the existence of cultivators who had unbelievable skills, so they felt insecure. Therefore, Country R sent people over to look into it in order to deal with it. Actually, even if they met cultivators, they wouldn't be able to recognize them unless they had a fight and saw the cultivators doing magical skills or flying around. Even though we haven't met them yet, it doesn't mean they don't exist. There is an old saying in this country. Rather believe it to be true than not. Besides, don't forget the mutants in our country are also beyond common people's knowledge. If we didn't know about mutants, we might refuse to believe in them as well. Kato Toya said, the experiment success rate is still very low now. If the success rate goes higher, our country will become stronger and stronger. Right. Kuraki Akemi agreed. Then I'll go out now. Sure, said Kato Toya. Kuraki Akemi then walked out to her own room. Kato Toya stood up leaving the study to his room too. Ji Yuning also left. She didn't hope to hear anything, but unexpectedly she learned some useful information. If they really came here for cultivators, Ji Yuning could relax for the time being, because it wasn't easy for them to meet cultivators. Even if they met, it wouldn't do them any good. At 6 a.m., Ji Yuning got up. She called Cao Wenxin and Tang Jokai to run together. When they were running, Tang Haifeng got up to exercise. After 50 minutes, both Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai were exhausted, shedding buckets of sweat, but Ji Yuning only gasped for breath for a short while and sweated a bit. Seeing that, Tang Haifeng criticized Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin, scolding them for spending too much time having fun instead of exercising. That's why they were so tired after only running for a short distance. Tang Haifeng wasn't wrong, because they seldom exercised recently. Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin criticized themselves at once, and promised to pick up the habit of exercising regularly. After listening to Tang Haifeng's criticisms, they went to their own rooms to take a shower and change clothes before going downstairs for breakfast. Ji Yuning wasn't going anywhere today and instead stayed home to chat with Tang Haifeng and Ji Yuman. Because of Ji Yuning's presence, Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin stayed in the Tang family's house to keep Tang Haifeng's company. They didn't have much time to spend with Tang Haifeng. They had grown up and had their own circles. They normally went to either school or work, and when they were finally free on weekends, they always hung out with their friends, so they rarely visited their grandfather. Tang Yunhang and Zhang Lihua were having a vacation, so they didn't go anywhere either. Tang Yunfan, on the other hand, needed to deal with something at the company, so he was absent. After having lunch, those who needed a nap went to have a nap, while Ji Yuning, Cao Wenxin, and Tang Jiakai went to practice kung fu in the yard. Since Ji Yuning trained them, they suffered a lot during the practice. Ji Yuning was very strict, because it was helpful for them. Anyway, she wouldn't torture their bodies beyond its limit and made sure that they could handle it. Right at this time, Ji Yuning received Chen Kengyi's call. Chen Kengyi told her that Fu Yanming's son was taken away by his ex-wife. She threatened Fu Yanming to marry her again, otherwise she wouldn't allow him to see their son again. Because Fu Yanming needed to handle it, he asked for Chen Kengyi's permission. He couldn't directly leave the company behind after all. Hearing the news, Ji Yuning was displeased. She just reminded Fu Yanming to be careful yesterday, but unexpectedly that exact thing happened today. What was worse, Qin Qianwei was really unreasonable. She had reminded Fu Yanming to be careful yesterday, so she knew Fu Yanming must have been alert. Unfortunately, Qin Qianwei still succeeded. I already asked Mu Yi to track her through the surveillance cameras. I just remembered that you're in City B now, so perhaps you can help, said Chen Kengyi. Fu Yanming was a senior manager of the Shengning organization, so the company had to give him a helping hand when he was in trouble. Of course I need to help him. Tell me once you find his ex-wife, said Ji Yuning. After the call with Chen Kengyi, Ji Yuning asked Tang Jiakai for the car keys. Ningning, why are you rushing out? Is it an emergency? Asked Tang Jiakai with concern. Yeah, it's business, said Ji Yuning casually. Since it was business, Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin didn't ask further about it, nor did they go with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning then left in Tang Jiakai's car. Shortly after she left the Tang family's house, Chen Kengyi called her again. He told her that Kay found out that the kid was taken away at an amusement park. Although there were bodyguards by the kid's side, Qin Qianwei hired some hoodlums to cause chaos and took their son away. Afterwards, she got in a black BMW and headed towards the western suburbs. She was on XX Road right now. Hearing that, Ji Yuning drove towards XX Road in the western district without delay. Luckily, it wasn't rush hour, so there wasn't much traffic on the road. Ji Yuning only waited for the traffic lights to turn green a few times before rushing ahead. Once the abduction happened, Fu Yanming called the police, so the police were also looking for Qin Qianwei. However, the police weren't as efficient as Ji Yuning. Long after Ji Yuning was on the road, the police finally found the direction in which Qin Qianwei left and took action. Qin Qianwei had lost her reason now, so she didn't care about the consequences at all. Although Fu Yanming's son was also her son, she had already signed the agreement to cut off their relationship. In that case, Fu Yanming's son had no relationship with her now. Therefore, it was considered an abduction since she took Fu Yihao, Fu Yanming's son, away with violence. Besides, she wasn't the only one who lost their reason. Her younger brother, Qin Qianhai, was an accomplice, because he was the driver. Fu Yihao was greatly scared by Qin Qianwei's behavior. He wanted to escape, but Qin Qianwei held him tightly. Chapter 1925, It's an Abduction. He was very young, but he knew his father had already divorced his mother. Besides, his mother abandoned him and his younger sister for money. Now his mother took him away and claimed to have gotten married with his father again. He didn't want to lose his mother, but his mother's behavior had broken his heart. Therefore, he disliked his mother now. "Let me go back. I want to go back." Fu Yihao shouted in tears and fear. "Shut your mouth. As long as your father agrees to marry again, we'll go back together. If not, you'll never see each other again in your life." Qin Qianwei snapped at Fu Yihao with impatience. If he weren't her son, she would have already beaten him. "Qianwei, are you sure it's okay?" "It's an abduction," said Qin Qianhai worriedly. "I'm his mother. It's not an abduction. If you hadn't lost all my money by gambling, I wouldn't have done this. I only have a house and this car now. If I don't get married to Fu Yanming again, how can I pay the debt for you? Do you really expect me to sell my house?" criticized Qin Qianwei in anger. Qin Qianhai had a very bad habit, which was gambling. Before Fu Yanming went bankrupt, Qin Qianwei had saved a lot of money, so she secretly helped Qin Qianhai with his debts. After Fu Yanming went bankrupt, she was given the majority of his properties, but most of them were taken back by banks, so she didn't have much money now. She only had a house, this BMW, and 2 million yuan at this moment. However, her younger brother lost her 2 million yuan savings by gambling and even owed other people 2 million yuan. Her house was worth nearly 10 million yuan, but she was reluctant to sell it, because she would have no place to live if she did that. In fact, she could sell the large house to pay off the debts, then buy a smaller house with the rest of the money, but Qin Qianwei was so used to living in a large house that she was unwilling to move into a small house. As for the car, it cost over 1 million yuan when they bought it, but it would only be sold at the price of hundreds of thousands of yuan as a second-hand car, which was barely enough. It wasn't because Qin Qianwei would rather break the law than sell the large house, but because she didn't realize how serious the problem was. Like what she said, she believed it wasn't illegal for her to take Fu Yihao away with violence because she was his mother. Criticized by Qin Qianwei, Qin Qianhai closed his mouth. After all, he was the cause of this abduction and he relied on Qin Qianwei to pay off his debt. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Once Fu Yanming learned the news, he kept calling Qin Qianwei, but Qin Qianwei's phone was out of power after she took Fu Yihao away and gave Fu Yanming a call. Therefore, Fu Yanming couldn't get through to her. It filled Fu Yanming with anxiety. Now, Fu Yanming was with the police, chasing Qin Qianwei. At the same time, Ji Yuning maintained her call with K and learned which way Qin Qianwei's car was going. Qin Qianwei didn't know that their actions had been tracked by Ji Yuning and the police, so the driving speed of her car wasn't very fast. Therefore, after Ji Yuning set off for just 20 minutes, she was already close to Qin Qianwei's car. At this time, they reached the suburb. Qin Qianwei rented a house in a suburban community. In order to prevent Fu Yanming from finding them, they didn't go to their own house. Qin Qianwei's car entered the community. Because Ji Yuning didn't live here, she couldn't get in. She then directly stopped the car on the side of the road without caring about the traffic rules. After that, she got out of the car and walked inside. Ji Yuning didn't walk through the gate, but got over the wall. Then she quickly followed Qin Qianwei's car. Ji Yuning could actually stop them, but she was worried that Qin Qianwei might become angry when she saw Ji Yuning and hurt Fu Yihao. Although Qin Qianwei was Fu Yihao's mother, she kidnapped her own son, so she could do something crazier. Following them, Ji Yuning called Fu Yanming to tell him Qin Qianwei's location. Fu Yanming didn't know that Ji Yuning was already aware of it and was following his ex-wife till he received her call. In an instant, he felt very grateful to Ji Yuning, but it wasn't time to thank her right now. After hanging up, Fu Yanming shared the clue with the police and they went to the community right away. Ji Yuning followed Qin Qianwei's car into the parking lot. Under the cover of other cars, she quickly followed Qin Qianwei's car. When they parked the car and got out of it, Ji Yuning approached them. Because they were just ordinary people, they didn't notice that Ji Yuning was following them at all. Fu Yihao was pulled out of the car by Qin Qianwei. He stopped crying at this time, because he was tired after crying all the way. He also knew that Qin Qianwei wouldn't let him go if he cried and made trouble again. Now he just hoped his father could come and take him away. However, after getting out of the car, Fu Yihao tried to struggle to escape, but was firmly caught by Qin Qianwei. She angrily yelled at him, "Stop struggling. Even if you go out, you can't find your dad. What if you're kidnapped by a trafficker outside?" Hearing that, Fu Yihao didn't dare to struggle any longer. He was a little kid after all and was easily scared. Right at this moment, Ji Yuning took out an embroidery needle from her telepathic eye space, then flicked it towards Qin Qianwei's hand, which was on Fu Yihao's arm. Afterwards, with a cry of pain, Qin Qianwei let go of Fu Yihao's arm. Ji Yuning also rushed over at this moment. In the blink of an eye, she reached Qin Qianwei and pulled Fu Yihao away. Before Qin Qianhai could ask Qin Qianwei what had happened, he saw Ji Yuning pull Fu Yihao away and was frightened at once. "Who are you?" Qin Qianhai questioned Ji Yuning, trying to grab Fu Yihao back. However, once he came near, Ji Yuning kicked him. "It's you." The moment Qin Qianwei saw Ji Yuning, she was shocked. She recognized Ji Yuning and her eyes were full of anger because of yesterday's slap. "Give my son back to me," shouted Qin Qianwei. She wanted to go near, but was afraid Ji Yuning would kick her too. She didn't think that Ji Yuning wouldn't kick her because she was a woman. After all, yesterday's slap was the perfect proof. Fu Yihao didn't know Ji Yuning, so he was scared after being taken away by her. Ji Yuning understood his feelings, so she comforted him. "Don't be afraid. I'm your father's friend. I won't hurt you. Your father will be here in a while." Chapter 1926. Stop useless struggling. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Fu Yihao felt relieved. Qin Qianwei, on the contrary, was in a complete panic once she heard Ji Yuning say that Fu Yanming would be here right away. "Give my son back to me," she shouted at Ji Yuning again. "Ms. Qin, we can have a talk when Manager Fu is here," said Ji Yuning, coldly looking at Qin Qianwei. "You." Qin Qianwei was angry. If Fu Yihao wasn't in her hands, she wouldn't be able to threaten Fu Yanming into remarrying her after he came. "Help. This woman wants to steal my child. Please help me," Qin Qianwei suddenly shouted, and a few people who happened to be in the parking lot surrounded her right away. Qin Qianwei planned to take advantage of their kindness to get her child back. Ji Yuning did nothing, but stared at Qin Qianwei with mockery. "What happened?" asked several men who walked over after hearing the shout. Although they heard Qin Qianwei say that someone was robbing her of her child, they didn't think Ji Yuning was doing that. The boy was hiding behind Ji Yuning after all. He wasn't caught by Ji Yuning. "Please, this woman robbed me of my child. She's very strong. My younger brother was just kicked by her," said Qin Qianwei in anxiety, looking pitiful. At this time, Qin Qianhai already got back to his feet, but the pain caused by the heavy kick in his abdomen made him unable to fully stand up, so he covered his abdomen with his hands. Seeing that, everyone could imagine what had happened, and they began to look at Ji Yuning unkindly. Ji Yuning sneered and said, "Everyone, this child is indeed hers, but she has divorced the child's father and signed an agreement to sever her relationship with the child. Now she is trying to threaten her ex-husband into marrying her again by kidnapping his child. Shut up, shut your mouth. It's my family's affair. You're merely an outsider. It's none of your business." Qin Qianwei interrupted Ji Yuning at once, because other people might not help her after knowing the truth. Unfortunately, she was too late, and the others already heard it. Qin Qianwei's reaction also proved the truth, so the men turned to look at her with disdain. They were displeased as well, because this woman just used their kindness. This woman must be cold-blooded to divorce her husband and even sign an agreement to sever the relationship with her child. Since she wanted to marry her ex-husband again, it meant that there was no problem with his ex-husband, but with her. "You've already divorced Manager Fu and severed the mother-child relationship with Fu Yihao. The Fu family's affairs aren't your family affair anymore. By the way, Manager Fu is my subordinate. As his boss, I'm in a better position than you to deal with this matter," Ji Yuning said sarcastically. Hearing that, the other people were greatly surprised. To their astonishment, she was a boss at such a young age. Anyway, she indeed had an air which was totally different from ordinary people. Qin Qianwei was mad. All of a sudden, she didn't know what to say. Of course, I'm also an outsider, so let's wait for Manager Fu to come to talk about it then. Don't even try to run away, because you've already committed the crime of kidnapping, said Ji Yuning. Qin Qianwei panicked a little when she heard that. She retorted, I just took my son away. How come it's illegal? It is. Because you've severed your relationship with Fu Yihao, there is no relationship between you two now. Therefore, you taking him away without permission is an abduction, said Ji Yuning. Qin Qianwei didn't care about it until Ji Yuning said that. Suddenly she didn't know what to do. An idea dawned on Qin Qianwei, and she immediately ran towards the entrance of the elevator. Seeing that, Qin Qianhai ran behind her without hesitation. Ji Yuning hurried over and caught Qin Qianwei and Qin Qianhai in a few seconds, which amazed the men. She was really as strong as Qin Qianwei said. Staring at Ji Yuning, Fu Yihao rounded his eyes in shock. When Ji Yuning kicked Qin Qianhai just now, he was behind Ji Yuning, so he didn't see it. He didn't witness Ji Yuning's fighting skills till now. Most boys had a dream to become a hero. When Fu Yihao saw such a skilled and strong girl, he naturally admired her. No one knew whether Fu Yihao was stunned by Ji Yuning's fighting skills or felt totally heartbroken by Qin Qianwei, but he didn't seem emotional at all when his mother was caught by Ji Yuning. Yihao, tell this woman to let me go, now. Qin Qianwei shouted to Fu Yihao at once as if Ji Yuning would let her go once Fu Yihao opened his mouth. It wouldn't happen, because Ji Yuning wouldn't let her go unless Fu Yanming came. Watching Qin Qianwei, Fu Yihao had mixed emotions. He had sympathy for her, but didn't think that they should let his mother go. After all, his mother just tried to use him to threaten his father. Most importantly, Fu Yihao didn't have a close relationship with Qin Qianwei, because normally they lived with their grandparents. Qin Qianwei, instead, spent most of her time hanging out and shopping with her friends. Seeing Fu Yihao standing just there, Qin Qianwei got angrier. Yihao, do you want to help this woman to hurt mom? After being yelled at by Qin Qianwei, Fu Yihao didn't know what to do. Ms. Qin, stop struggling. It's useless. Manager Fu and the police will be here in a while, sneered Ji Yuning. Qin Qianwei was full of anger, but could do nothing about it, because she couldn't get rid of Ji Yuning. However, Qin Qianwei was reluctant to give in. Right at this moment, they heard sirens wailing. Qin Qianwei's and Qin Qianhai's faces turned pale in an instant. Qianwei, I told you not to do that, but you wouldn't listen to me. Now we're doomed. The police really came. I'm afraid we'll be put in jail. Qin Qianhai blamed Qin Qianwei in fear. Even if Qin Qianwei did it in order to help him pay off his debts, he had tried to persuade her not to do that, but she wouldn't listen to him. Now they were in big trouble, so he blamed her for it. You have no right to blame me for it. I did it for you. Qin Qianwei became unreasonable because of Qin Qianhai, so it filled her with anger when Qin Qianhai turned to blame her. It wasn't entirely Qin Qianhai's fault, because she also wanted to marry Fu Yanming again to live a rich life. After all, even though Fu Yanming wasn't a boss now, he was the general manager of a large company, so he still made a lot of money. Before long, several police cars came and stopped before them, and several policemen got out and walked over. After taking Qin Qianwei and Qin Qianhai from Ji Yuning's hands, they thanked her. Thank you, Miss Ji Yu. A policeman recognized Ji Yuning and felt excited. Chapter 1927. Birds of a feather flocked together. After that, Fu Yanming's car also arrived. Once he got out of his car, he ignored Qin Qianwei and her younger brother, running directly to Fu Yihao to give him a big hug. Yihao, are you all right? He asked nervously. Seeing Fu Yanming, Fu Yihao cried out loud, Dad, Dad. Fu Yihao didn't feel secure till he saw Fu Yanming, so his fear was fully released all at once. All right, Dad's here. Dad's here. Let's go home, said Fu Yanming to comfort Fu Yihao, and Fu Yihao gradually calmed down. Fu Yanming then turned to thank Ji Yuning. Thank you so much, Chairman Gu. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, he wouldn't be able to see Fu Yihao so soon, but he didn't say it aloud, because it might offend the police who came here with him. You're welcome. Take him home now. You can make the decision whether to let them go or to sue them, said Ji Yuning. Because Qin Qianwei and her younger brother didn't cause any injuries and the situation didn't get serious, they would only be sentenced to 1 year in jail. So it was understandable if Fu Yanming chose to forgive them. I'll sue them, said Fu Yanming without hesitation. It wasn't because he was cold-blooded, but because his ex-wife's behavior was totally unacceptable. She had divorced him for money and even cut her relationship with their son, completely breaking his heart. Now she even tried to marry him again for money by hook or by crook. If she had done something else, he might forgive her, but he would never allow other people to hurt his family. Because his ex-wife had hurt his son, he wouldn't let her get away with it. No, Fu Yanming, you can't do that to me. I didn't break the law. I just took my son away. Qin Qianwei originally thought Fu Yanming wouldn't sue her, but unexpectedly she was wrong. She couldn't accept it, so she shouted at him. Ever since you signed the agreement to cut your mother and son relationship with Yihao, Yihao was no longer your child. You took him away with violence, without my permission. That's an abduction, said Fu Yanming with a serious expression. He had zero sympathy for Qin Qianwei and her younger brother. How could you be so cruel? You can't do that to me for the sake of our old love. Even though Fu Yanming had made it very clear, Qin Qianwei still refused to accept it. She believed Fu Yanming should forgive her. Fu Yanming, instead, ignored Qin Qianwei and turned to a policeman. Policeman Yang, thank you so much for your help, he said politely. You're welcome, Manager Fu. It's our job, said Policeman Yang. The kid has been scared, so I need to take him home now. Please let me know whenever you need me, said Fu Yanming. Fu Yanming, you can't be so cold-blooded. Seeing Fu Yanming paying no attention to her, Qin Qianwei got anxious, but Fu Yanming was about to leave. All right, you can go back now. Tell the kid to relax, said Policeman Yang with concern. My car is parked outside. Can I share yours? Asked Ji Yuning. Sure, said Fu Yanming. See you, Miss Ji Yu, said Policeman Yang. Thanks everyone, said Ji Yuning to them. Our pleasure, said those policemen. They sincerely respected Ji Yuning and admired her. No matter how Qin Qianwei shouted, Ji Yuning left with Fu Yanming. After that, Ji Yuning went straight back to the Tang family's house. It was time for dinner at this moment. Knowing that Ji Yuning went to deal with something about her business, they didn't ask her much about that. Qin Qianwei's parents argued with Fu Yanming once they learned that both Qin Qianwei and Qin Qianhai were arrested by the police, ordering Fu Yanming to tell the Public Security Bureau to release them. Qin Qianwei's parents had the same arrogant attitude as her. Birds of a feather indeed flocked together. Because Fu Yanming was rich in the past, Qin Qianwei behaved very well. She only showed her selfish side after he went bankrupt. Qin Qianwei's parents tried to cause Fu Yanming trouble at the company, but were stopped and chased away by the security guards. They went to the living block where Fu Yanming lived later, but was chased away again. Because the divorce of Fu Yanming and Qin Qianwei was a big piece of news back then, many people had a bad impression of Qin Qianwei and sympathy for Fu Yanming. Therefore, no matter how hard Qin Qianwei's parents tried to ruin Fu Yanming's reputation, it wouldn't work. On the contrary, more people had sympathy for him after Qin Qianwei's parents left. At 2 p.m. the next afternoon, Ji Yuning received Leng Xiaoting's call. He told her that they would arrive at the airport of City B around 8 p.m., then fly to City J of Country J in Southeast Asia at 11 p.m. They only had 3 hours during the transfer, so they wouldn't leave the airport and instead asked Ji Yuning to come to the airport to meet them. They took an evening flight. After all, the journey was a bit long and took 6 hours. Plus it took 2 hours to get the Z family's house from City J, so it took more than 8 hours in all. Therefore, there was no need to waste the daytime. The plane would take off at 11:10 p.m. and arrive at about 5:30 the next morning. The flight took about 6 hours, but the specific time was unknown. After all, the amount of time each flight took was different. As a result, with another 2-hour drive, when they arrived at the Z family's house, it would be dawn, the right time for their task. Ji Yuning told Tang Haifeng and the others that she needed to leave City B for a few days for business, but she didn't tell them any details. And because Ji Yuning didn't tell them, they didn't bother to ask her for details. They believed it must be about the company. After having a meal at the Tang family's house, Ji Yuning went to the airport. Gao Yi and Chao Ya came to pick her up. Tang Jiakai proposed to drive her there, but Ji Yuning already called Gao Yi and Chao Ya, so he gave it up. Ji Yuning left at almost 8 p.m. When she arrived at the airport, it was about 8:30 p.m. At this time, Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jingchen had come out and waited outside the lobby for about 10 minutes. They didn't rush in to pick up the tickets, and instead waited for Ji Yuning so that they could go in together. Because of Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jingchen's extraordinarily outstanding appearance, many women gave them the eye along the way. Both of them had an air of coldness, so most women didn't dare to strike up a conversation with them. Although most women didn't dare to, there were several who still tried. Leng Xiaoting directly ignored them without giving them a glance, while Xu Jingchen remained polite and gave them a few responses. After all, he wasn't as cold as Leng Xiaoting and he was quite outgoing. When they showed up at the arrival earlier, they even stole someone's thunder. There was a group of fans who came to pick up their idol, but they forgot their idol once Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jingchen appeared, which annoyed their idol and their idol almost lost his temper. Chapter 1928. You can't look down on me like that. However, when he saw Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jingchen, he gave up. It wasn't because he knew them, but because they were extraordinarily handsome and had a perfect body and an air of nobility, which made him feel self-abased. In addition, it was obvious that they weren't common people. Therefore, in case he offended someone he shouldn't mess with, he decided to not lose his temper. Luckily, they soon walked away, and his fans turned to focus on him again. Although he was dissatisfied with his fans' behavior, he couldn't say anything about that in public. When Ji Yuning reached the boarding hall, she saw Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jingchen from a distance, then told Gao Yi to drive the car to them and stop. Seeing many women hovering around Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jingchen with their eyes full of excitement, Chao Ya glanced at Ji Yuning and saw her calm expression. She couldn't help but joke about it. "Boss, do you have great confidence in yourself or in Mr. Leng? Mr. Leng is so handsome that he's always surrounded by a large group of women wherever he goes. Aren't you worried that he might be seduced someday?" She didn't know much about Leng Xiaoting, but she felt Leng Xiaoting would never betray Ji Yuning. "I have confidence in myself and him. By the way, I'm the focus of a lot of men wherever I go as well. I just don't pay a lot of attention to my appearance, so he should be nervous instead," said Ji Yuning with a smile of confidence. Chao Ya couldn't deny it. The car stopped before Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jingchen, then Ji Yuning got out of it. Once Leng Xiaoting saw Ji Yuning, his cold eyes became gentle, so did his face. At the same time, he walked towards her to hold her hand. The moment he met her eyes, there was a burning desire in his eyes. Staring at him, Ji Yuning put on a faint smile. Leng Xiaoting squinted at her. If it was possible, he actually wanted to hug and kiss her. Seeing that, all the surrounding women were surprised and felt heartbroken. Even if they knew this handsome man must be occupied, it was still hard for them to accept it. Most of them dreamed about becoming the girl by his side. Although Ji Yuning had a very simple look, her face and air of nobility was too attractive to be ignored. They were really a perfect couple. "All right, stop showing off your affection." Xu Jingchen couldn't stand it any longer, turning to walk into the boarding hall. He felt slightly annoyed every time his close brothers were with their girls. Even if they didn't show off their affection on purpose, he still felt irritated. Perhaps he wanted a girlfriend too. Whenever he had that idea, he thought of Zi Beiying and wondered how she was right now. Actually, he didn't think of her only when he saw his close brothers being with their girls, he often thought of her. They seldom called or sent each other messages, and only chatted casually. There was nothing special between them. Xu Jingchen wanted to give her a call about what they were going to do this time, but gave up in the end because he didn't think it was appropriate. As soon as Leng Xiaoting saw Ji Yuning, he was unwilling to stay outside any second longer. He actually disliked those women who seemed ready to swallow him alive at any moment. Moreover, he was afraid that Ji Yuning might be mad, so he walked inside at once while holding her hand. Following Xu Jinchen, Ji Yuning replied to him, "If you're unhappy to see it, find yourself a girlfriend. It's much easier said than done." Xu Jinchen rolled his eyes. "You're right, but do you have the courage to tell your love if you meet someone you like?" asked Ji Yuning on purpose. "Ridiculous. I'm a man. Of course I can," Xu Jinchen retorted, feeling as if he was being disdained. "Really?" Ji Yuning asked with doubt. "Of course. Ji Yuning, you can't look down on me like that." Xu Jinchen complained with dissatisfaction. "I didn't. I just remembered what my friend has been through before, so I gave a sigh," said Ji Yuning with a resigned look, as if it was real. "Can you tell me the story?" asked Xu Jinchen with curiosity. "My friend is a man. He liked a girl, but wasn't very sure about it, so he didn't tell the girl. The girl actually liked him too, but she kept it a secret as well because she thought a girl should wait for the man's action. Then the girl's family encountered some trouble and needed an alliance, so she was forced to marry a man she didn't like at all. At that time my friend finally realized he truly loved the girl, but it was too late," said Ji Yuning, showing obvious sympathy for them. Hearing that, Xu Jinchen suddenly felt sad, because Ji Yuning's words spoke what he had been hiding deep down in his heart. He admitted that he had a special feeling towards Zi Beiying, but he wasn't sure whether he really liked her because they rarely met. Besides, he didn't know whether Zi Beiying had the same feeling for him. He was afraid he might hurt her because of his uncertainty. He was also afraid that he might be rejected. Looking at Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting smiled with affection. He understood why Ji Yuning did that. She simply wanted to encourage Xu Jinchen to be brave. Given Xu Jinchen's reaction, he must be thinking about that seriously. Ji Yuning knew Leng Xiaoting was aware that she was lying, so she stuck her tongue out with slight embarrassment. Her adorable look aroused Leng Xiaoting. He couldn't wait to hug and kiss her, then. However, he could do nothing at this moment. She was literally torturing him. Seeing Xu Jinchen being silent, Ji Yuning turned to Leng Xiaoting. "Oh, did you tell the Zi family that we're coming?" "Yeah, I talked with Xiaoman, but I didn't tell him it was about Zi Beiying. He didn't share the news with me, so I didn't bring it up. I just said we were coming to deal with something there. He'll come and pick us up later," said Leng Xiaoting. "Great," Ji Yuning said. "By the way, have you eaten?" "Yeah, in the plane," said Leng Xiaoting. "Are you full then?" asked Ji Yuning. "Yes," said Leng Xiaoting. Chapter 1929. There is a solution to this problem. After they went inside, they picked up the tickets and went in through the security check. Because they were going abroad, it took time to pass customs, so they didn't have much time to stay outside. None of them had any luggage, they each just brought a small bag. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting used their backpacks to cover their magical spaces. It would be strange if they brought an empty bag when they passed the security check, so Ji Yuning put a mobile phone charger and a few small things such as cosmetic products in her bag. Leng Xiaoting had a mobile phone charger and a change of clothes in his bag too. Xu Jinchen did the same thing. 40 minutes after passing customs, they started boarding. Because they booked the plane tickets right before the departure time, the first class was no longer available and they could only book seats at the back rows in the economy class. Luckily, their seats were in the same row. Ji Yuning was sitting by the window, Leng Xiaoting was sitting in the middle, while Xu Jinchen was sitting by the aisle. The plane took off on time. After a 6-hour flight, the time that they would arrive at City J International Airport in Southeast Asia was 5:20 a.m. The plane still needed to park for a while, so it was 5:30 a.m. when they finally got off the plane, and by the time they finally walked out of the airport, it was another 20 minutes later. After all, the airport was relatively large, and they needed to walk a long distance to leave. Although it was almost dawn, there were still many people who came to pick up their friends or family members at the airport, but the number was far smaller compared to during the daytime. When Leng Xiaoting and the others reached the exit, they saw Zi Xiaoman in the crowd. Although he disguised himself very well with sunglasses and a peaked cap, Ji Yuning and the others still recognized him at first sight. Zi Xiaoman didn't know that Ji Yuning was also here. He thought that only Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jingchen would come, because usually only the two of them showed up when they came to City J to deal with something. Therefore, Zi Xiaoman was slightly surprised to see Ji Yuning. However, he welcomed Ji Yuning as well. "Hi, Miss Ji Yu, welcome to City J." Zi Xiaoman greeted Ji Yuning with enthusiasm, leaving Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jingchen aside. They were very close, so there was no need for him to exchange courtesies with them. Neither Leng Xiaoting nor Xu Jingchen would mind it. "Nice to see you, Mr. Ji Yuning politely replied. "Let's go. We can talk after we're out of here," said Zi Xiaoman. After that, three of them followed Zi Xiaoman out. A car was parked outside the hall, so as soon as they walked out, they got into it. Zi Xiaoman came to pick them up alone, so he was the driver. "Did you come for ammunition or for something else?" Zi Xiaoman asked once they were in the car. "Have you booked rooms yet? Do you need me to do that for you?" "We're not here for ammunition. We heard the Zi family has encountered some trouble these days. So we came to see if there is anything we can do to help," said Leng Xiaoting. "What?" Hearing that, Zi Xiaoman was amazed. "Are you already aware of that?" Although he asked a question, he actually knew the answer. He didn't tell Leng Xiaoting the bad news because he didn't want to bother him. Unexpectedly, they still came to help, which made him feel quite touched. "Yeah," said Leng Xiaoting in a flat voice. "Mr. Zi, please forgive us for coming here without invitation," said Ji Yuning. Then she explained, "It might be a sudden visit, but Beiying is a good friend of mine. I really want to help her after hearing what has happened to her. I talked with Xiaoting about it because you and Xiaoting are friends too. The Zi family is also our country's ally in regards to ammunition, so he must do something." Ji Yuning knew Zi Xiaoman wouldn't blame them for coming here without being invited. In fact, he felt quite grateful to them. His reaction said everything. "Of course I won't blame you for that. I feel quite honored and grateful for your kindness and help," said Zi Xiaoman. "All right, stop the courtesies. How's the situation now?" Xu Jingchen interrupted their courtesies at once. He was worried about Zi Beiying now. Talking about that, Zi Xiaoman looked upset. "Now the transaction and freight to country Y has been temporarily stopped, so we've suffered a great loss. Luckily, there is no problem with the transaction and freight to other countries. We can continue our normal cooperation. After all, Charles's abilities are limited, otherwise the Zi family would have already been ruined by him." "How were you ambushed?" Ji Yuning asked. "Someone waited there, or directly mixed into the crowd who's responsible for receiving the goods, then directly bombed the goods. Because they learned that the people who bombed the goods weren't on their side, the responsibility fell on our shoulders. Only after we completely hand over the goods will the accident have nothing to do with us," Zi Xiaoman said. It was Charles's actions, so their business partners who had no idea about it were also hurt. And because the Zi family knew that they were Charles's target and their business partners were innocent, they didn't blame them at all. Instead, they felt guilty about it. Not only had the Zi family suffered a great loss, but its business partners had also lost a lot of money. After all, they needed to sell the goods to other people just like the Zi family. Fortunately, they had cooperated with the Zi family for so long, so they didn't vent their anger on it. However, for the time being, they needed to stop cooperating with the Zi family and turn to other munitioners. "I had a call with Beiying. She told me the traces left by those ambushes all point to a big family in country Y. She also told me it's impossible for you to deal with the family in country Y right now because of the internal problems in the Zi family," Ji Yuning said. "Right," Zi Xiaoman said. "There is another possibility, which is that Charles might have reached an agreement with the family. If so, even if we go to see them, they might give us a perfunctory answer and won't do anything to really help us. By then, we can do nothing about it." It was highly possible, because it had happened many times before. Ji Yuning pondered over it for a while, then said, "Well, it's not easy to find evidence to prove that Charles has something to do with that, but there is a solution to this problem." "What is it?" asked Zi Xiaoman and Xu Jingchen in a hurry. Leng Xiaoting also turned to look at Ji Yuning, waiting for her further explanation. They, especially Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen, all knew Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl, so she must have a good idea since she said that. And in most cases, her ideas worked. Chapter 1930. Kill him altogether. First, we can kill Charles Creedon altogether. He was undoubtedly behind it, and it's not like we need evidence. I'm saying this with absolute confidence in finishing him off without leaving any evidence behind, said Ji Yuning. Charles Creedon was no kind soul to begin with. Based on his attacks on the Z family, killing him was considered magnanimous of them. It would be great if we could kill Charles, but he's not easy to track, said Z Xiaoman. He wanted to kill Charles Creedon for his threats, but it was hard to do it secretly. If the Creedon family found out about this, they would point their finger at the Z family. It would not help for either party to get involved in a conflict. More importantly, the Z family could not afford the distraction since they were suffering from internal problems. Despite Charles Creedon's blatant threats, they continued to argue even when he was standing right before them. Ji Yuning agreed. Country Y was huge, so it was not easy to find him. If they were home, they could use their authority and the police security system to investigate him. The moment he took a flight or checked into a hotel, they could locate him right away. The second option is to get in touch with his Country Y business partners. We should get them to conduct deals with Charles today or tomorrow. Xiaoting and I can pose as their subordinates. Don't worry, we are completely capable of ensuring that those deals fail. After a few failed deals, Charles might lose his cool. Even better would be if he decides to show up personally. We can take him down then, said Ji Yuning. Why does it have to be you and Xiaoting? What about me? Said Xu Jinchen unhappily. He really wanted to finish off Charles Creedon personally. I have some other things for you to take care of, said Ji Yuning. Some other mission? What about killing Chaz Creedon personally? However, Ji Yuning knew what she was doing, so it was not his place to argue her decisions. Ji Yuning continued, if he still refuses to show his face, there is a third option. Xiaoting and I can attack the other members of the Creedon family. We can attack Chaz and frame Charles for it. That way, Chaz will take care of Charles for us and Charles won't have the time to bother the Z family. He might even die at the hands of Chaz. I just find the second option a little long-winded and it would be more straightforward to just go with the third option. If the second plan fails, we still have to use the third option. Those are certainly great ideas, but considering how dangerous this is, I can't let you take the risk. Z Xiaoman had to admit Ji Yuning's plan was brilliant, but he felt guilty at putting them in such grave danger. What if something happened to them? They did not have to get involved to begin with. Let me put it to you bluntly, I'm helping because Beiying is my friend. However, I don't have a death wish, so I wouldn't have come if I wasn't confident. I'm not noble enough to throw away my life because of a friend, said Ji Yuning. But, despite her assurance, Z Xiaoman felt it was wrong for her to get involved. He also knew Ji Yuning was just saying this to make him feel better. How about this? Said Ji Yuning before Z Xiaoman could finish his sentence. Although it was a little rude, now was not the time to worry about formalities. Why don't we make a deal? If I manage to kill Charles Creedon, you can give me $500 million. If I can't kill Charles Creedon, but end up getting Chaz Creedon to take care of Charles Creedon, you can pay me $200 million. What do you think? That way, you won't have to feel bad. Even though Ji Yuning sounded like she was asking a lot, this amount of money meant nothing to the Z family and was just an insignificant string of numbers. The Z family possessed far more wealth than the Xianxia group, but most of it was gained through illegal methods. She merely asked for the money to help give Z Xiaoman assurance. Z Xiaoman said nothing and looked at Leng Xiaoting. He did not feel that Ji Yuning was asking for too much either. He did not have a problem with the price, but was more concerned about how dangerous the mission was. Although Ji Yuning demanded money, he knew Ji Yuning was simply trying to make him feel better. I support whatever decision she makes, said Leng Xiaoting. Even though he was giving Ji Yuning his full support, he genuinely felt this was a good idea. Also, this was their best way out of this. Leng Xiaoting did not feel Ji Yuning was being greedy when she demanded money, because he knew she was doing it to put Z Xiaoman at ease. Moreover, this bit of money meant nothing to the Z family. Xiaoman decided to take up their offer since he genuinely needed their help. In that case, I will agree to your terms. However, I want to double it to make $1 billion or $500 million, okay? As Ji Yuning knew, money was just numbers to the Z family. Regardless of how much Xiaoman offered, it was completely painless for him. It's a deal. Since Xiaoman wanted to pay more, Ji Yuning had no reason to turn down his offer. Only idiots would turn down money. Now that we have decided on our plan, we should execute it right away. After all, Country Y is pretty far. Xiaoting, can you check when the earliest ticket for City Way is? Said Ji Yuning. The Cretan headquarters was located in none other than City Way in Country Y. Okay. Leng Xiaoting took out his phone to check the flights. Immediately. The earliest flight is this morning at 9:25 a.m. It's a 17-hour flight, said Leng Xiaoting. It was almost 7 a.m. now, so there were 2 more hours until the flight. If they headed back to the airport, they could probably make it. It would take some time for them to pass the safety inspection and complete the customs check. Are there tickets left for it? Asked Ji Yuning. Yeah, replied Leng Xiaoting. Great. Buy them now. Let's head back to the airport, said Ji Yuning. Jinchen, go to the Z residence for now. I will send you details of your mission when it is ready for you. Ji Yuning did not want to take Shu Jinchen along for 2 reasons. First, if he tagged along, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would have trouble using their skills. After all, they weren't ordinary people, so it would be hard to explain themselves to Shu Jinchen. So it would be best if Shu Jinchen did not join them. Secondly, she wanted to matchmake Shu Jinchen and Zi Beiying. She wanted them to spend more time together to see if there was any chemistry between them. Shu Jinchen was oblivious of Ji Yuning's intention, but Xiaoman had an inkling. Although he was not entirely sure, he felt it was the most likely reason. However, since he was happy for them to date, he did not expose Ji Yuning's intent. Chapter 1931, Can you compare to her? Xiaoman felt Shu Jinchen was a great guy and wanted Zi Beiying to consider Shu Jinchen as a potential suitor. However, Zi Beiying used to fancy Leng Xiaoting. Sadly, Leng Xiaoting would never fall for her so easily. Moreover, Leng Xiaoting already had Ji Yuning now. Xiaoman naturally knew Zi Beiying had developed feelings for Shu Jinchen by now. He also knew that Shu Jinchen felt the same way about Zi Beiying. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Ji Yuning to matchmake them. After all, the relationship would not last if Zi Beiying was forced to date Shu Jinchen. Fine. Since Ji Yuning had plans for Shu Jinchen, he could only agree. Xiaoman turned back and sent Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting back to the airport. Since they had only just left the airport, they arrived in 10 minutes. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got out of the car and entered the airport while Shu Jinchen followed Xiaoman to the Z residence. After Shu Jinchen got to the Z residence, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting started to board the flight. Ji Yuning sent Shu Jinchen a text message. Ji Yuning said, Jinchen, your mission is to keep Beiying company and ensure she is happy. If I find out she is unhappy when I come back, your mission will be deemed a failure and you will get punished for it. Xiaoting says you'll be punished in accordance with the military code. Ji Yuning turned off her phone after sending a text message. Shu Jinchen was stunned to see Ji Yuning's text message. He also realized her intentions for sending him to the Z residence. Shu Jinchen started to feel awkward as though he had gotten caught red-handed doing something bad. He could not help feeling uneasy in his heart. He thought he had concealed his emotions well, but all of them had seen through his act. Xiaoman led Shu Jinchen into the living room and said, Oh yes. I have some work to handle, so I will get Beiying to come over and chat with you. As for the mission Miss Ji Yu has tasked you with, let me know if you need help. Although Xiaoman had already guessed Ji Yuning's intention for leaving Shu Jinchen here, it was pure speculation and she might genuinely have a task for him. Xiaoman was unsure whether it was his place to ask, so he did not ask about it. Instead, he offered Shu Jinchen help if he needed it. Shu Jinchen could not help feeling uneasy at thinking about the mission Ji Yuning had tasked him with, but he thanked Xiaoman for his offer. Zi Xiaoman went upstairs to get Zi Beiying. Zi Beiying had barely gone out owing to the recent family problems they were going through and had holed up at home for ages. Even though there were plenty of ways for her to pass time at home, it was not as fun as going out. She barely had any friends in the city to begin with. Now one of her pals had gotten married and moved to City Y while the other became a celebrity and barely came home, so she hardly spoke to either of them. Her only other close friend was Xianxia and she was abroad as well. She only spoke to them occasionally over the phone. After all of them were busy and were not as free as her. Zi Xiaoman went to Zi Beiying's room and asked her to help him take care of a guest as he was busy. However, he did not specify who the guest was. He decided to give Zi Beiying a surprise. Zi Beiying had been bored to her wits' end lately. So since her brother was busy and needed her to play host to his friends, she was happy to help. "Who is it?" asked Zi Beiying. "Just an old friend you know as well. Hurry up and go over. I have urgent matters to deal with," said Zi Xiaoman before he hurried off to the study. If it was an old friend of Zi Xiaoman's, whom she was acquainted with as well, there were only a few likely candidates. However, Zi Beiying assumed it was one of Zi Xiaoman's friends in the city and it did not cross her mind that he was from abroad. Zi Beiying quickly washed up and headed downstairs. The moment she spotted Xu Jinchen sitting in the living room, she was instantly stunned and her heart palpitated. Him? What was he doing here? Zi Beiying did not feel that Xu Jinchen was here just to visit her. He must be on a work trip, but her mood lifted the moment she saw him. Zi Beiying immediately composed herself when Xu Jinchen looked over and headed downstairs nonchalantly before walking towards him. She acted as though everything was normal. Xu Jinchen's heart could not help throbbing quickly when he laid his eyes on Zi Beiying. He looked slightly uneasy, but he did not want her to notice it, so he forcibly composed himself as well. "It's you. Are you here on a business trip?" asked Zi Beiying. "Aha, I'm here for some work matters," replied Xu Jinchen. "Did you come alone?" asked Zi Beiying. "Initially, there were others involved, but I'm the only one left now," replied Xu Jinchen. "Oh, but why?" asked Zi Beiying curiously. "Shall we head out before we talk?" said Xu Jinchen. There were servants in the residence and he could not let any other people learn of his mission regardless of whether they were trustworthy. "Sure." Zi Beiying caught on to Xu Jinchen's intentions and quickly brought Xu Jinchen to the garden. The garden in the Zi residence was huge, so if they kept their volume down and stayed in the center of the garden, no one would be able to hear them. "Ning and Xiaoting came too," said Xu Jinchen. "What? Is she here too? Then where is she?" The moment Zi Beiying heard this, she instantly interrupted Xu Jinchen excitedly. Xu Jinchen felt a little jealous hearing how excited Zi Beiying was when she found out Ji Yuning was in town. She did not seem excited at all to see him when he showed up. Did this mean she did not fancy him? Xu Jinchen suddenly felt upset. "Jinchen, what's the matter?" asked Zi Beiying quizzically when Xu Jinchen did not reply to her. Xu Jinchen blurted, "You didn't seem half as excited to see me, but the moment you heard Ning was in town, you were delighted." Xu Jinchen realized he had spoken inappropriately and instantly regretted saying it, but it was too late to take his words back, so he decided to face it graciously and pretend he was joking. Zi Beiying felt her face turn warm when she heard what Xu Jinchen said, and averted her eyes uneasily. Of course, she was excited. She simply did not show it. However, she remained composed on the surface and pretended to speak unkindly. "Humph. It's not your first time visiting my place to begin with. Why should I be excited? It's Ji Yuning's first time in the city, and she is one of my best friends. Can you compare to her?" Xu Jinchen could not help feeling upset when he heard what Zi Beiying said, but he could not refute it since it was the truth. "Sigh, how could you say that to a friend? I came at Ji Yuning's suggestion to hang out with you and keep your spirits up, but you despise me so much. Forget it. In that case, I'll make myself scarce before I make you even more upset and end up scolded," said Xu Jinchen. Chapter 1932, "You poor thing, what do you mean?" asked Zi Beiying. "We are here to handle Charles Cretan. We just got off the flight and got out of the airport, but Xiaoting and Ning went straight to Country Y to kill Charles. If they can't find Charles, they will attack Chaz and frame Charles for it and use Chaz to finish off his brother, explained Xu Jinshan. Really? Zi Beiying was delighted to hear this. She felt Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would definitely be able to help her settle the problem. Charles Creedon deserved death for doing this to her family. Aha, Ji Yuning sent me to keep you company since you were unhappy. I came to help lift your spirits, said Xu Jinshan as he studied Zi Beiying's expression. He wanted to know how she felt when she learned he was here to hang out with her. Zi Beiying went stunned. An uneasy look swept across her face briefly as her heart palpitated. However, Zi Beiying frowned slightly and her face turned dark before she spoke somewhat angrily. Did you have to come because Ji Yuning said so? You poor thing. It meant he had no intention of coming if Ji Yuning did not request it. Xu Jinshan realized Zi Beiying had misunderstood him. He was anxious and promptly explained, that's not what I meant. I wanted to help kill Charles Creedon personally, but Ji Yuning told me to come. The moment Zi Beiying heard this, her displeasure dissipated. She became happy when she heard Xu Jinshan wanted to kill Charles Creedon and seek revenge for her personally. Fine. Zi Beiying pretended to believe him. Since you are here to cheer me up, then you have to do a good job. Otherwise, I will tell Ji Yuning that you failed at your mission and even pissed me off. Okay, acknowledged Xu Jinshan. For the entire day, Xu Jinshan was at Zi Beiying's service other than when using the bathroom. Although Zi Beiying was in a really foul mood recently, it was not as bad anymore. Now that Xu Jinshan was here, her bad mood naturally lifted. Zi Beiying knew the reason Ji Yuning sent Xu Jinshan over, so she did not want to waste the opportunity. She promptly took the chance to spend time with Xu Jinshan. If they genuinely had feelings for each other, they should not hold back. If Xu Jinshan did not like her, then she had to let go. Zi Xiaoman gave them plenty of room to spend time together and rarely came out. Even when he came out of the study after work, he avoided them as best as he could. However, it was impossible to avoid them for the entire day, so he made time to chat with Xu Jinshan during and after dinner. After flying for 17 hours, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's flight arrived at City Way at 2 a.m. It was 2 a.m. at home and not country Y. There was a 7-hour time difference between both countries, so it was roughly 8 p.m. at country Y. Most people would have jet lag and need time to adjust, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were unaffected. They were capable of going for days without sleep without any effect on their energy. Since they had just arrived and were unfamiliar with City Way, they did not know where the Cretan residence was, so there was nothing else they could do for the time being. They were not in a hurry to go on with their plans for now. Instead, they headed off for dinner before checking online for more information about the Cretan family. They were unable to check internet browsers from abroad back home, so they were incapable of checking for foreign information and could only do so upon arrival in country Y. After leaving the airport, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting hailed a cab and headed to the city center. They picked out a restaurant and ordered steak. They proceeded to search online for more information about the Cretan family over dinner. Even though they were unable to find much information about the Cretan family, including their residential address, they were able to find information about their establishments. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting managed to identify several businesses they owned. Once they found out which properties belonged to the Cretan family, they could capture its management and interrogate them. She was confident of squeezing information out of them. Before they went ahead, they had to change into a disguise. After dinner, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting found a discreet place to get changed. Ji Yuning did not disguise herself as Tang Aining. Instead, she used another look since she was worried that the Cretan family would investigate Tang Aining and cause trouble for her after Charles Creedon's death. Leng Xiaoting made his complexion slightly darker and put on a mustache and made himself look 10 years older. Leng Xiaoting came prepared with the mustache since he occasionally needed to put on a disguise when he was on a mission. Not only did Leng Xiaoting come prepared with the mustache, but he also had a fake ID for this look. It was an ordinary Chinese man by the name of Wei Yong. For the next few days, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went about the city in these disguises. Ji Yuning could not help laughing when she caught sight of Leng Xiaoting's disguise. Sure enough, good-looking people remain handsome even if their complexion is darker and they have a mustache and look old. Leng Xiaoting no longer felt shy when Ji Yuning paid him compliments. Instead, he felt happy. That way, you will still like me when I am old, said Leng Xiaoting. How long would it take before you are old? Let's not forget you are a cultivator and have a much longer life than an average man. The higher your inner discipline, the longer you can live. If you end up like Grandpa Shangguan, you can live 1,000 years. If you become an immortal, you can live for several millennia, so you, said Ji Yuning until she detected Leng Xiaoting looking upset and becoming increasingly stern. Ji Yuning instantly stopped and felt bad when it dawned on her that Leng Xiaoting did not like talking about this. She knew Leng Xiaoting was particularly sad that one of them was a cultivator while the other was just a mortal. How could she bring up the subject when it was as good as pouring salt on his wound? She had planned on telling Leng Xiaoting she could cultivate and give him a surprise after she managed to become one with the blood of the phoenix and made its power circulate throughout her body and soul. From the looks of it now, she should not have done that. For as long as Leng Xiaoting was kept in the dark, he would keep feeling depressed and worried. Xiaoting, I have something to tell you. Ji Yuning decided to tell Leng Xiaoting about blood of the phoenix, being sure to avoid the subject of reincarnation. Chapter 1933, They were here to win. Before Ji Yuning managed to finish her sentence, Leng Xiaoting interrupted her as he embraced her tightly as though he was worried she might leave him. Don't worry, I am sure you stand a chance of becoming a cultivator. Even if you didn't, I will live as long as you do. When you, Grandpa, and all my friends are gone, there is no point living out my life alone. Although my mother and master would be upset, I am sure they can empathize, said Leng Xiaoting as he comforted Ji Yuning even though he was clearly the one that needed consoling. Xiaoting, trust me, I will definitely become a cultivator. Have you forgotten that I am no ordinary woman? From the moment I regained consciousness after the accident, I stopped being ordinary. With the kind of luck I have, I am bound to become a cultivator, comforted Ji Yuning. She did not tell him about the blood of the phoenix. After all, it was not something she could explain easily. I trust you. You are bound to become a cultivator, acknowledged Leng Xiaoting in agreement as his dark mood gradually eased up. Even if she could not become a cultivator, he would live as long as she did, so there was no sense in being worried about this. Enough. It's getting late, so let's get a move on, said Leng Xiaoting. Okay, acknowledged Ji Yuning before they hailed a cab and headed towards a casino belonging to the Cretan family. It was roughly 9 p.m. and there was brisk business at the casino. The Cretan family operated a low-end casino, so they were not demanding about its patrons. Even if they were not interested in gambling, it was perfectly fine to go in for a look. A high-end casino would place a lot of restrictions and demand proof of its patrons' bank balances before they were permitted to enter. Ji Yuning was here to get close to the casino management. Most of these family-owned establishments were operated by someone trusted by the clan, and most of them were in the family's inner circle. Since they were in the inner circle, they would know a lot more about the Cretan family and stood a high chance of knowing their residential address. If Ji Yuning could talk to the casino manager, she had the chance to force him to divulge the Cretan family's exact location. Although their address was not top secret, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were new in town and did not know who else to ask, so the only people they could ask were the family's inner circle. Ji Yuning wanted to draw the higher management out, so she had to gamble and win big if she wanted their attention. There were no restrictions on the amount of chips their patrons could obtain, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting bought $10,000 worth of chips each. $1,000 was approximately 77,000 yuan back home. After they got their chips, they entered the casino. Although it was a low-end casino, it was very big. The main hall was around 2,000 square meters large and came with extravagant decoration. After all, the Cretan were mafia and were into profiteering and had plenty of money. Although gambling was not allowed back home, it was not illegal in other countries and people could do it openly and spend huge amounts gambling. Regardless of the country and laws, the methods of gambling were pretty similar. They could play sick bow, 5-card stud, roulette, and so on. Only the kinds of games available varied occasionally. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting entered the casino, they headed straight to the sick bow table since it was the easiest game to play. Ji Yuning was not anxious to place bets. Instead, she stood around to see whether the rules were the same as those she knew. Leng Xiaoting followed Ji Yuning. After studying the game for a while, they were certain that the rules were the same as what she knew, so Ji Yuning went on to place a bet. The dice were 5 each, so Ji Yuning bet everything on triples. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting not to bet at first. Regardless of what he bet, he had to lose. Also, if Leng Xiaoting followed her bet, they would raise suspicion. Everyone placed their bets before the dice cup was opened to reveal all the dice. Showed 5 and Ji Yuning won. Since the odds were 124 and Ji Yuning bet $1,000 she walked out with $24,000 worth of winnings. Everyone turned to look at Ji Yuning in envy, but it was just the beginning and the night was still long, so people quickly lost interest in her. The dice in the following round were 3, 3, 1 small and added up to 7, so Ji Yuning bet big while Leng Xiaoting bet on 7. Leng Xiaoting won, but Ji Yuning lost. The dice added up to 7, so since the odds were 112, Leng Xiaoting won $12,000. Most patrons bet on big, small, odd, even, or triples, as the odds of winning were higher. Since the odds of getting other kinds of bets right were too slim, people preferred not to risk it. Gamblers rarely got specific numbers right, so many of them were shocked to see Leng Xiaoting win. However, they merely felt that Leng Xiaoting was having a stroke of luck. Gambling was all about luck to the average man. The banker looked at Leng Xiaoting coldly and did not overthink it for the time being. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to follow her bets from now on and stopped pretending to lose. After all, they were here to cause trouble and were out to win. And so, they won big every round. The banker looked at them with a complicated expression. However, he had no choice but to keep rolling the dice. All the other gamblers followed suit with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's bets and won big time. The banker was starting to break out in cold sweat. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's gambling was incredible. They had shockingly won every round. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had won a total of over tens of millions of euros, which translated to about 80 million yuan back home. The gamblers who followed their bets won between tens of thousands to millions. Just as the banker was in a dilemma about whether to go on, his superior sent word, so the floor manager of the casino main hall walked out with 4 bodyguards behind him. Pardon the interruption, sir and miss. I am the floor manager, Davide. You have hit the limit for winning at the main hall. If you want to continue, you need to head to the VIP room. Do you mind coming with me? Said the man in Italian politely, even though he was up to no good. If Ji Yuning agreed to go upstairs with them, they would get their professional gamblers to recover all their money. However, if Ji Yuning refused to come, then they had to leave. The casino would send men to follow them when they left and snatch their winnings back by force. Chapter 1934. It's really not up to you. Tens of millions of euros meant nothing to a large casino like them, but they could not allow them to leave with their winnings so easily. If they just won a couple $100,000, the casino would not have taken it to heart. Even though the other gamblers had followed Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's bets, they restrained themselves and did not win as much as them. The people who knew what the casino was trying to do looked at Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning pitying. No matter how much they won, they were not walking away with a dime tonight. However, Ji Yuning did this just so that she could see their management. Sure, acknowledged Ji Yuning before heading upstairs with Davide. The VIP zone consisted of private rooms. Davide led Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to a VIP room and knocked on the door. He waited for a voice to grant them entry before opening the door and showing them in. Ji Yuning had already checked inside the room using her jade eyes. There was a huge gambling room inside with a large gambling table at the center. A man in his mid-30s sat on the banker's seat with 6 bodyguards behind him. The man was called Renzo and was one of the managers of the casino. Renzo's expression became hostile the moment Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting entered the room. He did not expect them to be so good at gambling that they were capable of winning so much money from them. After Davide led Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting into the private room, he left. His 4 bodyguards stayed behind, standing behind Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to secure them from the front and back. It was clear they wanted to surround them, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were unafraid. However, they could not help feeling cautious since all of them were armed with guns. Considering Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning's abilities, they were not threatened by these guns. Based on Leng Xiaoting's current level of inner discipline, he could always summon his magical energy to block the bullets. However, Leng Xiaoting did not want to use his powers unless he had to, so as to prevent his skills from being exposed. The moment he used them, his opponent had to die. Only the dead could be trusted with his secret. Nevertheless, it was wrong of them to kill people randomly. Ji Yuning looked at the man sitting across from them and reckoned he had no intention of gambling with them. If she was not mistaken, these people did not dare to gamble with her since they knew she won every round and won big. Ji Yuning was confident no one else could get all the bets right unless they had X-ray vision like her, but she felt it was impossible. Since they were incapable of defeating her at the gambling table, they decided not to gamble with her. Instead, they wanted to resort to brute force and make them cough out the winnings. Despite this, Ji Yuning pretended to be unaware of their intentions and asked, "Do you want to gamble with us?" "No, I am not gambling with you," said Renzo. "Then why did you bring us upstairs? What do you want?" asked Ji Yuning quizzically. Renzo chuckled sinisterly as he looked at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting with disdain. "I asked you up here so that I can make you return your winnings. Did you think you could walk out in one piece after winning so much money tonight?" Sure enough, Ji Yuning was spot on. This is a casino for people to gamble in, but they can't leave with their winnings. "What is the meaning of this?" said Ji Yuning as she pretended to feel indignant. "It wouldn't have mattered if you walked away with a small amount of money, but not the huge sum you won," said Renzo self-righteously. "What if we won't?" asked Ji Yuning. "Ha, it's really not up to you. Do you think you can walk out of the place in one piece tonight?" said Renzo as he gestured. The 10 bodyguards in the private room promptly pulled out their guns and pointed them at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. In that instant, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning prepared to fight. However, they merely pointed the guns at them without firing, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting did not make any moves for now. Although they were mafia and had engaged in their fair share of illegal activities, they did not kill anyone unless they had to. If Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would obediently turn over the winnings, they had no problem letting them leave. However, they had no choice but to shoot them if they refused to do it. "Fine, you can have it," compromised Ji Yuning as she pretended to look afraid. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting took out their chips and placed them on the gambling table. How could they fight without setting their things aside? It was not like they could throw their chips right on the ground. Also, it helped to let down their enemy's guard by pretending to give them the chips. Ji Yuning had already told Leng Xiaoting softly before they went over. The moment they put down the chips, she would grab the man swiftly while Leng Xiaoting took care of the bodyguards. Once they placed the chips on the table, Ji Yuning flipped in midair and appeared on the other end of the gambling table in the blink of an eye to land beside Renzo. Ji Yuning had already taken Renzo hostage by the time they caught on. Also, a gun suddenly appeared in her hand and she pointed it at Renzo's head. Ji Yuning stepped backward after she got Renzo until she was 2 meters away from the bodyguards. She wanted to keep a safe distance so that they did not have the opportunity to point their guns at her. Leng Xiaoting went towards the 4 bodyguards behind him and attacked them when Ji Yuning made a move. He swiftly took their guns and knocked them out completely. He also confiscated their phones to prevent them from calling for help. Renzo was instantly terrified. All 6 bodyguards turned to train their guns on Ji Yuning. Sadly, Renzo was right in front of Ji Yuning, so all the guns were aiming at Renzo and no one dared to fire. The moment they fired, Renzo would be shot. Why you? Renzo was so petrified that he could only stammer non-stop. He was in complete awe of Ji Yuning's speed and terrified at being held hostage at gunpoint. After Leng Xiaoting took care of the 4 bodyguards, he walked over and stood behind Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting could not attack the remaining 6 bodyguards rashly since he was worried they might shoot. He was not worried about getting hurt. Instead, he did not want to cause a major commotion as it would send more men over. If more men came, they would have trouble forcing information out of Renzo. "Let go of Renzo," shouted one bodyguard at Ji Yuning. "PFTT. If you put down your guns, then I won't shoot him," sneered Ji Yuning in ridicule as she threatened the bodyguards with Renzo's life. She was no fool. How could she release Renzo? Now that Renzo was in her hands, they ought to obey her if they wanted to save him. Chapter 1935. They merely fainted. If you touch me, the Cretan family won't let you off," threatened Renzo with his voice trembling a little in fear. "Don't worry. If you order your men to stand down, we won't hurt you. We don't want to make enemies of the Cretan family either," said Ji Yuning. "However, if they refuse to put away their guns and continue to threaten us with them, then I can't make any promises." "Put your guns down." Renzo was in a dilemma, but ended up ordering his men to stand down. Even though he felt Ji Yuning would not dare to hurt him since it would only make them fall out with the Cretan family, he still had to get his men to stop pointing guns at them. Otherwise, Ji Yuning might lose her temper and shoot him. Despite the huge humiliation he suffered from being held hostage, he had no choice but to give in to her threats for the sake of his life. Also, Renzo had no intention of letting this man and woman off. He merely gave in for now so as to escape their grasp. The moment this was over, he swore to seek revenge on them. Although he was not a man of high station, he had never suffered such humiliation before. The bodyguards could only place their guns on the gambling table when Renzo gave the order and stood aside as Ji Yuning instructed. "Why don't you knock them out?" said Ji Yuning to Leng Xiaoting. Since Ji Yuning was speaking in her mother tongue, Renzo did not understand what they were saying. Leng Xiaoting went towards the bodyguards swiftly. Before they realized what was going on, they sensed a dull thud on their neck, passed out, and fell limply to the ground. Renzo was terrified by the sight. "Don't worry. They merely fainted," said Ji Yuning. Renzo knew they had merely fainted, but now that he was all alone, he could not help feeling insecure. Even if they had not passed out, it was impossible for him to feel secure when Ji Yuning had a gun pointing at his head. However, if they had not fainted, they could still retaliate or make some noise if something happened to him to gain someone else's attention. Now that they had fainted, the woman could very well knock him out and kill him before walking out undetected. "Can you let me off now?" asked Renzo with uncertainty in his heart. "I'm not in a hurry. I still have a few questions for you," said Ji Yuning. She disregarded whether Renzo was willing and asked, "Have you seen Charles Cretan lately?" A quizzical look swept across Renzo's eye briefly before he quickly made an assertion. "Why do you want to know?" asked Renzo. Judging from the way Ji Yuning asked him for Charles Cretan's location, Renzo felt they were not friends. If they were on friendly terms, Ji Yuning ought to have Charles Cretan's contact number and would have no problems getting in touch with him directly rather than asking him about it. However, if their target was Charles Cretan, he did not mind doing them the favor. It would be perfect if they were out to make trouble for Charles Cretan. Renzo worked for Chaz Cretan. Charles Cretan and Chaz Cretan were archenemies, so he naturally pounced on every opportunity to make Charles Cretan's life hard. "I need to find him," replied Ji Yuning. "Lord Charles swung by the casino 2 days ago, but I haven't seen him since. He is into racing and there happens to be an off-road race at Mount XX tomorrow, so I think you might be able to find him there," said Renzo. It was clear from the look in Renzo's eyes that he wanted to make trouble for Charles Cretan. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting quickly caught on to Renzo's true intentions when he divulged Charles Cretan's intel so readily. From their investigations, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting already knew Charles Cretan was an avid racer. He was a big fan of racing, so they felt Renzo's words held some degree of weight. If Renzo spoke the truth, it was clear he wanted Charles Cretan in trouble, so Renzo must be Chaz Cretan's subordinate. Alternatively, Renzo might be lying to them, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting remained somewhat disbelieving. "Are you lying?" asked Ji Yuning. She was not expecting a reply from him. Instead, she wanted to discern the truth judging from his reaction and his micro-expressions. After all, anyone could lie through their teeth, but not everyone was capable of controlling their physical reactions. Renzo appeared calm. It's not like Lord Charles is bound to turn up. I am simply saying there is a high chance he will go. After all, he always turns up for races. Ji Yuning found his words more believable when she saw his face while he reassured them he was not 100% sure. Nevertheless, they did not stop after getting this answer out of him since they could not be certain Charles Cretan would show up. "Where is the Cretan residence?" asked Ji Yuning. "It's at XXX district in XXX street," said Renzo without hesitation. "If you plan on finding him in the family compound, it is impossible for you to even enter." Renzo had readily divulged the family's location since he was confident Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would never be able to get in. He also reminded them that the compound was highly guarded since they were mafia and had made plenty of enemies. If they went to the family compound, it was impossible for them to attack Charles Cretan. Despite seeing right through Renzo's intentions, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting took what he said with a pinch of salt and headed out to test its veracity. Ji Yuning struck Renzo on his neck and made him lose consciousness before he fell onto the ground limply. Renzo's phone happened to ring, so Ji Yuning picked up his phone for a look and saw it was Chaz Cretan calling. Now Ji Yuning started to believe what Renzo said a little more. Ji Yuning did not answer the phone. She checked outside the door using jade eyes and walked out when she confirmed no one was standing there. They had a lot of chips, but it was impossible for them to get them exchanged without the approval of their managers. It was impossible to exchange all their chips, but it was okay to exchange just a small sum, so Ji Yuning got Leng Xiaoting to exchange $1 million worth of chips. As for the rest, Ji Yuning was certainly not returning it to the casino. They decided to give it to anyone who caught their eye when they got back to the main hall. The chips could only be used in this casino, so it was useless to put them away in her storage space. She was not staying in the country for long and she was not a gambler and would never enter a casino unless she had to. Ji Yuning spotted an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in the main hall when she arrived as he walked over dejectedly. Since she found him pleasant to her eyes, she walked up to him and asked, "Are you having a bad streak today?" Despite his common clothes, Ji Yuning could detect an unusual aura radiating from him. Chapter 1936. Give the chips to someone else. If Ji Yuning was not mistaken, he used to be a man of high status but ended up in decline. Naturally, Ji Yuning was purely speculating. "Aha, I desperately need money. Since I can't make so much money in a short span of time, I decided to try my luck at gambling. Sadly, I lost 20,000 pounds. I don't know what to do now," said the man with self-reproach. "See these chips? I won a lot of money, so I know it is impossible for me to leave unscathed, but I can't bring myself to return it to the casino for nothing. I want to give you 1 million pounds. Would you like to take some?" said Ji Yuning. "Huh, that's a lot of money." The moment the man heard Ji Yuning's offer, he noticed the box in Ji Yuning's hands with a pile of chips in it and was instantly stunned. "Aha, can I give you some chips?" "Don't worry, the chips are authentic. Also, you don't have to do anything in return," said Ji Yuning. "Are you really giving them to me?" The man felt he was in luck. Even though it was not right to take someone else's money, he genuinely needed it. Also, Ji Yuning said it would be a big help for him to take some off her. Although he did not frequent casinos, he was aware of the unwritten rules. People were not allowed to leave after winning too much money from them. The casino was a dark place, but no one could do anything about it. "Yes, I am," replied Ji Yuning decisively. "Oh, thank you so much. It is such great fortune to have met you. You gave me a helping hand when I needed it the most. However, I can't just take your money. Can I treat it as a loan? If you can leave me your contact number, I will definitely return the money when I recoup my losses. I insist. Otherwise, I will feel bad about it. I can't stand having no peace of mind. If you refuse to give me your contact number, I can't accept your money," said the man. Since he was capable of saying this, he was not a greedy man. Hence, Ji Yuning did as he asked. "Fine." Ji Yuning took out a name card and handed it to the man. It was Tang Aining's name card. The man took the name card and said, "I'm sorry. I don't have a name card on me. My name is Peter Bruni. Trust me, I will get in touch with you when I have the money." "I'm sure you will," said Ji Yuning. She took £1 million worth of chips and handed it to Peter Bruni and proceeded to give out money to more people. The people who received chips from Ji Yuning felt they were in luck. In the end, Ji Yuning gave away her chips until she was down to £800,000 worth of chips before she got them exchanged. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting checked the GPS for the address Renzo provided after they left. Although they managed to find the address, they had to check to confirm if the Cretan family genuinely resided there. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting took a cab to the place, but did not go straight to the street Renzo mentioned. Instead, they headed to a villa district nearby. They arrived 30 minutes later. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got off the cab, they headed to the street. It was a long street with villas located on both sides intermittently without a single tall building. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked as she searched for the Cretan family compound using her jade eyes. Since it was the Cretan family compound, it was bound to be larger and more luxurious than the average villa. If their family genuinely lived here, it would be easy to locate their residence. Ji Yuning saw a fork in the road when they got to the center of the street. The path was about 20 meters long and led to a huge entrance with 8 security guards walking around outside. Considering the high security, its residents must be people of high status. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting looked at the sign on the door to see a name written in the local language, Cretan. Behind the doors, there was a huge front yard. It was approximately 500 meters from the main entrance to the villa with gardens and pools on both sides. The Cretan family compound was particularly big and luxurious. There was high security on the compound and it had surveillance and security guards everywhere. It was hard for an average intruder to get in. Also, most of the people here were fighters and armed with weapons since they were mafia. The average man would be at a great disadvantage if they wanted to fight them. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were unafraid of them. However, they had to be particularly careful if they wanted to get in. It was really hard to avoid all those surveillance cameras in there. Hence, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting did not intend on going in right now. To begin with, they did not know whether Chaz and Charles Cretan were home. If they were not home, their attempts to trespass would only serve to alert the Cretan family. Also, there was a second option available to them. They could try their luck at the off-road race tomorrow. If they were able to find Charles Cretan there, they would not have to enter their family compound. It was far easier to take him out at the race. If he was not there, they could still come by the residence tomorrow night, so they left the family compound and checked into a nearby hotel. By the time Renzo regained consciousness, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had already left for an hour. He received a few missed calls while he was unconscious, but no one else had entered the room. The moment Renzo regained consciousness, he looked at himself and checked to see if he was injured. Fortunately, he only suffered from an ache on his nape and was not injured anywhere else. He immediately woke up the bodyguards and took out his phone to check the time. He trembled when he saw missed calls from Chaz Cretan. He told the bodyguards to go out before he called Chaz Cretan. After the phone rang 5 to 6 times, Chaz Cretan answered the phone and asked in displeasure, "What happened? Why didn't you answer the phone earlier?" "My apologies, Lord Chaz. Something cropped up and I was knocked unconscious and only just woke up," replied Renzo. "What? Did someone knock you unconscious?" asked Chaz Cretan in shock. Renzo proceeded to tell Chaz Cretan about the events that transpired tonight. "Huh, did they win tens of millions of euros?" Chaz Cretan was dumbfounded. The troublemakers not only won a lot of money, but also won every single round as though they could see right through the dice cup. "Why yes, that's right," acknowledged Renzo. He was afraid that Chaz Cretan would hold him accountable, so his voice could not help trembling. Then, Renzo continued to tell him what happened. "Are you sure they were looking for Charles?" Chaz Cretan could not help feeling happy. It would be perfect if they were hunting for Charles Cretan. Chapter 1937, Can We Be Friends? They definitely asked about Lord Charles. I thought if they were genuinely friends, they ought to know how to get in touch with him and shouldn't have to find him by asking us. I have a feeling they are in fact looking to make trouble for him, said Renzo. Then what happened? Asked Chaz Cretan excitedly. I don't know Lord Charles's whereabouts either, but I told them he might be attending the off-road race at Mount XX tomorrow. If they went over, they might be able to see him there. They also asked me where the Cretan residence was. I told them about it, and also reminded them it was not easy to enter. I was worried they might drop dead before they managed to find Lord Charles and make trouble for him, said Renzo. I really hope they steer clear of trouble and find Lord Charles and do whatever it is they want to do to him. The location of the family compound was no secret. Since plenty of people knew where it was, there was no sense in keeping it a secret. Even if they told them about it, they might not be able to get in. He really hoped that they could find Charles Cretan to kill him and get rid of him since he was a major obstacle for Chaz Cretan. Great. Well done. Chaz Cretan felt even happier. He had a feeling that Charles Cretan would participate in the off-road race as well. He genuinely hoped that he would show up there. Judging from the incidents that transpired tonight, the man and woman were incredible fighters. If they had a vendetta against Charles Cretan, Chaz Cretan really hoped they would succeed. Most people might feel he was too cruel to wish death upon his own brother. Chaz and Charles Cretan were certainly brothers, but they were half-brothers. They were not close and even bore grudges against each other. Firstly, Charles Cretan's mother had something to do with the death of Chaz Cretan's mother. Even though his stepmother did not directly kill his mother, she was the reason his mother got into a fight with his father and left home and ended up getting into a traffic accident. Secondly, Charles Cretan never treated Chaz Cretan as his older brother. Instead, he treated Chaz Cretan like his mortal enemy and could not wait for him to die. He often went about sabotaging Chaz Cretan in secret. However, despite Chaz Cretan falling for his traps, Charles Cretan failed to gain anything in the process and often ended up worse. Their father wanted Charles Cretan to become the next family head, but their grandfather wanted Chaz Cretan as the leader, so they recently got into a lot of conflicts because of this. Both of them wanted the other dead, but were incapable of doing it themselves. If word got out that they were involved in fratricide, they would lose the right to inherit the family. However, it was a completely different matter if an outsider killed them. They were from the underworld, so they had a lot of enemies. Now that someone wanted to seek revenge on Charles Cretan, Chaz Cretan ecstatic. The next day after breakfast, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting headed to Mount XX to see the race. Since the race was organized by a racetrack, marketing was done online. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting checked into the hotel last night, they went online and did some research. Mount XX was located in the suburbs and the race was to take place on a winding mountain path. The circuit was built in between two mountain peaks especially for racing, so both the starting and ending lines were at the foot of the mountain and there were no other paths on the circuit. The circuit was roughly 9.8 kilometers long and consisted of 79 turns. Of which, 9 turns were particularly dangerous. Accidents could happen anytime and many racers had gotten stuck there. Although Mount XX was not very high, the circuit was a thrilling drive. It was one of the top 5 most dangerous mountain circuits in the country. A lot of racers visited Mount XX to try the circuit. They hailed from Cityway and even abroad. Most racetracks had similar policies. Before any racers could use the circuit, they had to sign an indemnity agreement. If any accidents occurred on the circuit, the racetrack could not be held liable unless it was under their purview. This meant if something went wrong with the roads, railings, or if objects fell from the mountain, the racetrack wouldn't be held accountable if the racers got into an accident. The race was scheduled for 10 a.m. and it was a 1-hour ride from the city, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left the hotel at 8:20 a.m. and arrived at Mount XX at around 9:20 a.m. Even though it was still 40 minutes before the race started, over 500 people had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Also, more people were bound to arrive before the race started. The large car park was filled with over 100 posh race cars and the sight was simply grand. Anyone who had a race car came from a rich family since an average race car started at tens of millions of euros. The race cars used for this magnificent event were even more expensive. The car park was split into 2 zones. The first zone was intended for the parking of regular cars while the second area was saved for race cars participating in the race. Although there were not as many private cars as there were race cars, it was a decent number. Not everyone who came was there to race. Many of them just came to check it out. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting rented a car from the hotel. Even though it was their first time to City Way, thanks to technology, they used the GPS to find their way there without getting lost. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting changed their appearance and were not as beautiful or handsome, however, they still remained relatively good-looking. Also, a lot of people looked at them when they arrived at the parking lot because they were Asians. Ji Yuning was mature, cool, and seductive, while Leng Xiaoting looked mature, worldly wise, and manly. Both of them were considered good-looking by country-wide standards, so a lot of guys looked at Ji Yuning in admiration while the women looked at her in envy. Even though the men did not look at Leng Xiaoting in envy, a lot of women came looking at him. Foreigners were more open and bold than Asians, so people came to hit on Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting before long. They did not even stop to ask whether they were dating. Even if they were dating, it did not matter. Not everyone came to talk to them with bad intentions, but most of the people who did admittedly harbored them. Otherwise, they would not bother to talk to them. "Hey, gorgeous. Can we be friends?" A handsome-looking guy made a pass at Ji Yuning with complete disregard for Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting looked annoyed when someone attempted to hit on his fiancée. However, he said nothing. He was not so petty that he would attempt to drive the guy away. In any case, Ji Yuning wouldn't talk to him. Chapter 1938, What makes you think he fancies you? Sorry, my fiancé doesn't like me talking to members of the opposite sex. Regardless of their intentions, Ji Yuning rejected them politely. I see. That's such a pity. Your fiancé is so petty. It will be tiring for you if you can't even make friends with guys, said the man as he glanced at Leng Xiaoting with disdain. He felt Leng Xiaoting was too narrow-minded and ungracious to be a man. Leng Xiaoting ignored his contempt. Soon the man stopped hovering around her and turned to leave. After the man left, someone else came to hit on them. This time, it was a tall, sexily clad woman. She was roughly 1.75 meters in height and was beautiful. She was aiming for Leng Xiaoting. Hi, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kiara. My parents are famous merchants in City Way. I am a fashion designer. More importantly, I am single. I think your looks and aura are perfect for me. Shall we get to know each other better? I like good-looking and dignified men. Of course, they have to treat me well and be loyal. I don't care about the rest since I am doing well financially. The woman came over and went on non-stop introducing herself, saying bold, confident things to Leng Xiaoting. However, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting felt annoyed by her. This woman was simply shameless. The woman kept making eyes and flirting with Leng Xiaoting as she spoke with utter disregard for Ji Yuning. Although she was genuinely sexy, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting did not appreciate these overtures. Even though they were abroad and the women there were more open-minded, this woman was far more coquettish than normal. She was clearly an arrogant and self-centered woman born from privilege. Leng Xiaoting did not even bother to reply out of courtesy. Instead, he took Ji Yuning's hand and turned to walk off. Kiara was stunned. She did not expect someone to overlook her altogether. She promptly felt embarrassed and could not take it lying down. Kiara instantly followed them and stopped right in front of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting with an angry look on her face. She questioned Leng Xiaoting, "How dare you ignore me and walk away? You are not a gentleman at all. That was completely rude." Kiara was rather loud and people were already looking at them, so many people came closer to watch as they argued. However, they did not feel that the Asian couple was rude and most of them felt Kiara was wrong. PFTTT. Ji Yuning could not help laughing in ridicule. Kiara was shameless, so she blamed Ji Xiaoting for being rude. She was domineering and had a strange worldview. "What are you laughing at?" Kiara instantly frowned and looked at her furiously when she heard Ji Yuning laughing in contempt. "I'm laughing at you, of course. You were shameless, but you blamed the guy for being ungentlemanly and rude." "That's an absolute joke," sneered Ji Yuning without holding back. After all, this woman was here to get her fiancé, so it was impossible for her to stay calm. Kiara wanted to explode when Ji Yuning scolded her for being shameless. She looked at Ji Yuning even more threateningly. How dare you call me shameless? Although Kiara was rude, she barely got scolded before. After all, the people in her circle often did not pick a fight even if she was rude owing to her status. Perhaps the people around her did not scold her out of courtesy even. Some had retaliated against her before, but they did not come to a good end. Hence, Kiara grew up willful and self-righteous. Don't you think I am right? You attempted to seduce my fiancé right in front of me. Isn't that considered shameless? Before you attempt to hit on men, is it not basic manners to ask if they are single? Retorted Ji Yuning calmly. Since she did not take Kiara seriously, there was nothing to be mad about. She was simply a little irritated. Everyone has the right to go after the people they like. In any case, you are just engaged and not actually married, said Kiara self-righteously. Ji Yuning was so tickled by what she said. She was absolutely contemptuous of Kiara. Even the people around them felt the same way. My fiancé didn't even look at you once. What makes you think he is interested in you? Asked Ji Yuning. Kiara was furious and felt insulted. She is right, a woman suddenly spoke in disdain and was clearly out for Kiara. A woman as beautiful as Kiara and maybe even more dignified than her, appeared as she spoke. She walked up to Kiara and continued, Kiara, it's about time you changed this awful habit of yours of stealing other women's men. You are a disgrace to the DeLuca family. The moment Kiara saw who it was, she became even angrier. She promptly retorted, my family matters are none of your business. I can't be bothered with you either. After all, I'm your older brother's fiancé, so I simply don't want to get disgraced by you, said the woman. If you think it is embarrassing, then don't marry my brother. Said Kiara before continuing to ridicule her, I know you are marrying him for money. You are just a materialistic woman. Even if you marry into the DeLuca family, you will always be an outsider. You will never have a say in the clan. Never. Everyone looked at the woman in contempt when they found out she was marrying for money. Humph. The woman did not appear angry and replied calmly instead, I might not come from a powerful family, but I certainly don't have to marry for money. I have a decent job, a car, and a villa, so I don't need to live off anyone. Everyone's contempt for the woman gradually dissipated. If she was capable of affording a villa on her own, she was considered well off. Even if the DeLuca family had a far higher status than her, she was still a capable and independent woman. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were not interested in watching them fight. They still had to find Charles Cretan, so they left while the woman made trouble for Kiara and started searching for Charles Cretan in the crowd. Since Charles Cretan had gone to the Z family before, they had him on the surveillance videos, so Zi Xiaomin obtained a photo of Charles Cretan and sent it to Ji Yuning. Chapter 1939, Cut at the Throat. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting already knew what Charles Cretan looked like, so the moment he showed his face, they could recognize him instantly. However, it was already 10 a.m., but Charles Cretan was nowhere to be seen. Was he not coming? Or was he just late? Maybe he was already here and resting somewhere else. Regardless of whether Charles Cretan was coming, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would keep hanging around here today and wait for him. Before the race officially started, everyone went to place their bets. A total of 108 people signed up for the race. They were split into 11 races. The first race consisted of 10 cars while the last race consisted of 8. The top 3 racers from every round would enter the next round to compete. After 3 rounds, the top 3 racers would emerge. As for the bets, place bets on the racer that might come in first in each race. Place bets on the racers that might come in first and second for each race in the order of their ranking. Place bets on the racers that might come in the top 3 in each round in the order of their ranking. Place bets on the racers that might come in the top 3. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting did not know about the prizes and did not place any bets. They were simply here for Charles Cretan. Since the race was held on a mountain circuit, most people could only watch it from a huge screen at this square, the indoor main hall, or by booking a private room. Monitors were available indoors as well, but were only available at a cost. People with high status preferred to watch in a private room while most people liked to join the crowd and watched it outside. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were unable to find Charles Creedon in the square, so they headed indoors to the ground floor. She used her jade eyes to check the private rooms in search of Charles Creedon. A few minutes later, Ji Yuning found Charles Creedon watching the match from a VIP room. There were 6 men in the room with him. 2 of them were Charles Creedon's friends while the remaining 4 were bodyguards. Also, there were 2 more bodyguards guarding the private room entrance. Ji Yuning veered her eyes after locating Charles Creedon and said to Leng Xiaoting, "Found them. They are in the private room on the 3rd floor. There are 7 of them in total. 2 of them look like his friends while the remaining 4 are bodyguards. Also, 2 bodyguards are guarding the entrance. Are there people in the private room next door?" asked Leng Xiaoting. He was planning to get close up before attacking. All the private rooms on that floor are taken, but there are empty rooms downstairs. We have to find some way to get closer. Charging in directly is out of the question, said Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting went quiet as he contemplated. In that case, things would get tricky, but they did not want to cause a major commotion. If we can't come up with anything better, let's continue observing them. I'm sure something will happen, said Ji Yuning before looking at Charles Creedon's private room every now and then. The crowd in the square was shouting in exhilaration. After the first round was over, some of them felt jubilant while others were disappointed. The second round did not commence immediately after the first round was done. Instead, it took 20 minutes before it started. Ji Yuning saw Charles Creedon getting up to walk out when the first race ended. "He is coming out," said Ji Yuning. "In reality, we don't have to worry about the commotion we make. We just have to kill him." "Okay," agreed Leng Xiaoting. "If he comes out of the room, we will attack him," said Ji Yuning. "Let me do the killing," said Leng Xiaoting. He did not want Ji Yuning to get hurt. "Sure," agreed Ji Yuning. "After we take down Charles Creedon, run into the mountains." They were surrounded by mountains, so it was easy to find a place to hide. "Got it," replied Leng Xiaoting. "You go over first. I will come after you when I am done." "Sure," replied Ji Yuning before she headed into the mountain. Leng Xiaoting was more than enough to handle Charles Creedon, so Ji Yuning was not worried he might fail. Charles Creedon went downstairs towards the main entrance after he left the private room. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting waited for him near the entrance and got ready to fight. Leng Xiaoting had no intention of using his gun. Instead, he chose to use a dagger. The gun he possessed belonged to the Z clan, and he wanted to avoid getting the Z clan connected to Charles Creedon's death. The Z clan's ammunition was available for sale throughout the world, so using their weapons did not necessarily link them to a crime. However, Charles Creedon had been making trouble for the Z clan lately. So if anything befell Charles Creedon, the Z clan would quickly fall under suspicion. Although the main family was unaware of Charles Creedon's attacks on the Z clan, they would quickly know the truth when they investigated Charles Creedon's death. If they avoided connecting the Z clan to the murder, the Creedon family would not think the Z clan was behind it since the Creedon family had plenty of enemies. Many people wanted them dead and assassins were often sent after them. The moment Charles Creedon came out, Leng Xiaoting ran towards him. Since he was a cultivator and a pretty powerful one at that, a mere mortal could not compare to Leng Xiaoting's speed. Even though they were approximately 10 meters apart, Leng Xiaoting only needed a second to get to him, so Charles Creedon was completely caught by surprise. By the time he noticed the attacker, it was already too late. Charles Creedon sensed a pain in his throat before he passed out completely. Leng Xiaoting not only cut Charles Creedon's throat, he even used some magical power to be safe. Although Leng Xiaoting did not cut him deeply, the dagger managed the slice halfway down his throat. After Leng Xiaoting cut Charles Creedon's throat, he swiftly ran towards Ji Yuning. Everything happened so quickly that no one was able to wrap their minds around it. By the time they realized that their master was attacked, the culprit had already gone far. 2 bodyguards stayed to stand guard over Charles Creedon and promptly notified the family while the 4 remaining bodyguards gave chase. However, how could they keep up with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's speed? Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting quickly lost them after entering the forest. The bodyguards couldn't find them. The 4 bodyguards continued running after them even though they knew it was futile because they were simply too fast. If they did not attempt to run after them, it would be hard for them to answer to the Cretan family. They were Charles Cretan's bodyguards, but they failed to protect him, so they were bound to end up punished. Chapter 1940, was Chaz Cretan behind this? Leng Xiaoting promptly took out his sword when no one was in sight after he entered the mountain forest, and flew off on his sword with Ji Yuning so that no evidence of their involvement would be left behind. Leng Xiaoting was still inexperienced with sword flying, so he stumbled a little and left Ji Yuning in shock. Fortunately, they were not flying high and only about 2 meters above the ground. So even if they did fall, they would not get hurt falling from that height. Since Chaz Cretan knew that someone was taking out Charles Cretan today, he really hoped the mastermind would succeed. Even though he did not bear the hope of any success as Charles Cretan was not an easy target. Nonetheless, Chaz Cretan sent men to keep an eye on the race track and inform him the moment they caught wind of an attack on his half-brother. Hence, Chaz Cretan received news of Charles Cretan's death just a minute after he died. After he learned of Charles Cretan's death, he was left in shock when his subordinate informed him that the killer had killed Charles Cretan in the blink of an eye. Charles Cretan was killed with a single cut to the throat and was cut deeply by the strike. Also, Charles Cretan did not have the opportunity to retaliate during the attack. After he was murdered, his killer immediately disappeared. His killer was simply incredible. Who was behind the attack? How could the mastermind manage to find someone with such incredible skills to assassinate Charles Cretan? However, he did not care about this after he recovered from the shock. Instead, he was delighted. He was absolutely beside himself with joy. If he was not at the company, and surrounded by people, he would have laughed out loud. Now that Charles Cretan was dead, no one could compete with him to become the next head of the family. Although he knew people in the family would suspect him of killing Charles Cretan, it genuinely had nothing to do with him, so he was unafraid of getting investigated. The Cretan family quickly caught wind of the news, but only Charles Cretan's parents felt sad and furious that their son was murdered. No one else in the family felt saddened by Charles Cretan's death. Charles Cretan's grandfather was naturally a little sad. Even though he did not like this boy since he was an illegitimate son born of a mistress, and he was cocky, he was his grandson after all. However, he was only a little sad. Chaz Cretan must have done it. It must have been him. He must have done it out of fear that Charles would surpass him. The first person Charles Cretan's mother suspected was Chaz Cretan. Especially since they were recently competing to inherit the clan. Yes, it must be him. Chaz must have killed Charles. Charles Cretan's father also suspected that Chaz Cretan was behind it. No, correction. Chaz Cretan had to be the mastermind. You can't make such accusations without even investigating the matter. I trust Chaz, said Chaz Cretan's grandfather. Despite his minor suspicion towards Chaz Cretan, he trusted him. After all, he had single-handedly brought up Chaz Cretan, so he trusted him. Otherwise, he would not have hoped for Chaz Cretan to inherit the family. However, his son, Chaz and Charles Cretan's father, only cared about Charles Cretan. He indulged his son so much that Charles Cretan ended up violent and selfish. The Cretan family was mafia, so the head of the clan had to be decisive and could not get emotional. However, it did not mean he could be unethical, disrespectful, and cruel. Although their family had a mafia history, they had started to operate a lot of legitimate businesses, so the inheritor now needed business savvy and strategy. And he had brought up Chaz Cretan just for the role. No, he must have done it. It was him. No one else would have done it. Charles Cretan's mother insisted. Even though she knew Chaz Cretan was not the only person with a reason to take her son's life, she simply insisted it was him. In reality, she hated Chaz Cretan and was exceptionally biased against him. She was jealous of Chaz Cretan's accomplishments and wished him dead. Chaz Cretan was the biggest obstacle in the way of letting her son become head of the clan after all. And now that her son was dead while Chaz Cretan remained standing, it meant no one else had the right to vie for the position. She could not stand seeing someone she despised becoming head of the family. You can't take Chaz's side just because you like him. Charles was your grandson too, said Charles Creedon's father. Despite being Chaz Creedon's father as well, he felt Chaz Creedon was the culprit. He was such an awful father. Charles Creedon might think he was a great father, but he was Chaz Creedon's mortal enemy. Enough. Don't you know what Charles is like? He has offended so many people. Plenty of people want him dead. No one is to accuse Chaz and sully his reputation before the investigation is done, said Chaz Creedon's grandfather furiously. The inheritor of the family could not be involved in fratricide. A lot of people knew that Chaz and Charles Creedon did not get along, but they simply felt it was a brotherly conflict. Even though many people suspected Chaz Creedon to be the mastermind of Charles Creedon's death, it was just minor suspicion and no one actually felt he would kill his brother. However, if word got out from the clan that Chaz Creedon was a prime suspect of his brother's death, the public would simply assume the clan was protecting Chaz even if they could prove someone else was behind it. Despite Charles Creedon's parents' indignation, they could only stop talking about it at their father's insistence. However, they were certain Chaz Creedon was behind their son's death. The family immediately sent men to investigate the matter. Chaz Creedon was also asked to come back to the residence right away, so he came home immediately as asked. Many people suspected Chaz Creedon of killing his brother, but a lot of people felt delighted about Charles Creedon's death. People did not like Charles Creedon and some of them even hated him. The moment Chaz Creedon arrived home, he was interrogated by his father and stepmother about Charles Creedon's death. Chaz Creedon confidently denied any participation in killing his brother. Considering how calm he was, all suspicion in his grandfather dissipated. However, Charles Creedon's father and stepmother continued to think otherwise. Chapter 1941. Go straight home. Chaz Creedon might not care about their opinion, but he was not going to stand by and let them falsely accuse him, so he retorted coldly, "Don't you know what Charles is capable of? He has offended plenty of people while he was alive. You should know we are mafia, so we have a lot of enemies. We get assassinated all the time. If I were the one who wound up dead today, would that mean Charles did it?" Chaz Creedon's parents wanted to explode, but they had to admit that Chaz Creedon was right and he might not be the murderer. In the end, Chaz Creedon's grandfather stepped forward, so they stopped arguing for the time being. An hour after Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left City Way, they removed their disguises and went to the biggest mall in town. The two of them acted as though they were tourists and shopped happily. Leng Xiaoting called Xu Jinchen earlier to tell him that Charles Creedon was taken care of and that they would be taking the 6:10 p.m. flight back to the capital. They were going back to the capital, and not City J since there was only one day left for the National Day holiday. Ji Yuning was not worried about school. Even if she were, it was too late. The flight was at 6 p.m. on the 6th, which meant it was 12 p.m. on the 7th back home. After flying for 17 hours, they would arrive at the capital on the 8th around 4 o'clock to 5 p.m., and most of her school day would be over. She could just apply for leave and miss school for a day. Ji Yuning simply wanted to make it back home before the 10th, so that she was in time for the auction. If she went right home now, she had a day left before the auction. However, if she went to Country J, she would be too late for the auction. Leng Xiaoting had already told Xu Jinchen to go back home on his own. As for the reason he contacted Xu Jinchen and not Zi Xiaoman directly, if the Creedon family investigated the Zi family for Charles Creedon's death, and they discovered records of calls from City Way in Country Y to Zi Xiaoman, it would attract suspicion and unnecessary trouble for the Zi family. The Zi family was delighted to hear this. Although they had incurred a lot of loss from Charles Creedon's ambushes and paying Ji Yuning for killing him, they were happy that he was dead. They did not even care about the deals they had lost thanks to Charles Creedon. The Zi family seemed accustomed to having fights in the underworld over territory. There was always competition and losses in the trade. Hence, even though they paid a high price for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to take out Charles Creedon, they were deeply grateful for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's help. Their family would have made even more losses if not for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. In the family, only Zi Xiaoman, Zi Beiying, and their father knew about this matter. They would not let a fourth person know about it out of fear that someone might leak the news about their involvement with Charles Creedon's death. Since Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were going back home, Xu Jinchen did not linger. Unless he was on a mission, he could not stay. Unforeseen missions might happen anytime, so it was inappropriate for him to stay abroad for long periods of time. However, Xu Jinchen was reluctant to leave since he did not know when he would get to see Zi Beiying again. Although they were not officially dating, they knew of each other's interest. However, no one spoke of it openly since no such opportunity arose. Just as Xu Jinchen was about to book his tickets, Zi Xiaoman suddenly told Xu Jinchen to take Zi Beiying over with him so that she could help thank Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting personally on the family's behalf. Also, Zi Beiying could pass the reward to Ji Yuning while she was there. Although the reason came off unconvincing, Zi Beiying was keen on going. Also, Xu Jinchen wanted Zi Beiying to go as well. Hence, she pounced on the opportunity and flew over. Nevertheless, everyone knew that Zi Xiaoman was simply giving them an excuse to spend more time together. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's flights were at 6:10 a.m. So they arrived at the airport at 4:30 p.m. since they needed time to get through customs checks. Otherwise, it would take too much time to get past customs checks because of the huge crowd at the airport. The Cretan family had already swiftly sent men to the airport with photographs of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting in disguise to monitor the crowd and see if they made an attempt to flee the country by air. Many men were sent to a lot of places in search of them, especially hotels and restaurants. They had retrieved photographs of them from the surveillance footage last night. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had dumped the car at the racetrack parking lot after they left. So they learned that the killer had driven to the circuit in the car and located their hotel and obtained photos of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting through the hotel surveillance. Since Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting looked completely different from their disguises, they managed to walk right past them undetected. Even though they saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting in the crowd, they could not link them to the photos. Hence, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got past the customs check without getting stopped while the Cretan family continued hunting for the murderer. Despite their anxiety, they knew it was hard to find people in a large city like Cityway. Before they investigated the murderer, they started by checking the people whom Charles Cretan had offended recently. Naturally, they were unable to uncover everything since Charles Cretan often kept his tracks covered like he did when he ambushed the Zi family. The Cretan family found out about the Zi family suffering from ambushes, losing a lot of arms deals, and Charles Cretan visiting the Zi family, but they did not realize Charles Cretan was behind the ambushes. Even the Zi family was unable to provide hard proof of Charles Cretan's participation since all evidence pointed to some other important family. The Cretan family simply assumed Charles Cretan was acquainted with the Zi clan and was asked to help when their trades in Country Y got into trouble. Hence, the Zi family was eliminated from their list of suspects. Could the other family be behind it? However, they did not find any evidence of Charles Cretan helping out the Zi family, so they decided it was unlikely that the family behind the ambushes had attacked Charles Cretan in retaliation. Chapter 1942. Chen Durong got injured. The family they suspected might have a lot of power in Cityway, but they held some degree of respect for the Cretan family, so it was impossible for them to kill Charles Cretan so publicly. Meanwhile, the true culprit, the Zi family, ended up avoiding suspicion altogether. They proceeded to investigate the people Charles Cretan had a conflict with recently. Charles Cretan had conflicts with 3 groups of people in the past month and one of them seemed a likely suspect. They were not locals. Instead, they were tourists from Country M. They got into a fight with Charles Cretan and were highly skilled fighters, but they lost since they were outnumbered. Based on their investigations, these tourists from Country M seemed somewhat mysterious. They were unable to come up with more information about them, so the Cretan family suspected they were behind Charles Cretan's death. By the time Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting made it back to the capital, it was 5 p.m. on the 8th. The moment they arrived home, Ji Yuning received a lot of news. Some were good while others were bad. The good news was that Xianxia antique store was packed with guests since the recent promotion of the bronze chimes caused a furor in the antiques and music industry. Although most of the people were there to see the bronze chimes, none of them got to see it. Even then, business was brisk in the store, and a lot of customers purchased things while they were here. Even though most of the products in the store were imitation goods, half the authentic antiques were sold. That meant 17 to 18 pieces of antiques. After all, Ji Yuning had displayed just slightly over 30 pieces of antiques in the store. For an antique store, this was a fantastic performance. Barely any other antique shops had as many authentic pieces of antiques, with most of their products being imitations. The sales of imitation products at Xianxia Antique Store added up to 1 to 2 months' worth of sales. As for the authentic antiques, it was worth half a year of sales. Genuine antiques were hard to sell, but they were able to make a lot of profit on every single one of them. As the saying went in the antique industry, people often went on for years not selling a single piece of genuine antique. However, the moment they did, they made enough profit to keep them in operation for 3 years. That was provided the stores carried good antiques. The bronze chimes were both good news and bad news for Xianxia Antique Store. Shortly after Ji Yuning had boarded the flight, Chen Durong got abducted. Someone wanted to get their hands on the bronze chimes through illegal means. Kay checked the surveillance and located Chen Durong. He did not call the cops right away and instead got Ba Tianyang to send assassins to save Chen Durong. However, even though they managed to save Chen Durong, he was gravely injured. Chen Durong was pushed by his abductors when he attempted to retaliate, so he hit the back of his head badly on the ground. Although the injuries were not life-threatening, he was badly hurt and had to be hospitalized. Hence, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting headed to the hospital the moment they got out of the airport. Since Leng Xiaoting had parked at the airport, it made things a lot easier. Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying had taken a flight just an hour after Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. And because there was only one car parked at the airport, they planned on leaving together. No, correction. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were only expecting Xu Jinchen since they did not know that Zi Beiying was on the flight as well. Now that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had to leave right away, Leng Xiaoting made arrangements for someone to pick up Xu Jinchen before he sent him a text message. Xu Jinchen would see the message after he got off the flight. Inside the car, Ji Yuning called Kay and asked for details. Some people from Country R were behind Chen Durong's kidnapping. Even though the ones who actually did it were locals, the mastermind was from Country R. A lot of foreigners have come to see the bronze chimes, but foreigners are banned from bidding for them, so they can only admire them. Some of them wanted to get locals to help them auction for the bronze chimes. However, these people from Country R went straight for Chen Durong and wanted to get their hands on the chimes through illegal means, said Kay. Someone from Country R, Ji Yuning instantly looked annoyed when she heard who the mastermind was. She felt even angrier when she learned they were not locals. However, no matter who was behind it, she was infuriated that someone had touched her employee. Who are these people from Country R? Asked Ji Yuning. He is a renowned musician from a concert hall located in Country R's capital, Hirata Hanachi, said Kay. Where are they? Asked Ji Yuning. They currently reside at Xianxia Hotel, said Kay. Okay, that's all for now. I will get in touch with you if I need more information, said Ji Yuning. Okay, acknowledged Kay before hanging up the phone. Do you need me to do anything about it? Asked Leng Xiaoting. After he overheard the conversation Ji Yuning had with Kay. Are you planning to make a move in the hotel? Asked Ji Yuning teasingly as her mood lifted slightly. Don't worry. I am not stupid enough to make trouble in our hotel. Even though I can't do anything about it while they are in the hotel, that doesn't mean I can't touch them outside. Said Leng Xiaoting. Of course we have to do something about it, but now is not the right time. Let's wait until they are ready to leave, said Ji Yuning. It was impossible for her to overlook their crimes, but it was just a bad time to take care of them now. Since she had already sold the bronze chimes to the National Palace Museum, it would be the same regardless of people's interest in them. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the hospital about 40 minutes later and headed straight to Chen Durong's hospital ward. Even though Chen Durong was not in a VIP ward, he had an ordinary room to himself. Chen Durong's wife was at the hospital with him. Although the company did not make arrangements for someone to stay with Chen Durong, he felt it was enough to have his wife around since it did not feel right to have someone staying with him in the ward. If he had any problems, he could approach the doctor directly or give Chen Kanji a call. Someone from the company would send a representative to check on him occasionally as well. The moment Chen Durong's wife saw Ji Yuning come in, she stood up and greeted her politely. "Director Ji Yu, Mr. Leng, welcome." "Director Ji Yu, Mr. Leng, thanks for coming," said Chen Durong. He saw the fruit in Leng Xiaoting's hand and he instantly felt bad. "You didn't have to come with gifts. It's just some fruit, so it's no big deal," said Ji Yuning before she asked, "How are you feeling?" "My head hurts a little. The doctor says I need to stay for a few days of observation," replied Chen Durong with a disappointed look on his face. The auction was happening the day after, but he would be stuck in the hospital and was unable to go, so he could not help feeling dejected. Ji Yuning knew what he was thinking. However, she could take care of his injuries anytime. Chapter 1943, "I will avenge you, don't worry," said Ji Yuning as she retrieved a bottle of power crystal and handed it to Chen Durong. "After you take this medicine, you will recover in no time and can be discharged tomorrow. You will definitely get to go to the auction." In reality, he could even get discharged today, but Ji Yuning told them he could leave tomorrow so as to make them feel assured. "Really?" Chen Durong looked delighted at the news. Chen Durong had complete trust in Ji Yuning, he simply questioned her as a knee-jerk reaction out of joy. The moment he heard what Ji Yuning said, he took the power crystal from her without hesitation and took them without waiting for her to respond. "Thanks," said Chen Durong before he took the medicine. Even though Chen Durong's wife was a little concerned, she did not stop him as she had faith in Ji Yuning as well. After taking the power crystal, Chen Durong sensed the pain in his head easing. 2 minutes later, most of the pain disappeared. "My head feels a lot better," said Chen Durong in amazement. He initially thought it would take some time for the medicine to take effect, but he shockingly recovered in a matter of minutes. Really?" Chen Durong's wife was elated. Said Chen Durong. A few more minutes later, Chen Durong stopped feeling any pain altogether. He even touched his head to confirm it was okay. "Okay, go have some rest. You can get discharged tomorrow and join me at the auction. Also, I will seek revenge for you," said Ji Yuning. "Since I am fine now, there's no need to." He was very touched by Ji Yuning's gesture, but he did not want to make trouble for her. Before Chen Durong could finish his sentence, Ji Yuning interrupted him sternly, "If you want me to let off the culprit, don't bother. Even if you can bear it, I can't. Hurting my subordinates is as good as giving me a slap in the face. If I do not seek revenge after this provocation, everyone is going to start thinking I am some pushover." Chen Durong did not know what to say. Although Ji Yuning said the culprit was insulting her for moving in on her subordinates, so she had to do something about it, he knew that Ji Yuning was doing it for him. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left before long. Meanwhile, Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying had gotten off their flight. Zi Xiaoman sent Mengda and Nan to come along with Zi Beiying. He could not help feeling worried for her safety even though he was the one who suggested she come, so he sent them to come with her. After the flight landed, Xu Jinchen turned on his phone while the plane was taxiing to see a text message from Leng Xiaoting. He did not take it to heart when he learned they had to go. Since Leng Xiaoting was busy, he probably could not eat with them, so Xu Jinchen did not bother calling him. "Xiaoting might be busy, but Ning is probably free. Let me give her a call and ask if she has eaten. Otherwise, she can join us," said Zi Beiying as she pulled out her phone and called Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning had just gotten into the car when she answered. "Ji Yuning, I am in the capital. I know Xiaoting is busy, but you are probably free, right? If you are, let's go eat. I want to give you the reward," said Zi Beiying. Ji Yuning was somewhat surprised to hear Zi Beiying had come to the capital with Xu Jinchen, but she did not think too much of it and felt this was a great idea. "My subordinate got injured, so Xiaoting and I went to visit him at the hospital. I'm on my way out now," said Ji Yuning before she asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I feel like having some signature roast duck. Do you have any suggestions?" asked Zi Beiying. Xu Jinchen was born here, but Zi Beiying did not ask him and asked a non-local like Ji Yuning. Was it not a little dumb for Zi Beiying to do this? Xu Jinshan looked at her speechlessly, but did not interrupt. However, Ji Yuning happened to know about all the signature food in the capital. There is a roast duck restaurant at XX East Street in the Eastern District. It's the most famous roast duck restaurant in the city. However, since business is brisk, it is hard to get a table at this hour of the day, so we probably can't get a table, said Ji Yuning. It's fine. Xu Jinshan can take care of it, said Leng Xiaoting. He could get a table for them, but it would be better for Xu Jinshan to take care of it if Zi Beiying wanted to try the roast duck. Ji Yuning told Zi Beiying, get Jinshan to take care of the table. Xiaoting says he can. Sure, said Zi Beiying before she hung up the phone and turned to say to Xu Jinshan, she said there is a roast duck restaurant at XX East Street in the Eastern District. Even though it's peak hour, Xiaoting says you can get us a table. Ji Yuning had told her that Xu Jinshan could take care of it, but she overheard Leng Xiaoting telling Ji Yuning the same thing, so she ended up saying Leng Xiaoting said so. Certainly. How can I call myself a local if I can't get a table? Xu Jinshan promptly felt smug when he heard this. Then get us a table. Ji Yuning said the duck is really good, said Zi Beiying. Before long, Xu Jinshan made a call and got them a table. Although there were no empty seats at the restaurant, there were private rooms reserved for the owner's close friends. Xu Jinshan and Leng Xiaoting happened to be close friends with the roast duck restaurant owner. Also, Xu Jinshan and Leng Xiaoting did him a favor once. Even though Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinshan only visited occasionally, no matter how crowded the place was, the restaurant owner always had rooms reserved for them. If Leng Xiaoting or Xu Jinshan's friends wanted to patronize the restaurant owner would let them use the private room. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were already in the vicinity, so they arrived in slightly over 10 minutes. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting happened to bump into Xu Jinlin at the parking lot. He had just arrived as well. Hey, it's such a coincidence. Is it just you two or are you expecting more friends? If you are alone, we can eat together since I only have a couple of friends with me, said Xu Jinlin. He was not trying to be polite and genuinely asked Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning to join him for dinner. I'll pass. I'm meeting Jinshan and a friend, rejected Leng Xiaoting. Okay then, which room did you get? I'll come by and say hi. Also, I need to talk to Jinshan about something. Since Leng Xiaoting had turned down Xu Jinlin's offer, Xu Jinlin did not insist. Sure, acknowledged Leng Xiaoting before he turned to part ways with Xu Jinlin. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got to the private room, they ordered first. The restaurant was packed, so some time was needed before the food could get served. If they ordered now, their food would be ready by the time Xu Jinshan and Zi Beiying got here. Chapter 1944, Do you remember Ji Zijing? Leng Xiaoting told Ji Yuning about his encounter with vampires on his last mission while they waited for Xu Jinshan and Zi Beiying. Although Ji Yuning believed they existed, she had never seen them before, so she could not help sounding surprised when she heard about them. What are vampires like? Asked Ji Yuning. She wondered if they appeared just like the ones in movies. Vampires look no different from normal humans on the outside, but they resemble evil cultivators. They are just a different race. Their complexions are a lot fairer than normal people and they have an evil aura radiating from them, said Leng Xiaoting. In that case, it sounded like they resembled the ones she had seen in movies. We have certainly encountered quite a number of evil creatures. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you about something. I met some country R ninjas while I was in City B. They knew about the existence of cultivators and came to investigate the matter. Although they did not even know what they were looking for, they knew that those people were capable of magic and could fly around. They were clearly talking about cultivators, said Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting promptly looked stern. The vampires I encountered while I was on mission also bumped into cultivators previously. They wanted to go back and tell their leader about it, so I had to kill them. Ji Yuning immediately looked worried and serious. From the looks of it, we won't be able to keep the existence of cultivators under wraps for long. The news might even lead to war. Although it was hard for them to learn more about cultivators, it was unavoidable. Even though they were in modern times and no one would wage war unless it was absolutely necessary, there was a lot of politics involved and all the countries wanted the best for themselves. Since their country was developing well, a lot of the other countries could not stand by and watch, and secretly made moves on them. However, it did not work out as they anticipated. Now that they had come to know about the existence of cultivators in their country, the other countries were bound to feel worried and the need to get rid of these threats. I have already told my superior about the vampires, but I may have to tell him about the existence of cultivators before it becomes public knowledge so that he is prepared. I hope you don't mind, said Leng Xiaoting. Although he had the right to decide on his own, he learned about cultivators from Ji Yuning, so he ought to discuss it with her as a sign of respect. Why would I mind? Considering the situation we are in, it is necessary to tell him. However, it would be better to keep it from the rest of the public. Otherwise, we will have a hard time cleaning up the mess if it causes any chaos, said Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting was relieved to hear her response. Zi Beiying and Xu Jinchen showed up 30 minutes after Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Hi, Xiaoting and Ning. The moment Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning showed up, Zi Beiying greeted them. Despite her carefree nature, she could not help feeling awkward since Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting knew about her interest in Xu Jinchen. Although they were not together officially, they had ambiguous feelings towards each other. Hi, Mr. Leng and Miss Ji Yu, greeted Mengde and Nan courteously. Hi, have a seat, said Ji Yuning as Zi Beiying sat next to Ji Yuning with Xu Jinchen sitting right next to her. Mengde and Nan proceeded to sit next to Xu Jinchen. Ning, Xiaoting, thank you. If not for you, I don't know when my family would tide through the crisis. Zi Beiying thanked Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. Her family would not have fallen due to the ambushes if Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning did not offer to help. After all, her family had a lot of history and wealth. However, they did help to prevent the Zi family from losing more deals. Whatever it was, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning had done the Zi family a huge favor, so they were naturally grateful. Zi Beiying handed a card to Ji Yuning. This is your reward. Thanks. I won't be shy about it. Ji Yuning took the card right away. Since they had agreed on rewarding her, Ji Yuning did not hold back. You earned it, replied Zi Beiying. Before long, the food was served and everyone started dinner. Oh yes. Beiying, how long are you planning on staying here? If you plan on making this a long trip and don't like staying at a hotel, you are welcome to stay at my place while you're here if you don't mind, said Ji Yuning. She knew that Zi Beiying was not going to leave so soon. And although Zi Beiying came with Xu Jinchen, they were not dating, so it did not seem appropriate for Xu Jinchen to host Zi Beiying. Xu Jinchen felt the same way, so he did not interrupt when Ji Yuning offered a room to Zi Beiying. If Zi Beiying wanted to stay at a hotel, he could arrange for it and she could stay for as long as she liked at Jinline Hotel. However, it was more comfortable to stay in a house. He also owned several residential properties and Zi Beiying was welcome to pick any of them. It was simply inappropriate for her to stay at his place, so he left Ji Yuning to it when she offered. Of course, I don't mind. I'm just worried about inconveniencing you, said Zi Beiying as she glanced at Leng Xiaoting. She thought they were cohabiting, and she might get in their way if she moved in. It's perfectly fine. I rarely go back to begin with and spend most of my time at school. Even if I don't live on campus, I have other properties. Some of my friends just swing by occasionally on the weekends to hang out, said Ji Yuning. In that case, I won't be shy. Since Ji Yuning was open to it, Zi Beiying did not turn down her offer. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were both loaded, so they must have multiple properties. Halfway through dinner, someone knocked on the door. It was none other than Xu Jinline. How did you know we are here? Leng Xiaoting did not tell Xu Jinchen that Xu Jinline was here, so Xu Jinchen was surprised to see him. Zi Beiying could not help feeling anxious when she encountered Xu Jinline. It felt as though she was meeting Xu Jinchen's elder even though they were not dating. I bumped into Xiaoting and Ning earlier. I invited them to join me for dinner, but Xiaoting said he was eating with you and a friend. Since I had something to tell you, I came over after I was done with dinner, said Xu Jinline as he sat down beside Xu Jinchen. What is it? Asked Xu Jinchen. Do you remember Ji Zijing? She is the daughter of one of Mom's friends. She has become a rather famous designer now and is tall and pretty. She has just returned home and plans on carving a career here. Mom wants you to see her and consider her as a marriage prospect, said Xu Jinlin. Since he did not know about Zi Beiying and Xu Jinchen's relationship, he spoke bluntly. Chapter 1945. I can't help it that I am talented. The moment Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying heard about the woman, they looked uneasy. Xu Jinchen looked at Zi Beiying right away and was clearly worried that she might get upset. Zi Beiying immediately composed herself when she caught Xu Jinchen looking at her and acted as though it had nothing to do with her. Despite her apprehension, she did not want anyone to know about it. Also, she was not dating Xu Jinchen, so it was none of her business. Even then, Xu Jinchen noticed how angry Zi Beiying was and could not help feeling anxious. Xu Jinlin noticed his brother's reaction and promptly looked at Zi Beiying. He immediately noticed that something was amiss. Was Xu Jinchen already seeing someone? Was it this lovely girl in front of him? In that case, Zi Beiying was bound to feel unhappy after she heard their mother's plans to matchmake Xu Jinchen with Ji Zijing. It was not his fault. Served Xu Jinchen right for not telling him. He was just passing a message and had no intention of forcing Xu Jinchen to meet the woman. Who is Ji Zijing? I don't remember who she is. Also, I will not go for any matchmaking. I am not that desperate, said Xu Jinchen firmly. Xu Jinchen genuinely did not remember Ji Zijing. He never bothered to remember the people who were unimportant to him. If Ji Zijing knew what Xu Jinchen was thinking, she would probably be heartbroken. Despite hardly seeing Xu Jinchen, Ji Zijing was in love with him. Xu Jinchen had looks, power and was a capable man, so he was popular with the ladies. Although the Xu family had a far higher status than the Ji family, the Xu family and his mother supported the match, so status was not an obstacle. You know how worried Mom is. If you found yourself a girl sooner and let her know, she would not have done this. Xu Jinlin did not dare go on talking. He did not want to give Zi Beiying a bad impression of their mother, so he voluntarily explained the situation. He did not know whether the girl was Xu Jinchen's girlfriend. However, since Xu Jinchen did not voluntarily tell him about it, he was not in the position to ask now. He did not know if Xu Jinchen had feelings for her or if they just liked each other. If they were not officially dating, it would make things awkward if he blatantly asked. She has nothing better to do. Why is she worried? How can she look down on her flesh and blood? Said Xu Jinchen begrudgingly. In reality, he had always known about how worried his mother was about his love life, but he was not that old. He was still in his late 20s and not even 30 years old. Enough. She is just showing concern for you. If you don't like it, just patronize her a little or ignore it. If she heard what you said, she is bound to get upset, said Xu Jinlin. Even though Xu Jinchen spoke the truth, their mother was simply being concerned, so she was not to blame. Xu Jinchen did not go on talking. Are you going to introduce your friends? Asked Xu Jinlin. Even if he did not plan on asking if Xu Jinchen was dating the girl, he ought to introduce his friends. Xu Jinchen immediately introduced Zi Beiying to Xu Jinlin. This is my older brother, Xu Jinlin. Jinlin, how do you do? The moment Zi Beiying learned he was Xu Jinchen's older brother, she greeted him politely. Hi, Mr. Xu, greeted Mengda and Nan courteously as well. Nice to meet you, replied Xu Jinlin politely. Xu Jinchen introduced everyone to Xu Jinlin. Xu Jinlin was a little surprised to learn that Mengda and Nan were Zi Beiying's bodyguards. From the looks of it, this young woman had a high status. Oh yes, where are you going tonight? Asked Xu Jinlin. If you guys aren't doing anything special tonight, why don't we head to the clubhouse so I can play host? Sure, said Leng Xiaoting. In any case, they had already planned on going to the clubhouse tonight. Before long, they finished dinner and left. Xu Jinlin deliberately pulled Xu Jinchen and walked behind the group. After putting some distance between Leng Xiaoting and the others, he asked quietly, tell me honestly. Is Miss Z your girlfriend? Nope, denied Xu Jinchen. Xu Jinchen certainly wished she was his girl, but she was not, so he added, for the time being. Tisk. No wonder you looked at Miss Z so anxiously when I told you Mom was trying to match you. Why aren't you dating yet? Have you confessed your love to her? Or is she not interested in you? Asked Xu Jinlin teasingly. Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying were a perfect match in terms of looks, but the Xu family was one of the most powerful clans in the country. Although he did not know of Zi Beiying's background, status was probably not a problem. Hence, it all boiled down to whether she liked his little brother. She is not entirely disinterested in me. Thing is, I haven't told her about it. It's not the right time yet, said Xu Jinchen. Fine. Xu Jinlin knew what it was like to date. It was wiser for Xu Jinchen not to confess his love for her until he was certain of her interest. Tell me where she is from. What does her family do? Asked Xu Jinlin. He did not care about her background. Instead, it was pure curiosity. Stop asking me all these questions. If I manage to get the girl, I will tell you about it. Xu Jinchen was reluctant to talk about it, at least for now. Don't tell Mum about it yet. I will have no peace if she finds out. The moment he finished his sentence, he ignored Xu Jinlin and walked over to Leng Xiaoting and the others quickly. Hey you, Xu Jinlin was infuriated. Was it okay for Xu Jinchen to dump his older brother? Xu Jinlin shook his head before he swiftly followed behind them. Xu Jinlin respected Xu Jinchen's wish to keep the matter from his mother. Since Xu Jinchen was not officially dating the girl, Xu Jinchen would end up interrogated by their mother if she caught wind of it. She might even call her son useless for failing to get the girl. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left in the same car while Xu Jinchen, Zi Beiying, Mengde, and Nan left in another. Leng Xiaoting had already sent away the chauffeur who had picked up Xu Jinchen at the airport, and Xu Jinlin drove a car on his own. He did not invite anyone else to the clubhouse, so it was just them. Ji Yuning had a few drinks with Zi Beiying that night. Ning, do you have school tomorrow? Asked Zi Beiying when she suddenly recalled that Ji Yuning was still in school. It doesn't matter if I turn up for class, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning had a lot of freedom with school and could come and go as she pleased. That's quite a lot of freedom you have, said Zi Beiying. I can't help it that I am talented, so I have special privileges, said Ji Yuning smugly as she smiled. That's true, Zi Beiying chimed in. She did not feel Ji Yuning was being narcissistic since she was genuinely talented. Chapter 1946, Are they up to something? Oh yes. Are you going to class tomorrow then? Asked Zi Beiying. Do you want me to hang out with you? Asked Ji Yuning. Why would Zi Beiying ask about school if she did not want her company? Haha, aha, said Zi Beiying sheepishly as she laughed. If you have school, or have something to take care of, don't force yourself. It's okay, but I can only see you tomorrow around 1 o'clock to 2 p.m., said Ji Yuning. Since Leng Xiaoting was heading back to the military base around that time, she wanted to spend the morning with him. They planned on going to the Sihewan to see Shengguanyang with Jing Yunyao and have breakfast together. They would not have the time to visit the Leng family for now, so Ji Yuning would go back to visit Master Leng with Jing Yunyao some other time. Leng Xiaoting was heading back tomorrow, but he gave Xu Jinchen permission to stay for 2 more days. Since Xu Jinchen had only brought Zi Beiying over today, it did not seem right for him to dump her here and go back. More importantly, there was nothing important waiting for Xu Jinchen's attention back at the base. There was barely any interaction between Zi Beiying and Xu Jinchen at night, but things did not seem awkward between them. Instead, Xu Jinlin felt anxious for Xu Jinchen and secretly despised him. Xu Jinchen was trying to get the girl, but did not take the initiative to talk to her. How would she ever like a guy like that? Then again, he was not in the position to say more since he was an outsider. They parted ways at 10 p.m. Xu Jinlin went off on his own while Xu Jinchen took Zi Beiying and the others and drove to Century City with Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. Since it was late at night, there was barely any traffic and they got there before long. After they arrived, Ji Yuning showed them to their rooms. She gave Zi Beiying a house key and keys for the cars in the garage after sorting out their living arrangements so they could get around the city by car. Then Ji Yuning and the others left after making arrangements for them. Xu Jinchen did not go back to the Shu residence. Instead, he went to his apartment. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the villa. The villa district was called Mid-Levels and it was built around a mountain and not level ground. Mid-Levels was a posh villa estate, so only the rich and famous could afford property here. Although Mid-Levels was located in the suburbs and not as close to the city center as Mountain River Garden, its location allowed it to have a lot of greenery. Most villa districts were located in the suburbs, because since it was more centrally located, it was considered much better. Although Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning stayed in the same room in Country Y, nothing happened. They were simply not in the mood to do anything as the situation was tense. Now that everything was settled and they were home, there was nothing to hold them back. The moment they made it back to Mid-Levels, Leng Xiaoting let loose and made love to Ji Yuning all night. "I can't stop." Leng Xiaoting came close to Ji Yuning's ear and whispered mushy things to her. "Then don't," replied Ji Yuning. The sense of bliss made her want it to go on forever as well. Ji Yuning's words sounded like an invitation to make love to her, deeply arousing Leng Xiaoting, so he made love to her even more vigorously. They kept going at it until late at night before the two of them fell asleep with their arms circled around each other. They slept in the next day. And since they were in bed, things got steamy and they could not resist having more sex before finally getting up at 9 a.m. After Leng Xiaoting got out of bed, he called Sheng Guanyang to tell him that Ji Yuning, Jing Yuniao and he were going over to the Sihewan for lunch. Sheng Guanyang was happy to have them, so he told Lao Zhang to prepare more food for lunch the moment he hung up the phone. Leng Xiaoting called Jing Yuniao and told her about lunch at the Sihewan and she naturally agreed. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to Mountain River Garden to pick up Jing Yuniao before going to the Sihewan. It was around 11 a.m. when they got to the Sihewan. And since it was still early for lunch, they were in no hurry and chatted instead. Leng Xiaoting told Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yuniao about his encounter with the vampires and how they claimed to have met cultivators. Ji Yuning also told them about the ninjas she bumped into who were trying to investigate cultivators. The both of them could not help looking worried the moment they heard the news. From the looks of it, cultivators have been very active in the mortal world lately. Also, they had conflict with people in the mortal world, said Jing Yuniao. Although there were no rules preventing cultivators from visiting the mortal world, they were not as active in the past. However, now there was an increasing number of cultivators entering the mortals' world. "What are mutants and vampires like?" asked Sheng Guanyang. Even though he was a cultivator and knew of the existence of evil creatures, he had never encountered mutants or vampires before, so he was unaware of their characteristics and abilities. However, they had an inkling of what they were capable of just by hearing their names. Mutants are a result of long-term injections of certain drugs and the blood of a certain murderous animal. They then slowly mutate in a special radiation environment for a long time. After the mutation is successful, the subject takes on the appearance of the animal in question. Mutants possess superhuman strength, but also have self-healing ability. Pustules form on the skin due to radiation that turns into a horny layer of skin after recovery, which greatly increases its defensibility. They can recover 10 times faster than an average human no matter how badly injured they are. However, the radiation destroys their brain, so they have no sense of pain and have a low IQ. They are fearless and do anything their master orders, said Ji Yuning. She knew more about mutants than Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning continued, vampires are neither human nor ghosts. They rely on sucking blood for their strength. Most of the time, they look no different than humans and resemble evil cultivators. They fear sunlight, so they are usually active at night. If they want to come out during the day, they need full protection. Even though they are extraordinarily strong, I think they are a lot weaker than cultivators in comparison. Even though Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yuniao were cultivators and knew evil creatures existed, they could not help feeling shocked as it was the first time they heard about mutants and vampires. Are they up to something now for them to be coming to find out more about cultivators? Asked Sheng Guanyang. Even though he was new to the mortal world, he was keenly aware of the hostility Country R and Country M had towards their country and their repeated efforts to stop them. Chapter 1947. Don't worry, these enemy states might have felt cocky about possessing evil creatures like mutants and vampires, but now that they had discovered cultivators in their homeland, who could do magic and fly, they were bound to feel intimidated and had to do something about the threat. Since Jing Yuniao had resided in the mortal world for over 20 years, she knew about the political situation. She also knew that Country R and Country M were bound to take action once they learned of cultivators' existence. Otherwise, they would pose great danger. Country R and Country M were never on good terms with us and often tried to intimidate us. How could a mighty country like ours be afraid of them? No matter what it is, we simply don't get along with each other, said Leng Xiaoting. Although I have killed the vampires who know of the existence of cultivators, we can't be sure if the leaders of Country M already know about this. Even if they were unaware, Country R is bound to share the intel considering how close both countries are. Since they are unsure how powerful cultivators are, they would undoubtedly form an alliance. They always like to pull stunts like that. Since some things are unavoidable, don't try to handle them on your own. Just tell your mother and me. We can be of great help when the time comes, said Shengguan Yang. Leng Xiaoting was a soldier and it was his job to defend the nation, so they could not selfishly force him to turn a blind eye on the mortal world for the sake of his well-being. Okay, acknowledged Leng Xiaoting. Even though there are rules in the cultivation world that bars a cultivator from getting involved in the mortal world and hurting a mortal, an exception can be made when our country is in danger, said Jing Yuniao. Although she had left the cultivation world for 20 years, the rule had been around for over 100 years and would never change. Then you have nothing to worry about, said Shengguan Yang. Cultivators were remarkably powerful, so there was nothing to fear if they got involved. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning also felt cultivators would not stand by and do nothing if something befell the country. However, they could not help feeling even more relieved hearing it from Jing Yuniao's mouth. They started to eat lunch around 12 p.m., leaving after they were done. Since Jing Yuniao was around, Ji Yuning did not sit in the front passenger seat and sat in the back seat with her. I am going out with my friends today. Why don't you join us? Asked Ji Yuning. She was not trying to be polite and genuinely wanted Jing Yuniao to go out with her. Otherwise, Jing Yuniao might feel bored staying on her own. Since you are hanging out with your friends, I think I will pass. I don't want to make you feel awkward. Jing Yuniao did not reject her because she was uninterested, but purely out of fear the presence of an elder would make her friends feel awkward. They will be perfectly fine with you around. I was more worried that you would feel uncomfortable about my suggestion. If you don't mind, then you should join us, said Ji Yuning as she held Jing Yuniao's arm sweetly. Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao interacted incredibly harmoniously just like friends. Since they had similar personalities, they understood each other and were tolerant towards each other. Okay then. Jing Yuniao hesitated for a few seconds before she agreed. She did not feel uneasy about going, but was simply worried that Ji Yuning and her friends would feel uncomfortable. Now that Ji Yuning had assured her it was all right, she decided to go since she had nothing to do. Leng Xiaoting brought Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao to the commercial district as Zi Beiying wanted to check it out and go to Gufan. Leng Xiaoting left after dropping Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao there. Since Zi Beiying had yet to arrive, the two of them walked around on their own. Zi Beiying arrived around 10 minutes later along with Xu Jinchen, Mengda, and Nan. Before Xu Jinchen was due to head back to base, he was Zi Beiying's chauffeur and tour guide. Although Xu Jinchen wanted to spend time alone with Zi Beiying, she had made a date with Ji Yuning, and he was not in the position to stop her. So even though he was somewhat begrudging, he came along. After they met up, Xu Jinchen was briefly stunned when he saw Jing Yuniao. He finally greeted her uneasily after he snapped out of it, Aunt Jing. This was how he used to call Jing Yuniao, but he had neither seen her in over 10 years nor called her name ever since, so it felt slightly unfamiliar to him. Fortunately, he already knew that Jing Yuniao was still alive and was simply seeing her for the first time today. You must be Jinchen, right? Asked Jing Yuniao. She did not recognize Xu Jinchen, but Ji Yuning mentioned she was meeting Xu Jinchen and a friend of hers along with her bodyguards. That's right, replied Xu Jinchen. Now that you are grown up, you have become so good-looking. You were a lot shorter than your peers when you were a kid. Everyone felt it was impossible for you to be tall, but you are now over 1.8 meters tall, said Jing Yunyo as she lamented about all the changes around. Xu Jinchen could not help feeling moved when he realized Jing Yunyo remembered things about his childhood. Aha, girls might change a lot as they grow up, but so do guys. I only changed so much after joining the army with Xiaoting. Hey, what should I call her? Asked Zi Beiying as she bumped Ji Yuning's elbow. Since Jing Yunyo was an elder, it was only right for Zi Beiying to take the initiative and say hi to her. This is Xiaoting's mother, so you can call her Aunt Jing just like Jinchen and me, said Ji Yuning. Zi Beiying opened her eyes widened in shock. Weren't Lang Xiaoting's parents long dead? How could she be? Since Ji Yuning said Jing Yunyo was Lang Xiaoting's mother, she must be right. Zi Beiying composed her shock and greeted her, Aunt Jing, how do you do? Nice to meet you too. Jing Yunyo smiled at her. Aunt Jing, allow me to introduce you. This is a friend of ours, Zi Beiying, and these are her bodyguards, Mengda and Nan, said Ji Yuning. After chatting briefly, they proceeded to walk off. Life was full of coincidences. The moment they arrived at Gufan, they could sense someone staring at them. Ji Yuning glanced around to see a beautiful trendy young woman whom she had never encountered before. She was not looking at Ji Yuning. Instead, she had her eyes on Zi Beiying and Xu Jinchen. Did this woman like Xu Jinchen? Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying were walking side by side and resembled lovers while the woman looked at them angrily. Was it not abundantly clear that she liked Xu Jinchen? Chapter 1948. Zi Beiying gets angry. Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying naturally sensed her staring just like Ji Yuning. They glanced around and quickly spotted the woman. Zi Beiying did not know her. So even though Zi Beiying did not know why she was casting strange looks at her, she did not take it to heart. Xu Jinchen found the woman familiar, but he did not know who she was and did not bother thinking. Since he was unable to remember her, she was probably unimportant. Xu Jinchen merely glanced briefly before veering his eyes and continued entering the store with Ji Yuning and the others. The moment Xu Jinchen looked over, the woman immediately smiled gently. However, she promptly froze when she realized he merely happened to glance in her direction. Ji Yuning noticed Xu Jinchen and the woman's reaction and could not help finding it hilarious. Xu Jinchen clearly could not even remember who she was. Just as Xu Jinchen and the others walked over, a middle-aged woman standing beside her turned with a garment in her hand and asked, "What do you think of this, Zijing?" This beautiful stylish woman was none other than the woman whom Xu Jinlin brought up yesterday. She was Xu Jinchen's mother's friend's daughter, Ji Zijing. Ji Zijing was a wedding gown designer and had participated in the last design competition in Paris. Despite making it into the top 10, she did not continue to advance into the top 3. Also, she was overwhelmingly defeated by her competition. She came to Gufan to check out Yu Zi's designs for charms since she had walked away with 2 major awards. She had to admit Yu Zi was talented. All the details on Yu Zi's designs were perfect and carefully crafted, and her designs were genuinely good. Then again, she must be quite the talent to catch Jason's eye and for him to take her in as an apprentice since he was a famous clothing designer from Paris. Ji Zijing snapped out of her daze when she heard her mother talking to her. Instead of replying, she said, "I just saw Xu Jinchen in here. He saw me, but failed to recognize me. Huh, is Jinchen here?" Mrs. Ji promptly looked delighted. She was just wondering when Xu Jinchen was coming back home so that she could arrange for him to meet her daughter. Now they ended up bumping into each other here. Fate was certainly on her side. Mrs. Ji immediately comforted her daughter when she saw how disappointed she was. "You haven't seen each other in ages, so it is normal for him not to recognize you. Don't take it to heart. Considering how pretty and talented you are, I am sure Jinchen will fall for you. But there is some other woman with Xu Jinchen. I think she might be his girlfriend." She did not feel upset when Xu Jinchen did not recognize her. Instead, she was upset to see some other woman walking beside him. Huh, didn't Mrs. Xu say Jinchen was single? I think she probably isn't his girlfriend. Mrs. Ji found this inconceivable and did not like hearing this. If Xu Jinchen was already seeing someone, her daughter would have no chance. Why would he go clothes shopping with her if they are not dating? Asked Ji Zijing. In her opinion, no man would shop for clothes with a woman if they were not an item. Even though other people were present, there was only one other man among them. The man was walking next to one of the women while the two other women were walking together. Xu Jinchen was the only one who kept walking with Zi Beiying the entire time. Zijing, even if that woman was genuinely dating Xu Jinchen, Mrs. Xu likes you. As long as the Xu family does not approve of her, no other woman can marry him, said Mrs. G as she consoled Ji Zijing. Mrs. G clearly felt the Xu family was the sort of family who cared about status. Everyone dates around before they get married. As long as he settles down after marriage, it's okay. Let's go over and say hi. Don't show your disappointment when we go over. After all, you are not dating yet, so it is important to leave a good impression. Got it. Ji Zijing composed herself when she heard what her mother said. Got it. Mrs. G led Ji Zijing over to see Xu Jinchen. Jinchen, fancy meeting you here. Greeted Mrs. G warmly after she walked up to Xu Jinchen. Xu Jinchen turned when he heard Mrs. G's voice. His eyes landed on Mrs. G before glancing at Ji Zijing standing beside her. It promptly dawned on him who Ji Zijing was. Xu Jinchen looked a little annoyed when he realized it was Ji Zijing. However, he replied Mrs. G politely, "Hi, Mrs. G." He dismissed Ji Zijing altogether. In any case, he merely knew of her existence and they were not considered friends. Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying were both standing next to Xu Jinchen when this happened, so they looked at Mrs. G when she spoke to Xu Jinchen. The moment they heard Xu Jinchen calling her Mrs. G, other than Jing Yunniao, all of them caught on to her identity. She was Mrs. Xu's friend whom Xu Jinlin brought up last night. In that case, the young woman standing beside her ought to be the one whom Mrs. Xu wanted to matchmake with Xu Jinchen. Ji Yuning subtly glanced at Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying and noticed how tense things were getting between them, but she said nothing and watched quietly. "You must have just gotten back, right?" asked Mrs. G. She assumed Xu Jinchen had yet to go home. Otherwise, his mother would have told her about it. After all, his mother was very worried about his love life. I just got back in town," replied Xu Jinchen. "Oh yes. Is this your girlfriend?" asked Mrs. G after glancing at Zi Beiying. The moment Mrs. G got a close look at Zi Beiying, she could not help looking worried. She was surprised by how beautiful this woman was and thought her daughter's prospects of marrying him were in danger. She could not help feeling worried about what kind of family and background the woman came from. If she hailed from a relatively powerful family, there was no reason for the Xu family to disagree with the match. "Mrs. G, you were mistaken. I am not his girlfriend. Xu Jinchen is my older brother's friend. Since I am in town, he acted as my tour guide." Before Xu Jinchen said a word, Zi Beiying interrupted. Her voice was cold and was clearly pissed off with Xu Jinchen. Ji Zijing and her mother merely thought Zi Beiying was upset about getting misunderstood. They were instantly relieved and happy to hear she was not dating Xu Jinchen. Chapter 1949, I am not interested in her. Xu Jinchen felt a little upset when he heard Zi Beiying say they were not dating. Since it was true, he could not deny it and say otherwise to retort Zi Beiying. "I see. My bad. I didn't know. Sorry for the misunderstanding," apologized Mrs. G to Zi Beiying. "No worries. If you need to talk, be my guest. I am going back to shopping," said Zi Beiying before turning to walk away with Ji Yuning, Jing Yunniao, Mengda, and Nan catching up from behind. "Mrs. G, I'm going to join them and play a proper host." "See you around," said Xu Jinchen before he ignored Ji Zijing and her mother and turned to leave altogether. Even though Mrs. G was a little upset that she was unable to introduce Ji Zijing to Xu Jinchen, she did not take it to heart. Since the woman was his friend's younger sister, he naturally had to play a good host. "Are you happy now? She isn't his girlfriend," said Mrs. G teasingly to Ji Zijing. She undoubtedly knew that her daughter fancied Xu Jinchen, and considering how powerful the Xu family was, she wanted her daughter to marry into the family. An uneasy look swept across Ji Zijing's eyes, but she undoubtedly felt better. "I will give Mrs. Xu a call so that she can make arrangements for you to meet him," said Mrs. G. After the incident with Mrs. G and Ji Zijing, the atmosphere between Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying altered. Zi Beiying ignored Xu Jinchen and kept talking to Ji Yuning. Xu Jinchen was keenly aware of Zi Beiying's anger, but he did not know what to say. Mrs. Ji and Ji Zijing did not stay in Gufen for long. A few minutes after talking to Xu Jinchen they left. The moment they left Gufen, Mrs. Ji gave Mrs. Xu a call to tell her about her encounter with Xu Jinchen at Gufen. "Huh, is he back in town?" asked Mrs. Xu in surprise before she continued angrily, "That boy didn't come home after coming back to the capital. Jinchen said he only just got back and was busy entertaining a friend, so he probably didn't have time to go home yet," said Mrs. G. "I see." Mrs. Xu's anger dissipated when she heard this. "I will call him later and find out when he is free so that we can make plans for them to meet." "Oh yes. How did he react when he saw your daughter earlier?" They hadn't seen each other in ages, so he naturally did not recognize Zijing. "Since he had friends around, I felt bad about holding him up, so I didn't introduce her," replied Mrs. G. "Don't worry about it. I will get in touch with you after we nail down a date," said Mrs. Xu. "Sure," acknowledged Mrs. G before hanging up the phone happily and saying to Ji Zijing, "Mrs. Xu said she will call Jinchen and ask him when he is free. She will get in touch with us after coming up with a date." Okay. Ji Zijing could not wait to see him, but she had to wait for Mrs. Xu to get back to them. After Mrs. Xu stopped talking to Mrs. G, she immediately called Xu Jinchen. Although Mrs. G mentioned Xu Jinchen was playing host to some friends, they were out shopping, so it ought to be fine to call him. When she called, Xu Jinchen immediately knew that Mrs. G must have called his mother. He could not help feeling annoyed, but he could only answer the phone. "Jinchen, when are you coming home?" asked Mrs. Xu anxiously the moment the phone got through. "I don't know yet. I will head home if I am free," replied Xu Jinchen impatiently since he already knew of his mother's intentions. "Oh yes. I need to talk to you about something." Said Mrs. Xu. Before she made her point, Xu Jinchen interrupted her, "I know what you want to tell me. Can you stay out of my love life? I don't even feel like going home because you keep doing this to me. I am doing this for your own good. You are not getting any younger, but still haven't found a girlfriend. Even Xiaoting is seeing someone now," said Mrs. Xu as she instantly got upset. "That's because he met someone he liked. It only works if I meet a girl I like," retorted Xu Jinchen exasperatedly. "When is that going to happen? Also, what's wrong with Ji Zijing? She is pretty and has a great figure. Although her family isn't at the same level as ours, they aren't that bad. Our family doesn't care about status and only cares about your girlfriend's personality. Also, she is a highly educated woman and talented. It's not like she isn't good enough for you," said Mrs. Xu. "Plenty of people are better than her. Why should I fancy her? I don't like her, so stop trying to matchmake us. Don't blame me if you end up getting embarrassed," said Xu Jinchen. Mrs. Xu was exasperated. She scolded him, "Since plenty of girls are better than her, then why can't you find yourself one? Would she have to be so worried if her son could find a girlfriend on his own? Ji Zijing might not be the best girl out there and could not compare to Ji Yuning, but Xu Jinchen did not even have a girlfriend to begin with." Mrs. Xu felt Ji Zijing was perfectly fine. "I will. Just sit back and wait. Enough. I am busy, so I have to go," said Xu Jinchen before hanging up the phone altogether, making Mrs. Xu so angry that she nearly threw her phone. Xu Qinyan happened to come in from outside and entered the living room. She saw Mrs. Xu in a foul mood, so she asked, "What's wrong?" "Jinchen refuses to meet a potential girlfriend that I wanted to introduce. He kept blaming me for being a nosy Parker. He also threatened not to come home if I kept doing it. For someone who can't find a girlfriend, he sure has quite the temper," complained Mrs. Xu indignantly. Xu Qinyan did not know what to say. She did not like getting matchmade either, so she could understand why Xu Jinchen refused to do it. However, she was not in the position to judge Mrs. Xu, so she decided to stop asking. In the afternoon, Chen Durong got discharged from the hospital after he was cleared by the doctor. After he left the hospital, he gave Ji Yuning a call. Ji Yuning told him to make preparations before they went to the auction tomorrow. The moment Zi Beiying heard about the auction, she promptly took interest. After Ji Yuning hung up the phone, she asked, "Can you take me to the auction with you?" "Of course. However, I think you should get Jinchen to take you there," replied Ji Yuning. It was not that she did not want to bring Zi Beiying to the auction. She simply wanted to give the chance to Xu Jinchen. Chapter 1950. The incident with Roses. Zi Beiying frowned slightly and looked unhappy and was clearly annoyed with Xu Jinchen. "Why? Since you can take me inside, just do it." She did not want Xu Jinchen to take her there. Xu Jinchen looked upset. "Would it kill you to come with me?" "Humph. I am worried about bumping into your potential girlfriend. I don't want her to misunderstand," said Zi Beiying ambiguously. Xu Jinchen looked annoyed. "It was not my fault. My mother was the one who tried to matchmake us." Zi Beiying said nothing. She knew it had nothing to do with Xu Jinchen, but she could not help feeling upset. "Well, I can bring someone along, but I'm only entitled to bring one person. Since I already have to take my subordinate there, I can't take you. Jinchen can get his hands on more invitations, so he can definitely take you inside," said Ji Yuning. It was naturally bullshit. She could bring as many people as she wanted. "In that case, I am not going," said Zi Beiying. She was clearly resentful of Xu Jinchen. "Are you really not going? This is a rare major auction. A lot of priceless antiques will be auctioned at the event. I am there to auction my antique and it is the hottest item at the auction. Its auction has already caused a furore in the antique and music industry," said Ji Yuning. Even though it was unwise to get involved in their relationship, Zi Beiying clearly wanted to go and simply refused since she was angry with Xu Jinchen. "What are you auctioning? How could it cause a major commotion in the antique and music industry?" asked Zi Beiying curiously. Zi Beiying was not alone, Xu Jinchen and the others were equally curious. Since they did not dabble in antiques, they were unaware. "It's an entire set of bronze chimes worth at least $5 billion. Said Ji Yuning. Even though Zi Beiying and the others did not know what bronze chimes were and what they meant, they were startled to hear they fetched such an astronomical figure. "Oh God, is it really worth that much?" said Zi Beiying in shock. Auction items were typically sent over a day in advance, but the bronze chimes were simply too heavy and huge, so it did not make sense to bring them over, and an exception was made for the bidders to view them using photos. The successful bidder could collect the actual bronze chimes after the event. Since the auction was held at a national auction house, people were confident they would not get swindled. Also, they only needed to pay after seeing the antique and verifying its authenticity. The bronze chimes would definitely go to the Palace Museum, so they were unconcerned whether these photos would raise doubts among the bidders. After the auction, the bronze chimes would be sent to the museum. Zi Beiying felt she had to go. She had just refused to go to the auction with Xu Jinchen, so she felt embarrassed to change her mind. Ji Yuning glanced at Xu Jinchen when she detected Zi Beiying's concerns and gestured for him to ask again. He was a man. If he gave in a little, the problem will be solved. If he liked the girl, he had to deal with the occasional tantrum. Xu Jinchen instantly caught her drift and said to Zi Beiying ingratiatingly, "Why don't you just keep me company and come with me?" "Fine. I will do you the favor." Now that he made the offer again, Zi Beiying did not continue turning him down. The atmosphere between Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying eased up. Jing Yuniao could tell that Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying liked each other, but she did not say it out loud. She could not help remembering her life with Leng Yunan. However, she could only keep memories of him. Since it was almost time to eat, all of them headed to dinner, after which Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao headed back and Zi Beiying was left in Xu Jinchen's care. "Where should we go now?" asked Xu Jinchen. "I'm new in town, so I don't know where to go," replied Zi Beiying. "Since you were born here, you ought to know where we can hang out." Although I am a local, I rarely go out, so I am not sure where to go either," said Xu Jinchen rather sheepishly. He usually went to the clubhouse. Since he usually hung out with men tended to drink when they were together. It was not like he could go sightseeing with a bunch of blokes. "Since you don't know where we can go, then let's just go back," said Zi Beiying somewhat angrily. Xu Jinchen got anxious. He was not keen on sending her home so early. He suddenly recalled a place they could go to and said, "Why don't we go to the ancient town?" I heard the scenery is pretty good at night. Then let's go. Zi Beiying did not want to go back early either. She merely said it in a fit of anger and did not mean it. Mengda and Nan glanced at each other feeling speechless. Zi Beiying was becoming increasingly proud and kept having mood swings. They headed to the ancient town. It was more like a village located in the city and looked like it was from ancient times. Although some renovation was done to it, the basic structure and buildings were unchanged. Even though it was not the weekend, the ancient town was packed, and all kinds of snacks and toys were available for sale. Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying made a handsome couple, so a lot of people turned to look. A girl holding a rose walked up to Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying and said, "Sir, why don't you buy a rose for your lovely girlfriend?" Girlfriend. Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying automatically looked at each other before they swiftly averted their eyes uneasily. Zi Beiying was about to deny it, but Xu Jinchen stepped forward before she knew it and asked the little girl as he smiled warmly, "Why did you think she was my girl? Just because we are a man and woman doesn't make us an item. We might have been friends or even siblings." Zi Beiying wanted to deny they were dating, but she inexplicably felt angry at what Xu Jinchen said. The little girl was instantly flustered and worried she might have said the wrong thing, so she said cautiously, "Then are you siblings?" "We aren't siblings," replied Zi Beiying automatically. The little girl finally heaved a sigh of relief. Xu Jinchen looked equally relieved. "Why aren't you dating if you are not siblings and make such a handsome couple? Do you like some other girl? Do you like some other guy? If you were not interested in each other, you wouldn't have hung out together," said the little girl. Chapter 1951. I'll do you the favor. Even though the little girl knew nothing about boy-girl relationships, she felt Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying ought to be dating. Otherwise, it felt odd for them to hang out. Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying could not help feeling happy when the little girl said they looked like a good match. Don't tell me the guy is too cheap to even buy a flower. So what if he is good looking? I didn't expect him to be so petty. No matter how handsome he is, I would never accept a man like him as my boyfriend, said a woman in disdain from nearby. Precisely. Who is he saving the money for if he is unwilling to spend it on his girl? Is he planning to use it on some other girl? Aha, men do this all the time. They are generous to outsiders while they are petty to their closest kin. These words instantly left Xu Jinchen awkward. Of course, he could afford to buy a single stalk of flower. He could afford to buy hundreds and hundreds of flowers, so one flower was nothing. However, he was worried that Zi Beiying would turn down his flower, so he wanted to pretend to get forced into buying the flowers and ask Zi Beiying to do him the favor of accepting them. Although the women's gossip made him feel awkward, it made him even more determined to buy flowers. Zi Beiying felt tickled. She wanted to see how Xu Jinchen would handle this matter, so she stood by leisurely waiting for the action. "How much do your flowers cost?" "I will buy all of them, but you have to help me give them to that lady over there. I am worried she might not accept them," said Xu Jinchen. Not only would he be able to react in response to what the crowd was saying, Zi Beiying would not have the chance to reject them. Zi Beiying instantly glared at Xu Jinchen. She knew exactly what he was trying to pull. Although she acted angry, she was happy in her heart. $10 per stalk. Since I have 20 stalks of flowers here, that makes $200. The girl was delighted to make the sale. She instantly handed the flowers to Zi Beiying. She was worried that Zi Beiying might refuse to take them, so she said sadly, "Miss, please accept them. I haven't sold anything all morning. I had such a hard time selling them." Just as Xu Jinchen expected, Zi Beiying was incapable of refusing the little girl, especially when she put on a sad face. If Zi Beiying did not accept those flowers, it would make her look like a bully. Zi Beiying accepted those flowers as she glared at Xu Jinchen as though she was upset that he got her involved. However, Xu Jinchen kept looking at her innocently. However, Xu Jinchen could not help worrying. Despite knowing it was impossible for Zi Beiying to turn down the little girl, he could not suppress his worry. The moment Zi Beiying accepted the flowers, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately gave the girl the money. "Thank you so much. I hope you two will live a long happy life together and have plenty of children." The little girl took the money and thanked them before she said a few nice things and left. The little girl's words instantly left Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying embarrassed. It was all your fault. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said all those strange things to us. Zi Beiying glared at Xu Jinchen and spoke angrily, but in her heart, she liked the things she heard and certainly hoped so. She was just a kid, so she didn't know better. In any case, she was just being kind. Xu Jinchen touched his nose as he averted eye contact with Zi Beiying as he felt guilty for harboring those thoughts in his mind. Humph. You were the one who bought these flowers, so I am returning them to you. I only accepted them out of pity for the little girl. Zi Beiying felt odd accepting the flowers, so she deliberately returned them to Xu Jinchen. Can't you just do me the favor and take them? How could you return them to me after accepting them in front of so many people? Are you trying to make me a laughingstock? Also, do you despise these flowers? Or do you hate me or something? Said Xu Jinchen with a hurt look on his face. Zi Beiying did not dare to make eye contact with Xu Jinchen. On account of driving me around town and hanging out with me, I will do you the favor. Whatever it was, Xu Jinchen was happy that Zi Beiying was willing to take them. The auction commenced at 10 a.m. Since there were a lot of auction items, it was split into two parts and the bronze chimes were due to be auctioned in the afternoon, so Ji Yuning and the others arrived in the morning. The auction was held in Hall 1 of the Warong Auction House at 1 Wang Fu Street in the Eastern District. Also, it was the largest auction house in the city. Since it was a nationally owned auction house, it had a high reputation. Ji Yuning arrived at the Warong Auction House at 9:30 a.m. By the time she arrived, most of the people had already gotten there, so the parking lot was filled with luxury cars. Would they be able to buy expensive items from an auction if they were not rich and powerful? Chen Durong was already there when Ji Yuning arrived. However, he did not go in right away and waited for Ji Yuning at the auction house main hall. A lot of people had approached Xianxia antique store to ask about the bronze chimes, so most of the people were acquainted with Chen Durong. The moment they saw him, they came over to greet him or chat. A lot of the people were rather friendly to him, but there were hostile people out there as well. Mr. Chen, mind if I ask, where did you get the bronze chimes from? Asked a rotund man who was around 1.7 meters tall. Everyone was keenly aware that they obtained the bronze chimes through illegal means, but no one asked. Since the man brought it up so publicly, he was clearly here to make trouble. No one asked about its source since they already knew it came through illegal means. However, Xianxia Antique Store would not be held legally accountable if they dared to put it up on auction. The man knew this full well, but he could not help feeling jealous and resentful, so he could not resist making trouble. The man was in the antique industry and produced imitation products as well. His company was an even bigger business than Xianxia Antique Store in the past, but Xianxia Antique Store surpassed him overwhelmingly after they branched into the business of producing imitations, so the man could not help feeling competitive. However, Xianxia Antique Store had powerful people behind it, so he did not dare to blatantly attack them. The moment he asked, everyone pricked their ears to listen. Despite knowing that the bronze chimes came through illegal means, they wanted to hear what Chen Durong had to say, but no one dared to do it on their own. I'm not sure either. My boss brought it over, replied Chen Durong unhurriedly in a candid manner. He neither appeared guilty nor annoyed by the question. Chapter 1952. Just because she is young doesn't make her incapable. Ji Yuning had told him to say this since she knew the emergence of the bronze chimes was bound to send tongues wagging. Hence, she told him to deny knowing the source of the bronze chimes and said she was the one who found them. Then it's quite an impressive feat for her to land her hands on such a precious item and being able to sell it without getting charged, said the man ambiguously. Despite how humiliating his words sounded, Chen Durong pretended not to pick up on it even though he was angry. Instead, he acted as though he was praising Ji Yuning. You're right. Our boss is a very impressive woman. Otherwise, her establishments would never have advanced at such speed. Miss Ji Yu was able to advance her career at such astounding speed that it is completely unprecedented. Said the man. Even though he made it sound like he was praising Ji Yuning, his tone was insincere and implied she resorted to underhanded means. Just because she is young does not make her incapable. Not every capable person succeeds. A lot of luck and connections are needed for things to fall into place. However, she could never have done it if she was not capable. You cannot deny her ability just because she is young. As everyone knows, director Ji has powerful connections, and a lot of people think she gained these connections through unscrupulous means. These people think everyone else is as stupid as them. All her connections are powerful, so they aren't idiots. Why would they do as director Ji says since they are so powerful? Said Chen Durong. Chen Durong was saying this for the naysayers to hear. In reality, they were keenly aware no one could succeed solely using backdoor deals. Talent, connections, and luck played a huge part in success as well. Those people merely accused Ji Yuning of using underhanded means to achieve success because they were jealous. The man was dumbfounded after hearing what Chen Durong said. Mr. Chen is right. Director Ji is genuinely an incredibly talented businesswoman. Although I have never met her in person, I have heard a lot about her feats online. She came in first as the top scorer in the national entrance exam with full marks this year. Also, she is a highly skilled martial artist and saved a lot of people, and some of them happen to be powerful men. Said a man. People who knew about Ji Yuning's accomplishments did not believe she resorted to underhanded means to gain connections and advance her career. After all, even successful men might not be able to accomplish what Ji Yuning did. People who were in the dark were startled by Ji Yuning's accomplishments, and doubts about her quickly dissipated. Isn't that Miss Ji Yu? Someone suddenly saw Ji Yuning enter through the door and exclaimed. Since this was an official affair, Ji Yuning came formally dressed. She was dressed in a suit jacket and pants paired with heels and some light makeup. She had her hair scattered behind her and it was styled with large waves. On the whole, she appeared mature, elegant, and had the powerful aura of a queen. Everyone sensed Ji Yuning's powerful aura and could not help holding their breaths. It was impossible to disregard her presence. Even Chen Durong felt stunned. He had always seen Ji Yuning dressed like a student, so it was his first time seeing Ji Yuning's intense aura. For a moment, he was not sure what to say. However, he quickly snapped out of his daze and headed over to welcome Ji Yuning as he greeted reverently, "Morning, Director Ji Yu." "Aha," acknowledged Ji Yuning mildly with her innately imposing aura. In reality, Ji Yuning was deliberately giving off an imposing look. She had overheard the conversation earlier. Even though she did not care what other people thought about her, she could not overlook it now that she had heard it said in front of her. Hence, Ji Yuning walked in with an imposing aura to intimidate them and let them know that she was not just a pretty face. Everyone quickly noticed her presence. The people who believed in Ji Yuning's talent turned to greet her, while the ones with suspicions did not come over. Considering Ji Yuning's publicly known status, a lot of people were not interested in being friends, so they did not bother to greet Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning said hi to the guests who were friendly to her. "Ji Yuning, are you here too?" Tang Qingyang walked over and said hi to Ji Yuning. Song Nan was with Tang Qingyang as well. Ji Yuning greeted Song Nan. "Hi, Rukan and Qingyang," greeted Ji Yuning. They chatted as they headed over to Hall 1 without waiting for Xu Jinshan and Zi Beiying to come. They could come in on their own when they got there. Since Xu Jinshan was around, Ji Yuning did not have to take care of Zi Beiying much. The auction hall was huge and had a posh interior. Rows of rectangular tables with 2 chairs on each side with the table facing the auction stage were placed in the hall. Each row had 6 tables making 24 chairs per row. Although Ji Yuning did not have high status, she was assigned to the second row. Only members of top and second-tier elite families had the privilege of sitting there. As for the first table, only their family heads, high-ranking government officials and experts had the honor of sitting there. Since not every elite family and high-ranking official would turn up today, 24 seats were enough. There were even some unoccupied seats. When people who knew Ji Yuning saw her sitting in the second row, they were shocked. They felt Ji Yuning did not have the right to sit there. They were unaware that Ji Yuning was not given her seat because of her success in the commercial world. Instead, she was seated there as she was the Leng family's future granddaughter-in-law. 2 minutes after Ji Yuning took a seat, Master Leng, Zhang Zongyu and Master Xu showed up along with the president of Palace Museum, Kai Wenhong. Kai Wenhong was here on behalf of the Palace Museum to bid for the bronze chimes. It was not the kind of task that could be delegated to someone else. Everyone greeted them when they entered the hall. They were especially polite and respectful to Master Leng and even stood up when they spoke to him. Ji Yuning immediately stood up when she saw them. Chen Durong stood up as well nervously. "Hi, so nice to see you all, Grandpa Leng, Grandpa Shu, Grandpa Zhang, and Curator Kai," greeted Ji Yuning as she smiled. "Nice to meet you, Master Leng, Master Shu, Master Zhang, and Curator Kai," greeted Chen Durong as well. "Did you come even earlier than us?" asked Zhang Zongyu as he laughed. Chapter 1953, Classy people look good in everything, you sure look good today, commended Master Shu. "Classy people look good in everything," said Master Leng as he looked at her proudly. After all, she was his granddaughter-in-law. Zhang Zongyu and Master Shu could naturally tell Master Leng was showing off. They glanced at him speechlessly. Initially, no one thought much about it when Ji Yuning greeted Master Leng. After all the people in the hall greeted them even though they were unrelated. However, everyone went into shock when they caught sight of Master Leng getting along so well with Ji Yuning. Oh God, were their eyes playing tricks on them? Ji Yuning was acquainted with Master Leng and the others. It was simply inconceivable. The people who despised Ji Yuning previously suddenly felt as though they were slapped in the face. Ji Yuning even knew big shots like Master Leng and the others. How could their so-called connections compare to this? Even though they felt Ji Yuning must have an improper relationship with someone powerful, they would not dare to suspect Master Leng and the others for it. Since Tang Qingyang and Song Nan knew of Ji Yuning's relationship, they were unsurprised by their interaction. Rong Zechen happened to arrive with Master Rong just in time to see Ji Yuning talking to Master Leng and the others. He too could not help feeling shocked that Ji Yuning was acquainted with them. Also, Ji Yuning was particularly stunning today, so he could not help feeling awestruck and upset. Rong Zechen fancied Ji Yuning, but she was disinterested in him. It made Rong Zechen feel both defeated and resentful. He felt he was too good for Ji Yuning to begin with, so she had no reason to refuse him. Ji Yuning saw Rong Zechen when he walked over with Master Rong. However, she did not react at all and acted as though she were complete strangers with Rong Zechen. Rong Zechen could not help feeling insulted when Ji Yuning did not react when she saw him. Hence, he deliberately ignored Ji Yuning and pretended not to know her. "Hi, Leng, Shu, Zhang and Kai. I see you made it too," greeted Master Rong. Although they stood on opposing ends owing to family feuds, they remained courteous on the surface and greeted each other whenever they crossed paths. Also, they interacted as though they were close friends. "Aha. Hi, Rong. Nice to see you here," acknowledged Master Leng as he chuckled. "Such a pleasant surprise to see you here, Master Rong," acknowledged Master Shu, Zhang Zongyu, and Kai Wenhong as well. Owing to their statuses, they greeted him more formally than Master Leng. Grandpa Leng, Grandpa Shu, Grandpa Zhang, and Curator Kai greeted Rong Zechen courteously. Master Leng and the others said hello to Rong Zechen. "Long time no see. You look even better than when I last saw you," said Master Rong. He was not trying to be tactful. Instead, he genuinely felt Master Leng and the others looked more radiant and healthier than before. That went without saying. They had all taken Ji Yuning's power crystal, so they were a lot healthier than their peers. "I think so too. I do feel a lot healthier recently. It helped that I have been exercising and relaxing," said Master Leng. He proceeded to end the conversation and sat down at the next table. "I will sit with you." He saw Shu Jinchen's table card at the seat when he sat down, so he realized Shu Jinchen was coming. Shu Jinchen and Zi Beiying were supposed to sit with Ji Yuning. Even though only his name was written on the table, the other two tables were intended for their guests. The person who was supposed to sit with Ji Yuning and Shu Jinchen was waiting for Master Leng to leave before he took his seat. However, he immediately froze when he heard Master Leng wanted his seat and went into a dilemma. Where would they sit if Master Leng wanted to sit here? However, no one dared to tell Master Leng to leave. Everyone was stunned by Master Leng's actions, including Rong Zechen. How could Master Leng sit beside Ji Yuning? Were they that close? If you sit there, then what about the person whom the seat was actually reserved for? Master Shu did not know whether to laugh or to cry. In reality, they were already seated right in front of Ji Yuning, making them barely half a meter apart. "Just tell them to take my seat," said Master Leng. Master Shu and Zhang Zongyu was speechless briefly before they decided it sounded like a good idea. Master Shu looked at the man beside him and said, "Mr. Ni, mind trading seats with me?" Master Leng had taken the seat belonging to the eldest son of the Ni clan, general manager of their family business, and Ni Chenyang's father, Ni Shuisan. "Be my guest," said Ni Shuisan. It was no big deal to trade seats, especially when it was Master Leng asking. Since Master Leng wanted to sit here, Master Shu, Zhang Zongyu, and Kai Wenhong all moved over with him. Master Rong did not continue chatting with him. Instead, he led Rong Zechen to their seats and sat down. Shu Jinchen and Zi Beiying arrived around this time. The moment Shu Jinchen spotted Master Shu sitting beside Ji Yuning, he could not help feeling uneasy. Zi Beiying did not know them, so she did not feel awkward. Mengda and Nan did not go with them. Instead, they were seated slightly behind them. Also, Master Shu opened his eyes wide in excitement when he saw Shu Jinchen here with a young lady. His grandson finally got smart and found himself a woman. Master Shu blatantly scrutinized Zi Beiying altogether. She was a pretty young woman with an elegant aura, so she did not look like someone from an ordinary family. Zi Beiying felt puzzled when the old man kept looking at her, but she did not show it on her face. "Hello, Grandpa, Grandpa Leng, Grandpa Zhang, and Curator Kai." Shu Jinchen walked up in front of them and greeted them. The moment Shu Jinchen greeted the elderly man as his grandfather while the elderly man scrutinized Zi Beiying, she could not help feeling worried. She did not expect to encounter Shu Jinchen's grandfather here. Since Zi Beiying was uneasy, Ji Yuning stood up immediately and introduced, "Meet Grandpa Shu. This is Xiaoting's grandfather, Grandpa Leng. This is Grandpa Zhang. Also, this is the head of the Palace Museum, Curator Kai." "Hi there, Grandpa Leng, Grandpa Shu, Grandpa Zhang, and Curator Kai," greeted Zi Beiying courteously after being introduced. "Hello," they replied. Master Shu seemed particularly enthusiastic. "This is my friend, Zi Beiying," introduced Ji Yuning to Master Leng and the others. Chapter 1954. He thought his grandson had finally found himself a girl. Is she your friend? Do you mean she's not Jinchen's girlfriend?" The moment Master Shu heard Ji Yuning's introduction, he felt upset. Initially, he thought his grandson had finally found himself a girl. Now that Ji Yuning had introduced Zi Beiying as her friend, his good mood instantly got ruined. Shu Jinchen and Zi Beiying felt embarrassed. Even Master Leng and Zhang Zongyu felt speechless. Just because they were standing beside each other did not make them an item. Fine. He genuinely wanted a granddaughter-in-law very badly since Master Leng kept bragging about Ji Yuning all the time. Ji Yuning could not bear to look. She asked teasingly, "Grandpa Shu, do you want her to be Jinchen's girlfriend?" "Of course. Jinchen is not getting any younger. Is it not about time he settled down? Xiaoting already found a girlfriend. Now that I finally see a girl standing beside him, I thought he finally got smart and found himself a girl, but," said Master Shu disappointedly. He even felt a little sad about it. Fit. Ji Yuning could not help laughing out loud. "If you want him to get the girl, then you have to tell him to work hard." Ji Yuning had already revealed what level they were at. Although they were not dating, no one was saying it was impossible. Shu Jinchen and Zi Beiying could not help feeling even more embarrassed. Master Shu's eyes lit up. He said to Jinchen solemnly, "You had better work hard. If you don't settle down this year, you are going to get it from me." The moment he finished his sentence, he looked at Zi Beiying genially and said, "Miss, Jinchen is a nice boy. Even though he is not a sweet talker, he is good-looking and capable. More importantly, the men in our family make loyal husbands, so no harm giving him a chance." Master Shu's words left Zi Beiying embarrassed. She was at a loss about answering the old man, so she looked at Ji Yuning imploringly. "Grandpa, you..." Shu Jinchen was speechless too. He did not want to deny his relationship with Zi Beiying. Even though they were not dating now, it was just a matter of time. However, since they were not dating, he was not in the position to do that. He was afraid Zi Beiying might get angry. "Grandpa Shu, you are embarrassing my friend. I'm going to show her to her seat," said Ji Yuning as she pulled Zi Beiying over. Sure. Master Shu knew he had gone too far, so he did not keep harping on the subject. However, he kept glancing over at Zi Beiying. The more he looked at her, the happier he became. Zi Beiying could not help feeling even more awkward. Rong Zechan sat in the first row with a complicated emotion rising in his heart when he realized Ji Yuning was surprisingly acquainted with Shu Jinchen. He wondered if she was not simply just acquainted with those family heads and Shu Jinchen alone. Was she even acquainted with their other family members? Rong Zechan was spot on, but he did not know their family members well. Since there were only 10 more minutes to go before the auction started, most of the people had arrived. Ji Yuning saw Harada Hanachi, a renowned concert hall musician from Country R, sitting in the 5th row. Despite the calmness on Ji Yuning's face, a cold murderous sensation rose in her heart. The man with Harada Hanachi, or rather, the man following Harada Hanachi, was a middle-aged man. He was also the man behind Chen Durong's kidnapping. The man was called Zhang Chengtao. He was a company CEO and was worth billions. Also, his uncle was a government official serving as deputy director, so he was a powerful man. Since Ji Yuning had decided to teach Harada Hanachi a lesson, she naturally would not forget about Zhang Chengtao either. Even though he was not the mastermind, he was an accomplice. She would take care of them later. Other than Harada Hanachi, there were some foreigners among them. Foreigners were welcome to attend the auction, but they were not allowed to take part in it. Only locals had the right to bid for the items on auction. It certainly did not stop foreigners from attempting to get locals to help them bid for the objects for sale. It was quite unavoidable. However, they were all here for the bronze chimes. Since the bronze chimes were going to the museum, they were destined to go back empty-handed. Members of the Yuan family arrived 5 minutes before the auction commenced, namely Master Yuan and his granddaughter, Yuan Yilin. The moment Yuan Yilin saw Ji Yuning, she was startled. She did not expect to see Ji Yuning here at all. Also, Ji Yuning was even prettier and classier than usual, so jealousy swept past Yuan Yilin's eyes. Also, she was surprisingly seated in the 2nd row with Master Leng, Master Shu, and Master Zhang sitting beside her. Ji Yuning even knew Master Leng and seemed to be on close terms. What was going on? How could Ji Yuning be acquainted with Master Leng? Also, Shu Jinchen was surprisingly seated with Ji Yuning as well. Yuan Yilin had genuinely underestimated Ji Yuning. She was surprisingly well connected. No wonder she was so arrogant. However, Yuan Yilin did not think that Ji Yuning was that close to Master Leng and the elders. After all, Ji Yuning was just a young woman, so it was impossible for them to think highly of her. They probably felt Ji Yuning was talented for her age and chatted with her a little since they were impressed. Since Yuan Yilin did not witness the interaction between Ji Yuning and Master Leng previously, it was normal for her to think this way. After all, no one believed people like them could be close friends considering the huge age gap between them. It was easier for people of similar ages to become friends. A thought suddenly crossed Yuan Yilin's mind and a sinister look swept across her eyes. She smiled warmly and greeted Ji Yuning as though they were on friendly terms. "Ji Yuning, wasn't expecting to see you here. It is quite the coincidence." Since it was abnormal for Yuan Yilin to take the initiative to act so warmly to Ji Yuning promptly smelled something fishy. She did not feel Yuan Yilin wanted to improve ties with her when she saw how close she was with Master Leng and the other elders. Yuan Yilin hailed from the Yuan family and they were foes with the Leng clan. Since they were on par in power, Yuan Yilin did not have to bother about leaving a good impression on Master Leng. It made no sense for Yuan Yilin to attempt to be close to Ji Yuning on account of Ji Yuning's ties with Master Leng. The only reason Yuan Yilin would deliberately pretend to be close was to make Master Leng keep a distance from Ji Yuning. Why was she doing it? If Ji Yuning was on close terms with Yuan Yilin, the Leng family would keep a distance from Ji Yuning. It was not good to keep your enemy's friends in close proximity. Chapter 1955. Disrespect towards Grandpa Leng. Ji Yuning felt Yuan Yilin was overestimating herself if she genuinely intended on driving a wedge between Master Leng and her. Yuan Yilin's ploy would only work if Ji Yuning and Master Leng were on average terms and she was close friends with Yuan Yilin. Ji Yuning got it spot on. Yuan Yilin hoped to drive Ji Yuning and Master Leng apart. Even though she did not think they were awfully close, she could not stand seeing them on good terms. Senior Yuan, replied Ji Yuning nonchalantly. Who did you come with? Asked Yuan Yilin. I received an invitation, replied Ji Yuning before she said apologetically, Senior Yuan, my apologies. I am in the middle of a conversation with Grandpa Leng, so I can't chat. It is rude to interrupt a conversation to begin with. Also, it is a huge disrespect towards Grandpa Leng. Ji Yuning was slapping Yuan Yilin in the face by saying this. Ji Yuning and Master Leng were in the middle of a conversation, so it was rude to interrupt them, and she was implying Yuan Yilin was disrespectful. Everyone looked at Yuan Yilin disappointedly. They did not expect the granddaughter of the head of the wrong family would rudely interrupt Master Leng's conversation. Had she no respect for Master Leng? Although the four dominant families were not on friendly terms and kept fighting all the time, it was simply rude to interrupt someone's conversation. Even if the four dominant families did not get along with each other, Master Leng was an elder after all. Also, Grandpa Leng was head of the Leng family, so he had special status. Yuan Yilin was simply being too rude. Even if Ji Yuning was acquainted with Yuan Yilin, Master Leng did not mind. It was one thing to know someone, but a completely different matter to be close. He was not about to stop Ji Yuning from talking to Yuan Yilin just because of the feuds between their families. He trusted Ji Yuning would not do anything to hurt the Leng family. Master Leng quickly caught on that Ji Yuning and Yuan Yilin were not friends, so he started to look at Yuan Yilin sternly. It seemed as though he was genuinely unhappy that Yuan Yilin had interrupted him. Master Yuan was also annoyed with Yuan Yilin and stared at her sternly. Initially, he did not notice his granddaughter's rudeness, but now that this young woman pointed it out, he was disappointed by how insensible she was. She had just embarrassed him while Master Leng was here to witness it all. Also, this young woman was deliberately saying it to make trouble for Yuan Yilin. Even though Master Yuan felt angry with Ji Yuning, Yuan Yilin was genuinely at fault, so he could not do anything to defend her. Yuan Yilin also realized the error of her ways and instantly looked embarrassed. She was startled when her grandfather looked at her sternly. Darn it, Ji Yuning had publicly shamed her. If Ji Yuning did not point this out, no one would have caught on to her rudeness. Despite being at fault, Yuan Yilin pointed the finger at Ji Yuning. They were undoubtedly from the same family. Ji Yuning felt it had nothing to do with her. After all, Yuan Yilin was born into a rich and powerful family, so she quickly reacted and apologized. I am so sorry. I was just surprised to see you here and inadvertently interrupted your conversation. She turned to look at Master Leng and apologized to him as well. Grandpa Leng, my bad. I didn't mean it and I hope you won't take it to heart. Even though Yuan Yilin was infuriated, she displayed a particularly good attitude when she apologized because she did not want the other guests to keep harping on it. The people around them started to feel Yuan Yilin did not mean it. Humans made mistakes. Moreover, it was a minor error on her part. Aha, don't worry about it. Just be careful from now on. Master Leng magnanimously let her off. He had no intention of making things difficult for her to begin with. Yes, Grandpa Leng, I will be careful from now on, acknowledged Yuan Yilin. Yuan Yilin stopped talking to Ji Yuning. Regardless of how angry she was with Ji Yuning, she did not dare to show it on the surface. The people at the auction were no ordinary folks. The moment she acted out of place, people would notice it right away. She cared about her reputation and so did Master Yuan, so her grandfather was bound to tell her off if she caused any humiliation. However, she would remember Ji Yuning for doing this to her. Yuan Yilin started to nurse a grudge for Ji Yuning in her heart. Hey, what's going on between you and her? Asked Shu Jinchen softly as he came over to Ji Yuning. Yuan Yilin suddenly approached me one day and said I was too cocky. She warned me to keep a low profile before I offended someone. I realized why she threatened me after I found out who she was. She threatened me because I got into a conflict with her cousin, xianxia. It doesn't make sense for her to suddenly approach me today and act so friendly, so she must be up to no good. She must be thinking I'm arrogant because I am close to Grandpa Lang. If I am not mistaken, she attempted to act friendly with me in the hope it would annoy Grandpa Lang and drive a wedge between us. After all, the four dominant families, although Ji Yuning did not finish her sentence, it was evident what she meant to say. What? I think she overestimated herself, said Xu Jinchen in disdain. Ji Yuning was the future granddaughter-in-law of the Leng clan. Would Yuan Yilin succeed in driving a wedge between Master Leng and Ji Yuning just by pulling this stunt? It was because Yuan Yilin knew nothing of Ji Yuning's true identity. If she did, she would not have done something as idiotic as that. Before long, the host stepped onto the stage and the guests quietened down. The host introduced the event before the auction started. No ordinary antiques could make it into an established auction house like theirs. Grandpa Lang, what are you here to see? Are you interested in the auction items? Asked Ji Yuning. Since the event was marketed a week beforehand, all the auction items were made known to the public. I simply came for a look. Although the antiques are good, I don't really want any of them. People always raise the prices at auctions and it isn't worth spending that much money on antiques, replied Master Lang. Even though he was wealthy, he had self-restraint. That's true. Ji Yuning felt the same way. The price of antiques was sky-high purely due to hype. She was an antique collector as well, but she was also interested in trading them. Since people could bring themselves to buy overpriced antiques, she was happy to profit off them. Her interests with the average antique enthusiasts were simply polar opposites. I came over to see the bronze chimes, said Master Lang. Although they had done a lot of research about the bronze chimes, they wanted to see how much they would get auctioned off for eventually. Also, he was here to support Ji Yuning's event. Ji Yuning did not tell Master Lang that the bronze chimes had already gotten sold to the Palace Museum. She was just going through the motions to use the auction to create publicity for Xianxia Antique Store. Chapter 1956. I didn't expect Ji Yuning to be so well connected. Ji Yuning was not deliberately hiding the truth. It was just that since they had not met recently, she did not have the chance to tell Master Lang about it. Now that the auction was taking place, it was inappropriate to talk about it and she did not know whether Kai Wenhong told Master Lang about it. She decided to tell them about this later. Then are you staying for the rest of the auction in the afternoon? Asked Ji Yuning. She was only planning to attend the auction in the morning. Probably not. I am only here to see the bronze chimes, replied Master Lang. Let's do lunch then, said Ji Yuning. Now that all of them were present, it would be rude to not buy them lunch. Ji Yuning was not simply suggesting to eat together out of courtesy. She genuinely treated them like they were family. Now that they finally had the chance to meet, she wanted to eat with them. Sure, agreed Master Lang quickly. Even if Ji Yuning did not suggest having lunch together, he was planning on asking. After all, he had not seen Ji Yuning in ages. Most of the people were here to see the bronze chimes get auctioned off, so the guests were not as interested in the other auction items. The other auction items did not get sold at exorbitant prices. All of them kept talking about the bronze chimes while they waited for them to get auctioned off. Many people are here to bid for the bronze chimes. I wonder who will walk away with it. That depends on who is the most willing to spend the money. Since it is a complete set of bronze chimes, it would probably fetch over $5 billion. Aha! Most of the time, antiques get auctioned off way above the market price, so the bronze chimes will probably go for as high as $7 billion. Maybe even higher. I am so envious of Xianxia Antique Store for discovering such a rare antique. Even though they obtained it through illegal means, they were able to auction it publicly. It goes to show how well connected the store is. Look, Mr. Chen, the store manager of Xianxia Antique Store, is sitting in the second row right in the middle. You're right. I can't believe he is sitting in the second row. I was looking for him further back, but couldn't find him. I was just wondering where he was. Even though I saw him walking into the auction hall, I could not find him. However, he ended up sitting in the second row. Not everyone was aware that Ji Yuning was the owner of Xianxia Antique Store or knew of her background. Yuan Yilin was unaware that Ji Yuning was the owner of Xianxia Antique Store as well. She only knew of Ji Yuning's other establishments. Was Mr. Chen able to sit in the second row because the bronze chimes were provided by Xianxia Antique Store? I don't think so. See that woman dressed in beige sitting beside him. Or rather, the young woman sitting beside him. She is the owner of Xianxia Antique Store, Ji Yuning. See the man sitting on her right. He is Master Leng. What? Did Ji Yuning get to sit with Master Leng? Also, Master Shu, Master Zhang, and Curator Kai of the Palace Museum took the initiative to go with Master Leng and sit beside Ji Yuning. They were previously assigned to the first row. Aha, I saw it too. Also, they seemed familiar with each other and kept chatting. Otherwise, those important elders would never have bothered talking to her. Heavens, I didn't expect Ji Yuning to be so well connected, me neither. Considering the circles she runs in, no one would dare to hold her accountable for these bronze chimes even though they came through illegal means. That goes without saying. Who would have the guts to punish her for selling the bronze chimes? Could Ji Yuning be relatives with one of them? Perhaps. Maybe she is the daughter of a family friend. Whatever it is, they must be related somehow. A lot of the people felt Ji Yuning must be related to one of the elders. Perhaps one of her family members was friends with them. Even though they did not know how close Ji Yuning was with Master Leng and the others, many of the people secretly noted not to offend Ji Yuning owing to her connections. They were not sitting around waiting to get into conflict with Ji Yuning. They were simply making notes to avoid getting on her bad side at all costs. After Zhang Chengtao arrived at the auction, he did not expect to see Chen Durong at all. Since he was badly injured, he ought to be bedridden for some time and it was impossible for him to show up. However, now that he had overheard the gossip, he finally realized Chen Durong was at the auction hall and sitting in the second row no less. Also, he was even rubbing shoulders with some very important people. Zhang Chengtao trembled in shock. He did not expect Chen Durong to be acquainted with so many big shots. Zhang Chengtao could not imagine what would become of him if they caught wind he was involved in abducting Chen Durong and hurting him. If he knew Chen Durong had such powerful friends, he would never have dared to touch him. Although Hirata Hanachi overheard the conversation, he was unaware of their identity, so he did not take it to heart. It was almost 12 p.m. and the first half of the auction was about to come to an end. Since it was time to auction off the rarest item, everyone felt exhilarated. Good morning, everyone. The bronze chimes were simply too heavy and huge, so they cannot be displayed on stage. Instead, we will project their images on the screen. The auction house guarantees their authenticity and the bidding will be conducted fairly. The successful bidder can authenticate the bronze chimes after the auction before paying for them, said the host. They had already sent word about this when they promoted the auction event to avoid any disagreement. Although most of the guests were displeased with the arrangement, they were not in the position to complain. Also, the bronze chimes were genuinely too bulky to be put on display here and moved around. They trusted the auction house. Unknown to the public, Kai Wenhong and Ji Yuning had already come to an agreement that the bronze chimes would be sold to the museum. The moment the host finished his sentence, images of the bronze chimes appeared on the screen. The pictures were taken on the day Kai Wenhong appraised them. Hence, a commotion started below the stage. This is simply mind-blowing. In 19XX, 2 sets of bronze chimes were unearthed in the tomb hailing from the Eastern Zhou dynasty somewhere. One set had 9 pieces, while the other had 7 pieces. Both of them caused a furor in the antique and music industries. Now, this set is even better. Aha! Sadly, no music could be played on the previous sets of bronze chimes as they were incomplete. Since this set of bronze chimes is complete, they are priceless both culturally and monetarily speaking. That's right. Everyone started chatting with Ji Yuning and Chen Durong while people talked about the bronze chimes, so Rong Zechen and Yuan Yilin learned that the bronze chimes came from Ji Yuning. Chapter 1957. The price doesn't matter if you like it. Rong Zechen knew that Xianxia Antique Store belonged to Ji Yuning, but he did not know anything about the bronze chimes since he did not pay attention to the news about the auction. He simply came today with his grandfather since he did not have class. Yuan Yilin, on the other hand, did not know that Xianxia antique store belonged to Ji Yuning and only found out now. Since this was news to them, they were terribly surprised. Where did Ji Yuning get the bronze chimes from? Rong Zechen was unaware of the bronze chimes price, but Yuan Yilin heard about it. This set of bronze chimes was worth at least 6 to 7 billion. Ji Yuning just made billions of dollars effortlessly, so Yuan Yilin could not help feeling jealous. Ji Yuning, I see you were the one who provided the bronze chimes. Where did you get them from? Asked Yuan Yilin as though she was simply curious. Considering Ji Yuning and Yuan Yilin's relationship, it was impossible for Yuan Yilin to be purely curious. She simply wanted to make trouble for Ji Yuning since Yuan Yilin knew the bronze chimes came from illegal sources. Despite knowing what Yuan Yilin was attempting to pull, Ji Yuning replied calmly, "My apologies, Senior Yuan. I can't tell you. There is an unwritten rule in the antique industry not to ask the seller for the source of their goods, so no one asked me for the details." Ji Yuning's words left Yuan Yilin embarrassed and feeling like an idiot. Even though she felt angry, she could not show it. "Oh, I didn't know I couldn't talk about it. My bad. I didn't know I couldn't ask." Yuan Yilin acted sorry, but she acted as though Ji Yuning's bronze chimes had come from illegitimate sources, so it was inconvenient to talk about it openly. Ji Yuning could not help mocking Yuan Yilin in her heart as she watched Yuan Yilin's performance. Did Yuan Yilin think the patrons were in the dark about the bronze chime's source? Yuan Yilin seemed to think Ji Yuning would get punished if it was found out that she got them through illegal means. Anyone with brains would not ask about this. "It doesn't matter. After all, you aren't in the antique industry," said Ji Yuning graciously. However, Yuan Yilin felt as though Ji Yuning was looking down on her. Ji Yuning did not know about the thoughts running through Yuan Yilin's mind. If she ever caught wind, she would definitely feel maligned. She was not looking down on Yuan Yilin. Instead, she was just bringing it up casually. Yuan Yilin had only herself to blame for any delusions that she was being persecuted. Master Yuan did not feel Yuan Yilin was wrong to ask about the source of the antique, but he felt she was making a fool of herself. This made Master Yuan rather annoyed, so he looked at Yuan Yilin threateningly to remind her to watch her tongue. Yuan Yilin noticed the look in Master Yuan's eyes, so she stopped talking. Master Yuan glanced at Ji Yuning mildly before averting his eyes. Although he could tell Ji Yuning was targeting Yuan Yilin, there was nothing wrong with her words, so he could not find fault. "Are you Miss Ji Yu? Despite your young age, you are very capable. I am very impressed." Master Rong slathered praise on Ji Yuning since he was genuinely awed by her. Although Master Leng and Master Rong were not friends, Master Leng could not help feeling proud. After all, Ji Yuning was his granddaughter-in-law. "You were too kind, Master Rong. I think I just got a little lucky," replied Ji Yuning modestly but confidently. "You are too modest. It takes more than luck to accomplish things in life. Talent is the key to success," said Master Leng with a look of pride beaming from his face. People unaware of Ji Yuning and Master Leng's relationship felt that Master Leng was simply blown away by her talent. However, the ones who knew of their true relations instantly caught on that Master Leng was showing off his granddaughter-in-law. Rong Zechen and Yuan Yilin naturally felt upset since Master Leng thought so highly of Ji Yuning. Neither of them felt Ji Yuning deserved such high praise. Yuan Yilin just became increasingly jealous of Ji Yuning. After their brief conversation, the auction of the bronze chimes commenced. Its starting price was $3 billion and each bid was worth 100 million. Rong Zechen finally realized how much the bronze chimes were actually worth after hearing what the host said. Ji Yuning was the one who found the bronze chimes. How could Ji Yuning have done it? The more amazing Ji Yuning was, the more upset Rong Zechen became. He felt Ji Yuning did not fancy him because she was a brilliant young woman. However, she would never be good enough for him with a background like hers. The moment the host finished his sentence, everyone proceeded to bid for the bronze chimes. However, since the bronze chimes were very expensive, a lot fewer people bid for them. The people who did were determined to go home with the bronze chimes, so the bidding process was particularly intense. Even the people who were not interested in bidding for the bronze chimes were overwhelmed with adrenaline and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Oh God! Someone has already offered $5 billion for it. These people are simply too rich. That goes without saying. Most of the people at an auction are rich folks. Although the auction house is full of rich people, it is too much to fork out billions for an antique. You might find it too expensive, but for people like them, a few billion is just like pocket change. The same goes, if we see something we like worth hundreds of thousands, we would buy it without a second thought. That's absolutely right. If you like it, then the price is no issue. Some of the guests present were not interested in antiques. Also, not all of them were made of money. Even the ones who were loaded were reluctant to bid for the bronze chimes. Rong Zechen was startled by how much people were willing to pay for the set of bronze chimes. Before long, the bidding war had reached $7 billion. Fewer and fewer people were actively bidding for the bronze chimes, but Kai Wenhong kept going strong. It seems the museum is determined to have the bronze chimes, said Master Leng. Aha, the bidding has already reached $8 billion, but people are still going on. It is not worth paying over $8 billion for those bronze chimes, said Master Shu. If I knew Kai Wenhong wanted it so badly for the museum, I would have asked Ji Yuning to sell it to him at a reasonable price and just go through the motion of auctioning it off. I think it's great if the bronze chimes can go to the museum, said Zhang Zongyu. Master Leng and Master Shu felt the same way when they heard what Zhang Zongyu said. Why did they not think of this earlier? Chapter 1958. Focus on things that matter. Kai Wenhong simply smiled without joining in the conversation. He was still busy bidding for the bronze chimes and did not have time to explain the deal he had struck with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning had already agreed to sell the bronze chimes to the Palace Museum, so the auction was just for show. Even if he was free, he would not choose to explain now when there were bystanders around. It would only cause trouble if anyone overheard this, since it was considered fraud. Both Shangyan Antique Store and the museum would end up in hot water if anyone found out. Ji Yuning did not explain either. By the time the price reached $8.5 billion, no one else vied for the bronze chimes. The auction price was far higher than expected. As expected, Kai Wenhong won the bid. No matter how much he offered for the bronze chimes, he only had to pay Ji Yuning $5 billion, so he was unafraid of offering an astronomical sum. A lot of people were astonished by its final price. Most of them felt it would not go higher than $7 billion. Everyone looked at Ji Yuning. Some looked at her with admiration while others looked at her with jealousy. They felt it was easy money for Ji Yuning. The most expensive item that got auctioned off this morning was only worth about $5 billion, so the difference in price with the bronze chimes was simply jaw-dropping. After the bronze chimes got auctioned off, the first half of the auction came to an end. The second half of the auction would commence at 1:30 p.m. Everyone naturally spent their free time having lunch, as the Warong auction house had provided lunch for them. Since they were able to earn a lot of money for each auction, the auction house had no trouble providing lunch for its guests. And if the food did not suit the guests' tastes, they were welcome to go out for lunch. Ji Yuning, Master Leng, and the others did not plan on coming back for the second half of the auction, so they headed off together for lunch. Among their lunch party was Ji Yuning, Master Leng, Master Shu, Zhang Zongyu, Kai Wenhong, Chen Durong, Xu Jinchen, and Zi Beiying. Before they left, Ji Yuning and Kai Wenhong went backstage to complete some paperwork. However, the sale could not be completed yet without the bronze chimes physically present. The auction house usually earned a commission through the auctions. The bronze chimes were auctioned at $8.5 billion, so the fees for the transaction were high. However, since Warong Auction House was operated by the government and Kai Wenhong was the vice director of the National Cultural Heritage Administration, the fees could be waived easily. Not all auction item commissions were eligible for the waiver. However, the deal between Ji Yuning and Kai Wenhong certainly qualified. After completing the paperwork, they left for lunch together. Everyone felt even more confident that Ji Yuning had close ties with those big shots when Ji Yuning left with Master Leng and the others. Master Yuan and Yuan Yilin were not going to attend the second half of the auction either. So after getting in the car, Master Yuan said to Yuan Yilin sternly, "What's going on between you and Ji Yunin?" Yuan Yilin did not dare to lie, so she came clean about what happened at school and the conflict between Ji Yuning and Yuan Shuyan. She even told him about how she warned Ji Yuning without embellishing the story. How could she do that? Is it possible for the Yuan and Rong families to be linked by marriage? Go tell Yuan Shuyan to sever ties with Rong Zechen, said Master Yuan reprovingly. Their families were at odds with each other, so Master Yuan felt furious to hear that a girl from their family had fallen for a boy from the Rong clan and caused so much trouble. Although Yuan Shuyan was from a collateral branch, she was still a part of the family and they were on the same boat. "I will," replied Yuan Yilin. Yuan Yilin had scolded Yuan Shuyan for this previously. Yuan Shuyan simply could not stop herself since she was in love with him. Nothing could stop people when they were in love even if the object of their love was not interested at all. Yuan Shuyan knew it was impossible between her and Rong Zechen, so she did not tell anyone about it. However, it was an open secret, so it was genuinely an embarrassment for the family with all this gossip flying in the air. "Also, your feud with Ji Yuning ends now. You have to focus on things that matter," warned Master Yuan yet again. Despite having something to do with these incidents, he did not feel Ji Yuning was at fault, so Master Yuan did not blame Ji Yuning for them. From his perspective, Ji Yuning was an insignificant small fry after all. However, it was impossible for him to take a liking to Ji Yuning now. Ji Yuning and the others did not venture too far for lunch and instead settled for a nearby restaurant. Shortly after they left the auction house, Ji Yuning noticed that they were being followed. Ji Yuning was driving, so it was inconvenient for her to turn and check, but she was certain it had something to do with the bronze chimes. Although Kai Wenhong had already successfully bought the item through the auction, it did not mean everyone was ready to give up on them. It was especially true for the famous musician from Country R, Harada Hanachi, the very same man who abducted Chen Durong for the sake of the bronze chimes. Ji Yuning was not 100% sure it was him. It could have been anyone else, but her instincts told her it was Harada Hanachi as the people from his country tended to be more unreasonable. They arrived at the restaurant roughly 10 minutes later and the tail followed them. After parking the car, Ji Yuning could see who they were. Ji Yuning's gut instinct was right. Harada Hanachi was genuinely on their tail. Ji Yuning narrowed her eyes. Even though she had yet to look them up to settle the feud, they had already come knocking on her door. However, now was not the time to teach them a lesson. Also, they had not done anything yet, so she went about her business normally. Xu Jinchen had already booked a private room ahead of time, so they went right in when they got there. Ji Yuning looked at them cautiously every now and then. She saw Harada Hanachi and 3 other men following them into the restaurant. They also asked for a private room, but it was some distance from theirs. After they arrived at the private room, the waiter took their order and left. Ji Yuning finally said, "Grandpa Leng, Grandpa Xu, Grandpa Zhang, I have something to tell you. It was crowded at the auction hall, so I couldn't get to it. Now is the perfect time to tell you." "What?" asked Master Leng and the others curiously. "I already struck a deal with Curator Kai the day the bronze chime's authenticity got verified. I already sold it to the Palace Museum for $5 billion. However, the auction went on as per normal so that I could do some marketing for Xianxia Antique Store," said Ji Yuning. All of them were shocked by the news. "Hee. Otherwise, I wouldn't have auctioned for them at such a high price," said Kai Wenhong as he smiled. Chapter 1959. See how anxious you are. Even though the bronze chimes did not belong to Kai Wenhong, he was the museum curator, so he was happy that such a priceless antique could become a part of the museum collection. On a personal level, he was not interested in keeping the bronze chimes as a collector's item. After all, it was meaningless for him to have them. "Oh, I see." Everyone finally wrapped their minds around what happened. Initially, they felt Kai Wenhong was offering too much for the bronze chimes. They felt they could have struck an under-the-table deal with Ji Yuning to buy them at a good price if Kai Wenhong wanted them so badly and pretend to auction it off later. However, Kai Wenhong had unexpectedly already done so with Ji Yuning. In that case, things worked out for the best. Ha ha, that's perfect. Master Leng felt happy that Ji Yuning had read his mind. Oh yes, Miss Ji Yu. When are you free? Asked Kai Wenhong. He was dying to bring the bronze chimes back to the museum so that he could set his heart at ease. He was not worried that Ji Yuning might go back on her word. He simply wanted to check it off his list since the antique experts at the museum were waiting to study it. I can make arrangements for someone to go to Century City now. After lunch, we can go straight over and deliver the bronze chimes to the museum, replied Ji Yuning. That's great, replied Kai Wenhong before he made a call and made arrangements on his end as well. Ha ha, just look at you, why are you so anxious? Zhang Zongyu felt speechless, so he kept teasing Kai Wenhong. However, he could empathize with Kai Wenhong's situation. Of course I am anxious. The antique experts at the museum keep chasing me for the bronze chimes. They are really killing me, said Kai Wenhong. After lunch, everyone parted ways. Beiying, why don't you hang out at our place when you have time? Said Master Shu to Zi Beiying before they left. Even if she was not dating Xu Jinchen yet, he really liked Zi Beiying and hoped that she could end up dating Xu Jinchen one day. He did not ask about Zi Beiying's family background since he did not care. The Xu family was powerful enough for both of them and did not need political marriages, so any decent girl was good enough. Sure thing. Although Zi Beiying felt terribly shy, she acknowledged Master Shu courteously. Master Shu was very warm and friendly to Zi Beiying, but he spoke sternly to Xu Jinchen, be nice to her. If I hear of you bullying her, I will skin you alive. Xu Jinchen looked a little annoyed. Did he seem like a bully to his grandfather? However, despite how he felt, he did not dare to argue with his grandfather and simply acknowledged his wishes obediently. Master Shu finally left with a peace of mind. After Ji Yuning got to the parking lot, she saw Harada Hanachi and the others already there sitting in the car, but they had yet to leave and kept their eyes on her car. Ji Yuning watched as Master Leng left before getting into the car. Since Kai Wenhong did not drive, he took a ride with Ji Yuning. Chen Durong also headed to Century City with Ji Yuning. He came in a car today, so he drove on his own. Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying wanted to hang out in the city, but did not know where to go. Ji Yuning told them that she had to personally deliver the bronze chimes to the palace and asked if they were interested in coming. Zi Beiying agreed right away. She had yet to visit the palace here. Although this was her homeland, she had moved over to Country J as a child. Other than the language, she did not know much about the country. Since the Zi family originated from here, they diligently learned their mother tongue and only spoke their mother tongue at home even though they resided in Country J. The moment Ji Yuning and the others left, Harada Hanachi and the others started the engine and continued following them. By the time Ji Yuning and the others arrived at Century City, Kai Wenhong's men had already reached and were waiting outside Ji Yuning's estate entrance. No outsiders or vehicles were permitted entry unless they were accompanied by the property owner or possessed keys, so Kai Wenhong's men could only wait outside for Ji Yuning to arrive and let them in. For this same reason, Harada Hanachi and the others were incapable of entering and could only see from outside. Inside the car, Harada Hanachi sat in the backseat along with his disciple who was in his late 20s. "Master, are you really going to snatch the bronze chimes from them?" "We are outnumbered," asked Harada Hanachi's disciple worriedly. "Don't worry, I made plans. Even if we do not succeed, nothing will happen to us. Everyone will just think it was an accident," replied Harada Hanachi. His disciple stopped talking the moment he heard what Harada Hanachi said. Since a lot of strong people were sent to help with the bronze chimes, the task of moving them was quickly completed before they left. Ji Yuning did not drive and took Chen Durong's car, so Kai Wenhong took his car as well. Xu Jinchen drove Zi Beiying and the others using his car. On the way to the museum, Xu Jinchen led the cars with the museum's transport vehicle driving at the center and Ji Yuning's car following right behind. Since Harada Hanachi kept following them, Ji Yuning was worried that they would move in on them while they were on the road. She especially reminded Xu Jinchen and the others to be vigilant before they went on their way. Ji Yuning did not tell them directly about Harada Hanachi following them. Even without Harada Hanachi tailing them, they ought to be careful and prepare for the worst. Ji Yuning contemplated while she sat in the car without driving. Where would Harada Hanachi attack them if he wanted to? Some people liked to do it with fewer people around while others might prefer doing it in a crowded place. If Harada Hanachi preferred to launch an attack in a less crowded place, a few places came to Ji Yuning's mind. The southern and eastern districts were some distance apart, and there were some stretches of roads surrounded by wilderness. No other humans could be seen as the cars drove by. If Harada Hanachi preferred to attack in a crowded place, there were countless places he could do it. Ji Yuning thought if he wanted to attack them, he would do it in the suburbs while they were on the road. It was simply easier to make an escape after causing such a commotion while stealing the bronze chimes. Ji Yuning's speculation came true when they were about 100 miles away from the bridge that was approaching. She saw a vision of a huge truck which suddenly ran into a lorry. The lorry got thrown off the bridge and fell into the water. The images cut off. The lorry that fell off the bridge happened to be the museum's transport vehicle. The culprit that ran them over was close behind them. Curator Kai, call your men and tell them to pull up immediately, said Ji Yuning in a firm tone. Chapter 1960, Simply Shocking, What Happened? Asked Kai Wenhong quizzically when he heard Ji Yuning. Why did she suddenly want them to pull over? It was impossible to pull over here. Don't ask. Just do it, said Ji Yuning swiftly. She did not have the time to explain. Okay. Kai Wenhong realized how serious she was, so he stopped asking. He immediately took out his phone and called the man driving the car up ahead. The huge truck behind accelerated and came increasingly closer while Kai Wenhong was calling his men. Ji Yuning frowned slightly and felt annoyed and somewhat anxious. She could not let Chen Durong physically block the huge truck as that would put them in grave danger. Although she was around to save them, she would much prefer to avoid it altogether. Kai Wenhong did not know why Ji Yuning suddenly asked for the transport vehicle to stop. However, he trusted she had a good reason, so he had to take it seriously. Since the line was busy, Kai Wenhong hung up and called someone else. This time, someone finally answered. Kai Wenhong immediately told them to stop. His subordinate asked him why, but Kai Wenhong could not give him a reason. Even if he knew what was going on, he did not have time to explain. He simply ordered them to stop immediately. Hence, the guy on the phone told the driver to pull up right away, and the driver did as he was told. Ji Yuning also told Chen Durong to pull up. The moment all the cars pulled up, the huge truck drove past them and charged right towards the front of the transport vehicle and went straight towards the railing before crashing over. Everyone watched in shock, especially the people in the museum's transport vehicle. They finally realized why Curator Kai told them to pull up. If they were just a second slower, the huge truck would have hit them and they would have fallen off the bridge instead. If they did not slam the brakes in time, the huge truck would have sent them flying off the bridge. The huge truck was clearly aiming to run them over. A lot of force was needed to run the transport vehicle off the bridge, so the huge truck kept accelerating. However, the museum transport vehicle suddenly stopped. By the time the huge truck's driver wanted to step on the brake, it was too late and they drove off the bridge instead. Although the bridge was not very high, just 3 or 4 meters tall, it was very dangerous to fall headlong. Harada Hanachi kept following them in his car. He did not anticipate this and was both shocked and furious. Damn it, cursed Harada Hanachi. Master, was that your... Harada Hanachi's disciple instantly realized Harada Hanachi had planned this. Even though Harada Hanachi said nothing, he was silently admitting to it. Ji Yuning also saw his reaction. Miss Ji Yu, did you realize something was wrong? Kai Wenhong's voice trembled as he was still trembling in fright. Despite Kai Wenhong's question, he was certain Ji Yuning must have noticed something amiss. Otherwise, she would not have suddenly told him to get the vehicles to stop. Aha, I noticed a car following us a long time ago. It kept driving a decent distance from us and it had been following us at the exact same speed. Also, I encountered a similar situation before. Since we have just auctioned off the bronze chimes today, I had a feeling something would happen. I thought someone might come after the bronze chimes, so I felt we should pull up to be safe, said Ji Yuning. That was such a close shave. Chen Durong was terribly frightened and kept shivering. If he had to drive now, he was not so sure if he could still hold the steering wheel properly. Xu Jinchen stopped his car as well. He also suffered quite a scare. They were particularly vigilant after Ji Yuning reminded them to be careful. However, the little accident happened anyway. Fortunately, nothing happened to them. They were on high alert transporting the bronze chimes to the museum, so they were certain this was no accident. It was a premeditated attack on them. Even though everyone escaped unscathed, Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying got out of the car and ran over to Ji Yuning, leaving Mengde and Nan in the car. A lot of other cars had pulled up. Some people called 911 while some of them attempted to save the passengers in the huge truck. Since it was a major accident, Ji Yuning and the others could not leave right away. Ji Yuning told Chen Durong and Kai Wenhong to stay in the car while she got off and walked over to the railing. However, Ji Yuning had no intention of helping. Even if she had the ability to save them, they deserved to die since they were the ones who wanted to attack them first. That was really scary. The huge truck almost ran into the transport vehicle, said Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying as they walked up to Ji Yuning. Aha, replied Ji Yuning. She also felt they were lucky to escape. The museum transport vehicle was a hair's breadth from falling off the bridge. I wonder why they suddenly decided to step on the brake at the perfect time, said Zi Beiying quizzically. I noticed something wrong with the huge truck, so I told Curator Kai to call the driver and get them to stop. It was pure luck that the huge truck accelerated and charged right past them the moment they pulled over, replied Ji Yuning. Everyone finally knew why the museum transport vehicle suddenly stopped. Only Ji Yuning's inner circle knew this was not an accident. Everyone else felt it was an accident that the huge truck lost control. They simply felt the museum transport vehicle was lucky to escape unscathed when it pulled over at the perfect time. Ji Yuning did not want to hold the truck driver accountable since she did not want people to know it was premeditated. However, she was certainly going to seek revenge on Harada Hanachi for this. The huge truck's driver was injured, but it was not serious. He escaped the truck quickly before abandoning it and swimming to the shore. Although the river was not deep, it was deep enough for the entire vehicle to get submerged. The driver came up and saw the museum transport vehicle standing in one piece and could not help feeling uneasy. However, he composed himself and acted as though it was an accident. Although he had failed his mission, he felt lucky to be alive. However, he remained puzzled. How did the museum transport vehicle know when to stop? Despite his curiosity, he could not ask the museum transport vehicle driver. The moment he did, he would get exposed. After the driver came back up, many people went over to check on him and called for an ambulance. Although Harada Hanachi was furious that the driver did not accomplish his mission, it was not the right time to show his face. He could only watch as the entire event transpired. However, he was not worried that the driver would rat him out. Ji Yuning and the others said nothing as they watched from the side. Chapter 1961. High chance of success. The cops arrived on the scene before long and asked what happened. After they found out it was an accident, they got the crowd to leave, including Ji Yuning and the others. Since Chen Durong got such a scare from the incident, he was unable to drive, so Ji Yuning took over the driving. Mengde also took over the driving of the museum transport vehicle. Although Mengde also got a terrible fright, he was a mature man, so he quickly composed himself. Now that Harada Hanachi's ploy had failed, he stopped trying to attack them. He did not have a backup plan, so he could only watch as his target drove off. For the rest of the trip, nothing else happened and they reached the Palace Museum without a hitch. After the bronze chimes arrived at the museum, all the antique experts came over to study them. Kai Wenhong transferred money to Ji Yuning after the bronze chimes were placed in storage. Ji Yuning and the others then left and brought Zi Beiying out when everything was settled. Both Master Shu's daughters-in-law happened to be in the living room talking about Xu Jinchen when he got home. Sigh. I bumped into Fang Ling and her daughter at the beautician's today. They asked me about Jinchen. Although he doesn't like Ji Zijing, I could not bring myself to tell them. I simply said he is so busy that he can't even come home, so I was unable to tell him about matchmaking him and Ji Zijing. I really don't get it. What's wrong with Ji Zijing? Other than her family background, she is very compatible with him. Also, she happens to be my friend's daughter, so I know her well, said Mrs. Shu. Just thinking about the matter made Mrs. Shu annoyed. I know it is inappropriate for me to say anything about it, but he isn't interested in that girl, he will only get annoyed if you force him. You might even end up getting into a fight over this, said her sister-in-law. Although Shu Jinchen's mother was very anxious about his love life, it was wrong to force him to date Ji Zijing. I know, but he is not getting any younger. All he cares about is work. I wonder when he will get married, said Mrs. Shu. Her son had been single all his life, so she was naturally anxious. Who says Jinchen only cares about work? The moment Master Shu entered the living room, he overheard the conversation and said, "From now on, stop trying to matchmake Jinchen. He already found himself a target and is busy courting her. If you make arrangements for him to meet other marriage prospects, the girl might get angry with Jinchen. I don't want him to lose the girl because of this." Mrs. Shu stood up in shock from the couch and looked at Master Shu as she asked excitedly, "Huh? Is Jinchen wooing some girl?" I bumped into them today," said Master Shu. He smiled just thinking about Zibeiing. Really? What is she like? That stupid boy. Why didn't he tell me? If he told me about it, I wouldn't have tried to get him to see other girls, asked Mrs. Shu curiously as she griped about Shu Jinchen. Master Shu sat down on the couch and said, "She is in her 20s. She is very pretty and has an elegant aura. Although I do not know what family she comes from, I can tell it is no ordinary family from her poise. In any case, we don't care about her family background as long as they are in love. I don't care about her family background as long as she is a decent and well-brought-up girl," said Mrs. Shu. In the past, she used to care about family status but not anymore. However, it would be an edge if the girl came from a good family. Enough. Stop fretting over this. I think your son stands a good chance of winning the girl, said Master Shu. After talking to Master Shu, Mrs. Shu immediately called her son to ask about the girl. Shu Jinchen was speechless when he saw his mother calling him. Even without talking to Mrs. Shu, he knew Master Shu must have told her about Zibeiing. Otherwise, she would not have called. Despite his reluctance to talk to Mrs. Shu, he answered the phone. After all, she was his mother. Mrs. Shu told Shu Jinchen what Master Shu had just told them and asked about the girl. She wanted to know where the girl was from and what her family did for a living. Although she did not care about the girl's family background, she still wanted to know more. "Why are you asking so much? We aren't even dating yet. I will tell you when I succeed. Whatever it is, she is 1,000 times better than those other girls you found for me," said Shu Jinchen impatiently. Even though he did not divulge Zibeiying's family background, he was implying she came from a powerful family so that they would not look down on Zibeiying. Although family status did not matter to the Shu family, he wanted them to show respect to Zibeiying. News about the bronze chimes getting auctioned off for $8.5 billion spread like wildfire online. Everyone felt envious of Ji Yuning for making such a killing. People also suspected Ji Yuning of obtaining the bronze chimes through illegal means and doubted her character. They suspected Ji Yuning of committing grave digging. Gravedigging and stealing cultural relics were illegal in the country, so people demanded that the National Cultural Heritage Administration investigate the matter and punish Ji Yuning accordingly. Ji Yuning's diehard fanatics did not care how Ji Yuning obtained the bronze chimes. Even if she did, they would never hate Ji Yuning for it. Instead, they found gravedigging very cool. Some slightly smarter people felt the National Cultural Heritage Administration would have already investigated Ji Yuning if they wanted to. Why would they allow her to auction the bronze chimes off? A lot of people agreed, so the suspicion died down a little. Despite that, many people found Ji Yuning's ethics questionable, so a lot of people continued dissing Ji Yuning online. A lot of Ji Yuning's friends called or sent text messages about the bronze chimes to congratulate and comfort her. Although they knew Ji Yuning got the bronze chimes through illegal methods, they did not doubt her character. Even if Ji Yuning obtained them through gravedigging, it did not matter as long as the National Cultural Heritage Administration did not object. Ji Yuning did not care about the gossip online, but it did not mean other people who cared about her a lot could let it go. Chu Peihan and the others tagged Ji Yuning in their group chat and spoke in her defense. Even though they had a feeling Ji Yuning obtained the bronze chimes through gravedigging, they supported her unconditionally. Ji Yuning comforted them a little before they finally calmed down and demanded that Ji Yuning buy them dinner since she made such a killing. Ji Yuning naturally agreed right away, but she was only free to meet them over the weekend. Everyone had to attend school during the weekdays, and no one was going to take leave for dinner, right? Chapter 1962. Just a dog. Master Leng notified the National Cultural Heritage Administration to help clear Ji Yuning's name when he learned of the matter online. Kai Wenhong had also already come up with a plan. Ji Yuning had already pointed out this problem when she first offered the museum the bronze chimes, so they had already devised a strategy. If Ji Yuning's name was not cleared, it would mar both Ji Yuning and the National Cultural Heritage Administration's good name. The National Cultural Heritage Administration would even seem unprofessional or guilty of colluding with Ji Yuning. In the afternoon, a message appeared on the National Cultural Heritage Administration's official website. National Cultural Heritage Administration, we would like to clarify a few things with regard to all the gossip online about Ji Yuning illegally obtaining the bronze chimes and stealing cultural relics. Miss Ji Yu did not obtain the bronze chimes through gravedigging. They were discovered in a cave. The moment she discovered them, she reported the matter to us. A lot of people were targeting the bronze chimes, so she did her utmost to save them. If not for Miss Gu's efforts, the bronze chimes would have landed in someone else's hands. After that, she personally delivered them back to the capital. Hence, we decided to let Shangyan Antique Store auction them off and split the proceeds 50-50 with Miss Ji Yu. In reality, the bronze chimes do not belong to Miss Ji Yu alone. Hence, she is innocent of gravedigging and stealing national relics. We urge the public to stop accusing her of these crimes. The moment word got out, no one dared to suspect Ji Yuning of gravedigging. Even if they did, barely anyone dared to say it out loud. By the time the Tang family caught wind of the problem, it was already solved. However, they called Ji Yuning to show their concern and find out more about this situation. Ji Yuning did not want them to know about her gravedigging, so she told them exactly what the National Cultural Heritage Administration announced on their official website. And since the Tang family trusted Ji Yuning entirely, they bought what she said and did not continue probing. Ji Yuning and the others had dinner together before Ji Yuning went back to school. Ji Yuning almost forgot she was still a student. By the time she got back to school, it was already time for the evening class, so no one was walking around campus. After Ji Yuning arrived at the university campus entrance, she did not go in. Instead, she left the campus gates after Shu Jinshan dropped her off and took a cab to go elsewhere. The auction was over and Harada Hanachi had failed to accomplish his mission, so he was leaving the country tomorrow. However, after all the things Harada Hanachi had done, Ji Yuning had to teach him a lesson. Although Harada Hanachi deserved death for his deeds, Ji Yuning could not kill him. Harada Hanachi was not a local, so killing him on home ground would only lead to a slew of political problems. Ji Yuning could not cause trouble for her country just for kicks. To begin with, she did not possess evidence of Harada Hanachi's crimes. Even if she did, he was not bound by local laws and would end up sent to Country R's embassy and would get tried by them. So Ji Yuning could only beat him up. Ji Yuning took a cab to the villa where Harada Hanachi temporarily resided. The villa he was staying at belonged to Zhang Chengtao. Since Ji Yuning had no intention of touching him personally, she did not bother to disguise herself. She did not change and simply put on a mask and cap when she went over. What was Ji Yuning planning to do if she was not going to teach Harada Hanachi a lesson personally? She was naturally going to send the monster fox to stir up trouble for Harada Hanachi. Most people did not believe monster foxes existed, but foxes certainly did exist. And although it was rare, it was a known fact that some people kept foxes as pets. They could even be seen in the zoo. However, those were just ordinary foxes. Ji Yuning came close to the villa Harada Hanachi was staying at and used her jade eyes to locate him. It was only 8:30 p.m. and still early, so Harada Hanachi had yet to sleep. He was still on the second floor doing some reading. His disciple sat in the living room with 2 bodyguards watching the television. The study windows on the second floor were open, so Ji Yuning could use them. Ji Yuning released the monster fox and told it what to do before it took action. The monster fox darted off and jumped straight into the open window on the second floor before swaggering right into the study. Harada Hanachi heard some noises and got a shock. He immediately looked in the direction from which he heard the noise. Harada Hanachi heaved a sigh of relief when he spotted a dog. He thought the monster fox was just a dog since dogs and foxes resembled each other, it was easy to mistake them. However, what was the dog doing on the second floor? Harada Hanachi felt puzzled. Since it was just a dog, it did not pose a threat to him. Moreover, it was such a small dog. It was true that the monster fox was very small and fluffy, so it looked rather vulnerable and harmless. Harada Hanachi stood up to drive the dog away. However, the moment he came close to the dog, it suddenly pounced on him. Monster foxes were no ordinary creatures and possessed magical power. Even Gao Yi and Chao Ya's strength combined might not be enough to handle it. Moreover, Harada Hanachi was just a mere mortal. The moment the monster fox pounced, Harada Hanachi fell backward and hit his head on the ground with a thud, sending him screaming in agony. He did not expect a harmless-looking dog to be strong enough to make him topple. Harada Hanachi looked at the animal murderously, wanting to kill it. However, he was so dizzy that he was incapable of standing up. The monster fox scratched Harada Hanachi's face several times when it lunged on him and stepped on him before leaving. Since Harada Hanachi caused quite a commotion, everyone downstairs heard it and came running up. However, the monster fox was nowhere to be seen by the time they got to the scene. Harada Hanachi was badly injured. His disciple anxiously called Zhang Chengtao and told him to call an ambulance. Anyone who saw the harmless-looking dog just chalked it up to sheer coincidence. The monster fox went back to Ji Yuning and looked smug. "Master, I pushed the mortal down and hurt his head badly. Then I scratched him and stepped on him several times. What do you think of my performance?" Chapter 1963, The Dog Again. "Well done," said Ji Yuning as she smiled. Despite the monster fox's small form, it possessed cultivation. It was so strong that it was capable of kicking a cow to death. Harada Hanachi got kicked by the monster fox several times, and even if it did not kick him with full strength, the injuries were bad enough. "Master, you haven't let me out to practice for some time. I have been staying inside the telepathic eye space for so long. I can't cultivate when I am unconscious," said the monster fox begrudgingly. Ever since Ji Yuning became its master, it was capable of absorbing even more magical power, but it did not have the chance to cultivate and improve its skills. Ji Yuning suddenly felt bad when she heard what the monster fox said. She spent most of her time on campus and Baili Zhongshe was around, so she could not let the monster fox out. Ji Yuning contemplated before she decided. "I know somewhere you can go to cultivate. I will take you there when I have the time." Ji Yuning decided to take the monster fox to the Sihewan where it could cultivate in peace. Shangguanyang had set up a power-gathering formation there, so it was perfect for cultivation. "Okay." The monster fox was delighted to hear this and went back into Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space. Ji Yuning did not leave right away as she heard Harada Hanachi calling Zhang Chengtao. She felt Zhang Chengtao might show up at the villa or at least visit Harada Hanachi at the hospital, so she decided to stay put for now. 5 minutes later, Ji Yuning could hear the sound of sirens coming from behind Harada Hanachi's villa before the ambulance quickly took the injured man away. Since Zhang Chengtao did not show his face, Ji Yuning went to the hospital to wait for him. Ji Yuning followed the ambulance to the hospital, but only lingered outside the door. Zhang Chengtao arrived 10 minutes later. Ji Yuning did not move in on him right away. Instead, she waited for him to come back after visiting Harada Hanachi. Since she was at the hospital entrance and there was nowhere discreet for her to release the monster fox, she secretly left after Zhang Chengtao went in. She found a secluded spot without any surveillance before she released the monster fox and showed it a picture of Zhang Chengtao which she just took. Although the photo was unclear, he was certain to be dressed in the same outfit. After Harada Hanachi was examined and his wounds were taken care of, Zhang Chengtao arranged for him to be sent to a VIP hospital ward. Harada Hanachi was not gravely injured, but it was bad. He suffered from a mild concussion, so he needed to stay hospitalized for a few days of observation and was unfit for travel. Hence, Harada Hanachi was unable to leave for home tomorrow. He would probably be able to manage going home if he really wanted to, but it was bound to affect his recovery. Harada Hanachi not only had a concussion, his face and body were also injured. Even though the scratches were not deep enough to cause disfigurement, he needed a long time to recover. And although he did not suffer from any internal injury, he was in agony and needed at least a week of bed rest in order to recover. After Harada Hanachi returned to his room, Zhang Chengtao finally asked when there was no one around, "How did you suddenly get hurt?" Harada Hanachi's disciple merely said Harada Hanachi was injured when he called and asked for an ambulance without going into detail about the injuries. Now was the perfect time for Zhang Chengtao to ask. Although Harada Hanachi was badly injured, he remained conscious and was able to speak. "I was reading in the study when a dog suddenly barged in. I wanted to drive it away, but it pounced on me and scratched my face. Sadly, I was unable to catch this stupid dog. Otherwise, I would definitely slaughter it," said Harada Hanachi furiously with a murderous aura radiating from him. "Huh, did a dog get to the second floor?" Zhang Chengtao was surprised to hear this. Since the culprit was a dog, it was impossible to seek justice for Harada Hanachi. Harada Hanachi got hurt on his property, so he could not stand by doing nothing. He immediately apologized to Harada Hanachi. "I am so sorry. I didn't know that there were vicious dogs in the vicinity. I will investigate the matter and find the dog so that I can seek revenge for you." Okay. Harada Hanachi knew full well the chances of finding the dog were slim, but he acknowledged Zhang Chengtao anyway. It would be perfect if Zhang Chengtao could find the dog. Otherwise, he would not be able to get over this. Despite his fury, he would not blame Zhang Chengtao if he failed to find the dog. After all, such things were out of Zhang Chengtao's control. Since they were friends, he would cut him some slack. Harada Hanachi needed to rest, so Zhang Chengtao did not stay long. However, Zhang Chengtao was unaware that a threat was coming for him. The monster fox looked at the photo and made note of Zhang Chengtao's appearance. It recognized Zhang Chengtao the moment he walked out, so it ran towards him. It lunged onto Zhang Chengtao just like it did with Harada Hanachi and sent him falling to the ground, hitting his head hard. Just the sound of it would send chills down anyone's back. Everyone retreated in shock. The monster fox was too swift. By the time Zhang Chengtao realized he was attacked, it was too late. The monster fox merely bumped into Zhang Chengtao without scratching his face or giving him a few more kicks at Ji Yuning's request. After knocking into Zhang Chengtao, the monster fox left immediately, making Zhang Chengtao's fall seem like a pure accident. Chairman Zhang Chengtao's chauffeur was shocked to see this and immediately checked on Zhang Chengtao. Since there were doctors nearby, they came over to check on Zhang Chengtao as well. Zhang Chengtao was bleeding on the back of his head, so Zhang Chengtao's chauffeur immediately got a doctor to examine Zhang Chengtao and give him treatment. Doctors had double standards between common citizens and the rich and powerful. Zhang Chengtao clearly looked like a rich man, and the doctors also heard Zhang Chengtao's chauffeur calling him Chairman Zhang. Zhang Chengtao looked like someone who could take care of the hospital bill, so they did away with their usual policy and took care of him right away. Zhang Chengtao fell on his head, so he was in a lot of pain and very dizzy. Although Zhang Chengtao did not get a close look at the culprit, he recalled seeing a little white ball. Zhang Chengtao instinctively wondered if he was attacked by a dog. Zhang Chengtao recalled Harada Hanachi saying he hurt his head due to a dog attack. He trembled instantly and wondered if the dog did not appear by accident but by design. It was trying to get Zhang Chengtao and Harada Hanachi. Chapter 1964. You were lucky to encounter me then again. Zhang Chengtao found this unfathomable. Why would a dog want to attack them? Perhaps someone had sent the dog after them. However, why would someone want to attack them? Was it because Zhang Chengtao suddenly recalled what happened to Chen Durong? Had they found out who was behind Chen Durong's kidnapping and sent the dog after them? Despite his suspicions, he found it unfathomable for them to send a dog to do the job. At the same time, it was not entirely impossible since some dogs were capable of taking a lot of orders after receiving the right training from the time they were a puppy. He felt it might have something to do with Chen Durong since he was the only person they offended recently. Also, there was one thing they had in common with Chen Durong. They had gotten injured on the back of their heads just like how they hurt Chen Durong when they abducted him. What if Chen Durong's backer was behind this? Zhang Chengtao felt worried by the potential trouble he was in. He regretted rashly abducting Chen Durong without finding out if he had a backer. Even if this had anything to do with Chen Durong, Zhang Chengtao did not dare to seek revenge. After all, Zhang Chengtao was at fault for touching Chen Durong. Zhang Chengtao's chauffeur was waiting outside the hospital ward, so he did not hear the conversation between Harada Hanachi and Zhang Chengtao. He was unaware Harada Hanachi's injuries were caused by a dog. The chauffeur did not sense anything amiss about Zhang Chengtao's dog attack and felt it was a pure accident. Zhang Chengtao's head injuries were as bad as Harada Hanachi's wounds. His only good fortune was that his face did not get scratched and he did not get stepped on. Zhang Chengtao did not tell Harada Hanachi about the dog attack for the time being since he had yet to decide whether he wanted to share it. He was worried that Harada Hanachi would not take it lying down and would want to seek revenge on Chen Durong. Since he had known Harada Hanachi for some time, he was keenly aware of Harada Hanachi's personality. Harada Hanachi was decent to his friends. However, he was absolutely ruthless towards his enemies. Even though he was the one responsible for abducting Chen Durong, he would never forgive Chen Durong for seeking revenge on him. To put it bluntly, Harada Hanachi was a selfish man. By the time Ji Yuning got back to school, it was already quite late and almost 11 p.m. At this hour, there was barely anyone outside campus or walking around inside. Ji Yuning could suddenly smell the faint scent of blood in the air on the right side of the trees when she got into the school. Other than this scent of blood, she could hear someone gasping faintly. Although the trees were near the roadside, they were rather dense. So despite the street lamps, the tree canopy completely blocked out the light, making it pitch black inside the trees and impossible to see anything. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to check out the trees. She was worried someone might have gotten hurt. If no one went to their aid, they might end up dying inside. A badly injured man lay approximately 10 meters from Ji Yuning with a gunshot wound in his stomach. His hair was blonde and he did not possess Asian features, so he was definitely a foreigner. From the looks of it, he was around 30 years old. Ji Yuning had seen the man before. He was a foreign language teacher at Capital University, but Ji Yuning could not remember his name. Since he was shot by a gun, he either offended the wrong person or had a special identity. Regardless, Ji Yuning could not leave him in the lurch. Ji Yuning came close to the trees and darted in after checking that no one was around. Even though the man was barely breathing, he did not lose consciousness entirely, so he detected Ji Yuning's presence when she came near and became tense. Since he was barely breathing, it was no use to be cautious as he was incapable of doing anything. If anyone wanted to take him out, he would be an easy kill. Ji Yuning walked up in front of the man and squatted down before retrieving a power crystal for him to take. Although he was a foreigner, their country was on good terms with country Y, so Ji Yuning helped him as best as she could. He was badly injured, so taking the power crystal did not help him regain complete consciousness right away. However, his condition improved vastly. Ji Yuning knew the man would probably refuse to go to the hospital for treatment, so she decided to remove the bullet herself. Since she had decided to help, she should finish the job. Since the man was semi-conscious and unable to open his eyes, Ji Yuning did not try to hide before retrieving her surgical tools from her telepathic eye space. "You can count yourself lucky for bumping into me," muttered Ji Yuning before operating on the man swiftly. Although Ji Yuning did not have any morphine, she injected him with power to numb him and to help with his recovery. Ji Yuning did not give him too many power crystals, because if she made him recover entirely, she would end up attracting unwanted attention. After the man took the power crystal, he started to regain consciousness a little, so he could hear Ji Yuning's voice. After he learned she was trying to save him, the man's body relaxed slightly. Ji Yuning worked quickly, and removed the bullet in less than a minute before bandaging his injuries. Ji Yuning did not linger and got up to leave. Although the man was still very weak, he was out of danger. Also, he had taken a power crystal. Even if he did not recover immediately, he would recover soon enough. It was already very kind of her to help. She did not owe it to him to sit around and wait for him to get well. The man's speed of recovery was unexpectedly fast. The moment Ji Yuning got up and turned around, he opened his eyes and saw Ji Yuning's back. Despite the darkness, the man had far better eyesight than normal, so he could see Ji Yuning clearly. If he ever encountered her again, he would probably be able to spot her right away. Shortly after Ji Yuning went up to the 5th floor, the lights in the dormitory went off. Since Ji Yuning was still not back by now, Song Miaoge and the others thought Ji Yuning was staying out tonight. However, Ji Yuning surprisingly arrived around 1 minute after lights out, shocking them. "Ji Yuning, I thought you weren't going to come tonight," said Song Miaoge. "I was held up a little," explained Ji Yuning. "Oh yes. I heard about your auction. Your bronze chimes were auctioned off for $8.5 billion. Ji Yuning, you are so good at making money. I can't let you get away with it. You definitely have to buy us dinner tomorrow," said Song Miaoge. She sounded envious, but not in a bad way. Chapter 1965. No interest, right, let's celebrate it. How about it? Zhang Zikai chimed in. Because Ji Yuning was rich and they were very familiar with her, they didn't hesitate to ask her to buy them a great meal. No problem. Ji Yuning agreed with alacrity. Think about what you want to eat. I need to clean myself first. Although the lights were already turned off, the mobile phone flashlight was still very convenient, and the room was brightened up in a single instant. Before Ji Yuning went to clean herself up, she changed the quilt first. She hadn't slept here for so many days, so it must be all dusty. It was time to change it after such a long time as well. After Ji Yuning came back from washing, they decided to eat spicy hot pot. You're so economical. Ji Yuning thought they would ask to have a big meal. However, to her surprise, they only wanted to have spicy hot pot. It's delicious, said Song Miaoge. They weren't picky eaters, so they preferred delicious food over expensive food. By the way, the orientation party is on Tuesday, October 25th. Ji Yuning, will you attend it? Zhang Zisen asked Ji Yuning. Although she asked that question, she felt that Ji Yuning wouldn't take part in it. Not interested, said Ji Yuning with disdain. She wasn't talented at all and was only good at playing piano. She hadn't played it for a long time, so she was getting unfamiliar with it now. It's only a day away. I'm still thinking about whether I should join in, said Zhang Zikai. She was troubled about that these days. Sign up for it. Actually, even if you do that, you might not be able to go on the stage. Isn't there a preliminary round? Said Song Miaoge. She was quite straightforward. Do you want to see me eliminated at the very first round and embarrassed? Zhang Zikai argued once she heard that. I didn't say that. You said you're worried, said Song Miaoge, looking innocent. In fact, it was exactly the reason why Zhang Zikai was hesitating to join the party. She was worried that she couldn't pass the first round, which would be embarrassing. It's not a big deal even if you fail to pass. As long as you don't care too much about the result, sign up for it. If you're afraid to be embarrassed, then give it up, because you're not going to show the best of you if you're timid, said Ji Yuning. She couldn't make the decision for Zhang Zikai, but she could give her some advice. She was right. If Zhang Zikai didn't have enough courage, there was no need for her to join in the party, because her performance would be affected by her mood. Right, I'll see whether I still want to do it when I get up tomorrow. Zhang Zikai found Ji Yuning's words reasonable, so she decided to make the decision tomorrow. The next day, Zhang Zikai decided to give it up after she got up. Although she was interested in dancing and had learned it ever since she was little and was good at it too, she didn't like it very much. Therefore, she was unwilling to spend much time practicing for the party. In addition, Ji Yuning, Baili Zhongshe, Song Miaoge and the other girls didn't want to join in the party, so she gave it up too. When Ji Yuning went to their classroom the next day, her classmates all surrounded her to ask her about the bronze chimes. At the beginning, they had a bad impression of Ji Yuning because someone said on the internet that she got the bronze chimes by digging an ancient grave, but they changed their opinions after the Cultural Relics Bureau cleared Ji Yuning's name. Moreover, they admired Ji Yuning more than ever now. Because Ji Yuning was absent during the past several days, they didn't have the chance to ask her whether she would perform at the orientation party. Today, their head teacher seized the opportunity and asked her whether she would like to participate in it. He didn't think Ji Yuning would take part in it, but he still did his job. Ji Yuning said that she had no interest in it, so their head teacher stopped asking further. At noon, Ji Yuning took Song Miaoge and the other girls out to eat hot pot. The restaurant wasn't far from the school, only requiring a 10-minute walk. There was a separate food district near the school. Although it wasn't big, it wasn't small either. Moreover, it was quite popular because many students went there to eat every day. Ji Yuning and her friends came out as soon as their class was over, so there were vacant seats. In about 10 minutes, all the seats would be occupied. Coincidentally, shortly after Ji Yuning and her friends came, they saw Yuan Shuyan, Zhe Qingqing, and 2 other girls. Seeing Ji Yuning, a touch of jealousy and anger flashed in Yuan Shuyan's eyes, but she said nothing. Her sight fell on Ji Yuning for a short while, then she withdrew it and walked towards another side. Yuan Yilin had listened to Master Yuan and warned Yuan Shuyan to behave herself. She wasn't allowed to have conflict with other people again for Rong Zechen. Besides, she had to give up on Rong Zechen and stay away from Ji Yuning. Her family told her to focus on her studies instead of causing her schoolmates trouble. After knowing that Ji Yuning was familiar with Master Leng and other senior masters, Yuan Shuyan figured out how Ji Yuning managed to get to know Leng Shaoxi. Although Ji Yuning only knew the Leng family and wasn't a member of it, Yuan Shuyan didn't dare to mess with her again for no reason. Yuan Shuyan and her friends began to order once they seated themselves. Afterwards, they talked about a director who was planning to shoot a fantasy TV series which they wanted to join. Yuan Shuyan was able to become the deputy minister of the Department of Arts not only because of her status, but also because of her own outstanding talents. Yuan Shuyan was good at dancing and singing. She was also proficient in many musical instruments, so she had the idea of joining the entertainment industry. The Yuan family was involved in both politics and business. Even though most people of power and wealth disdained stars in the entertainment industry, it actually depended on one's background. If one had a powerful family background, he or she could still have a very high status as a star. After all, in public opinion, people with a powerful family background wouldn't give in to unspoken rules, so they had standards. On the contrary, those who without great support might gain fame by accepting unspoken rules. No one cared whether he or she relied on his or her own abilities to become famous. Therefore, as long as Yuan Shuyan protected her reputation in the industry, the Yuan family wouldn't disagree. Instead, if Yuan Shuyan really stood out in the entertainment industry, it would be helpful for the Yuan family's business. Ji Yuning had no intention of overhearing their conversation, but she had unusually good hearing, so she still heard it clearly even though their voices were very low. After all, there were only 2 tables between them, so the distance was very short. Although Yuan Shuyan and her friends could only play unimportant roles in the fantasy show, they could show their faces. Actually, the director gave them the chance for the sake of their family background. Common newcomers wouldn't have that treatment. Chapter 1966, Zi Beiying rescued Mrs. Shu. Actually, given their family background, it wasn't a problem for them to play the leading actress. However, it would harm their career in the entertainment industry, because the audience might have a bad impression of them for competing unfairly. In that case, no matter how hard they tried in the future, they wouldn't be able to get rid of that bad impression. Although Ji Yuning heard their conversation, it had nothing to do with her, so she did nothing. After having the meal, they slowly walked back to their school. Back at school, when they were walking in the small woods, they met Ku Hanzhao. After Ku Linan encountered trouble, Ku Hanzhao hadn't come to school for a long time, but she returned when the national holiday was over. However, she was reluctant to talk most of the time and rarely hung out with Yuan Shuyan and Zhe Qingqing. She stayed alone more often. The moment Ku Hanzhao saw Ji Yuning, she looked angry, but she said nothing. Instead, she only glared at Ji Yuning with hatred. However, Ji Yuning couldn't care less about her glance. Zhang Chengtao guessed that he was paid back by Chen Durong, so he didn't investigate it when Harada Hanachi was beaten. He could only lie to Harada that he failed to find out anything. He didn't tell Harada he was injured either, so he asked to stay in a ward on a different floor from Harada to avoid seeing him. Because Harada was wounded, he couldn't go back home today. He had to wait till he was slightly better. Zhang Chengtao was injured too, so he didn't go to visit Harada with the excuse that he was occupied. Instead, he sent his secretary to visit Harada. At 4 p.m., Xu Jinchen went back to their military base. He was unwilling to leave, but he had to do his job. Zi Beiying was also unwilling to see him leave, but she still pretended to be happy on the surface and even chased him away. Xu Jinchen didn't mind it, because he understood that Zi Beiying didn't mean what she said. Although neither of them said their affection towards each other aloud, both of them were aware that they were in love. They hadn't confessed their affection to each other yet, because they needed more than just affection. They had to be suitable for each other as well. Therefore, they agreed to get along for a while till they were sure they were right for one another. After Xu Jinchen left, Zi Beiying went to the commercial street, because Sha Maichi was back and they were going to meet at 4 p.m. at the commercial street. Sha Maichi arrived in the morning, but she was too tired after taking a flight for more than 10 hours, so she rested first, then went out to meet Zi Beiying. Shortly after Zi Beiying had wandered around the commercial street for a while, Sha Maichi came. Once they met, they had a big hug. "How long will you be here this time?" asked Sha Maichi. "No idea, but it should be long. Anyway, it's boring staying home. I have you and Ji Yuning here. We can gather together often to have some fun," said Zi Beiying. Actually, when she said that she had Sha Maichi and Ji Yuning, she secretly said to herself that she also had Xu Jinchen. Right. Sha Maichi agreed, because she knew Zi Beiying didn't have many friends in Country J. "Let's go shopping. I think I'm running out of clothes," said Sha Maichi. Actually, she didn't lack clothing at all, but women never had enough clothes and always felt they needed more. "Why not?" said Zi Beiying, then they went to look at clothes. After shopping, both Sha Maichi and Zi Beiying had bought 2 sets of clothes and went to dine together. They decided to have roasted duck, but not to the famous roasted duck restaurant in XX Alley at East Street. Although it wasn't far from the food street, there weren't any vacant seats. And Zi Beiying was unwilling to turn to Xu Jinchen for help. Sha Maichi told her that there were many other restaurants which were good at roasted ducks as well. The one in XX Alley at East Street simply got famous and popular through publicity during the past few years. At the food street was a good roasted duck restaurant that was popular too, so they relied on their luck to get several seats. Fortunately, they were lucky today and there was one table available in the roasted duck restaurant. It was in the hall, because all the private rooms were occupied, but they didn't mind it. After arriving at the roasted duck restaurant, Zi Beiying went to use the washroom. Coincidentally, Mrs. Xu came to dine at this roasted duck restaurant as well. She was in the washroom too. When Zi Beiying walked over, Mrs. Xu stepped out of a cubicle, but the floor was a little slippery after being mopped. Mrs. Xu didn't know, so she slipped and fell backwards. Seeing that, Zi Beiying quickly ran to support Mrs. Xu and protected her from falling. "Ma'am, be careful, it's slippery," said Zi Beiying kindly. She didn't know Mrs. Xu, so she had no idea that she was actually Xu Jinchen's mother. "Thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, I would have fallen badly." Mrs. Xu was horrified. You're welcome, said Zi Beiying. Are you a kung fu lover? Asked Mrs. Shu with curiosity, because Zi Beiying's quick movement showed her ability. Yeah, said Zi Beiying. Well, I'm surprised. You're so pretty after all. Mrs. Shu complimented. Looking at Zi Beiying, Mrs. Shu felt quite amazed. She had a very good impression of Zi Beiying. At this moment, Mrs. Shu even had an idea to ask Zi Beiying whether she had a boyfriend. However, she gave it up afterwards, thinking that her younger son already found a girl he liked. Thank you for your compliment, ma'am. Zi Beiying thanked Mrs. Shu politely since Mrs. Shu complimented her. After that, Mrs. Shu walked out, and Zi Beiying went to use the washroom before going back to her seat. When they finished eating, they met Mrs. Shu again at the door. This time, Zi Beiying saw a familiar face, which was Shu Qinyan. Miss Zi. Shu Qinyan was greatly surprised to see Zi Beiying. Oh, hi, Miss Shu. Zi Beiying was astonished to see Shu Qinyan too, but she suddenly felt nervous once she saw the woman by Shu Qinyan's side. There were two women with Shu Qinyan, and one of them was exactly Mrs. Shu Zi, whom Beiying just rescued. Could they be seniors of the Shu family? She was worried that at least one of them was. Do you know each other? Mrs. Shu's eyes lit up at once. Chapter 1967. Appreciation towards Zi Beiying. Yeah, Miss Zi is Ji Yuning's friend, said Shu Qinyan. She actually wanted to say that Zi Beiying was Shu Jinchan's friend, but didn't think it was appropriate, so she only mentioned Ji Yuning. After all, Shu Qinyan didn't know the Shu family was already aware that Shu Jinchan found a girl he liked and the girl was also Ji Yuning's friend. If she knew that, she would realize that that girl was Zi Beiying. In fact, even if she knew that right now, she wouldn't tell them that Zi Beiying was the girl, because she was unwilling to embarrass Zi Beiying. Except for Master Shu, no one knew the name of the girl Shu Jinchan liked. Oh, she's Ji Yuning's friend. The girl who just rescued me in the washroom was Miss Zi as well, said Mrs. Shu. Really? You're the one who rescued my aunt. It must be fate which brought us together, said Shu Qinyan meaningfully. Zi Beiying got nervous as soon as she heard that the Mrs. Shu she just rescued was Shu Qinyan's aunt and Shu Jinchan's mother. She was always brave and outgoing and wouldn't panic in front of others, even if they had a high status, but she got really nervous when she faced the family of the man she liked. She couldn't stop herself. It's just a coincidence, said Zi Beiying with slight embarrassment. She understood that Shu Qinyan was implying something, so she felt uneasy. No matter what, it's true that you've rescued me. Since you're Ji Yuning's friend and you know Qinyan as well, why don't we go have tea tonight? I must thank you for your help, said Mrs. Shu. She wasn't just acting kind, it was a sincere invitation. Anyway, she wouldn't force Zi Beiying to go with them, so she added right away, please accept if you're not occupied. Well, Zi Beiying didn't know what to do at this moment. She was willing to do it, but felt a little uneasy. Miss Zi, don't be afraid. If you're occupied, we can see each other another day. If you're free, we can share some tea, said Shu Qinyan. Zi Beiying wasn't occupied and she didn't want to leave a bad impression on them by making up an excuse that she wasn't free. Therefore, she agreed. I'm free, but I'm afraid I'll waste your time, said Zi Beiying. We have nothing to do, otherwise we wouldn't be wandering around, said Mrs. Shu. After that, Zi Beiying and her friend followed Mrs. Shu to a tea house, which was at the food street as well. They arrived in a few minutes. On their way to the tea house, they introduced themselves to each other. Miss Zi, where are you from? Asked Mrs. Shu. I'm from country X, but my ancestors were born in this country, said Zi Beiying. She was very careful when she talked with Mrs. Shu, in case she left a bad impression on Mrs. Shu. Do you visit the capital often, or just sometimes? Asked Mrs. Shu. Only sometimes, because it's too far. I don't want to worry my family by going abroad so often, replied Zi Beiying. Mainly because she had a very special family background, she was in more danger than other people. Knowing that, Mrs. Shu nodded. There were 2 bodyguards by Zi Beiying's side wherever she went because she was a young girl. So her family would indeed be worried if she stayed abroad for too long. Mrs. Shu was talkative, but it wasn't easy for her to get familiar with strangers at the first meeting. However, she talked a lot with Zibeiyin. Mrs. Shu's companions noticed that she was acting a little abnormal today, and Shu Qinyan also noticed her different attitude towards Zibeiyin. Shu Qinyan couldn't help but think that Mrs. Shu would be very happy if Jinchen could be together with Zibeiyin in the future. They didn't stay in the tea house for too long and separated after an hour. On their way back home, Shu Qinyan asked Mrs. Shu, "Aunt, what do you think of Zibeiyin? She's a very good girl. Beautiful, elegant, and well-behaved. She's a typical rich heiress," said Mrs. Shu. She didn't hesitate to compliment Zibeiyin. Saying that, Mrs. Shu suddenly sighed. "Although I don't know much about Zibeiying's character, I enjoyed the time we spent with her. Actually, I wanted to ask her whether she has a boyfriend, but your grandfather told me that your cousin already found a girl he likes. I heard he's still chasing her, so I didn't ask further about that. It's meaningless, and shows no respect for anyone. My cousin already found a girl he likes. He's still chasing her. Who is she?" Shu Qinyan was surprised and asked with excitement. She thought the girl could be Zibeiyin, because she had never seen Shu Jinchen treat any other girl differently before. "Neither your grandfather nor your cousin told me the girl's name. Your grandfather only said the girl is in her early 20s. She's very beautiful and elegant. Although they don't know much about her family background, she couldn't be born in an ordinary family given her behavior. Your cousin told me he'll tell me more once he succeeds," said Mrs. Shu. She looked upset as she spoke about that. Even though she didn't care much about the girl's appearance and family background, she wanted to meet the girl. "I think I know who the girl is." Shu Qinyan laughed. Who's she?" asked Mrs. Shu in a hurry. "A girl in her early 20s. Beautiful, elegant, and well-behaved. Don't you think it's Zibeiyin?" said Shu Qinyan. "What?" Mrs. Shu was astonished. She suddenly realized it was indeed very like Zibeiyin. "Do you mean the girl your cousin likes is Zibeiyin?" asked Mrs. Shu, showing happiness. If the girl was really Zibeiyin, it would be the best, because she had a very good impression of Zibeiyin at first glance. "I'm not sure, but I could see that Jinchen cares a lot about her. I even joked about it with him. I encouraged him to chase Zibeiyin, but he said it's none of my business, so I'm not very sure whether the girl is really Zibeiyin." Although Shu Qinyan believed the girl must be Zibeiyin, she couldn't be 100% sure. After all, it would be embarrassing if the girl wasn't Zibeiyin. "Why don't you ask grandfather whether the girl's name is Zibeiyin? Since he's seen the girl, he must know her name even if he isn't sure of her family background," said Shu Qinyan. It was better to make sure of it. Chapter 1968, Meant to be Together. "Right, I'll ask him once we're home," said Mrs. Shu at once. "Why don't you directly ask Jinchen?" asked Mrs. Shu's friend. "If we directly ask Jinchen, Jinchen will know I told you. He'll be mad at me," said Shu Qinyan. Actually, Shu Jinchen wouldn't be mad, but she simply didn't want him to know that she told his mother about the secret. Therefore, Mrs. Shu gave up the idea of asking Shu Jinchen. Zibeiyin didn't feel relieved till she had walked far away. Nan joked with her. "Miss, it seems that Mrs. Shu likes you very much. Why did you say that?" "It has nothing to do with me." Zibeiyin felt a little awkward and immediately retorted in annoyance. It seemed she was mad at being wronged. In fact, she felt relaxed after seeing Mrs. Shu's good attitude towards her. After all, no one was willing to leave a bad impression on their seniors. "Fine, it has nothing to do with you." Nan stopped at once, knowing Zibeiyin felt embarrassed now. "I have a feeling that you'll stay in the capital for a long time in the future." Sha Maichi joked too. Although she didn't know much, she could see Zibeiyin was like a daughter-in-law in front of Mrs. Shu when they met. It seemed Zibeiyin already found a man she liked, and the man must be Mrs. Shu's son, but obviously Mrs. Shu didn't know Zibeiyin was her son's girl. "Stop joking about it," said Zibeiyin. She seemed mad on the surface, but felt even more embarrassed now. "Hey, aren't we friends? I need to know some details." Sha Maichi knocked her elbow against Zibeiyin arm with great curiosity. "There is nothing you need to know," said Zibeiyin. She didn't mean to keep it secret from xianxia, but there was really nothing special between her and Xu Jinchen now, so she thought she better not say anything. Fine. There must be something different between you two. I can see that from your reaction. Stop lying to my face, said xianxia, seeming annoyed, but she actually wasn't mad at all. She knew Zi Beiying's character to some extent, so she understood that Zi Beiying refused to tell her details for a reason. Anyway, she could figure it out by guessing. Well, I just have a good impression of a man, but we aren't girlfriend and boyfriend yet, so I don't want to talk about it. Zi Beiying understood xianxia wasn't really mad, but she didn't want her to be displeased, so she decided to be honest in the end. Is the man Mrs. Shu's son? Asked xianxia. Yeah, Zi Beiying said. Is it because of you or the man that you aren't girlfriend and boyfriend yet? Asked xianxia. She wasn't interfering in Zi Beiying's personal affair, but simply cared about her. Both of us, I think. Although we know we like each other, it's not the right time to move forward, so we're just friends for the time being, said Zi Beiying. She wasn't prepared either, so she didn't think it was a bad thing. How does he treat you? Asked xianxia. She agreed with Zi Beiying. Perhaps some people didn't think the man really liked the woman if he delayed confessing his affection towards her, because some people believe that one must say his love aloud as long as it was real. However, others never easily confessed their affection to people they liked, because they attached great importance to a serious relationship. Different people had different opinions towards relationships. Some needed impulse to move a step forward, while some were much more careful. He treats me very well, and he stayed with me these days. He left today for work, said Zi Beiying. She felt a little sad upon thinking that Xu Jinchen left, but didn't show it on her face. From Zi Beiying's reaction, xianxia knew there was chemistry between them. As soon as Mrs. Shu was home, she directly asked Master Shu, Dad, do you know the name of the girl Jinchen likes? Why do you ask that? Do you want to investigate the girl? Asked Master Shu instead. He was willing to tell her, but was worried that Mrs. Shu would investigate the girl, which wasn't appropriate. No, I just want to know whether her name is Zi Beiying, said Mrs. Shu with great anticipation, because she hoped that the girl could be Zi Beiying. How do you know? Master Shu was surprised. Master Shu's reaction proved that the girl was called Zi Beiying. She's Zi Beiying, right? Wonderful. Mrs. Shu was full of joy in an instant. How do you know that? Asked Master Shu again. It was obvious that Xu Jinchen didn't tell her that. Well, I think the two kids are meant to be together, said Mrs. Shu. Then she told Master Shu about what had happened today. After hearing the story, Master Shu agreed that Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying were meant to be together. After all, the capital was a very large city. It wasn't easy for Mrs. Shu to meet Zi Beiying. Well, I'm wondering whether Jinchen can win the girl's heart. Although he's good-looking and has an extraordinary family background, he isn't good at sweet nothings. He doesn't know how to please a girl at all. Besides, the girl is from country X. I don't know how long she'll stay in our country. She's so pretty and elegant. She must have countless admirers. Mrs. Shu suddenly became worried about that. Country X. Master Shu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Zi Beiying to be a foreigner, because she closely resembled their people. Yeah, Zi Beiying is from country X, but her ancestors were born in our country, said Mrs. Shu. If so, that'll be a problem. Master Shu got anxious as well. After all, Xu Jinchen couldn't enjoy the benefits of a favorable position because of the distance. Did you ask the girl when she'll go home? Asked Master Shu. I did. She said she'll stay here for a while. Mrs. Shu said, well, I think I need to tell Jinchen to work harder on that. Saying that, Mrs. Shu took out her phone to call Xu Jinchen at once, but his phone was turned off. He must be out to do a task again. Shortly after Xu Jinchen came back to the military base, they were assigned a task. Therefore, this afternoon, Leng Xiaoting sent Ji Yuning a message and told her that he needed to do a task and couldn't contact her for a few days. This task originally wouldn't fall on their shoulders. The tasks they had always done were to fight against and capture criminal gangs as well as foreign spies, and so on, which were all related to national security. Chapter 1969. Master's order. However, the case was very strange this time, so Leng Xiaoting took the initiative to deal with it. Two 13-year-old girls disappeared out of the blue. When they were retrieved, their bodies were withered as if they had been drained of blood. Only vampires or people of the evil practice could suck all the blood out of a human body. For now, only Leng Xiaoting could handle such strange things. After his investigation, he made sure it was done by men of the evil practice, while the two victims were girls who were born on a lunar date. They were used to nourish men of the evil practice for their cultivation. Men of the evil practice needed a quiet place to cultivate after sucking the blood of girls who were born on a lunar date, so Leng Xiaoting knew the man didn't run far away and must be hiding in the surrounding mountains. Nevertheless, it wasn't easy to find the man even if he knew the man was right in the mountains. Luckily, he had the flood dragon's help, so it wasn't very difficult. Once the flood dragon was out, it could quickly search the nearby mountains. As long as the man wasn't at a very high level, it could sense him within 200 meters. With the flood dragon's help, Leng Xiaoting became more efficient at his work, so he felt very grateful to Ji Yuning. When the sky turned dark, Leng Xiaoting let the flood dragon out to do its job. He told the flood dragon to kill the man of the evil practice if it encountered him. It could report to him afterwards. Leng Xiaoting didn't want the man of the evil practice to run away before he found him. In just an hour, the flood dragon finished searching the mountains within a radius of 10 kilometers. In a remote mountain 10 kilometers away from where Leng Xiaoting and others rested, it found the man of the evil practice. At this moment, he was in a cave. Because Leng Xiaoting gave the flood dragon an order that it should kill the man once it found him, the flood dragon took action the moment it saw the man. The man of the evil practice was at a high level, but the flood dragon was even better than him. Therefore, the flood dragon was able to find him from 100 meters away, while the man didn't notice it until it was close. Before the flood dragon became a real dragon, it was a monster, so it had an air of a monster. So feeling the aura of a monster, the man stiffened in his cultivation. He became alert at once and stopped cultivating right away. Even though he should avoid being interrupted or stopping the cultivation halfway, he was reaching the end of the cultivation this time. He would be affected to some extent, but it wasn't serious. However, if he continued to cultivate and ignored the approaching monster, he would be in danger. The man forced himself to stop and spat out a mouthful of blood after tasting the fishy smell in his throat. His body was slightly damaged, but luckily his abilities weren't greatly affected. The man of the evil practice was angry with the monster that appeared suddenly, but there was nothing he could do. In such remote mountains, it was unavoidable to run into monsters, but he had quite bad luck today. Anyway, since the monster was here, he decided to absorb its energy. That was the idea of the man of the evil practice before seeing the flood dragon, but he suddenly became vigilant when he saw the flood dragon. He could feel that the flood dragon's level wasn't low, and it might be much stronger than him. Although he didn't think he was no match for it just because of that, he was unwilling to risk his life. However, since it was a flood dragon, why wasn't it in the water? Why was it in the remote mountains? May I know why you're here? Asked the man. To kill you, said the flood dragon. Hearing that, a touch of cruelty flashed in the man's eyes. He asked, why? Do we have any grudges? It's my master's order, said the flood dragon. Who's your master? Asked the man. You don't need to know, but I can tell you why you're going to be killed today. It's because you've killed two girls who were born on a lunar date, said the flood dragon, then it directly attacked the man. What? Hearing that, the man was greatly surprised. He didn't expect that his bad luck today was because of the two girls who were born on a lunar date. Before he could think or ask further about it, the flood dragon attacked him, so he had to fight back at once. Because both of them had magical skills, they caused a lot of damage and the cave was soon destroyed in the fight. Fortunately, this place was far away from people, and no one could see them. At the beginning, it was a draw, but soon the man was at a disadvantage. Please, can you let me go this time? I promise I'll never hurt anyone again. The man was scared and gave in. As long as he could survive, he didn't care to beg for mercy. No, said the flood dragon. The man was mad and felt hopeless, because he was no match for the flood dragon. It was impossible for him to escape. In the end, the man's energy core was completely ruined by the flood dragon and he was swallowed by it. After that, the flood dragon went back to Leng Xiaoting's side and told him that the man was already killed. Because more and more strange things were happening nowadays, Leng Xiaoting decided to report it to the president after he went back. The task was done, but he couldn't go back to his team right now. He needed to deal with the follow-ups, because the scary news had caused a lot of horror. In the morning, Ji Yuning and her friends went to run at the playground. After running for a while, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe noticed that someone was following them. Although there were many people running and some were behind them, there was a difference between someone following them and people running together. Ji Yuning also felt someone kept staring at her body. She knew someone was following her, but couldn't directly turn around to see who the person was, so she didn't know who was behind her. Before long, someone called her from behind. Ji Yuning. It was a male voice. Hearing that, Ji Yuning turned around and saw the person. She remained expressionless, but was a little surprised. The person was the foreign teacher she had rescued the night before yesterday. He was called Owen. Ji Yuning was slightly surprised because she thought he might have learned that she had rescued him since he came to see her. If not, he wouldn't stop her. Even though Ji Yuning was a little surprised, she didn't think it was a big deal that Owen learned about it. After all, as long as he went to see the surveillance videos, he would know it was her. She was the only one who entered the school at that time. "Hi, Owen." Ji Yuning calmly greeted him. "Ji Yuning, can we have a private talk?" asked Owen. Although he was from country Y, he spoke the local language. "Sure," said Ji Yuning, then she told Song Miaoge and the other girls to keep running and she stopped. They all knew Ji Yuning was very strong, so they weren't worried about her safety and continued to run ahead. Chapter 1970. I have my pride. After Ji Yuning's friends ran away, she followed Owen to a place far from the crowd. Then Owen directly asked her, "It's you who rescued me, right?" Although he was sure that the person was Ji Yuning, he needed to hear the answer from her mouth, because he could only continue after she admitted it. "Since you already found me and asked me that question, you must know it's me." Ji Yuning didn't deny it. "Sir, do you have something else to talk about with me? If you only want to thank me, I accept it. Please don't worry, I'll never tell anyone about that. You're very smart and you easily saw through me. Well, I need to thank you for saving my life first. In order to prove that, you can ask me to do one thing for you. As long as it isn't beyond my abilities, I promise I'll do it. Then I do hope you can keep it between us. Anyway, you already said you'll never tell anyone about that, so thank you again," said Owen. After that, he handed Ji Yuning a name card. "This is my name card. There are 2 numbers on it. One is used in your country, while the other is used in my country, country Y, because I don't stay in your country often." "Sure, thanks. I won't hesitate to contact you if I need your help." Ji Yuning took his name card to set his mind at rest and because she could see that he wasn't an ordinary man. Owen didn't feel relieved until Ji Yuning took his name card. "See you," said Owen, then he walked away. Without delay, Ji Yuning put the name card into her telepathic eye space. Ji Yuning was absent from classes again after coming to the school for only 2 days. She was absent for most of the time, but her head teacher and classmates were already used to it. At the beginning, some classmates felt it was unfair, and there were people who were dissatisfied with Ji Yuning's behavior too, but they could do nothing about it. Ji Yuning still came and went as she wanted. After the classes were over in the afternoon, Ji Yuning walked out of their school. In the distance, she felt the air of a cultivator, then she saw Dongfangqi. Ji Yuning couldn't help but roll her eyes. She complained to herself that those people really had nothing to do. They couldn't get any useful information, but wouldn't stop following her. Didn't they need to cultivate? Actually, they followed her for their cultivation, because some of them wanted the magical power while some wanted the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. However, this time, Dongfangqi didn't bother to hide himself, and stood out to see Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, can we have a private talk? Dong Fangqi asked Ji Yuning politely. He had no intention of forcing her to go with him. Sure. Ji Yuning agreed. She also wanted to know why Dong Fangqi wanted to see her. Was it about jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern or something else? After that, Ji Yuning followed Dong Fangqi to a nearby cafe. They chose the seats at a corner for the convenience of talking. After ordering coffee, Dong Fangqi opened his mouth. Miss Ji Yu, don't you have any news about the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern? Although he asked that question, he knew it must be a negative answer, or Ji Yuning would have already contacted him. It only happened because Ji Yuning was willing to do it. He wasn't dumb and wouldn't fully trust Ji Yuning. He asked her about that only because he saw her today. However, he actually came to see her for something else. Yeah, no one answered my calls, said Ji Yuning. She didn't feel embarrassed at all when she told the lie. It wasn't a surprising answer, but he was still a little disappointed after hearing that. Miss Ji Yu, do you know that many people are planning to attack Kalain? Asked Dong Fangqi. He didn't think Ji Yuning was aware of that, because Kalain had powerful enemies. Oh, do you mean you know who's going to attack Kalain? Mr. Dong Fang, will you tell me who they are or do you want to make a deal with me? Ji Yuning wasn't surprised when Dong Fangqi told her that news, because she always knew some people were trying to attack Kalain. Some of them were her peers, while some were cultivators. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning realized that Dong Fangqi told her that for a purpose. Miss Ji Yu, you're very smart. I do know who is planning to attack Kalain, and I hope we can make a deal about that. What do you think? Said Dong Fangqi. Mr. Dong Fang, why do you believe I don't know who's going to attack my own company? Asked Ji Yuning calmly. It seemed she knew everything. Oh. Seeing Ji Yuning so calm, Dong Fangqi was slightly surprised. Did Ji Yuning really know it? It was impossible. Miss Ji Yu, if you're aware of it, then I have nothing else to say, but there is something I know but you don't know. Dong Fangqi said, for example, I know there is a spy in your factory and I know who the person is. Miss Ji Yu, if you know that as well, then I guess our meeting today is over. Hearing that, Ji Yuning squinted. Her expression didn't change much, but she was actually annoyed. She didn't know there was a spy in her factory. Obviously, Ning Chengkai was unaware of it too. Even though Ning Chengkai didn't know it, Ji Yuning wouldn't blame him. After all, Ning Chengkai was too busy to deal with everything. Moreover, there were other managers to handle everything in the factory, so he didn't need to deal with it in person. Therefore, it was very normal that he was unaware of it. No matter how strict precautions were, the enemy's invasion couldn't be avoided. After all, the enemy was powerful. You already told me there is a spy in my factory. Do you think you still have chips to make a deal with me? I can get him out anyway, said Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, if you do that, there is nothing I can do, but I know more than just that. If you turn me down this time, I won't tell you anything in the future. I have my pride, said Dong Fangqi. He wasn't worried that he would lose the chips for the deal with Ji Yuning after telling her that there was a spy in her factory, because it was only one of the things he knew. If he was worried, he wouldn't have told her. He wasn't sure Ji Yuning would agree, but he needed to try. Chapter 1971, You can make the decision. Facing Dong Fangqi's words of threat, Ji Yuning wasn't mad at all. She had no intention of turning him down right away either. Although she was able to get the spy out, Dong Fangqi knew more than just that. Therefore, for the sake of security, she needed to know more from him. In addition, she needed to see what Dong Fangqi wanted to decide whether to make a deal with him. If she was able to satisfy the condition he set, she could agree to make a deal with him. So, what's your conditions? Asked Ji Yuning. She didn't rush to find out, because she wouldn't let him take control of their agreement. Hearing that, Dong Fangqi felt slightly relieved, because it meant Ji Yuning was interested in his proposal. Medicines produced by Kalain have great effects. I know there is a secret ingredient in the formula. The condition is that I need to get the ingredient, said Dong Fangqi. Without surprise, he came for the ingredient. If I give it to you, you can build a new medicine company and steal my business, said Ji Yuning. She actually wasn't afraid of it, because no one else owned the ingredient. I promise I'll never use it to make money, said Dong Fangqi seriously. You can say that right now, but I'm afraid you'll change your mind. Even biological brothers will compete against each other for money. We're just acquaintances, said Ji Yuning. It was indeed difficult for Dong Fangqi, because his promise was meaningless if Ji Yuning refused to trust him. All right, even if I give it to you, you can't get it from other sources. Ji Yuning stopped acting in front of Dong Fangqi. She could accept the condition he set. Anyway, even if she gave it to him, they couldn't make it by themselves. Knowing that, Dong Fangqi didn't know whether he should be happy or not. Although Ji Yuning was willing to give the ingredient to him, he couldn't get more of it. If there was only a little of it, it wouldn't be helpful for his cultivation. Anyway, it was better than nothing. Moreover, he only needed to know what it was and would give up if he couldn't find more. Ji Yuning then took over her backpack and opened it. From the telepathic eye space, she took out a porcelain bottle with a power crystal inside, then opened the bottle. In an instant, Dong Fangqi smelt the pure magical power and felt really surprised. What is this? The next second, Ji Yuning shut the bottle. It's the secret ingredient. Although there is only one pill in this bottle, it's unbelievably effective. It's useful for nearly all kinds of pains and injuries. It can directly heal minor injuries and diseases or half of the serious ones. It can also rescue one's life even if he's dying, giving you a better chance to survive. As for cancers, it's helpful for early and middle stages, but might not be very helpful for advanced cancers. It was very helpful for mortals, but its effect would be reduced for cultivators. It was only useful if they were lightly injured. After all, there was only one pill, it would take more pills for them to enjoy its effect. Dong Fangqi understood it was only really useful for mortals, but its unbelievable effect still shocked him. Except for pills in the cultivation world, he didn't know any medicines which could be so effective in this world. However, how did Ji Yuning get the magical power since she was merely a mortal? I know you're curious to know how I got this medicine, but it's meaningless even if I tell you, because I don't know either. It was given to me by an old man. He hoped I could use it to make medicines to help people. I don't know his name. He simply sends some of it to me regularly, so I don't have many, said Ji Yuning. Dong Fangqi believed the old man must be a master from the cultivation world and he must be very skilled in medicines. In fact, Dong Fangqi didn't fully believe Ji Yuning's words, but he thought it must have been given to her by someone else, or she wouldn't get it as a mortal. Now, you can make the decision. Are we going to make a deal? Said Ji Yuning. Of course, said Dong Fangqi. Even if he couldn't get more of the medicine, a pill was enough. There are actually 2 spies in your factory. One is Zhang Yang, while the other is called Huang Ziwei. Zhang Yang doesn't have anything special. He's simply a common guy, but Huang Ziwei is different. He's quite good at martial arts. In your company, there is another spy named Lu Dan. He's also excellent at martial arts. He's from the same force as Huang Ziwei. All of them were accepted about a month ago. Zhang Yang is from the Chengfeng group. Huang Ziwei and Lu Dan are from the Yaping group. That's all I know. Hearing that, Ji Yuning began to analyze. Zhang Yang was a common guy, which meant he could only be a mortal. While Huang Ziwei and Lu Dan were good at martial arts, so they could be cultivators. As for the Chengfeng group and the Yaping group, they must be companies established in the mortals world by powerful families from the cultivation world. Because Ji Yuning was a mortal, Dong Fangqi couldn't tell her details about the powerful families. He wasn't allowed to leak any information about the cultivation world. Even if he told Ji Yuning couldn't understand it because nobody knew those powerful families in the mortals world. Besides, Dong Fangqi shared the news with her because the Dongfang family wasn't involved, or because he didn't know that the Dongfang family also sent people to secretly collect information in Kalane. It was more likely that Dong Fangqi meant to use Ji Yuning to get rid of the people sent by other powerful families so that the man sent by the Dongfang family could gain all the advantages. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning was wrong. The Yaping group was owned by the Dongfang family, but the man was sent by the eldest son of the Dongfang family, while Dongfang Qi's father was the second son of the Dongfang family. In the Dongfang family, the eldest son's family never got along with the second son's family, so Dongfang Qi was unwilling to see the man sent by his uncle succeed. It was the reason why he came to tell Ji Yuning about it. The Chengfeng group belonged to the Jing family. The Jing family also noticed that there was magical power in the medicines produced by Chengfeng group, but didn't think other families were aware of it too, so it only sent a mortal in order to prevent other families from discovering it. Only the Yin family was unaware of the magical power in the medicines produced by Kulain, because it seldom came to the mortals' world. However, it would soon learn about it, because they secretly paid attention to the other three families even though they rarely came to the mortal world. Till now, only Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongxie had a good relationship with Ji Yuning. Chapter 1972. Think about the big picture. Dongfang Qi originally didn't know that Zhang Yang was sent by the Jing family. Huang Ziwei told him that after finding out. Knowing the answer, Ji Yuning gave the power crystal to Dongfang Qi. Ji Yuning didn't doubt Dongfang Qi's words, because she needed to deal with them after conducting an investigation. She wouldn't just believe every word Dongfang Qi said. If Dongfang Qi dared to lie to her face, she would pay him back as well. Dongfang Qi told Ji Yuning to keep it secret that he shared the news with her, and Ji Yuning agreed. When their talk was over, they finished drinking their coffee, then Ji Yuning left. She was going to dine with Zi Beiying this afternoon along with Xu Qinyan. Although Zi Beiying followed Xu Jinchen to their country, Zi Beiying was her friend after all. So now that Xu Jinchen left to do a task, she should treat Zi Beiying well. When Mrs. Xu learned that Xu Qinyan was going to have a meal with Zi Beiying, she insisted on going with her, because she was worried that her son couldn't win Zi Beiying's heart. She wanted to help with that. However, Master Xu stopped her in the end. He told her Zi Beiying would be scared if she went there too. Mrs. Xu thought for a while, then gave up reluctantly. As Xu Qinyan walked away, Mrs. Xu kept reminding her to compliment Xu Jinchen in front of Zi Beiying, amusing everyone. Ji Yuning spent some time talking with Dongfang Qi, but it wasn't much, so she wasn't late for her appointment with her friends. Zi Beiying and Xu Qinyan were only a few minutes earlier than her. Zi Beiying had invited Sha Maiqi, but Sha Maiqi was occupied by work and couldn't come, so only the few of them gathered together. Xu Qinyan didn't mention Xu Jinchen when she saw Zi Beiying. She didn't do what her aunt told her to do either, because she was unwilling to embarrass Zi Beiying. After Ji Yuning came, they began to order. Then they separated after having the meal. Ji Yuning didn't go back to Century City with Zi Beiying, she went to Mountain River Garden because she needed to ask Jing Yunyo about the Chengfeng group and the Yaping group. Although Jing Yunyo hadn't visited the cultivation world for over 20 years, the two groups had existed for a long time, so she would definitely have heard of them. Once she heard about the Chengfeng group, Jing Yunyo frowned and said, "The Chengfeng group is owned by the Jing family. The Yaping group belongs to the Dongfang family." What? The Yaping group is controlled by the Dongfang family. Ji Yuning didn't focus on the Chengfeng group, she focused on the Yaping group. She thought the Dongfang family wasn't involved, but it turned out that she was wrong. The Dongfang family sent 2 spies to her company. Anyway, she figured it out now. The Yaping group belonged to the Dongfang family, but wasn't in the same boat as Dongfang Qi. After all, there were always cliques and factions in a large family. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised to know that the Chengfeng group was owned by the Jing family, because she knew it had to be under the control of the Jing family or the Yin family. As for the Baili family, it shouldn't bother to do that since Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongxie already had the power crystals. Even if the Baili family sent a spy, the man would have to be on a different side from Baili Zongyang. She was willing to trust Baili Zongyang. "What happened?" asked Jing Yunyo with concern. Ji Yuning said, "Well, isn't there magical power in the medicines produced by Kulain? Many people found out and are always trying to get it. Dongfang Qi came to see me today and made a deal with me. He wanted to have the ingredient that makes the medicines so effective, then he told me there are spies in Kulain's factory." I thought that Dongfang Qi was trying to use me to get rid of the other spies since he's a member of the Dongfang family. Unexpectedly, the Dongfang family itself sent 2 spies over. It seems to be a conflict inside his family. Dongfang Qi perhaps isn't aware of that. Right, Dongfang Qi's father is the second son of the Dongfang family. It must be his uncle who sent the spies to your factory. Although his father and his uncle are biological brothers, they have different mothers. So they never stopped competing against each other, said Jing Yuniao. Anyway, Dongfang Qi's family doesn't think about the big picture. Although Dongfang Qi helped Ji Yuning to discover the spies, it showed that his family wasn't careful at all. If Dongfang Qi's uncle succeeds, his uncle will move a step nearer to the seat of patriarch in the Dongfang family. His father can't accept it. In the cultivation world, a powerful man is much more admired than a man of old age, so they rely on their own abilities to compete against each other. They don't care about who's the oldest, said Jing Yuniao. Hearing that, Ji Yuning understood it. Now the Jing family is also aware of the magical power in the medicines. After the spies fail, the Jing family will take action too. By then, they'll find out about xianxia sooner or later, said Jing Yuniao, feeling a little upset. Even though she was prepared for that, she still hoped it would come later, at least when Leng Xiaoting grew stronger. We'll see what we can do. I don't think they can hurt Xiaoting even if they find out about him. Xiaoting might not be a match for them, but he can escape. As long as Grandpa Shengguan helps, they won't be able to do anything to Xiaoting, said Ji Yuning to comfort Jing Yuniao. Actually, she was worried about that as well. Even if she knew Leng Xiaoting would be fine, it was unavoidable for him to be injured, which was the last thing she wanted to see. Nevertheless, she couldn't stop it from happening, so they had to be optimistic. Right. Jing Yuniao didn't want to worry Ji Yuning, so she composed herself at once and stopped thinking too much about it. That night, Ji Yuning stayed in Mountain River Garden. She would go to deal with the spies tomorrow and cultivate afterwards. It shouldn't take much time anyway. Staying in Mountain River Garden, Ji Yuning could practice how to control the energy inside her body. After all, there were no cultivators around her, so she was safe. Once Dongfang Qi got the power crystal, he went back to the cultivation world and reported it to Dongfang Zuri. Chapter 1973, Deal with the Spy's Eye, Master Zuri, this is the so-called magical power, but it's solidified, said Dongfang Qi. If the person can solidify magical power, he must be at a very high level, said Dongfang Zuri. Then what should we do next? Asked Dongfang Qi. We can't believe everything the girl named Ji Yuning said, but her words make sense to some extent. Ji Yuning is only a mortal. She can't make or get the magical power on her own, so it must have been given to her by someone else. There is no question about that. The person who owns this solidified magical power must be one of us. He should be a medicine master too, but he can't be in the cultivation world. He must be cultivating outside the cultivation world. Although we all came to Qinling Mountain that year, some cultivators stayed outside. If any of us could make that in the cultivation world, it would be known to everyone. Anyone who can solidify magical power will enjoy great respect and reputation in our world. I don't think anyone can say no to that honor and position. It's also understandable if the master told her to use the magical power to make medicines to help people. Although Ji Yuning is very young, she's quite outstanding, so she's the chosen one. She listened to the master and made medicines with magical power. And many people were rescued. Given the other things she has done, she's undoubtedly a good and helpful person. Dongfang Zuri thought highly of Ji Yuning. In fact, Ji Yuning didn't think she was a good person. She had done many good deeds, but she had actually secretly gotten rid of her enemies or those who had offended her, which wasn't exposed. She cared about her reputation after all. Ji Yuning said she doesn't know the master's name. It must be a lie, but we can't force her to tell us since she's unwilling to do so. If we attack her, the master behind her might get mad. By then, we could be punished. Therefore, Dongfang Zuri decided not to hurt Ji Yuning for now. Keep on following Ji Yuning, but don't be too close to her. She might not be able to discover you, but the master might see you if he comes to see her, said Dongfang Zuri. Sure, said Dongfang Qi. The next day, Ji Yuning called Ning Chengkai and told him that she would go to inspect the factory. At 10 a.m., Ji Yuning arrived at the factory where Ning Chengkai was already waiting for her. Nice to see you, boss, he said respectfully. Once Ji Yuning showed up, he walked forward to welcome her. Let's go to the office now. Ji Yuning didn't rush to look around in the factory. Sure, said Ning Chengkai, before taking Ji Yuning to the office. After walking into the office, Ji Yuning saw a file folder on the desk. It contained the staff's resumes, so Ji Yuning began to read them. Because the staff's resumes were placed according to the time, the newcomers were at the top. Ji Yuning turned a few pages and soon saw the name of Huang Ziwei, then Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was accepted 1 week earlier than Huang Ziwei. On the resume, both of them had simple work experience. Zhang Yang, 28 years old, graduated from a university 5 years ago, entered a small company 1 year after graduation, and resigned after working for only a year. Half a year later, he went to work in the Chengfeng Group, but was only a junior employee. About half a year ago, he resigned again and was unemployed for 5 months before joining Culane. Huang Ziwei, 30 years old, also graduated from university at the age of 23. He graduated 7 years ago. After that, he opened a restaurant and worked there for 3 years, but closed it in the end. Afterwards, he was accepted by the Yaping Group as a junior employee, but quit in 2 years. He had been unemployed for more than a year till now. Actually, all the information about them was basically fake. Ji Yuning believed only their relationship with the Chengfeng Group and the Yaping Group was true. Since they were spies of the 2 business groups, their resumes were naturally made by the 2 business groups. Boss, is there a problem? As soon as Ji Yuning came, she started reading the staff's resume. Although it seemed to be a casual movement, Ning Chengkai, who stayed watchful, felt something wasn't right. Ji Yuning then took out Zhang Yang's and Huang Ziwei's resume. Someone told me these 2 men are spies. We need to do an investigation to make sure of it. Even though Ji Yuning knew they were spies, she needed evidence to put them in jail. What? Spies? Ning Chengkai was astonished. They were very careful, but unexpectedly spies still got into the factory. Without delay, Ning Chengkai apologized to Ji Yuning. Boss, I'm sorry. I didn't do my job well. Uncle Ning, don't say that. You've done your job very well. It's hard to avoid such a thing, said Ji Yuning to comfort him. Even though Ji Yuning said that, Ning Chengkai still felt guilty. However, since Ji Yuning didn't blame him, he felt much better. After that, Ji Yuning took a photo of their resumes, then sent the photos to Kay, asking him to help her with the investigation. While waiting for Kay to get the information, Ji Yuning went to look around the factory. She wouldn't do anything and told Ning Chengkai to act normally in front of the spies. Once Ji Yuning approached the production room, she sensed the air of a cultivator. Without surprise, the spy was indeed a cultivator. However, the cultivator was only at an average level. Before entering the production room, it was necessary to change into sanitary clothes and put on masks. Every worker did that. After entering the room, Ji Yuning didn't immediately find Zhang Yang, but instantly fixed her eyes on Huang Ziwei because of the air of a cultivator. As a cultivator, Huang Ziwei had acute senses. The second Ji Yuning's sight fell on him, he felt it and met Ji Yuning's eyes. Ji Yuning stayed calm, but Huang Ziwei panicked a little. He soon went back to normal, but Ji Yuning caught the change in his expression. Huang Ziwei panicked because of Ji Yuning's status. She was the boss of this factory after all, so as a spy he felt a little uneasy in front of her. Ji Yuning was wearing a mask, so others couldn't see her face completely. Huang Ziwei recognized her for 2 reasons. Firstly, because he had learned the basic information about the boss of Culane before coming here. And secondly, because he recognized Ning Chengkai. Chapter 1974. Deal with the spies. Ning Chengkai visited the production room often, so Huang Ziwei was familiar with him. Even if Ning Chengkai was wearing a mask, he still knew it was him. As the general manager of Kalane, Ning Chenkai was walking a step behind Ji Yuning at this moment. Given his respectful attitude, he was obviously a subordinate, so Huang Ziwei was even more sure of Ji Yuning's position. Huang Ziwei didn't know for sure that it was Ji Yuning. He just thought it might be her. However, it could also be other senior executives in the head office, or Ji Yuning's assistant or someone like that. After a glance at Ji Yuning, Huang Ziwei withdrew his sight and continued to work. Even if she was Ji Yuning, he had nothing to be afraid of. After all, he didn't think she would know that he was a spy. Ji Yuning didn't pay much attention to him and walked away as if nothing special had happened. The production room was very large. In the middle of the inspection, Ji Yuning's phone vibrated for a while, and she received a new message. She thought to herself that Kay must have discovered something. However, Ji Yuning didn't rush to read the message. After the inspection was over, she walked out. Afterwards, she changed her clothes and took out her phone to read the message. It was indeed from Kay. He told her that he already learned more information about the two spies. All the real information about them was sent to her email box. Zhang Yang's real information and the resume sent to Kalane were somewhat consistent. The school he graduated from was the same, because generally it wasn't easy to fake and could be easily found out. After graduation, Zhang Yang joined the Chengfeng Group, and he was actually a relative of the deputy general manager of the Chengfeng Group. He was also the secretary and chauffeur of the deputy general manager. Because Zhang Yang was outstanding and reliable, he was assigned to be the spy this time. As for Huang Ziwei, the school he graduated from wasn't fake, but the diploma was bought. He didn't really go to school. After all, cultivators learned their skills in the cultivation world, and spent most of their time on cultivation. For the convenience of living in the mortals' world, he bought a diploma. It was also fake that Huang Ziwei had opened a restaurant and worked in the Yaping Group. They had worked in Kalane for more than half a month, but still didn't get what they wanted. They weren't aware of the special ingredient in the formulas of the medicines, because every time they needed to add the magical power, Ning Chenkai did it by himself. Even the senior employees who had been in the production room for a long time weren't aware of it. After Ji Yuning returned to the office, she showed Ning Chenkai the results of Kay's investigation. Although the information didn't directly say that the two people were undercover agents, the information fraud could indeed confirm that there was a problem with them. Ning Chenkai was very angry, but he had to compose himself before Ji Yuning. "Boss, do we need to call the police?" asked Ning Chenkai. "No need," Ji Yuning said, "just chase them away, because we don't have solid proof to prove that they're spies. They haven't caused any problems yet anyway, so they won't be punished even if we call the police." Since Ji Yuning said that, Ning Chenkai agreed. "Tell someone to bring them here," said Ji Yuning. "Sure," said Ning Chenkai, then he went to deliver the order to his secretary. Before they came, Ji Yuning printed the information about them out. When Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei were called to go to the office, they had a premonition that they might have been exposed. Anyway, there had to be a reason for them to be called to go to the general manager's office. Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei didn't know or think that the other was a spy, so they relaxed a little when they met. They thought they might not have been exposed, it could be about something else. Either way, they wouldn't panic or admit that they were spies even if the secret was exposed. In the office, Ji Yuning sat in the chair by the desk, releasing an air of power, which put great pressure on Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei. Although they didn't think that Ji Yuning would find out they were spies, they didn't dare to take her lightly. After all, they had heard a lot about her and were aware of her unbelievable abilities. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Ji Yuning. "Hi, General Manager." Both Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei greeted Ning Chenkai once they came in. They didn't say hi to Ji Yuning because they were newcomers and had never met Ji Yuning before. Therefore, they shouldn't know who she was. Actually, it was very normal if they knew her, but they simply thought it was better for them to pretend that they didn't know her. Nevertheless, because Ji Yuning sat in the master seat, Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei were quite respectful towards her. "This is Chairman Ji Yu." Ning Chenkai introduced Ji Yuning to them. Nice to meet you, Chairman Gu. Hearing that, Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei greeted Ji Yuning at once. I think we can get straight to the point. The information on your resumes are different from what we learned. You've lost our basic trust, so we have decided to fire you. Perhaps you don't know we have strict rules for recruitment. We check the information on the staff's resumes, said Ji Yuning. Knowing that, both Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei were greatly surprised. They indeed had no idea that Kulain had strict rules for recruitment and would check their resume. However, they didn't know whether Ji Yuning fired them because of the problem about their resumes or because she had found out they were spies. If their secret was exposed, how did Ji Yuning find out? Did she find out on her own or did someone tell her? Besides, at the same time, Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei realized another problem. If Ji Yuning fired them because she had found out they were spies, it meant both of them were doing the same secret job. As a result, Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei became suspicious of each other. Chairman Gu, I'm so sorry. I don't have much work experience. I was afraid I wouldn't be accepted because of that, so I made up the work experience on my resume, but I can promise I've never done anything to harm the factory. Please give me another chance. Huang Ziwei was unwilling to give up, although he wasn't sure why Ji Yuning fired him. No one is allowed to do that. We'll pay you the salary for half a month, said Ji Yuning. It was impossible for her to give them a second chance after knowing they were spies. If they were upright people, she might be kind to them. Seeing that Huang Ziwei failed, Zhang Yang didn't bother to try again, because he knew it was useless. Accordingly, he gave in. Chapter 1975, Leave the car before long. Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei got their salaries and left. Pay more attention to the new staff in the factory and the company, because there is a spy in the company as well. Ji Yuning said, let's go now. We need to fire the spy. Knowing that there was a spy in the company too, Ning Chengkai was shocked and felt more guilty. To his surprise, there were so many spies hidden in the factory and the company. Once Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei left the factory, they called the person who arranged for them to be a spy and reported the situation to the person. They were surprised that Kulain had such a high standard of its staff, but they weren't sure whether it was because of their resumes or the fact that they were spies. Anyway, they decided to believe it was because of their resumes. Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei told their supervisors about each other, and they all agreed that both of them were spies, but they weren't clear about which force the other person worked for. Because they were already fired, they could do nothing about it. After the call with his supervisor, Huang Ziwei called Lu Dan. Lu Dan's information was also fake, so he told her to be prepared. It would be fine if she wasn't discovered, but she had to accept it if she was found out. Given the current situation, it was more likely that she was already discovered. Without surprise, Lu Dan was fired for the same reason as Zhang Yang and Huang Ziwei. That problem was easily solved, but it wasn't the end yet. Ji Yuning clearly knew that the Dongfang family and the Jing family wouldn't give up. They must be planning to do something else. It was a problem in the future. Because they hadn't done anything else yet, Ji Yuning didn't know what they would do. She could only be patient and wait to see their next action. After solving the problem, Ji Yuning left to have lunch alone before going to the Sihewan. When she arrived at the Sihewan, Ji Yuning let the monster fox out. She told it to find a place and cultivate, then she began to practice controlling the energy inside her body. Ji Yuning was able to move the magical power around her energy center in her abdomen, but couldn't store it in her body, because her soul hadn't fully mixed with her body yet. Although Ji Yuning never gave up, she unavoidably felt a little anxious. If it was possible, she hoped that her soul and her body could mix with each other as soon as possible, then she could become a real cultivator. Mrs. Shu called Shu Jinchen once every day. When Shu Jinchen turned on his phone, he could see the information. He knew that his mother called him for nothing good, but he still called her back. Jichen, you finally turned on your phone. The second Mrs. Shu received a call back from Shu Jinchen. She was full of excitement. What's up? Asked Shu Jinchen. I know who's the girl you're chasing now. I saw her. You, said Mrs. Shu thrilled. What? Did you investigate her? Shu Jinshan raised his voice in annoyance at once. It scared Mrs. Shu, but she wasn't mad. She immediately explained. I didn't. I just ran into her at a restaurant. I almost slipped in the lady's room. She rescued me. How did you know she's the girl? Asked Shu Jinshan. We met each other again after having the meal. Qinyan recognized her, so I invited her for tea to thank her afterwards, said Mrs. Shu. Did Qinyan tell you that she's the girl I'm chasing now? Asked Shu Jinshan. Although he asked that question, he already had the answer, otherwise his mother wouldn't know that. Anyway, he had no intention of blaming Shu Qinyan for it. Mrs. Shu, however, was worried that Shu Jinshan might be mad at Shu Qinyan, so she explained at once. She didn't. Actually, she didn't know the girl is the one you're chasing now. She only introduced the girl to me and told me that she's Ji Yuning's friend. She also knows you and Xiaoting. You have a good relationship with each other. Your grandfather also told me the girl is pretty, elegant, and well-educated, so I guessed. I went back home and asked your grandfather whether the girl you're chasing is Zi Beiying, and your grandfather said yes, so I was sure of it. Mrs. Shu didn't betray Shu Qinyan, but Master Shu, because Shu Jinshan wouldn't be mad if the person was Master Shu. Shu Jinshan wasn't surprised that Master Shu would tell his mother. Jinshan, the girl isn't only beautiful, she's also very elegant and well-behaved. You two are a perfect couple. You must work hard and win her heart. Thinking of Zi Beiying, Mrs. Shu was thrilled. Hearing his mother complimenting Zi Beiying, Shu Jinshan felt happy that his mother liked her. All right, I know. I'm occupied now. I have to go. Shu Jinshan really needed to deal with something, so he couldn't continue to talk with his mother. In the night, Ji Yuning was still practicing. However, halfway through cultivating, Ji Yuning saw a scene all of a sudden. In the scene, Leng Xiaoting drove on the highway, but the car suddenly exploded, frightening Ji Yuning. She abruptly opened her eyes, so the magical power that was circulating was stopped. As a result, she was affected and spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling uncomfortable in her abdomen. She had no time to cure herself and immediately took out her phone to call Leng Xiaoting. The phone rang a few seconds till Leng Xiaoting answered her call. Hi, Ningning, I'm on my way to the capital. Before Leng Xiaoting could finish, Ji Yuning interrupted him in a hurry. Xiaoting, leave the car. It's going to explode. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was scared. He knew that Ji Yuning could see the future, so he slammed on the brakes at once, then left the car as quickly as possible. Right after Leng Xiaoting got out of it, he heard a boom and the car exploded. Ji Yuning felt very nervous and shouted, Xiaoting, Xiaoting. Are you all right? I'm fine. Don't forget that I'm a cultivator. I can move a few meters in a second, said Leng Xiaoting to comfort Ji Yuning. In fact, the explosion broke out too fast and was quite strong, so his back was still injured. Luckily, he only had minor injuries, and would be fine with the help of his magical power. Obviously, he didn't have time to do that right now, because several men appeared out of the blue and began to shoot at him. Ji Yuning heard the gunshots as well. We can talk about it later. I need to deal with these people right now, said Leng Xiaoting and hung up right away before hearing Ji Yuning's response. Chapter 1976, Become a Real Cultivator. Knowing that Leng Xiaoting was fine, Ji Yuning felt relieved. Since those men showed up with guns, it meant they were just mortals. They couldn't hurt Leng Xiaoting. Although Leng Xiaoting was slightly injured, it was still very hard for those men to hurt him. Right after Ji Yuning finished the call with Leng Xiaoting, Sheng Guanyang knocked on the door of her room. Ningning, what happened? Did Xiaoting encounter any trouble? Sheng Guanyang heard the noises from Ji Yuning's room, so he rushed over here. Before Ji Yuning answered his question, Sheng Guanyang continued to ask in a deep voice, there is the smell of blood. Are you injured? Obviously, Ji Yuning was wounded, or there shouldn't be a smell of blood. Ji Yuning was indeed injured, but it wasn't serious. At least she could still stand up and walk around, so she immediately went to open the door for Sheng Guanyang. I was practicing controlling the magical power in my body, but I saw a terrible scene halfway. I saw that Xiaoting's car was going to explode, so I stopped right away to call him. The moment Xiaoting left his car, it exploded. Luckily, he survived. Some people came to attack him, so he's busy dealing with them now, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Sheng Guanyang was annoyed. Even if he knew Leng Xiaoting was fine, he was still mad at those people who went to attack Leng Xiaoting. Anyway, he cared most about Ji Yuning at this moment. Since Xiaoting's fine, you don't need to be worried. Those people are no match for him. Treat your wound now. Sure, said Ji Yuning. Without delay, she got onto the bed and sat cross-legged. Right when she was about to cure herself, Leng Xiaoting called again. He told her it was done and that she didn't need to worry about him, but he had to stay outside tonight to deal with the consequences. So he wouldn't be back until tomorrow. It was actually an excuse, because Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to let Ji Yuning see him being injured. So he deliberately stayed outside tonight, even if the injuries weren't serious. Ji Yuning had the same idea, so she was happy to know that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't come back tonight. After having the call with Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning relaxed, focusing on her body. As she exhaled, her consciousness moved towards the center of her heart. Afterwards, her breath went down to her abdomen. After the magical power sank into the energy center, the organs around it, the large and small intestines, kidneys, bladder, and so on, would gradually undergo physiological changes. Generally, she would feel an increase in appetite. Ji Yuning also felt that her organs and body gradually became more relaxed as her energy center was constantly being supplemented. After a while, Ji Yuning felt the magical power was concentrating in her energy center and abdomen more and more rapidly. Witnessing that, Sheng Guanyang showed great excitement. Ji Yuning got good out of misfortune. Although she was slightly hurt after stopping the circulation of magical power in her body, she suddenly crossed the boundary between her soul and her body. The magical power started mixing with her body. Ji Yuning felt it too, so she was thrilled as well. She wanted to continue to move the magical power into her body, but her body suddenly felt uncomfortable and she started losing strength. Don't rush. Your body can't accept it. It'll do you more harm than good, said Sheng Guanyang. Therefore, Ji Yuning stopped releasing the magical power and felt much better right away. Grandpa Shengguan, did I just succeed in mixing my soul with my body? Did I become a real cultivator? Ji Yuning asked Sheng Guanyang with anticipation. Yeah, but it's not steady yet, so you're not a real cultivator right now. Anyway, you're quite efficient, said Sheng Guanyang. Although it took Ji Yuning many days to cross the boundary of cultivation, it wasn't easy. Among cultivators, she was very fast. It was actually because of the blood of the phoenix. Oh, Ji Yuning suddenly thought of something and felt nervous at once. The heiress of the Bailey family in the cultivation world lives in the same dorm room as me. If I become a cultivator, she'll soon find out. Don't worry, you have the blood of the phoenix in your body. As long as you're not cultivating, nobody can sense the air of a cultivator from your body or know your level, said Sheng Guanyang. Hearing that, Ji Yuning felt relaxed. Because she couldn't continue to practice controlling the energy inside her body, she could only have a rest. Leng Xiaoting stopped after killing all of those armed men, because he knew who sent them even without investigating. Although he was a soldier, he had many enemies, so he was attacked and ambushed once in a while. Most of those people were bad people. After their illegal deals were ruined by Leng Xiaoting, they hated him and wouldn't miss any chance to pay him back. Besides, some powerful families who were competing against the Leng family, like the Rong family, the Yuan family, and the Chong family, were also trying to assassinate Leng Xiaoting. Because his existence was a great threat to them. This time, however, wasn't done by them. His car wasn't loaded with bombs. He would never allow someone to put a bomb in his car. The reason his car exploded was because the moment he parked, people in the dark threw bombs at his car. However, even if he didn't stop, they would still throw bombs at his car at that time. Therefore, if he had left the car a second later, he would have been accurately hit by the bombs. He was a cultivator now, so the explosion wasn't able to kill him, but he would be seriously injured. The location of the explosion was some distance away from the capital. There wasn't much traffic passing by, so no passerby was involved. However, it was a serious accident including an explosion and gunfire, so it was soon posted on the internet. Anyway, the news was removed within a short time. Leng Xiaoting let others deal with the consequences, while he went back to the capital alone. He went to Xianxia Hotel to treat his wounds. Leng Xiaoting carried power crystals that Ji Yuning gave him, so he soon recovered after applying it to his wounds, but he still needed to rest for a night for a full recovery. Therefore, he didn't go to see Ji Yuning that night, and would only go tomorrow. The next day, Ji Yuning got up early to run. Right after she came back, Leng Xiaoting showed up. Because Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting she was in the Sihewan during their call last night, Leng Xiaoting went to see her early this morning. Since he was back in the capital, he couldn't wait to see her. "Hi, Xiaoting." As soon as Leng Xiaoting came, Ji Yuning stopped running and went ahead to welcome him. Chapter 1977, What a Surprise. "Hi, any good news? You look very excited." Seeing Ji Yuning's happy face, Leng Xiaoting smiled at her. In addition, Ji Yuning looked a little different from her usual look, so Leng Xiaoting believed there must be good news. "Yes. Why don't you guess first?" Ji Yuning deliberately mystified it. Leng Xiaoting thought for a while, but soon gave up. "Just tell me." "Well, let me ask you, what do you want most to happen to me right now?" asked Ji Yuning. Hearing that, an idea dawned on Leng Xiaoting, but he didn't think it was possible. Nevertheless, that seemed to be the only thing he wanted to happen to Ji Yuning. Could it be that? Leng Xiaoting squinted at Ji Yuning with mixed emotions. Staring straight at her, he obviously tried to see something from her body, but failed. Seeing Leng Xiaoting's expression, Ji Yuning knew he already had the answer but simply wasn't sure of it. Leng Xiaoting indeed wasn't sure of it, so he didn't dare to say it aloud in case Ji Yuning would be upset if he was wrong. When Leng Xiaoting hesitated to say it, Ji Yuning stopped making him suffer and said right away, "I crossed the boundary of cultivation last night. I'm a cultivator now." She could have told Leng Xiaoting last night, but she decided to wait till they met each other today. "Really?" Leng Xiaoting instantly got excited. He was thinking about that too, because it was the only thing that he hoped to happen to Ji Yuning which could fill her with so much excitement. After all, they didn't lack anything now, nor did they have any difficulties, so that was the only thing they hoped to see. At the same time, Leng Xiaoting was worried that he might be wrong, so he hesitated to say it aloud. He didn't want Ji Yuning to misunderstand him and be upset. Even though he had thought about that possibility, he wasn't sure of it, so he felt shocked and thrilled when he heard the answer from Ji Yuning. Without caring that Sheng Guanyang was also in the yard, Leng Xiaoting pulled Ji Yuning into his arms right away. Well, seeing that, Sheng Guanyang moved his eyes away with slight embarrassment. He was an ancient man after all, so he wasn't as open-minded as the people in modern society. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning had no time to care about Sheng Guanyang's feelings at this moment. Yes, Ji Yuning was excited too, and almost cried out. Leng Xiaoting wanted to do something more intimate to Ji Yuning, but he forced himself to calm down and let her go. When they saw Sheng Guanyang, they felt embarrassed. "Brilliant. That's really good news. How did you manage to become a cultivator?" asked Leng Xiaoting with curiosity. "In fact, there is one thing I've kept a secret from you. Grandpa Shengguan and your mother are aware of it. I just wanted to surprise you after I become a cultivator," said Ji Yuning. Then she told Leng Xiaoting about the blood of the phoenix. However, she didn't tell him that she was reborn, which was still a secret she wouldn't tell him. Because Leng Xiaoting was aware of her jade eyes, she told him the blood of the phoenix was the jade eyes. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting wasn't so astonished. Moreover, Leng Xiaoting was a cultivator, so he no longer thought it was too unbelievable to be true. "When I got the blood of the phoenix, I heard someone saying in my mind, 'There's a piece of ancient jade named the blood of the phoenix. It's made of the blood of a phoenix and the soul of the earth. It has magical power, which enables you to live forever or be reborn.' Grandpa Shengguan told me I don't need to suffer the pain of cutting bones and purifying marrow with the help of the blood of the phoenix, but I need to move its magical power into my energy center. Only after I successfully store it in my body can I keep on cultivating, so I've been trying these days. Although I've failed countless times, I never gave up. Last night, I suddenly succeeded, said Ji Yuning. She decided not to tell Leng Xiaoting that she had been injured by the interruption of her cultivation. She was fine now anyway, so there was no need for her to say that. Shang Guanyang understood that, so he didn't bother to tell the truth. What a surprise, said Leng Xiaoting. He had no intention of blaming Ji Yuning for not telling him earlier, even if he was in a bad mood because of that these days. It was great news that Ji Yuning was a cultivator now. I haven't told your mother yet. I need to call her now. You can go to pick her up later, and we'll have a meal together here, said Ji Yuning. After that, Ji Yuning went to give Jing Yuniao a call. Jing Yuniao was also excited when she heard that Ji Yuning had already become a cultivator. Ji Yuning told Jing Yuniao that Leng Xiaoting would go to pick her up later and that they would have a meal at the Sihewan. Jing Yuniao, however, said that she might not be able to come because Jing Jining was coming to see her in a while. Ji Yuning then told Jing Yuniao to invite Jing Jining to have the meal together with them at the Sihewan. Jing Jining was Jing Yuniao's older cousin and Leng Xiaoting's uncle. He wasn't an outsider anyway, so it wasn't a bad thing to let him meet Shang Guanyang. When Jing Yuniao asked for Jing Jining's opinion, Jing Jining was more than willing to visit Shang Guanyang. Actually, he always had that idea after knowing that Shang Guanyang was still alive, but he didn't know how to say it. After all, Shang Guanyang enjoyed a much higher status than him, and not everyone could see him. Since Jing Jining had the chance now, he wouldn't miss it. Jing Yuniao didn't tell Jing Jining that Ji Yuning already became a cultivator, because she wasn't sure whether she could tell him. If Ji Yuning wanted him to know, she would tell him in person at the Sihewan. After the rush hour in the morning at 9 a.m., Leng Xiaoting drove to Mountain River Garden to pick up Jing Yuniao and Jing Jining. Jing Jining arrived in the capital yesterday and stayed in a hotel opposite Mountain River Garden, because he planned to dine with Jing Yuniao at noon to talk about something. Chapter 1978, Let's go inside together. Anyway, it wasn't be a secret among them. In the car, Jing Jining told them a serious matter. I returned to the cultivation world this time. The Kung Fu competition, which is held once every 3 years, is only a month away now. Everyone believes Dongfang Ziyu will win, but I found that Jing Yarong's youngest son, Jing Yunian, who was born after you left the cultivation world, has a very high cultivation level. He's in the early stage of the golden core, going into the mid-stage, so I think he's more likely to be the winner. The champion will be awarded the spirit gathering pill. If Jing Yunian gets it, he'll definitely give it to Jing Yanrong. By then, Jing Yanrong can pass the Yuanying period, which isn't good news, Jing Jining said. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao put on a serious expression as well. Even though it'll happen, we can't stop it. They couldn't go back to the cultivation world right now, because they lacked confidence to win. They could only go back when they had great confidence. Therefore, even if Jing Yunian was very likely to win, they could only watch it happen. There is a way to stop it, but I don't know whether you'll approve of it, said Jing Jining. Xiaoting can take part in the competition, said Jing Jining. What? No. Jing Yuniao got emotional in an instant. Calm down. Let me finish first. Jing Jining comforted her at once. Jing Yuniao then closed her mouth, and Jing Jining continued, there is a condition for that idea. Senior Shangguan is at a very high level. He must have the ability to change one's appearance. And given Xiaoting's level now, it can't be easier for him to win. Once the competition is over and Xiaoting gets the spirit gathering pill, he'll leave the cultivation world. Afterwards, he'll return to his own look, and nobody will know. You know the Kung Fu competition is quite challenging, so it's also a great opportunity for Xiaoting to practice his skills. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao remained silent for a while. Jing Jining's words made sense, but she was still worried. I think it's a good idea, said Leng Xiaoting. They didn't lack magical pills and Shang Guanyang had a lot of them. Precisely because of Shang Guanyang's magical pills and his own talent, Leng Xiaoting was able to make big progress. However, the amount of the pills had to be limited, or it would hurt his body. Therefore, even if Shangguanyang had many magical pills, Leng Xiaoting couldn't take as many as he wanted. However, even though they didn't lack magical pills, they couldn't allow the Jing family to get it. Accordingly, Leng Xiaoting was more than willing to join in the competition. Since Leng Xiaoting agreed to do it, Jing Yuniao couldn't stop him because it was useless. In addition, she also wanted to stop the Jing family from winning the game. Since Xiaoting agrees, I can't disagree. We need to ask Senior Shengguan whether he can change one's appearance. I won't allow Xiaoting to go there with his original face, said Jing Yuniao. She respected Leng Xiaoting's decision, but she had her concern as a mother. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting. If Shangguanyang couldn't change his appearance, he would give up the idea for Jing Yuniao and Ji Yuning. At the Sihewan, Jing Jining was excited and nervous to see Shangguanyang. Shangguanyang didn't show off his importance in front of Jing Jining, and casually talked with him so that he was able to relax gradually. After a casual talk, Leng Xiaoting told Shangguanyang about Jing Jining's idea, and he also said that he was willing to conduct the plan under the condition that his appearance could be changed to prevent him being targeted when the competition was over. I can change your appearance, but it can only last for 24 hours, said Shangguanyang. One day is enough. The competition is half a day long, said Jing Jining. I want to go there too. Hearing that, Ji Yuning showed her desire to go there as well. Jing Jining felt it was a little difficult, because only cultivators could enter the cultivation world. Uncle Jing, don't worry, I just became a cultivator yesterday. Although I'm not a real cultivator right now, you know my abilities, right? Ji Yuning understood why Jing Jining felt it was difficult, so she didn't hide the fact that she was already a cultivator. Anyway, he would know sooner or later. What? Jing Jining was shocked to hear that. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning already became a cultivator. He knew that Ji Yuning had outstanding abilities. So although Ji Yuning just became a cultivator, she was strong enough to defeat Yin Shixin along with him before that. Given her abilities, she could win a prize alone, and she would go with Leng Xiaoting too. They could team up in the competition. Jing Jining kept on digesting the shocking news that Ji Yuning just became a cultivator, but he didn't immediately reply to her request of wanting to go into the cultivation world as well. Instead, he turned to Leng Xiaoting for his opinions. Xiaoting, what do you think? Asked Jing Jining. We can go there together. Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to disappoint Ji Yuning. I'll go too. I want to see what the cultivation world is like, said Shangguanyang at once. Ever since he learned about the existence of the cultivation world, he had been longing to go there. Jing Jining definitely wouldn't say no to Shangguanyang. I won't go with you, said Jing Yuniao, because she was afraid that she might run into Jing Yarong, which would cause them unnecessary trouble. Leng Xiaoting didn't experience those bad things in person, so he could control himself even if he met the Jing family. Therefore, it wasn't a bad thing that Jing Yuniao wouldn't go with them. After talking about that, they began to have the meal. Jing Jining left once he finished the meal, while Leng Xiaoting and the others began to cultivate. When their cultivation was over, it was already 12 a.m., but they were full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. Therefore, they decided to have night snacks together. Lao Zhang usually left after serving them dinner, so Jing Yuniao went to cook now. Luckily Jing Yuniao was very good at cooking, so they enjoyed the night snacks. The Sihewan was very large with many rooms, so Leng Xiaoting and the others didn't go back to their own places. They directly stayed in the Sihewan for a night. After having night snacks, Jing Yuniao and Shangguanyang went back to their own room. Leng Xiaoting, however, took Ji Yuning to the backyard to have a walk. He mainly wanted to have some private time with her. Chapter 1979, He's the king. After walking into the backyard, Leng Xiaoting immediately pulled Ji Yuning into his arms. He hugged her tightly, as if he was afraid of losing her. At this moment, he wasn't afraid of losing her, he was full of happiness. Ningning, I'm so happy that you finally became a cultivator, Leng Xiaoting said. In fact, he wouldn't abandon her even if she couldn't become a cultivator. Even if she would die of old age after many years, he was determined to stay by her side. However, if they could live, no one wanted to die. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting could be together with Ji Yuning forever now. Yeah, I'm finally a cultivator. Ji Yuning was excited too, because she no longer needed to worry about her age. Leng Xiaoting wouldn't have to kill himself for her either. She wouldn't know about it after she died, but she felt sad every time she thought of that, because she was reluctant to see Leng Xiaoting give up his own life for her. Xiaoting, I have an idea, said Ji Yuning. Both of us are cultivators now. We can live a long time, so we have to leave the public eye after a few decades. We'll stay away from the crowd and keep on cultivating every day. It should be boring, so why don't we be a mysterious couple of heroes? We can help whoever needs help, said Ji Yuning. Although she wasn't helpful all the time, she thought life needed some excitement. Anyway, it was very easy for them. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting. He actually had the same idea. Because he had been a soldier for many years, he was determined to guard their country and their people. Even if he wasn't the team leader of the Red Flame or a soldier in the future, he would still do something whenever he saw innocent people being bullied. Oh, are we going to cultivate again tomorrow or do something else? Asked Ji Yuning. I need to see my leader tomorrow morning and talk about cultivators with him. Then I'll come back to have a meal here. We can visit Grandpa at the Leng family house in the afternoon, said Leng Xiaoting. He had been back for a whole day, but hadn't told Master Leng anything nor visited him, so he felt quite guilty. Ji Yuning had the same feeling, because Leng Xiaoting delayed his visit to Master Leng because of her. The next morning, Leng Xiaoting left after having breakfast with them and went to visit his leader. Today was Saturday, so the leader was having a rest at home. In the afternoon yesterday, Leng Xiaoting already gave the leader a call and told him that he would come to see him at his home this morning. They were going to talk about something highly confidential. The leader gained his position relying on the Leng family's support, so he had a very close relationship with it. He could be suspicious of anyone, but the Leng family, especially Master Leng and Leng Xiaoting. Zonghai Garden was located on the west side of the Imperial Palace, covering an area of about 1,500 acres, including 700 acres of water surface. It was a national key cultural relics protection unit. It was also the government affairs office as well as the residence of senior leaders, mainly for work convenience and security. However, not all senior leaders of a national level lived in Zonghai Garden. Living in Zonghai Garden was only convenient for work and security, and it wasn't so convenient and free for life. Therefore, there were only a dozen leaders living in Zonghai Garden, and many lived outside. It was an age of peace. Assassination didn't happen very often nowadays. So with good security measures, there was no major danger. The Leng family used to live in Zonghai Garden, but only when Master Leng was in the highest position for a few years, because as mentioned, living in Zonghai Garden wasn't as convenient and free as living outside. Actually, only Master Leng lived in Zonghai Garden, while the other members of the Leng family lived in the Leng family's old house. Because Master Leng was 53 years old when he reached the highest position, all his children had jobs. So they all needed to work, but it was very inconvenient to do so while living in Zonghai Garden. Now, although Leng Yuanjun and Leng Yuanqin were both senior leaders and could move into Zonghai Garden, they didn't. Leng Xiaoting made the same choice. In the military, officers ranked higher than Major General could live in Zonghai Garden. None of them moved in, but they still had places in Zonghai Garden and were allowed to go there as they wanted. Because Zonghai Garden had tight security, outsiders weren't allowed to go inside. Even relatives of the leaders who lived there needed to be guided inside. In addition, they needed to write down their ID information before going inside, and couldn't stay the night. They had to leave before 12 a.m. At the gate of Zonghai Garden, Leng Xiaoting showed his ID card and went in. Zonghai Garden was very large. Entering from its front gate, Leng Xiaoting drove for a few minutes to get to the leader's place. This wasn't the first time that Leng Xiaoting had visited the leader's home, so the security guards already remembered his face. And because of his privilege, he didn't need the leader's permission and directly went inside. Once Leng Xiaoting walked into the living room, a noble lady welcomed him with a smile. "Hi, Xiaoting. Your Uncle Wei is in the study." The lady was the senior leader's wife. Although she looked very gentle, she was actually a very strong woman. She used to be a major general and was the head of the national dance ensemble. In fact, if she wasn't an outstanding woman, she wouldn't have been able to marry the senior leader. It was not only the senior leader's wife, his 23-year-old son was also extraordinarily outstanding. Although his son wasn't comparable to Leng Xiaoting, he was very excellent among his peers. Leng Xiaoting was special compared to his peers. "Nice to see you, Aunt Wei," Leng Xiaoting respectfully greeted her. After that, he went to the study. Because he came here often, the Wei family treated him as one of them. In the study, in front of the desk, a middle-aged man about 50 years old was sitting. He sat there in silence, but released an air of the king. He was the king. Leng Xiaoting knocked on the door of the study. After he heard permission from the inside, he pushed the door open, walking in. "Hi, Uncle Wei," Leng Xiaoting greeted the man before the desk with great respect. In private, he called the man uncle. The leader's name was Wei Lingfeng. He was 53 this year and had been sitting in the highest position of this country for 5 years. Chapter 1980. Don't tell anyone else because the positions of the top leaders were all selected once every 3 years, and Wei Lingfeng passed 2 elections. It wasn't only because of his own ability, but also because of the Leng family's support. The next election was only a year away, so different forces began to work now. They never stopped trying to push their people onto the position, and the competition would only get more and more fierce as the election approached. "Come here, Xiaoting. Have a seat." After Leng Xiaoting walked in, Wei Lingfeng stood up. He replaced the serious expression on his face with a kind smile. Leng Xiaoting was a junior and subordinate, but Wei Lingfeng didn't show off his power before him. Leng Xiaoting seated himself at once, and Wei Lingfeng poured a glass of water for him. "What I'm going to tell you is something beyond ordinary people's knowledge and acceptance, so please be mentally prepared," said Leng Xiaoting seriously. Hearing that, Wei Lingfeng became serious again. "Did you run into creatures stranger than vampires?" Although Wei Lingfeng already made a guess when Leng Xiaoting said that, he was still surprised after hearing the affirmative answer from Leng Xiaoting. It took him a long time to digest the news that vampires really existed back then, so now he could hardly calm down knowing there were creatures which were even stranger than vampires in this world. "I told you there could be people with magical power in our country, but in fact they do exist. I just didn't know how to tell you that at that time, and I was afraid it might be too hard for you to accept it, so I decided to wait for a while. I only shared some shocking news with you so that you had time to be mentally prepared," said Leng Xiaoting. "What people with magical power?" asked Wei Lingfeng in a hurry. It was good news that people with magical power existed in their country. However, they needed to persuade those people to work for them. If those people with magical power refused to work for them or even acted against them, it would be a great threat. "Cultivators," said Leng Xiaoting. Cultivators. Wei Lingfeng had mixed emotions upon hearing that. He knew about cultivators, but he read about them in novels. He loved reading novels, especially cultivation novels. Whenever he felt stressed at work, he would unwind by reading. He didn't know the difference between cultivators in novels and in the real world. If there was no difference, the cultivators would be super strong. "Do you mean the cultivators in novels?" asked Wei Lingfeng. "Yeah, they are basically the cultivators in novels, but at a much lower level. After all, cultivators need magical power to cultivate, but the magical power nowadays is very thin. It slows down their speed of cultivating. Anyway, they're still unbelievably powerful. Some of them who are at a high level can still walk on the walls, fly with a sword, or control objects," said Leng Xiaoting. Knowing that, Wei Lingfeng was greatly shocked. To his surprise, those people in novels really existed. Leng Xiaoting didn't rush to continue, leaving Wei Lingfeng enough time to digest it. Although Wei Lingfeng couldn't digest the shocking news within a short time, he soon came back to his senses. "Will they be a threat to our country?" asked Wei Lingfeng. "Normally they won't, because they aren't allowed to hurt mortals. If they do, they'll be punished. In addition, if our country encounters trouble, they'll surely do something," said Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, Wei Lingfeng felt greatly relieved. Leng Xiaoting then continued, well, some of them might break the rules, especially people of the evil practice. The evil practice is an evil organization. Its members aren't welcome in the cultivation world. They are always wanted. Wei Lingfeng understood that, because bad people were everywhere. After all, bribery and corruption weren't uncommon. The Red Flame's target this time was precisely one of the evil practice. What? Wei Lingfeng was surprised and showed worries. How did you handle it? Are you injured? Since their enemy this time was the evil practice, it must have been a very difficult task. Leng Xiaoting was strong, but he was a mortal after all. He was no match for the evil practice. Therefore, Wei Lingfeng was very worried about Leng Xiaoting's safety. In fact, if Leng Xiaoting was only a mortal, he obviously was no match for the evil practice, but he wasn't. I'm not, said Leng Xiaoting, then hesitated to say something. After a second, Leng Xiaoting made up his mind. Well, what I'm going to tell you next is also highly confidential, so please don't tell anyone else, even my grandfather. No problem. I won't tell anyone else, including your grandfather. I'm all ears now. Wei Lingfeng held great respect towards Master Leng, but Leng Xiaoting was also very important in his eyes. Since Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to let more people know about it, he would surely keep it between them. I can easily kill vampires and members of the evil practice because I'm also a cultivator, said Leng Xiaoting seriously. Wei Lingfeng abruptly stood up in shock, staring at Leng Xiaoting with rounded eyes. It was a piece of much more shocking news than what he had heard from Leng Xiaoting before. Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to explain it further. He raised his hand and the pen on the desk directly flew to his hand. Witnessing the scene, Wei Lingfeng moved a few steps backwards in horror. Even if he was aware of the existence of cultivators and knew they had unbelievable skills, he was still taken aback when he saw it with his own eyes. Well, Wei Lingfeng didn't know what to say all of a sudden. It happened this year. Because I ran into members of the evil practice and got injured afterwards, I became a cultivator by chance, said Leng Xiaoting. He told Wei Lingfeng he was a cultivator, but wouldn't tell him more details. In silence, Wei Lingfeng tried his best to understand it. Leng Xiaoting stood aside without a word. After a long while, Wei Lingfeng finally got his mind back. He didn't ask Leng Xiaoting for details because it wasn't necessary. All he needed to know was that Leng Xiaoting was trustworthy. Chapter 1981, Xie Yi, are there any other strange creatures? Asked Wei Lingfeng. He wanted to learn about all of them right now and digest the information together. Right, except for cultivators, there are monsters and ghosts in our country as well, but they aren't harmful for human beings right now. Anyway, if we encounter them, we should kill them all. They're dangerous. Leng Xiaoting said, in fact, there are strange creatures in other countries as well. Country R has mutants and ninjas who are stronger than ordinary people. Hearing that, Wei Lingfeng was surprised, but much less surprised than before, because he started to get used to it. Since vampires, cultivators, monsters and ghosts were real, it was highly likely that mutants and ninjas existed too. I decided to report it to you now because I noticed that people from Country R are investigating cultivators. We don't get along with Country R. Once Country R learned that there are unusually strong people in our country, it couldn't stay calm. If I've guessed correctly, Country M must be aware of it as well, said Leng Xiaoting. He was right. Right after Country R discovered it, it shared the news with Country M, but Country M didn't believe it very much. Although Country R had a good relationship with Country M, it wouldn't tell Country M all the secrets. The leaders of Country R didn't tell Country M that there were mutants and ninjas in their country, and Country M wasn't aware of the existence of vampires either. Even in Leng Xiaoting's country, nobody would believe in monsters or ghosts. Vampires didn't belong to any organization. They were a race living in the darkness. Mutants, however, were made by Country R, so were ninjas. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting's country sometimes got in trouble because of Country R's tricks. Nevertheless, it wouldn't happen again. Hearing that, Wei Lingfeng was annoyed in an instant, because it was indeed a bad thing. Anyway, it's difficult for them to find the cultivators, because most of the cultivators stay in their own world. They seldom come to the outside world, so it's not easy to see them. Even if they could meet cultivators, it's impossible for them to recognize cultivators unless they're strong enough to force cultivators to use magical power, said Leng Xiaoting. In that case, Wei Lingfeng felt a little relieved. Leng Xiaoting's talk with Wei Lingfeng was over by 11 a.m., so he left. Wei Lingfeng and his wife invited Leng Xiaoting to stay for lunch, but Leng Xiaoting declined, because he needed to have lunch with his girlfriend. Therefore, Wei Lingfeng and his wife didn't insist. Leng Xiaoting said that because he couldn't expose Shengguan Yang and Jing Yuniao. Wei Lingfeng and his wife were aware that Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend was Ji Yuning. They had learned some about Ji Yuning from the internet and Master Leng, so both of them had a good impression of her. At such a young age, she had achieved a lot, which was beyond ordinary people's abilities. Leng Xiaoting walked out of the Wei family's house to his car, then saw a young beautiful woman about 24 years old standing by it. Obviously, she was waiting for him. The moment the woman saw Leng Xiaoting, she showed excitement before walking towards him. Xiaoting, I knew it was you. Seeing the woman, Leng Xiaoting stayed as cool as usual. Hi, Lieutenant Xie. Hearing the way he called her, Xie Yi was displeased. Xiaoting, we're outside the military base now. You don't need to call me formally. It couldn't be more obvious that Xie Yi was Leng Xiaoting's admirer. Miss Xie, Leng Xiaoting called her. Xie Yi was disappointed, because it wasn't what she wanted. She actually wanted Leng Xiaoting to call her Yi. Xie Yi's father was a lieutenant general. Although he wasn't working for the Leng family, he was Wei Lingfeng's subordinate, so Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to embarrass Xie Yi. Otherwise, he would ignore her and leave right away. Xie Yi had admired Leng Xiaoting for many years, and she joined the military for him as well. In order to keep up with Leng Xiaoting, she had been working hard these years. She even failed to finish her education in college. Anyway, it was very easy for her to get a diploma relying on her connections. That was also the reason why she was able to become a lieutenant at 25. Although she was barely comparable to Leng Xiaoting, she wasn't one of the special forces. She only made normal achievements, so she wasn't promoted as fast as Leng Xiaoting. She also knew that she wasn't as capable as Leng Xiaoting, otherwise she wouldn't regard him as her idol. Miss Xie, I'm sorry. I have to go now. Leng Xiaoting ignored Xie Yi once he finished and left in his car without delay. Xie Yi couldn't stop him. Watching him driving away, she was filled with sadness. She didn't understand why Leng Xiaoting never bothered to pay attention to her. Was the rumor true that Leng Xiaoting had no interest in women? Xie Yi refused to believe that, so she never gave up. However, she didn't dare to annoy Leng Xiaoting in case Leng Xiaoting had a bad impression of her, which would be the end of their relationship. Seeing Xie Yi's interaction with Leng Xiaoting, Mrs. Wei sighed, I believed Xiaoting and Yi could be a perfect couple, but it isn't enough for a romantic relationship. Well, I think Ji Yuning and Xiaoting can be a perfect couple instead. Although I haven't seen Ji Yuning yet, both her own abilities and family background are very outstanding. Most importantly, Xiaoting and Master Leng have a very good impression of her, said Wei Lingfeng. He also liked Xie Yi, but it wasn't helpful. You're right, Mrs. Wei agreed with Wei Lingfeng. Back at home, Mrs. Wei noticed Wei Lingfeng's worried face, so she asked him with concern, anything wrong? Mrs. Wei never asked about Wei Lingfeng's work, but she cared a lot about his mood. If Wei Lingfeng was willing to tell her, she would listen. If not, she wouldn't keep asking him for an answer. Nothing special, just work, said Wei Lingfeng. He had no intention of continuing on that topic, because he couldn't share what Leng Xiaoting had told him with his wife. Since he said that, Mrs. Wei stopped asking. Chapter 1982. Given him a chance because Zonghai Garden and the Sihewan were in the city center, they weren't far from each other. So after driving for only a dozen minutes, Leng Xiaoting arrived. He even waited for the traffic lights to turn green twice on the road. After having a meal in the Sihewan and cultivating for a while, they went to the Leng family house together at 3 p.m., along with Shengguan Yang. During this time, Master Leng and Shengguan Yang often met. Because of Leng Xiaoting, they got along well with one another. Master Leng introduced Master Shu and Zhang Zongyu to Shengguan Yang. They all knew that Shengguan Yang was Leng Xiaoting's master, so they were very polite to him. In addition, Shengguan Yang was easygoing, so they had a harmonious relationship. Shengguan Yang also taught them some skills of using their fists. He told them to practice more in their daily life, because it was good for their health. Therefore, Master Leng and his old friends were practicing the skills every day recently and became more flexible. It left them with a better impression of Shengguan Yang. No matter when they found something fun, they never forgot to call him, but Shengguan Yang didn't join them every time. Shengguan Yang was at a very high level, but he had an even higher standard of himself, so he needed to cultivate most of his free time. After all, nowadays the magical power was getting thinner and thinner, so it took more and more time to cultivate. When Leng Xiaoting and the others arrived at the Leng family's old house, Zhang Shuyuan also came back from visiting Leng Xiaojia at the hospital. She stepped out of her car earlier than them. She was in a good mood, because Leng Xiaojia got much better. In half a month, she could return home to recover. However, she became displeased once she saw Leng Xiaoting and other people. Especially when she saw Ji Yuning. She was full of hatred, because Leng Xiaojia was seriously injured due to Ji Yuning. Although it was Leng Xiaojia's fault and they had to accept the consequences, it didn't mean they would stop blaming Ji Yuning for that. After that, Zhang Shuyuan gave them a look of dislike, then walked into the house. Leng Xiaoting and the others saw it, but they couldn't care less about Zhang Shuyuan. Because Zhang Shuyuan was unwilling to see Leng Xiaoting and other people, she went upstairs to her room after greeting Master Leng. She also ignored Leng Yuanzhen and his wife. They knew why Zhang Shuyuan did that, but they also never liked Leng Yuanzhen's family. Master Leng could do nothing about it, but sigh, shaking his head. It was impossible to improve their terrible relationship now, he could only hope it wouldn't get even worse. Shengguan Yang came as well, so Master Leng went outside to welcome him in person. "Hi, Shengguan, welcome." Master Leng beamed at Shengguan Yang. "Well, Leng, I came to have a big meal at your place." "You must tell your cook to prepare more food," said Shengguan Yang without feeling embarrassed at all. "No problem. I know you love meat. I've already told my cook to prepare all kinds of meat in the kitchen," Master Leng laughed. He was aware of Shengguan Yang's large appetite. Shengguan Yang was able to eat as much as 4 people by himself, so Master Leng had ordered the cook to prepare enough food for today's meal. "Nice to see you, Mr. Shengguan, Yunyao, Xiaoting, Ji Yuning." Leng Yuanzhen and his wife greeted them. "Hi, Father, Yuanzhen, Yin," Jing Yunyao called Master Leng. "Hi, Grandpa, Uncle Yuanzhen, Aunt Yin." "Hi, Grandpa Leng." Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning greeted them as well. "Hi." Master Leng gave them a light response, but couldn't hide the happiness on his face. As soon as they seated themselves, they heard rapid footsteps coming down. Once Leng Xiaoxi and Leng Xiaoxun heard that Ji Yuning and the others came, they went downstairs. "Hi, Grandpa Shengguan, Aunt Yunyao, Xiaoting, Ji Yuning." After they came downstairs, they exchanged greetings. They chatted with each other for a while in the living room, then Leng Xiaoxi pulled Ji Yuning outside to have a private talk. In the yard, when there was no one around, Leng Xiaoxi seemed hesitant to say something. "What's wrong?" Ji Yuning asked before Leng Xiaoxi could say anything because she was a little anxious after seeing Leng Xiaoxi hesitating. Ji Yuning had patience, but she got impatient because she was worried about Leng Xiaoxi. Besides, something must have happened given the expression on Leng Xiaoxi's face. After hesitating for a while, Leng Xiaoxi said, Ningning, there is one thing I've been thinking about these days, but I don't know whom I can talk with. Can you help me with it?" "What is it?" asked Ji Yuning. "The thing is that a friend of my good female friend's older brother told me that he likes me. I have a good impression of him as well. Although I'm not sure whether it's admiration, I'm willing to get to know him better. His family isn't in the mainland, they're in HK. His family is a large family in HK. I actually don't care much about one's family background, as long as there isn't a huge gap. He's now running a business in the capital. He's achieved a lot with a bright future ahead. Anyway, I always feel he has a high standard of himself, said Leng Xiaoxi. As she said that, she flushed a little. Obviously, Leng Xiaoxi liked the man more than she knew. Since you have a good impression of him, why don't you give him a chance? You need more time to know him better to make sure whether you really like him, said Ji Yuning. All of a sudden, Leng Xiaoxi looked upset. But I found out my good female friend also likes him. She looks very different every time she talks about him. She seems happy, but looks sad. She never told me her real feelings, but I just feel that. What if my good female friend is hurt after I get together with the man? Well, hearing that, Ji Yuning realized it wasn't an easy question. One was her good friend, while the other was the man she liked, but her good friend also admired the man she liked. It was quite a dilemma. Obviously, the man disliked Leng Xiaoxi's good female friend, so it wasn't Leng Xiaoxi's fault even if she became the man's girlfriend, but her good female friend would feel hurt. Even if her good female friend never said anything about it and even helped them get together, it didn't mean she wouldn't feel sad at all. Ji Yuning was sure that Leng Xiaoxi didn't want to see such a thing happen either. After all, both the man she liked and her good female friend mattered to her. Even though she also became friends with Zi Beiying who admired Leng Xiaoting, she didn't know Zi Beiying when she became Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. Therefore, she didn't hurt her friend. Chapter 1983, Face it, I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Ji Yuning wanted to help Leng Xiaoxi, but she couldn't think of a good idea. Fine, Leng Xiaoxi sighed. After remaining silent for a while, Leng Xiaoxi took a long breath. Forget it. I met my good female friend before him, and I got to know him because of my good female friend. I can't hurt her just for him. After all, I only have a good impression of him right now. It's not enough for me to give up my friendship. Actually, Leng Xiaoxi had already made that decision, so she seldom replied to the man's messages these days. Even if he called her, she would quickly end it after a brief polite talk. Ji Yuning came today, so she asked her casually. Leng Xiaoxi decided to give up, so Ji Yuning said nothing further about that. Right at this moment, Leng Xiaoxi's phone rang, and the caller was her good female friend. Leng Xiaoxi picked it up and didn't bother to avoid Ji Yuning. Xiaoxi, let's get together tonight, said Leng Xiaoxi's friend. I'm not free today, said Leng Xiaoxi, feeling a little uneasy. She knew she would meet the man once she went out, so she made up an excuse. You're not free. What are you busy with? Asked her friend. Leng Xiaoxi gave Ji Yuning a glance, then came up with an excuse at once. My older cousin's girlfriend is here. I need to be with her. Your older cousin's girlfriend, Xiaoting or Xiaoming? Asked her friend with curiosity. Although she asked that question, she believed it must be Leng Xiaoming. Leng Xiaoting's character was well known to people in high society after all. Xiaoting, said Leng Xiaoxi. What? Leng Xiaoting has a girlfriend. Jesus, I can't believe my ears. What girl can win Leng Xiaoting's heart in this world? Leng Xiaoxi's friend exclaimed. She ached to meet the mysterious girl who was able to win Leng Xiaoting's heart. Why don't you come with her? We can have fun together. Well, I need to ask her about that. I'll reply to you later. I'm not sure whether she'll go. If she won't, I won't go either. I can't leave her alone. Leng Xiaoxi actually wanted to turn her friend down directly, but thought it was a little impolite, so she changed her mind. After hanging up, Leng Xiaoxi said to Ji Yuning with embarrassment, I can call her in a few minutes, telling her that Xiaoting's girlfriend is unwilling to go. Because she used Ji Yuning as the excuse, Leng Xiaoxi felt a little embarrassed. You can't avoid it forever, said Ji Yuning. Although she understood why Leng Xiaoxi did that, she didn't think it was a good idea. You're right, but I don't know how to face him. Leng Xiaoxi felt she was in a dilemma, but couldn't think of a better idea. If I were you, I would choose to face it and turn the admiration into friendship. Although it's difficult, you need to bear the result after making the decision. Since you don't want your friend to feel hurt, you can't let her know you are giving up the man for her, or she'll feel guilty and blame herself for that. You're unwilling to hurt her and she has the same idea. Therefore, you can only make up an illusion that you don't like the man instead of giving him up for her. Well, that's just my idea. I won't force you to do it. It's still up to you how to handle it, said Ji Yuning. I agree with you. I should face it, but I can't let my friend know that I gave him up for her. Although it's hard to do at the beginning, it isn't a big deal. Leng Xiaoxi thought Ji Yuning's words made sense, so she decided to take her advice. Ningning, can you go with me tonight? To help me stay calm. Sure. Ji Yuning was worried about Leng Xiaoxi too, so she didn't refuse. After that, Leng Xiaoxi replied to her friend and they went back to the living room. Leng Yuanqin needed to deal with something today, so he wasn't home until 6 p.m. At 6 p.m., it was time for dinner. Once Leng Xiaoting and the others came, Zhang Shuyuan lost her appetite. However, she would be hungry if she didn't eat, so she forced herself to eat a little. After having lunch, Zhang Shuyuan went outside with the excuse that she needed to visit Leng Xiaojia, because she didn't want to see Leng Xiaoting and the others. Anyway, nobody cared where Zhang Shuyuan went. Ji Yuning and the others had a rest for a while after having lunch, then Ji Yuning told them that she needed to go out with Leng Xiaoxi to meet with her friends, so she wouldn't leave with them later. No one stopped Ji Yuning from doing what she wanted to. At 8:30 p.m., Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoxi left in Leng Xiaoxi's car with Ji Yuning being the driver. The place of their gathering was in a high-end clubhouse. It was about 9 p.m. when they arrived. Leng Xiaoxi's friend had already sent her the number of the private room. Once they reached the clubhouse, Leng Xiaoxi began to feel nervous. Luckily, she could still compose herself. Because it was a high-end clubhouse, customers here were all from high society. Therefore, it was very easy to see familiar faces. Shortly after they walked into the hall, Leng Xiaoxi and Ji Yuning saw a familiar face, which was Rongju. At this time, Rongju was alone. Although the Rong family had a bad relationship with the Leng family, they still greeted each other when they met. Hi, Miss Leng, Miss Ji Yu. Rongju greeted them first. Hi, Lord Rong. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoxi said. After exchanging greetings, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoxi walked away without another word. Rongju said nothing either, watching Ji Yuning walking away with mixed emotions. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoxi reached the third floor, she caught a familiar back but couldn't recognize it. Before long, the person walked to a private room. Although Ji Yuning only saw the side of his face, she recognized him this time. The man was the third son of the Yuan family, Yuan Wenrui. The two men who walked into the room along with him must be his bodyguards. Coincidentally, Ji Yuning ran into Yuan Wenrui here. She wondered who was in the room right now. Therefore, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the inside. There were three men. Ji Yuning had seen two of them, who were Shen Yangfeng and Lu, while the other one was a stranger. Ji Yuning thought they must be ready for another deal, but it wasn't convenient for her to eavesdrop outside the room now. Chapter 1984. The person Leng Xiaoxi likes. However, the private room Leng Xiaoxi and she were going to was right next to the one Yuan Wenrui and others stayed in. Although it was large and had good insulation, Ji Yuning had unusually good hearing. There were 4 people in the private room Leng Xiaoxi's friend booked. They were 2 women and 2 men. The girls were at the same age as Leng Xiaoxi. They were very pretty in their early 20s. And the 2 men were slightly over 20 years old. They looked quite handsome in casual suits. With a glance, Ji Yuning easily figured out which of the 2 men was the person Leng Xiaoxi liked, because the man stood up with excitement once he saw Leng Xiaoxi. Hi, Xiaoxi, he greeted her. Leng Xiaoxi felt a little embarrassed, but soon went back to normal and calmly said, Hi. Hi, Xiaoxi. A girl stood up to welcome them afterwards. After a glance at Ji Yuning by Leng Xiaoxi's side, she looked amazed. Xiaoxi, why don't you introduce your friend to us? Ji Yuning was pretty and elegant. No wonder Leng Xiaoting liked her. This is my cousin Xiaoting's girlfriend, or fiancée to be specific. She's Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoxi introduced Ji Yuning to her friends. She thought it wasn't enough to show Ji Yuning's importance by introducing her as Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, so she said blankly that Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancée. Hearing that, the girl was shocked. In fact, it was already very shocking when she learned that Leng Xiaoting had a girlfriend. To her surprise, it was his fiancée. After all, a fiancée was totally different from a girlfriend. It was not only Zuo Wenjun, another woman and man who knew Leng Xiaoting were also astonished. Hi, Miss Ji Yu, I'm Xiaoxi's friend. My name is Zuo Wenjun. Before Leng Xiaoxi introduced her, Zuo Wenjun introduced herself to Ji Yuning. She even reached out her hand to shake hands with Ji Yuning. Hi, Miss Zuo. Ji Yuning also reached out her hand to gently hold Zuo Wenjun's hand. Come, let me introduce the others to you, said Zuo Wenjun, then she brought Ji Yuning to the front of the other people. She introduced them from left to right to Ji Yuning. This is my older brother's friend, Chen Junan. This is my older brother, Zuo Zhaochen, and this is his girlfriend, Lin Beishan. Nice to meet you all. Ji Yuning greeted them. She guessed correctly. The man was precisely the one who liked Leng Xiaoxi. Nice to see you too, Miss Ji Yu. They kindly greeted Ji Yuning as well. Come here, have a seat. Zuo Wenjun said. She told Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoxi to sit by her sides, then poured a glass of wine for both of them. Miss Ji Yu, you look very young. You must be a student, right? Asked Zuo Zhaochen. Yeah, I'm a freshman this year, said Ji Yuning. Which university are you studying in? Zuo Zhaochen continued. Hearing Zuo Zhaochen ask Ji Yuning 2 questions in a row, Lin Beishan frowned, especially when she saw the excitement in his eyes. Lin Beishan was quite displeased, but didn't show it on her face. She knew Zuo Zhaochen wasn't a playboy, but Ji Yuning was too attractive to resist. Therefore, Lin Beishan was worried that Zuo Zhaochen might be attracted to Ji Yuning. However, Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. If he dared to steal Ji Yuning from Leng Xiaoting, he would be too stupid. Hearing that, Zuo Zhaochen got more excited. Are you the owner of Xianxia Antique Store? Hearing that, Lin Beishan realized the reason why Zuo Zhaochen was so excited. In an instant, Lin Beishan felt ashamed for her suspicion just now. At the same time, she was also amazed by Ji Yuning's business. She had heard of Xianxia Antique Store. At the auction a few days ago, Xianxia Antique Store sold a whole set of bronze chimes for over 8 billion yuan. Nevertheless, she didn't notice who the owner of Xianxia Antique Store was, so she failed to recognize Ji Yuning just now. Hearing Zuo Zhaochen's words, Chen Junan was shocked too, because he was aware of that as well. Although 8 billion yuan was nothing for the Chen family, it was a lot of money for him. From the time he started up a business till now, he only had over 1 billion yuan in assets, which was quite outstanding among his peers. He admired Ji Yuning, and wasn't jealous of her at all, because it wasn't necessary at all. Wow, I can't believe you're so successful. You made a lot of money within such a short time. I also heard you picked up the bronze chimes by chance, right? Said Zuo Wenjun in great surprise. Yeah, I picked them up in a cave. They must have been dug out by gravediggers, then were hidden in the cave. I found them by accident, said Ji Yuning. You were so lucky, said Zuo Wenjun. She didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words at all. Since Ji Yuning said that, the others chose to believe her. When they were talking, Chen Junan glanced at Leng Xiaoxi once in a while. Leng Xiaoxi, on the contrary, deliberately avoided his glances. As a result, she looked at either Ji Yuning or Zuo Wenjun. However, she actually wasn't as calm as she seemed to be on the surface. Chen Junan wasn't dumb, so he could see that Leng Xiaoxi was avoiding him on purpose. Besides, given the way she talked with him these days, he knew she was losing interest in him. However, he didn't understand why Leng Xiaoxi suddenly changed her attitude. After all, there was chemistry between them a few days ago. Although Leng Xiaoxi didn't show much interest, they at least got along well with each other and he could see that she had a good impression of him. He understood it took time and patience to chase a girl, but he couldn't insist if the girl disliked him. While Ji Yuning talked with them, she didn't stop paying attention to the situation in the next private room. Before she heard any important information, she saw a bug under the desk. Obviously, they were targeted. Since they were targeted, there should be more than just a bug. However, because of other people in the room, Ji Yuning couldn't pay too much attention to the next room in case they noticed her abnormal behavior. Therefore, Ji Yuning made up an excuse that she needed to use the ladies' room. She decided to observe them in the washroom, because there was only a wall between the washroom and the next private room, which was very convenient for her observation. Moreover, she would talk about it with Leng Xiaoting as well. Once Ji Yuning was gone, Leng Xiaoxi got nervous, but couldn't stop her from going to the washroom. Anyway, in order to not meet Chen Junan's eyes, Leng Xiaoxi kept on talking with Zuo Wenjun about Ji Yuning once Ji Yuning was gone. Chapter 1985, Needs more than just good luck. Zuo Wenjun was very interested in Ji Yuning, so she temporarily forgot why she called Leng Xiaoxi out tonight. It was not only Zuo Wenjun, the others were also very interested in Ji Yuning. After finding out that Ji Yuning actually had many other businesses, they were shocked and admired her more than ever. Once Ji Yuning went into the ladies' room, she used her jade eyes again to see what the people were doing in the private room. She was right. There wasn't only a bug, there was also a pinhole camera in the upper left corner. Yuan Wenrui and the other people were talking about their affairs without any concern. They had no idea that they were being monitored. They dared to do that because they trusted this private clubhouse too much. Private clubs were always extremely safe places for the exchange of important information. Many high-ranking officials liked to come here to talk about things, and most of the time it was classified matters. They had never been monitored or exposed before. Therefore, they wouldn't think that they were monitored this time. Ji Yuning was curious about the person who was spying on them. Since someone was spying on them, the person must be in a nearby private room. Out of curiosity, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the inside of other private rooms without caring about whether it was moral. After checking several of the nearest rooms, she found nothing unusual till she saw the private room that Rongju was in. Rongju was with two men, and the two men weren't unfamiliar to Ji Yuning. One was Huojian, and the other was the instructor of the next class. The three of them were sitting in front of the sofa. On the table, there was a laptop, and Rongju was sitting in the middle wearing earphones. When Ji Yuning saw the computer screen on their desk, she realized what they were doing. It was Rongju who was monitoring Yuan Wenrui and the others, because the video on the computer was the video of Yuan Wenrui and the others in the private room. Although Yuan Wenrui and the others were being targeted, it was a good thing. However, because of the relationship between the Rong family and the Leng family, Ji Yuning was afraid that the Rong family might use Shen Yangfeng's matter this time to attack the Leng family. Therefore, Ji Yuning immediately took out her phone. Because it wasn't convenient for her to call Leng Xiaoting, she sent him a message. At this time, Leng Xiaoting and the others had just returned to the Sihewan. Once he heard the sound of a new message, he took out his phone to read it. The moment he saw the content of Ji Yuning's message, he was mad. It was really time to punish the Shen family. As long as the Leng family took action to punish the Shen family, everyone would know that the Leng family already gave up on them. Therefore, it would be useless even if the Rong family planned to defame the Leng family by using the Shen family. After that, Leng Xiaoting called Master Leng and shared the news with him. Although Leng Xiaoting was already completely in charge of the matter of dealing with the Shen family, he needed to report the latest news to Master Leng. Knowing that, Master Leng agreed with him silently. He was disappointed by the Shen family long ago, so he was unwilling to protect it now. After sending the message to Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning went back to her friends. She was only absent for 3 minutes from beginning to end. Miss Ji Yu, I can't believe how unbelievable you are. You have so many companies, said Zuo Wenjun with excitement and admiration once Ji Yuning was back. She already took Ji Yuning as her idol. Yeah, you know what, the goddess in my eyes is Tang Xiaoxiao, said Lin Beishan with admiration as well. Although she disliked Ji Yuning for a while just now because of the misunderstanding, she began to admire Ji Yuning after learning the truth and knowing how successful Ji Yuning was right now. There were many successful people, but none of them were as successful as Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, you're so amazing. You already impressed me because of the bronze chimes. However, unexpectedly, you have many other companies at such a young age. You've surpassed all your predecessors, said Zuo Zhaochen. He didn't know much about Ji Yuning before, but he was already aware that she was young and successful. After finding out that she had even more achievements, he began to admire her. He wasn't jealous, so he wouldn't unkindly wonder whether Ji Yuning relied on dirty tricks to become successful. Ji Yuning was young, but it didn't mean she lacked abilities. Especially after knowing that she was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé, he tended to believe that Ji Yuning was able to achieve success on her own. After all, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't choose an ordinary girl given his family background and abilities. He wasn't saying that Leng Xiaoting was a snob. However, even if Ji Yuning didn't have an extraordinary family background, she at least had to be very outstanding by herself for Leng Xiaoting to be attracted to her. "Yeah, Miss Ji Yu, you're really unbelievable." Chen Junan chimed in. Even though he wasn't bad compared with his peers, he was nothing in front of Ji Yuning. He never felt arrogant because of his achievements, because he hadn't achieved his goal yet. Everyone kept on complimenting Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning was already used to it, so she didn't feel embarrassed at all. Since they complimented her, Ji Yuning felt she should be modest. "I'm flattered. I'm just very lucky." "Miss Ji Yu, you're being too modest. One needs the ability to be so lucky all the time," said Zuo Zhaochen. "Yeah, having good luck is also one's ability, otherwise one would never achieve anything," said Chen Junan. They talked about that topic for a long time, then changed to other topics. "Miss Ji Yu, may I know, did you chase Lord Leng, or did he chase you?" asked Zuo Wenjun. She asked that question because she couldn't imagine a cold man like Leng Xiaoting chasing a girl. "He chased me," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Zuo Wenjun and the others were all surprised, because it was totally beyond their imagination. Given Leng Xiaoting's appearance and family background, he had countless admirers in the capital, but his cold face and air made many girls stay away from him. Normally, they gave up after being treated coldly once or twice, because Leng Xiaoting's cold face was too scary to accept. Not many people could stand it. While Ji Yuning chatted with them, she didn't forget to pay attention to the private room next door. Ji Yuning got the news that they had made an appointment to trade in a certain town the night after tomorrow, but didn't know the specific time and place. In addition, the time and place were only initially set by them, and it might be changed at any time. They didn't stay there for too long and left at 10 p.m. When they were gone, Rongju and his people walked away as well. Since they left, Ji Yuning could stop spying on them. She could only hope Leng Xiaoting took action earlier than Rongju, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with it later. Chapter 1986, Have you misunderstood something? Because if any news that exposed Shen Yangfeng's deeds had something to do with the Leng family, some people would believe it. Although it might not have a big impact on the Leng family would do its best to avoid it. Ji Yuning believed in Leng Xiaoting, but she still told Kei to investigate Shen Yangfeng's illegal deeds out of concern. Even if it wasn't very helpful, it wasn't a bad thing as long as it had an effect. Chen Junan looked at Leng Xiaoxi all the time, but Leng Xiaoxi kept avoiding his eyes, unless she had to face him when Chen Junan talked directly to her. However, she stayed cool. Zuo Wenjun couldn't stand it, so she pulled Leng Xiaoxi to the washroom. It was very normal that girls went to the washroom together, so nobody felt it was strange. After walking into the washroom, Zuo Wenjun asked Leng Xiaoxi, "Xiaoxi, why are you suddenly so cool to Junan?" Hearing that, Leng Xiaoxi looked a little uneasy, but she forced herself to stay calm. "Cool. Was I very enthusiastic about him before? Have you misunderstood something?" Zuo Wenjun didn't notice that Leng Xiaoxi had a guilty conscience. Seeing her being like this, Zuo Wenjun was annoyed. "You weren't very enthusiastic to him before, but weren't so cool either. Junan likes you, and you have a very good impression of him too, right?" Leng Xiaoxi took a long breath, then said looking guilty, "All right, I guess I have to be honest with you. I did have a very good impression of Chen Junan before, but you know it means nothing. I have a good impression of him, which doesn't mean I like him. It takes more time to know him better to fall in love with him. I know Chen Junan is a very outstanding young man, but I just can't love him." Hearing that, Zuo Wenjun had a big frown. "Do you mean you're in love with someone else?" "Yes," said Leng Xiaoxi. In order to stop them from connecting her with Chen Junan, Leng Xiaoxi had to cover the lie with another one. However, it was a lie, so Leng Xiaoxi actually felt quite unhappy. It wasn't the truth, but she had to pretend she was telling the truth. Zhuo Wenjun couldn't believe it, so she stared straight at Leng Xiaoxi's face to observe her, but Leng Xiaoxi looked very serious. Zhuo Wenjun had to believe it. All of a sudden, Zhuo Wenjun put on a wry smile. Fine, it's a good thing. At least you don't need to face unpleasant things. What does it mean? Leng Xiaoxi asked curiously. The annoying affairs inside the Chen family. In fact, Junan has the same tragic experience as Xiaoting. When he was little, his parents passed away. He has an aunt, 2 uncles, but none of them like him. Only Master Chen treats Junan well. Luckily, Junan has always been smart ever since he was little. He's also the most outstanding one in the young generation of the Chen family, so others are worried that he'll take over the Chen family's wealth and power. As a result, they never stop scheming against him in private. Even though Junan is outstanding, he's too young and doesn't have much experience. He can't control the members of the Chen family and its company. Therefore, Master Chen let Junan build his own career in the capital in order to help him grow stronger. After he's influential enough, he'll be able to control those people in the Chen family and its company. Because of his tragic experience, my older brother and I are very sympathetic to him. We also admire his abilities. We know he's a very good, upright man. Although the Chen family isn't as influential as the Leng family, there aren't many big families that are comparable to it now. As long as there isn't a huge gap and there is love, it isn't a big deal, right? Said Zhuo Wenjun. All of a sudden, she realized she had said too much about it. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have talked about that with you. Anyway, you don't like him. I cared about your relationship with him only because I was worried you might find it annoying to deal with his family in the future. Knowing that, Leng Xiaoxi had mixed emotions. To her surprise, Chen Junan had such a terrible experience. In that case, Xiaoting seemed to be luckier than Chen Junan. At least only some of his family members disliked him, and he had other relatives who cared about him. It was only because of Leng Xiaoting's cold character that they seldom talked with each other. However, Leng Xiaoting had already changed a lot after meeting Ji Yuning, and he gradually began to talk with them. And the situation was greatly improved after his mother was back. If so, I have great sympathy for him as well, but it still has nothing to do with love. I hope he can meet someone that's in love with him in the future, said Leng Xiaoxi. Although she hesitated for a while because of Zhuo Wenjun's words, she still made that decision in the end. Yeah, hope so, said Zhuo Wenjun. Then she said nothing further about that topic. All right, we should go out now. After that, the two walked out. Everyone knew Zhuo Wenjun went inside to have a talk with Leng Xiaoxi, but Leng Xiaoxi stayed the same and Zhuo Wenjun had a resigned look. From that, they figured out the result. Accordingly, Chen Junan was in a worse mood and began to drink faster. When people were in a bad mood, they wanted to get drunk. Chen Junan's mood was too obvious to be hidden, so everyone saw it. Zhuo Zhaochen and the others couldn't do anything about it, because they couldn't force Leng Xiaoxi to be together with Chen Junan. They didn't have that right or power. Since Chen Junan's love failed to be accepted by Leng Xiaoxi, they shouldn't be together, otherwise neither of them would be happy in the relationship. Seeing Chen Junan like that, Leng Xiaoxi also felt sad, but she had to compose herself. Ji Yuning was the most calm one in the room. She could understand Chen Junan's sadness, but didn't think it was a big deal, because many people had the same experience. In this world, not everyone's love would have a positive response. You couldn't force another person to love you just because you love him or her after all. Ji Yuning wasn't judging Leng Xiaoxi's affair with Chen Junan, but it was indeed very normal. Although Leng Xiaoxi and Chen Junan had a good impression of each other, it was over now. Because Leng Xiaoxi rejected Chen Junan for her friend, it became unrequited love. Anyway, it was rare to have a happy ending from first love. Because of the worsening atmosphere, they didn't hang out late this time and they separated at 11 p.m. They had all drunk a little, so they couldn't drive. Zhuo Zhaochen and Chen Junin paid for designated drivers, while Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting. Chapter 1987. There is a condition when they separated. Chen Junin looked at Leng Xiaoxi. He wanted to say something, but didn't say it aloud. He actually wanted to have a private talk with Leng Xiaoxi, but he decided not to do that upon thinking of her attitude. He was unwilling to embarrass her. Ji Yuning and the others didn't go out until Leng Xiaoting came, so Leng Xiaoting was already waiting in front of the car when they arrived at the parking lot. Seeing Leng Xiaoting, Zhuo Zhaochen and his friends went to greet him. Although Chen Junin didn't know Leng Xiaoting, he knew Leng Xiaoting was Leng Xiaoxi's older cousin. Therefore, in order to show his politeness, he went over as well. Facing Leng Xiaoting, Zhuo Zhaochen and the others felt a little stressed, even if Leng Xiaoting didn't mean them. When they said hello to him, Leng Xiaoting only replied in a flat voice, "Hi." After that, Leng Xiaoxi and Ji Yuning got in the car and left. When Leng Xiaoxi was gone, Chen Junin felt even more disappointed. However, after they left, Zhuo Zhaochen and others didn't rush to get into their cars and drive away, instead they turned to look at Zhuo Wenjun. They asked her what had happened. Even though they had already figured out the result from Leng Xiaoxi and Zhuo Wenjun's attitudes, they still wanted to learn the details. Zhuo Wenjun said in a resigned tone, "I asked Xiaoxi why she suddenly became so cool to Junin. Xiaoxi told me she only has a good impression of Junin. It doesn't mean she likes him, and it can easily change. Perhaps she just lost interest in Junin, so she stayed away from him to prevent embarrassment." Although Leng Xiaoxi said that she loved someone else, Zhuo Wenjun didn't have the heart to say it aloud, because she was afraid that Chen Junin would be heavily hit. It was a very normal answer, because they all knew a good impression didn't mean love, and it could change at any time. Actually, even two people in love could easily change because of something, let alone when they only had a good impression of each other. "Well, if so, I won't insist. We should go home now," said Chen Junin with a wry smile, then walked to his car. Zhuo Zhaochen and the others didn't know what to do about it, but they didn't comfort Chen Junin either. Although he liked Leng Xiaoxi, they didn't get together at all, so he would be fine in a few days. Chen Junin valued a romantic relationship, but he also had reason. It wasn't necessary for him to punish himself for something he didn't own. He had something more important to work and fight for. When Ji Yuning and the others left, Leng Xiaoxi finally couldn't control her emotions any longer. She looked very upset and was in a bad mood. Ji Yuning said nothing. She didn't comfort her, because she needed to digest it. After driving Leng Xiaoxi back to the Leng family's house, Leng Xiaoting drove back to the Sihewan along with Ji Yuning. Because Jing Yunniao stayed in the Sihewan and she was the only female there, they were afraid she might feel uneasy. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't stay in the Leng family's house for the night. On their way to the Sihewan, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting talked about Shen Yangfeng. Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to see the wrong family take action before him, so he decided to act tomorrow. Leng Xiaoting would go to catch Shen Yangfeng in person. He had collected enough evidence of Shen Yangfeng's illegal deeds with the Chen family and Chen Jinpeng, so he already had a plan to punish the Shen family and the Chen family these days even if Ji Yuning didn't tell him what had happened today. "Ningning, does Qi Tianlai owe you a favor?" asked Leng Xiaoting, because Ji Yuning had told him she had helped Qi Tianlai deal with mutants last time. Yes. Ji Yuning understood Qi Tianlai would be involved once Leng Xiaoting asked her that. In fact, even if Qi Tianlai didn't owe her a favor, he wouldn't hesitate to help her as long as she needed him. Well, what the Shen family has done this time has a lot to do with Long Tianyu. We must get rid of them completely. Long Tianyu is now a senior manager in the Kirin gang. If we kill Long Tianyu, the Kirin gang will be humiliated to some extent. It might do something to cause a scene. We can solve the problem, but it's better if we avoid unnecessary trouble. It'll be for the best if the Kirin gang can directly give up Long Tianyu. Can you help us with that and tell Qi Tianlai to give up Long Tianyu? Said Leng Xiaoting. No problem. Ji Yuning agreed without thinking about it. Leng Xiaoting had told her about Shen Yangfeng's relationship with Long Tianyu, so she agreed that it was necessary to persuade Chi Tianlin to give up Long Tianyu. In fact, as long as she promised to give Chi Tianlin a few more power crystals as payment, he would definitely agree to do it. However, even if Chi Tianlin refused, Ji Yuning was determined to remove Long Tianyu. Oh, do we need to make an arrangement to make it like a drug deal? We can catch him at the scene, said Ji Yuning. Of course, if it's possible. Leng Xiaoting said, we need Chi Tianlin's agreement. Ji Yuning was a doer, so she took out her phone to call Chi Tianlin once she agreed to help Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting felt it was a little late, so he told Ji Yuning to do it tomorrow, but Ji Yuning didn't think it was a problem. Therefore, she made the call right away. Chi Tianlin just received news that his men were hurt again, and it was serious, but he was running out of Ji Yuning's power crystals. He wanted to call Ji Yuning to buy more at this moment. However, it was late now, so he decided to call Ji Yuning tomorrow. Coincidentally, Ji Yuning called him. There is indeed a connection between us. I was thinking to call you just as you called me, said Chi Tianlin on purpose, trying to flirt with Ji Yuning once he answered her call. It sounded as if Ji Yuning was his girlfriend. Hearing that, Ji Yuning already knew why Chi Tianlin wanted to call. He simply wanted her power crystals, so she didn't think it was a big deal. However, Leng Xiaoting was displeased when he heard that and he looked mad in an instant. Nevertheless, he said nothing. Oh, anything up? Asked Ji Yuning deliberately. I need more of your medicine, said Chi Tianlin. Sure, but there is a condition, said Ji Yuning. What is it? Asked Chi Tianlin. I need to deal with a senior manager of your gang. His name is Long Tianyu, so if you're willing to give him up, I'll sell you the medicine with a 50% discount, said Ji Yuning. Why do you want to deal with Long Tianyu? Chi Tianlin wasn't annoyed when he heard that news. There is a grudge between us. Ji Yuning said, well, if you don't agree, I can deal with him as well on my own, but we won't make any more deals in that case. Ji Yuning was threatening him, but it depended on Chi Tianlin whether he would accept it. He could choose between Long Tianyu and the medicine which could save his people's lives. Chapter 1988. Can't miss the great chance. Sure, I can do that, but not for the medicine. I'm willing to do it because of you, said Chi Tianlin, showing some affection towards Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning felt nothing, but Leng Xiaoting was more displeased now. He disliked what Chi Tianlin said to Ji Yuning. It couldn't be more obvious that Chi Tianlin liked Ningning. However, it didn't matter, because Ningning belonged to him. Ji Yuning clearly sensed Leng Xiaoting's emotional change, but she could do nothing about it. Do you need me to send him to you? Asked Chi Tianlin. No need. I just need you to assign a task to him. Tell him to make a drug deal with my people, and we'll catch him then. The Kirin gang won't be exposed, but I can't promise that he won't be exposed, said Ji Yuning. I don't care. I can say he isn't one of us, said Chi Tianlin airily. Since he agreed to do it for Ji Yuning, he was mentally prepared for the worst result. Great, we'll take action tomorrow. I'll tell you once the place of the deal is settled. It won't take long. Just a few minutes, said Ji Yuning. Sure, said Chi Tianlin. After that, they hung up. Where do you think is the best place? Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting thought for a while, then said, we can do it in Jingshan district. It's comparatively isolated with many factory areas. There are a lot of abandoned factories and warehouses as well. An abduction happened in an abandoned warehouse there before, so I know the place very well. On XX section, there is only one abandoned warehouse, so it's easy to find it. Yuan Wenrui's deal with Shen Yangfeng was the night after tomorrow, so they had to do it tomorrow night. They would arrest Long Tianyu tomorrow night, and Shen Yangfeng the day after tomorrow, so there was no need to wait for Yuan Wenrui to deal with Shen Yangfeng, because Rongju would be involved by then. Sure, Ji Yuning said, I can be the one who's going to see Long Tianyu. I can disguise myself as Tang Aining. Great, I'll arrange some people to help you. Leng Xiaoting didn't turn her down, because it wasn't a big deal for Ji Yuning. He would be nearby as well, and would show up to help her quickly. It was dangerous to make such an illegal deal, so Ji Yuning couldn't go alone. She needed at least 5 people to follow her there. Right. Ji Yuning agreed. After that, she called Chi Tianline again and told him the address as well as the person they were going to make a deal with. It was a woman called Tang Aining who was about 20 years old. They could only do it at night, so the time was set at 9 p.m. tomorrow. Long Tianyu would have enough time to come. How many drugs do you need? Asked Chi Tianline for a better arrangement. Give us 5 kilograms. I'll return them to you once it's done, said Ji Yuning. Although Leng Xiaoting had caught many drug dealers before, he could only turn a blind eye on Chi Tianline even if he was clearly aware that Chi Tianline was dealing drugs. Because the government needed illegal gangs to balance some forces, they weren't punished severely. As long as they didn't break the law or embarrass the government publicly, they would be safe. No problem, said Chi Tianline. He actually didn't care whether the drugs would be returned, but there was no reason for him not to accept them since Ji Yuning was willing to return the drugs to him. I'm in the capital now. If you want the drugs, send someone to get them back, or you can come in person. I won't send them to you, said Ji Yuning. Sure, Yu Hao will go to get them back, said Chi Tianline. If he could see Ji Yuning, he would surely go there in person, but he was occupied and couldn't go there as he wanted. Okay, tell him to go directly to the city center. XX restaurant on XX road, then give me a call. I'll see him there, Ji Yuning said. No problem, but it's rare that you're willing to give me a 50% discount. Can I ask for more pills? Chi Tianline asked. 10 million yuan for 20. There is no more, Ji Yuning said. Great. Chi Tianline agreed with alacrity, because he didn't plan to ask for too many. He actually thought Ji Yuning would only give him 10 pills with a 50% discount, but he was happy to get 20 pills with 10 million yuan. Since Ji Yuning proposed it on her own, he wouldn't disagree. Leng Xiaoting didn't know that Ji Yuning set such a high price for the power crystals, so he was shocked when he learned that. Anyway, he could feel that Ji Yuning deliberately let Chi Tianline pay more for them. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting felt much better, but he still asked with uncertainty, did you sell a pill to him for 1 million yuan before in order to get more money from him? Hearing that, Ji Yuning smiled with pride. Yeah, Chi Tianline is very rich after all. I can't miss the chance to make more money from him. He left a bad first impression on me anyway. Knowing that, Leng Xiaoting was more pleased. Ji Yuning absolutely knew what he was thinking. Precisely because she knew Leng Xiaoting disliked Chi Tianline, she said that to please him. Anyway, she told the truth. Did I tell you when Xin, Jakai, and I had gone to have fun at the Earth nightclub in City B? We played the slot machine and won the whole prize pool. There was 100 million yuan in it. You know the casino won't let you leave with too much money, so I was called to a private room. Chi Tianline wanted to gamble with me. I won 300 million yuan in the end. He refused to let me go at that time. Therefore, we had a fight and I won again. He also got to know that I'm excellent at fighting and that I have magical pills. As a result, he gave in to me. In order to have the magical pills, he became polite to me afterwards. He's willing to satisfy my requests as long as they're acceptable. However, he's a little annoying sometimes, so you don't need to take his words seriously, said Ji Yuning. She did her best to connect their relationship with benefits in case Leng Xiaoting was unhappy. After all, what Chi Tianline just said to her had annoyed Leng Xiaoting. I know, said Leng Xiaoting. After Ji Yuning's explanation, Leng Xiaoting felt better. He had met Chi Tianline and fought against him a few times, so he was aware of Chi Tianline's character. Chi Tianline was arrogant, cruel, and ruthless. Without outstanding abilities, one couldn't survive from a fight against him. Therefore, since Ji Yuning had already met Chi Tianline, it was better that they had a good relationship. Chi Tianline might not be able to hurt Ji Yuning, but he could hurt people in Ji Yuning's circles and her companies, which wasn't something they wanted to see. Given Chi Tianline's character, he could definitely do that. Back in the Siheiwan, Jing Yunyao was still up and she was cultivating. It was very late, but cultivators never cared about day or night. Chapter 1989, You're not charming enough after cultivation. Cultivators were very energetic. Therefore, even if they cultivated all night, they would still be refreshed the next day. In the Sihewan, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning didn't want to stay alone for too long, so they began to cultivate together. Leng Xiaoting was at a high level, so he could cultivate for a long time, while Ji Yuning just joined him. She couldn't cultivate for too long. Therefore, Ji Yuning had a rest after an hour. In the Leng family's house, Leng Xiaoxi stayed in her own room, lost in thought the entire time till late at night. She didn't want to sleep at all. She wasn't the only one who lay sleepless, because Chen Junan suffered the same thing tonight. He ached to call, text, or send Leng Xiaoxi a message on WeChat, but gave up in the end. He was afraid it might disturb her. That night, neither Leng Xiaoting nor Jing Yunniao had a rest, and they cultivated until the next day. Early in the morning, Leng Xiaoting arranged for people to make the deal with Long Tianyu tonight, and some that would go with him to catch Long Tianyu. At 11 p.m., Ji Yuning received a call from Yu Hao. He had already arrived at the restaurant she told him about. Afterwards, Ji Yuning walked out. The restaurant was near the Sihewan, so Ji Yuning arrived on foot in 5 minutes. After Ji Yuning showed up, she gave Yu Hao the pills and left. Yu Hao wanted to invite her to share a meal together, but Ji Yuning declined, because she needed to dine with Leng Xiaoting and the others. As for the money, Qi Tianlin had already transferred it to Ji Yuning this morning. He never hesitated to pay. After lunch, Leng Xiaoting and the others had a rest for a short while before leaving. Because of the task, Xu Jinchen and his teammates went back to the capital. They would carry out the task at night, so they would dine together in the afternoon to talk about it. The appointed place was Xianxia Hotel. Before they went there, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting drove Jing Yunniao back to Mountain River Garden first. So when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at Xianxia Hotel, the other people were already there, including Xu Jinchen, Chen Meng, Xin Bei, and Si Ming. They would follow Leng Xiaoting to do the task, while some policemen would also join them. They would meet later tonight. Ji Yuning would have 6 soldiers to help her and they would meet later tonight as well. It was still before 5 p.m., so they talked about tonight's task. Before that, Ji Yuning said, since we're going to talk about that before dinner, why don't we call Beiying to dine with us? Ji Yuning said that looking at Xu Jinchen. Hearing that, everyone turned to stare at Xu Jinchen looking for gossip, while Xu Jinchen avoided their eyes with embarrassment. Tell us, who's Beiying? Asked Xin Bei. It can't be more obvious. She must be Jinchen's girlfriend, said Si Ming. It was only a guess, but Ji Yuning said it to Xu Jinchen's face after all, so they naturally had that idea. Why didn't you tell us you have a girlfriend? We were worried about your happiness, said Chen Meng in annoyance. Don't be ridiculous. Xu Jinchen denied it at once, then explained. It's too early to say that. No way. Aren't you charming enough? Isn't the girl attracted to you? Xin Bei said with disdain. Xu Jinchen fell into silence, because he lost confidence in himself exactly because of that. Really? That's the reason? Si Ming was surprised, because Xu Jinchen always had many choices. They had rarely seen a woman who disliked him. It was understandable that not every woman would fall in love with Xu Jinchen. However, given Xu Jinchen's appearance, it couldn't be easier for him to chase a girl. Most importantly, Xu Jinchen was a quality man. I'm not money. Not everyone loves me, Xu Jinchen argued in a resigned tone. The girl is just being very careful about a romantic relationship. It isn't because she dislikes Jinchen. They haven't spent much time together after all, said Ji Yuning. She wasn't defending Xu Jinchen, but Zi Beiying. If so, spend more time with her. The girl needs to know how good Jinchen is so that they can get together, said Xin Bei. He cared a lot about Xu Jinchen's happiness. Right, we also want to see the future girlfriend of our brother. I bet she must be very outstanding, said Chen Meng. I agree, Si Ming chimed in. Stop it now, she might be scared away if you keep on like this. Xu Jinchen complained. Seeing their reaction, he was indeed a little afraid to call Zi Beiying in case he was embarrassed too. Come on, we'll surely behave ourselves if the girl comes. We won't ask further about your relationship. Chen Meng sat next to Xu Jinchen. He abruptly patted Xu Jinchen's shoulder once Xu Jinchen said that. Yeah, I believe them, said Ji Yuning. Left with no choice, Xu Jinshan had to call Zi Beiying, but he didn't do it in the private room. Instead, he went out. Although Xu Jinshan seemed to be unwilling to do it, he actually couldn't wait when Ji Yuning mentioned Zi Beiying just now. Xu Jinshan invited Zi Beiying to come over and share a meal. Because Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were there as well, Zi Beiying agreed. When Zi Beiying arrived at Xianxia Hotel, it was nearly 6 p.m. It was already 5 p.m. when she left her home after receiving Xu Jinshan's call, so it took more than half an hour from the southern district to the city center. Xu Jinshan went to meet her at the gate of the hotel in person, because they had already finished their discussion about the task within 10 minutes. He had told Zi Beiying the number of the private room, but his friends all asked him to go out to see her. He was willing to do that, but felt a little shy. As a result, when his friends encouraged him to go out to see her, he made use of the chance. However, a few minutes before Zi Beiying showed up, Xu Jinshan met Mrs. Ji and Miss Ji. Mrs. Ji was invited by her friends to dine at Xianxia Hotel. The moment she got out of her car, she saw Xu Jinshan. Mrs. Ji and her daughter showed excitement when they saw him. Xu Jinshan, on the contrary, felt upset, but it was too late for him to avoid them now. Jinshan, what a coincidence. Did you come to Xianxia Hotel for a meal as well? Are your friends here? Mrs. Ji asked with a smile. Yeah, I'm with a few colleagues, said Xu Jinshan in a flat voice. Chapter 1990. I'm not familiar with them. Hi, Lord Xu, Ji Zijing said to Xu Jinshan elegantly. Although she was a little shy to see him, she didn't show that on her face, because she knew Xu Jinshan was a soldier and hated phony women. It was true that Xu Jinshan disliked phony women, but he still didn't bother to pay much attention to her. He only replied to her without much interest, Hi, Miss Ji. Jinshan, have you been very busy recently? Asked Mrs. Ji, because she heard nothing from Mrs. Xu and lost patience. She had to ask Xu Jinshan about it once she met him. Yeah, I still need to work in a while, said Xu Jinshan. Oh, you must be very busy. When can you be free? Can we share a meal together? Asked Mrs. Ji again. Her purpose couldn't be more obvious. Well, it's a women's gathering. I don't think it's appropriate for me to join in. You can share the meal with my mother. Xu Jinshan obviously understood Mrs. Ji's meaning, but he pretended to be unaware of it. Your mother and I are good friends. We're not strangers. There is nothing inappropriate. In fact, I need your help. Zijing just came home. She doesn't have many friends. Can you take her to make some friends if it's possible? Said Mrs. Ji. I'm sorry, Mrs. Ji. I have a lot of work to do. I don't have time to make friends normally. Do you think I'm a good-for-nothing playboy who plays about every day? Besides, I always gather together with men. Miss Ji is a young girl. Shouldn't she make more friends with other girls? Mrs. Ji, if you want me to take her to my friends' gatherings, other people might think Miss Ji isn't a good girl. Don't you care about her reputation? Even if Xu Jinshan had good manners, he couldn't help but laugh at Mrs. Ji. Hearing that, Mrs. Ji and Ji Zijing were displeased. Why did Xu Jinshan always misunderstand their words? Ji Zijing could see that Xu Jinshan did it on purpose. He must know what her mother really meant. Did he really have no interest in her? Jinshan, I didn't mean that, Mrs. Ji still couldn't see that Xu Jinshan did it on purpose, so she tried to explain it in case he had a bad impression of Ji Zijing. Right at this moment, a female voice interrupted them. Oh, I'm afraid I showed up at the wrong time. Zi Beiying arrived with Mengda and Nan, but she saw Xu Jinshan talking with Mrs. Ji and Miss Ji once she opened the car door. She was displeased, so she mocked them. Xu Jinshan was unhappy, because Mrs. Ji and Miss Ji made Zi Beiying misunderstand him. Mrs. Ji and Miss Ji knew that Zi Beiying was the friend of Xu Jinshan's younger sister, so they didn't think further about that. Not at all. You came at the right time. Let's go inside now. Xu Jinshan left Mrs. Ji and Miss Ji behind at once, then walked straight to Zi Beiying. I think they have something more to talk about with you. Is it all right if you leave right now? Said Zi Beiying, giving Mrs. Ji and Miss Ji a glance. Why don't you finish the talk with them? I can go in first. Beiying seemed considerate, but she was actually being sarcastic. Her target was Xu Jinchen. Xu Jinchen knew it, so he explained at once, feeling aggrieved. I didn't have anything to talk about with them. I'm not familiar with them anyway. None of my business, said Beiying airily. After that, she directly walked inside, leaving Xu Jinchen behind. It seemed that she didn't care about it at all, but she actually felt quite pleased. Although she was mad at the beginning and had even attacked Xu Jinchen sarcastically, she wasn't really annoyed at him, because she knew the two women wouldn't let him go. Out of manners, Xu Jinchen had to reply to them. However, what he just said publicly embarrassed them. After Beiying walked inside, Xu Jinchen followed her right away without paying any attention to Mrs. G and Miss G. Mrs. G and Miss G were angry when Xu Jinchen said that publicly. To their surprise, Xu Jinchen wouldn't hesitate to embarrass them. Besides, this time, they could clearly see that Xu Jinchen's relationship with Beiying wasn't simple at all. Mom, I don't think he likes me. He never bothers to pay attention to me even after we've met a few times. It can't be more obvious that he likes that woman, said Ji Zijing, biting her lips heavily. She felt she was a loser. She really liked Xu Jinchen, although she indeed wanted to climb up the social ladder through him. Anyway, Xu Jinchen was very important in her heart. Now she realized that she wouldn't have any chances, especially after knowing that Xu Jinchen already found a girl he liked. She was filled with sadness and disappointment. However, she didn't know what to do about that. In fact, compared with people in her friend circle, she was very outstanding when it came to her family background, appearance, academic degree, and job, but she lacked confidence when facing Xu Jinchen, because Xu Jinchen was even better than her. I need to ask Mrs. Xu about it, said Mrs. G. She was unwilling to give up, so she took out her phone and called Mrs. Xu at once. After all, Xu Jinchen was handsome, outstanding and was born in a powerful family, which made him a perfect choice. Actually, even if Xu Jinchen was ugly and good for nothing, Mrs. G would still choose Xu Jinchen to be her son-in-law. If a man was only good-looking, he might not be able to make a lot of money. If a man only had abilities, but didn't have a powerful family to support him, it was hard for him to be successful in the future. As long as he had a powerful family as the support, he could live in a lap of luxury forever even if he didn't work for a day. Before long, Mrs. Xu answered the call. When Mrs. Xu received Mrs. G's call, she felt a little guilty, because she hadn't told Mrs. G that Xu Jinchen had already found a girl he liked yet. Anyway, since Mrs. G called this time, she could tell her about that right now, or it would cause more trouble. Hi, Mrs. Xu, what are you doing now? Asked Mrs. G. I'm at home now, Mrs. Xu said. Oh, right, Mrs. G. I should apologize to you for one thing. What is it? Mrs. G got nervous and immediately thought of Xu Jinchen. Was it true that Xu Jinchen already found a girl he liked? Was it impossible for her daughter to be together with Xu Jinchen? Although she had that guess, she hoped it wasn't true. Chapter 1991, 3 Things Women Are Good At. I know we really wanted to matchmake Jinchen and Zijing. I told my boy about it and he really hates the idea of getting match made. He insists that he isn't desperate enough to consider arranged marriages and claims plenty of girls like him. He even threatened not to come home if I insisted on making him see more girls. Sigh. It was impossible for me to change his mind. I'm starting to suspect he already met someone he is interested in, but he refused to tell me anything. You know about his awful temper. When we barred him from joining the army, he secretly went ahead anyway. This time, I don't dare to force him against his will anymore. I am so sorry that things did not work out. In any case, we can't force him to date Zijing. If the children are destined for each other, they will eventually get married. If they are not fated to be together, let's not force them against their wills. Zijing is a great girl, so I am certain she has suitors aplenty, said Mrs. Xu. Mrs. Xu wanted to clarify the matter with Mrs. G, but she was not stupid enough to tell the entire truth. By putting it across to Mrs. G this way, it was not considered a lie. The moment Mrs. G heard what Mrs. Shu said, even though she was a little disappointed and indignant, she did not blame Mrs. Shu for it. To begin with, Mrs. Shu had done her utmost and her son was the one who refused to consider Ji Zijing as a marriage prospect. He was so adamant about it that he threatened never to come home if they continued forcing him. She could not insist on making Shu Jinchen see her daughter. Also, she did not dare to demand this of him. Secondly, Mrs. G did not dare to throw a temper no matter how upset she was considering Mrs. Shu's high status. Although they were friends, it did not mean she could speak her mind. After all, there was a huge gulf between their statuses, so she should consider it an honor that Mrs. Shu was willing to befriend her. Since Mrs. Shu agreed to match-make Shu Jinchen and Ji Zijing, she was showing respect to her family. Sadly, they did not succeed in the end. Whatever it was impossible for her to throw a temper at Mrs. Shu. Moreover, it was no big deal, so it was not worth offending Mrs. Shu over something as minor as this. If she offended Mrs. Shu, all the ladies of high society would shun her. It was simply not worth provoking Mrs. Shu no matter what. Mrs. Shu, you were right. Since Jinchen is strongly against it, we shouldn't force him. If we force him to see my daughter, they will never be happy. I am sure they will eventually meet the right partner in time. Don't you worry. I am confident he must have met a girl he likes. He must be reacting strongly about being matchmade because he genuinely likes this girl, said Mrs. G as she pretended to be understanding and concealed her anger completely. Thank you for being so understanding about it. Let's call the girls and hang out soon, said Mrs. Shu. Sure thing, acknowledged Mrs. G. She chatted a little while more with Mrs. Shu before hanging up the phone. After Mrs. G hung up the phone, she instantly looked sad. Ji Zijing came close to Mrs. G when her mother was talking to Mrs. Shu, so she overheard the entire conversation. The moment she heard what Mrs. Shu said, she bought it without hesitation. However, she could not help feeling absolutely resentful and disappointed. Sigh. Forget it. Stop thinking about it. Even though Shu Jinchen is a good marrying prospect, he will never be yours. There are still plenty of other men out there. Considering our family's high status, your good looks and ability, I am sure you will meet the right guy one day, comforted Mrs. G. I know Shu Jinchen is a good catch, but he is just the second son in the family and is in the military. Shu Jinlin is bound to become the next family head, so if you marry Shu Jinchen, the only thing you gain is the title of being his wife. Shu Jinlin will end up inheriting everything else in the family one day, so I suggest finding an only son to marry. That way, no one will compete with you for the family inheritance. Got it. Ji Zijing calmed down a little. On the surface, it seemed like a political decision to marry Shu Jinchen, but she genuinely liked him, so it was hard for her to let it go. The two of them went in without speaking further since their friends were still waiting inside the private room. Meanwhile, Zi Beiying did not bring Mengda and Nan into the room with her. Instead, she told them to use another private room and have dinner. The moment Shu Jinchen came in with Zi Beiying, Chen Meng and the others were awestruck. Even though they were mentally prepared that anyone worthy of Shu Jinchen would be a pretty girl, their eyes lit up when they saw Zi Beiying. Shu Jinchen introduced Zi Beiying to Chen Meng and the others before inviting her to sit down in between Ji Yuning and him. He had deliberately seated Zi Beiying in between them so that she wouldn't have to feel awkward. Chen Meng and the others did as they promised and remained serious without doing anything to make Zi Beiying uneasy. They simply looked at her every now and then and could tell from her poise that she was no ordinary person. She was from a powerful family and was a good fighter. They had a very good first impression of Zi Beiying. After dinner, they rested for about 10 minutes before leaving. Since Leng Xiaoting and the others had to prepare for their mission, Zi Beiying had to go back on her own. Zi Beiying knew they had work to do, so she did not follow them. The rendezvous point was located in a villa in Jingshan district around 3 clicks from Long Tianyu's meeting point. The others had already arrived when they got there. Ji Yuning came with 6 soldiers and 8 anti-drug police officers were deployed. The moment Ji Yuning arrived at the villa, she went to get changed and put on her disguise. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw Ji Yuning walk out in disguise. Even though they still knew it was Ji Yuning, only people who knew her well could tell it was her. People who did not know her wouldn't be able to detect her disguise at all. Oh God. This is insane. You look like a completely different person. I didn't know you could disguise yourself so well. Sighed Chen Meng. Don't you know about the 3 things women are good at? Asked Ji Yuning as she smiled teasingly. That's makeup, plastic surgery, and Photoshop. All I have done is put on some makeup and used some cosmetic surgery tools. I merely stuck something on my face and didn't go through any surgery, said Ji Yuning. Makeup, plastic surgery, and Photoshop are all the rage now. Also, people have a lot of funny stories about them. A police officer from the anti-drug division said, I recently saw something about a young man and young woman dating online for half a year before they finally decided to meet. However, the boy beat up the girl after they met in person. Do you know why? Why did he do that? Asked Xu Jinchen quizzically. Chen Meng and the others were clearly clueless since they never bothered with such news. Chapter 1992, Do you think I'd believe you? The girl looked completely different from her picture. The girl was wearing heavy makeup and she also photoshopped the picture. She edited her big round face into a melon seed shape. Her single eyelids were edited into double eyelids. She was simply a goddess in the pictures, but a whole different story in person. The guy was so upset from getting conned that he could not resist beating up the girl, said the anti-drug police officer. He wanted to say that the girl was simply too ugly in person, but he reworded himself to avoid sounding disrespectful. Although the girl was average looking, the difference was simply too great. Also, the guy was much better looking in comparison to the girl. No wonder. Ha ha. That's hilarious. The moment Xu Jinchen realized what happened, he belted out laughing. Even though the guy shouldn't have beat up the girl, she should not have lied about her looks. Perhaps she convinced herself she was as good looking as the photos. I think so too. It might be wrong to laugh about someone's appearance, but she should have known better. How did the girl end up? Asked Xu Jinchen curiously. It wasn't that serious, just a few light scratches. After the boy paid medical expenses, the matter was settled. I feel bad for the guy, but he shouldn't have resorted to violence. Then again, considering Miss Gu's makeup skills, I think people will really have trouble seeing through her disguise. Aha, Miss Gu, do you mind teaching us how to do this after the mission? It isn't that hard. I used silicone to make a fake chin and pasted it onto my chin. After application, makeup can be applied and it is slip-proof. The same goes for my nose tip and my cheeks. It's all silicone. By doing so, you can easily change your appearance. Women can apply lipstick to change the shape of their lips and men can apply beards. Although it is impossible to cover all traces of your original features, only people who know you well will find you familiar. If you are unacquainted, it is nearly impossible to see through your disguise, said Ji Yuning. They had seen the effects of her technique firsthand. No one would have realized it was Ji Yuning if she was not the only woman in the villa. They headed to the location at 8:30 p.m. Leng Xiaoting and his men set up an ambush while Ji Yuning and 6 men waited outside the warehouse entrance. At 8:50 p.m., Ji Yuning received a call from Long Tianyu saying he was here. He called to ask if Ji Yuning had arrived. Ji Yuning replied, yes. Since Qi Tianlin told him about Ji Yuning and said she was his friend, Long Tianyu lowered his guard unsuspectingly. At around 9:55 p.m., a car arrived at the warehouse and pulled up in front of Ji Yuning and the others. Long Tianyu got off the vehicle along with 5 other men. The moment they got off the vehicle, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to check whether they were armed. Long Tianyu and his men had turned up unarmed and it seemed they trusted them completely. Are you Miss Tang? Asked Long Tianyu when he saw Ji Yuning. He was simply asking casually to confirm her identity. I am Tang Aining, said Ji Yuning. I have the stuff, said Long Tianyu. One of his men retrieved a box from the car and brought it in front of Ji Yuning. Although they had gained Qi Tianlin's trust completely, Ji Yuning used jade eyes to check the contents of the box quickly. Sure enough, it was filled with drugs. Check its contents, said Ji Yuning to her subordinates. One of her men came from behind to open the box. Regardless of trust, they were doing business, so checking the product was essential. If they did not do it, it would only attract suspicion. Just as Ji Yuning's men were about to open the box to check its contents, a commotion could be heard. Long Tianyu and his men were startled. They quickly caught on that they were ambushed. Before they had the time to react, people charged towards them from nowhere. There were even armed police with guns pointing at them. Since Long Tianyu and his men were surrounded, it was impossible for them to run. Long Tianyu cursed in his heart. Long Tianyu immediately looked at Ji Yuning only to notice how calm she was, so he instantly realized what was going on. His eyes turned cold as he asked Ji Yuning, "Miss Tang, what is the meaning of this?" Long Tianyu knew that Ji Yuning was behind it, but he was oblivious of Qi Tianline's betrayal. He did not stop to suspect Qi Tianline the slightest. Ji Yuning said nothing. Before Leng Xiaoting and his men came charging out, they had already started recording the place as evidence. Even though she was not being filmed, it was inappropriate for her voice to be on tape. Entrapment was considered an even more severe crime than selling drugs, so no sign of their ruse could be captured on video. The moment Long Tianyu finished his sentence, the cops surrounded him. Long Tianyu, no correction. I should call you Chen Jinpeng, said Leng Xiaoting as he stepped out from the crowd and looked at Chen Jinpeng coldly. Leng Xiaoting. Chen Jinpeng immediately recognized him when he stepped forward. Then again, the Shen and Leng clans were relatives and rather well acquainted, so it was only natural that Chen Jinpeng recognized Leng Xiaoting. Although they had not seen each other in 3 to 4 years, there was barely any change in Leng Xiaoting, so he was easy to recognize. Chen Jinpeng was surprised to see Leng Xiaoting here, so he slipped up when Leng Xiaoting called him by name and even knew Leng Xiaoting's name as well. Hence, it was a silent admission that he was Chen Jinpeng. Even though Chen Jinpeng quickly caught on to his error, it was all too late. Despite this, Chen Jinpeng continued to deny, "Who is Chen Jinpeng? I'm Long Tianyu." He knew there was no escape for him now that he was caught by Leng Xiaoting, but he could not admit he was Chen Jinpeng. If he did, the Chen and Shen clans would get implicated for his crimes. "Do you think I'd believe you?" asked Leng Xiaoting calmly. "You can insist whatever you want, but I am not Chen Jinpeng." "I'm Long Tianyu," said Chen Jinpeng firmly as though he was genuinely Long Tianyu. "I have investigated the things that happened 4 years ago and found out you faked your death using the traffic accident," said Leng Xiaoting. "Humph. Why would I do that if I were Chen Jinpeng? Do you think being a drug trafficker is better than being the mayor?" "Also," said Chen Jinpeng. He suddenly paused when he realized he had said the wrong things. Chapter 1993, Shen Yangfeng's capture. "Since you aren't Chen Jinpeng, how do you know he was city mayor?" asked Leng Xiaoting rhetorically. It was naturally no secret that Chen Jinpeng was the mayor. Leng Xiaoting simply wanted to see his reaction to this question. Although Chen Jinpeng was briefly flustered, he promptly composed himself and defended himself. "Everyone knows Chen Jinpeng is the city mayor since he keeps appearing on the TV. Since we look alike, I paid extra attention to him." "That's true. We can't depend solely on your testimony to prove whether you are Long Tianyu or Chen Jinpeng, so the only thing that can prove your identity is a simple DNA test with Master Chen," said Leng Xiaoting. Chen Jinpeng was incapable of retorting the moment he heard this. He asked, "What do you want?" "It is my duty to eradicate crime. Since you traffic drugs, you are now a criminal, so it is my job to arrest you," said Leng Xiaoting. He did not waste time talking to Chen Jinpeng and sent someone to apprehend him and take him away. Chen Jinpeng wanted to struggle, but he knew it was futile, so he did not even bother as they took him away. From the day Chen Jinpeng chose this path, he had foreseen this outcome, but he ended up deciding to take the risk. He also helped the Chen and Shen families a lot all these years while he was in the Kirin gang. However, the moment he was caught, he could not help feeling resentful. Sadly, it was no use feeling resentful. Despite his resentment, there was no escape for him. He could only hope that the Chen family would not get implicated for his crimes. However, the chances seemed terribly slim. Ji Yuning's mission was deemed complete when Chen Jinpeng was taken away. Although the police helped, Leng Xiaoting and his men had spearheaded the mission. Even though Chen Jinpeng was brought back to the anti-drug division, Chen Meng, Xing Bei, and Ximing were in charge of guarding him to ensure Chen Jinpeng could not attempt to commit suicide. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning also followed them to the anti-drug department and watched Chen Jinpeng get thrown behind bars before they left. Tomorrow morning, he could arrest Shen Yangfeng. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting headed back to mid-levels. Ji Yuning went to remove her makeup and showered as soon as she got back, but halfway through her bath, Leng Xiaoting barged into the bathroom naked as he looked at her with his eyes burning. Ji Yuning's face and shoulders flushed as she looked away when she saw Leng Xiaoting's erection. Even though they were deeply in love with each other, she could not help feeling shy when he stared at her so blatantly. Leng Xiaoting already could not stand the sight of seeing Ji Yuning naked. Now that Ji Yuning was blushing shyly, it triggered his animal instinct even more. He swiftly appeared before Ji Yuning, embraced her without hesitation, and kissed her. Ji Yuning naturally kissed him back before they proceeded to make love all night. Even after all the action last night, they were energetic when they woke up the next day. It was just one of the perks of being a cultivator. Since they woke up frisky, they made out again first thing in the morning. As Leng Xiaoting always said, it was just some morning exercise. However, they could not do it for too long. They woke up at 8 a.m. to have breakfast before he got right to work. Previously, Leng Xiaoting and his men worked on Chen Jinpeng's arrest in casual clothes, but they were dressed in formal gear today. It was Ji Yuning's first time seeing Leng Xiaoting dressed in uniform. She instantly went into a daze and nearly drooled. Leng Xiaoting was absolutely stunning in uniform. Leng Xiaoting was in a good mood when he saw Ji Yuning looking at him drooling. He leaned forward and gave Ji Yuning a kiss before she snapped out of her daze. After the kiss, Ji Yuning looked at Leng Xiaoting utterly infatuated. After knowing you for so long, it is my first time seeing you in an army uniform. You look so hot. If you like it, I can wear it more often from now on, said Leng Xiaoting indulgently as he touched Ji Yuning's head. Leng Xiaoting typically only put on his army uniform when he was at the military base and barely wore it while he was on mission. Also, it was unnecessary to wear it on his off days. There were two kinds of operations, overt and undercover. He had to wear his military uniform for overt operations, but it was inappropriate to wear them for undercover missions. Since he had to keep a low profile for undercover operations, it would blow his cover and give away his position if he wore his uniform. Sure, acknowledged Ji Yuning as she admired him in his uniform. Leng Xiaoting left the villa before long. Since Ji Yuning no longer needed to get involved, she went back and slept a little while longer as she waited for Leng Xiaoting to call her. Leng Xiaoting took the lead and charged into Shen Yangfeng's office at 10 a.m. in the morning and arrested him. The moment Leng Xiaoting charged in with his men, Shen Yangfeng was stunned. Shen Yangfeng was particularly flustered when he learned that they were here to arrest him. Xiaoting, what is the meaning of this? Despite Shen Yangfeng's anxiety, he forced himself to calm down as he asked Leng Xiaoting. Shen Yangfeng, even though you are a government official, you were involved in drug trafficking, corruption and helped to cover up their tracks. You are now under arrest. Here is the arrest warrant, said Leng Xiaoting as he showed Shen Yangfeng a document. Shen Yangfeng trembled when he heard this. How did Leng Xiaoting know about his involvement? Did Leng Xiaoting have hard evidence or was it just pure speculation? Arrests could not be made on suspicion alone and hard evidence was required. However, Shen Yangfeng refused to admit to his crimes and instantly retorted, "That's a lie. I did nothing of the sort. We have all the evidence we need, so stop trying to deny your involvement." "We will show you the evidence in time," said Leng Xiaoting before he gave the orders, "Take him away." "And no, you can't do this to me. I am your grandmother's nephew." Shen Yangfeng immediately struggled, but it was impossible for him to fight the police, so he was apprehended in no time. Leng Xiaoting's face turned dark when he heard what Shen Yangfeng said. He looked at Shen Yangfeng so sternly that Shen Yangfeng kept shivering non-stop. "Shen Yangfeng, don't try to drag my grandmother or the Leng family into this. You have broken the law, so you have to get punished for it," said Leng Xiaoting coldly. The moment he finished his sentence, Leng Xiaoting gave his order, "Take him." "No, don't arrest me, no, don't." Shen Yangfeng continued to put up a struggle, but it was futile and he was quickly taken away. Word of Shen Yangfeng's arrest quickly spread to the Shen, Chen, and Leng family and into Yuan Wenrui and Rongju's ears. The news got to the Shen family first, because the moment Shen Yangfeng was apprehended, Shen Yangfeng's secretary called Chen Chuyin. Chapter 1994, How could the Leng family be so ruthless? Chen Chuyin was about to leave to meet her friends for a facial when she received a call from Shen Yangfeng's secretary and learned that Leng Xiaoting had arrested Shen Yangfeng. What? Did Yangfeng get taken away by Leng Xiaoting and his men? Why? Asked Chen Chuyin with her voice trembling in shock as her face turned ghastly pale. Shen Jilin happened to be around when Chen Chuyin answered the phone and was sitting in the living room eating fruit. The moment she heard what her mother said, she was instantly stunned and the apple in her hand fell onto the ground. He was charged for involvement in drug trafficking, bribery, and helping to cover up the drug traffickers' tracks, said Shen Yangfeng's secretary. What? The moment Chen Chuyin heard this, her face collapsed, and she was unable to wrap her mind around this. What? Did Dad get taken away by Leng Xiaoting? Was he involved in drug trafficking, bribery, and helping to cover up the drug traffickers' tracks? How could he have abused his power? That's impossible. This can't possibly be happening. This is impossible. Shen Jilin found this inconceivable. How could her father have done this? What would happen to the family if her father was arrested? Chen Chuyin found this unbelievable as well. However, since it was Shen Yangfeng's secretary calling to inform her of the matter, it was probably true. Chen Chuyin already knew that Shen Yangfeng had broken the law. Also, it had something to do with the Chen family, but she did not have the full details. Was the Chen family going to get implicated now that Shen Yangfeng was arrested? Chen Chuyin promptly called Master Chen after thinking about this. Master Chen was Chen Chuiying's eldest uncle. Chen Chuiying's parents passed away when she was just a kid, so she was raised in Master Chen's household. They always treated her like she was their biological daughter, so Master Chen was like a father to Chen Chuiying. The Chen family only found out about this matter when Chen Chuiying told them about it. They were terrified when they heard of Shen Yangfeng's arrest. How could the Leng family be so ruthless to their relatives? Said Master Chen furiously. Although Leng Xiaoting was the person who made the arrest, he must have done it with the Leng family's approval. Despite knowing that the Leng family were upright in nature, they were relatives with the Shen family after all, so they ought to have helped the Shens. However, they ended up disregarding these biological ties. Chuiying, go to the Leng family immediately and talk to Master Leng, said Master Chen. No matter what, she had to give it a shot. Okay, I will go now. Chen Chuiying wanted to give it a shot as well, so she acknowledged Master Chen before getting ready to head over to the Leng residence. Master Chen was terribly worried that Shen Yangfeng and his men's actions would incriminate the Chen family. After all, the Chen family was involved in Shen Yangfeng's drug trafficking business. After Master Chen spoke to Chen Chuiying, he hung up the phone and quickly called Chen Jinpeng to talk to him about this, but Chen Jinpeng's phone was off. Master Chen was unworried about Chen Jinpeng. He was confident that Chen Jinpeng would not leave any clues lying around and was certain that Shen Yangfeng would not betray Chen Jinpeng. The Shen family consisted of Shen Yangfeng and his wife and daughter as well as Shen Yangfeng's little brother, Shen Yanji. Although Master Shen had passed away years ago, Shen Yangfeng and Shen Yanji did not split the inheritance and move away. Instead, they were next-door neighbors. The two of them were still closely linked through the family establishments. Since Shen Yangfeng was a politician and was unable to run any business privately, Shen Yanji managed all the family business. However, even though Shen Yanji managed the family business, Shen Yangfeng had far more shares than his little brother. After all, the family business relied heavily on Shen Yangfeng and the Chen family. Since Shen Yangfeng was a government official, most of his shares were placed under Shen Yanji's name. Even though Shen Yanji was dying to steal Shen Yangfeng's shares of the business, he did not have the guts to do it. Despite knowing of Shen Yangfeng's dirty deeds, Shen Yanji did not dare to bail on him. If anything happened to Shen Yangfeng, he would get incriminated as well. After all, most of the crimes Shen Yangfeng committed were done for the sake of the family business. If not for Shen Yangfeng's involvement, the family business would never have performed so well. However, Shen Yanji did not come to know of Shen Yangfeng's arrest through Chen Chouying. Instead, he learned of it when the police went to the company. Some of Shen Yangfeng's illegal activities were connected with the family business, so it was under investigation. As the company's CEO, Shen Yanji was naturally taken away for investigation. In an instant, the Shen family went into chaos. Master Leng came to know of this matter firsthand from Leng Xiaoting while the others caught wind of the matter through word of mouth. Most of the people in the Leng family were unaware of Shen Yangfeng's illegal activities, so everyone was caught by surprise when they heard this. It was unbelievable that Shen Yangfeng could be capable of this, and the Leng family were worried about getting embroiled. Although the Leng family did not take part in any illicit activities, people were bound to talk since they were relatives. Everyone in the family was relieved to hear that Leng Xiaoting personally arrested Shen Yangfeng. That way, no one could accuse them of any collusion. After all, if the Leng family had taken part in the drug trafficking, Leng Xiaoting would not have personally arrested Chen Jinpeng. Since Leng Xiaoting was in charge of the operation, everyone was confident that he could take care of it. The moment Yuan Wenrui caught wind of Shen Yangfeng's arrest, he was furious. He had worked with Shen Yangfeng, so he was worried that Shen Yangfeng would divulge his participation. Now that Chen Jinpeng was arrested, it was too late to get worried. He could only notify his father immediately and figure out how to deal with the problem. Master Yuan was aware of Yuan Wenrui's involvement in bribery and drug trafficking. He had always wanted to form an underground authority to deal with illegal activities. Although the Yuan family owned commercial establishments, it was not a huge business and they did not have as many assets. In comparison to common citizens, they were naturally wealthy folks. However, their assets were insignificant compared to a truly powerful family. After Master Yuan learned of Shen Yangfeng's arrest, he was terribly worried that Shen Yangfeng would divulge Yuan Wenrui's involvement. Despite the Yuan family's high status, they could not get away with everything. Also, Leng Xiaoting was behind the arrest. The Yuan and Leng families were one of the four most influential families in the capital and had comparable status, but the Leng family was a notch higher than them. After all, the highest authority in the government hailed from the Leng family. The other families naturally felt afraid of the Leng family and were dying to take over the Leng family's role as leader of the elite families. That would mean a far higher status for them. Chapter 1995. Absolutely annoying. For a moment, a thought crossed Master Yuan's mind. If Yuan Wenrui ended up implicated, Yuan Wenrui would have to get sacrificed for the sake of the family. However, it was just a fleeting thought. Even though the Leng family was more powerful than the Yuan family, the Yuans were completely capable of keeping Yuan Wenrui safe. Despite this, it went to show how selfish Master Yuan was. Would Master Yuan give up on Yuan Wenrui if anything went wrong and they were unable to scoop Yuan Wenrui out of this mess? That went without saying. They could only make Yuan Wenrui take the fall for the family since he was the one who collaborated with Shen Yangfeng directly. If they got desperate, what else could they do? It was impossible for them to confess that they were aware of the matter and attract trouble for themselves. It is impossible to see Shen Yangfeng now, so you can't stop him from selling you out. Send someone to Shen Yangfeng's place and try to get a hold of your contract and destroy it right away. As for any other evidence about your connection, it isn't enough to prove you were both involved in illegal activities just because you were in touch with him. You can always say you are friends, right? Said Master Yuan. That was right. Even though they were on opposing ends, and could never truly be friends, they always acted as though they were amicable on the surface. It was no big deal for Yuan Wenrui and Shen Yangfeng to occasionally meet up, have dinner or have some drinks. Also, Yuan Wenrui and Shen Yangfeng did not hang out often enough, so it was impossible to prove their ties. Master Yuan continued, if you can't locate the contract, then blame it on the Lengs. In any case, Shen Yangfeng is on the same side as the Lengs and he is even their biological relative. If you accuse the Leng family of getting involved with Shen Yangfeng's illegal activities, I am sure the Leng family will drop it. It is not worth ruining their reputation just to arrest you. Although it will damage our family standing a little, it is far better than having you arrested. Aha, got it. Yuan Wenrui instantly felt enlightened and felt slightly relieved. He was confident the Leng family would never go that far just to get him arrested as well. Shen Yangfeng was on the same side as the Leng family and even relatives with them, so it made absolute sense to make the Leng family their scapegoat. Rong Ju also wanted to touch Shen Yangfeng, but someone else beat him to it, so he was naturally annoyed. However, he did not take it to heart. After all, he was not the only person who could touch Shen Yangfeng out there. Rong Ju suspected Leng Xiaoting of learning about his plans to touch Shen Yangfeng and use him to malign the Leng family. He wondered if Leng Xiaoting arrested Shen Yangfeng before he got to him in an effort to thwart his plans. Or was this just a pure coincidence? Since Leng Xiaoting had arrested Shen Yangfeng, it meant Leng Xiaoting had already started to investigate him and possessed all the evidence he needed. Rong Ju felt this was highly plausible. Although the Rong and Leng families were adversaries, he had to admit that the Lengs were far more upright than the other elite families. They did not hesitate to arrest officials even if they were allies. The other three most influential families in the capital would never do it. They would simply warn government officials for flouting the law before anyone noticed and clean their tracks or even try to squeeze something out of the guilty parties for it. If anyone reported against these government officials, they would get forsaken by their families immediately. Sometimes, Rong Ju really wished he was from the Leng family. Although he could not promise that he was entirely blameless, he did not like it when government officials abused their power. Each time he encountered people like them, he wanted to do his utmost to get rid of them. However, he could not do it owing to the family and could only turn a blind eye on these officials. He always admired Leng Xiaoting. Even though Leng Xiaoting was a year younger than Rong Ju, Leng Xiaoting was several ranks higher than him. Hence, it was his dream to surpass Leng Xiaoting. Even though it was hard, he never gave up. Since Leng Xiaoting had already arrested Shen Yangfeng, there was nothing Rong Ju could do about it. Damn it. I can't believe Leng Xiaoting arrested him. After all the groundwork and investigation we did, he beat us to it. This is absolutely annoying. Rong Ju's men were not as tolerant as Rong Ju. Even though they could not do anything about it, they kept complaining about it. Even though they did not expect every mission to succeed, they were annoyed that someone else interfered. Aha, do you think Leng Xiaoting found out we were investigating Shen Yangfeng? Otherwise, why would he suddenly arrest Shen Yangfeng? I think it is just a coincidence. Despite Leng Xiaoting's abilities, he can't possibly foresee the future. Also, we only started to investigate Shen Yangfeng and we did it with great secrecy, but that doesn't mean our plans were foolproof. Leng Xiaoting did not know Rong Ju was investigating Shen Yangfeng. He happened to find out about it because Ji Yuning found out and shared the intel with him. However, the main reason Leng Xiaoting could arrest Shen Yangfeng so quickly was because he already had proof of Shen Yangfeng's criminal activities and was just waiting for the right opportunity. Enough. I know you are upset, but there is nothing I can do about it. Regardless of whether Leng Xiaoting found out about our investigation, Leng Xiaoting undeniably already had eyes on Shen Yangfeng ages ago, said Rong Ju as he calmed everyone down. Rong Ju's men stopped talking about it since they knew exactly what Rong Ju was talking about. More and more people learned of Shen Yangfeng's arrest since nothing was done to conceal the fact. Anyone who knew the Leng family was keenly aware of their style. The moment any of their allies were guilty of committing a felony, they would personally handle them. This was the reason government officials who were linked to them were highly honorable. Even though it was impossible to catch everyone guilty of abusing their power, most of them were only involved in minor crimes. After all, it was hard to conceal one's tracks after committing a major felony. When Shen Yangfeng was brought to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, Leng Xiaoting did not allow him to see Chen Jinpeng right away. Instead, Leng Xiaoting went about interrogating him first. However, Shen Yangfeng remained calm. Although silence alone would not save him, he bore hope that Leng Xiaoting was simply suspicious of his illegal activities and did not possess any real evidence. If Leng Xiaoting did not have any ironclad evidence, Shen Yangfeng would be digging his own grave if he took the initiative to confess to anything. Shen Yangfeng, aren't you going to confess? Asked Leng Xiaoting. Chapter 1996, How could you be so heartless? Humph. Didn't you say you had the evidence? If you have it, then show me what evidence you have. Said Shen Yangfeng. Although he was anxious and worried, he acted composed. Since Shen Yangfeng asked, Leng Xiaoting handed Shen Yangfeng a stack of A4 paper documenting every detail of Shen Yangfeng's crimes. Right at the top, there was evidence of Shen Yangfeng's corruption. It contained surveillance footage screenshots, the time and location of every incident, the amount of bribery involved, and everything he did to obtain the bribery. They managed to establish 8 cases of bribery involving over $2.6 million in funds and other valuables such as jewelry. They naturally did not possess evidence of all Shen Yangfeng's bribery, but these were enough to charge him with. In any case, they had evidence of other major crimes he had committed. There were screenshots of Shen Yangfeng talking to members of the Kirin gang. Also, there were photos of him talking to Yuan Wenrui accompanied by a photocopy of his contract for his drug deals with Yuan Wenrui. Shen Yangfeng felt increasingly scared as he went through the evidence, especially when he saw the contract for his dealings with Yuan Wenrui, but Shen Yangfeng refused to confess. Do you still refuse to confess to your crimes even though we have all this evidence against you? Asked Leng Xiaoting. These are fabricated. I was framed. Just because you produced this evidence does not mean this is the truth. Shen Yangfeng continued to deny it desperately. Despite his denial, his reaction had already given him away. Fine. In that case, I will let you meet someone. Despite Shen Yangfeng's denial, Leng Xiaoting stayed calm. He gestured to Xu Jinchen and Xu Jinchen led Chen Jinpeng into the room. The moment Shen Yangfeng saw Chen Jinpeng, he was startled. He did not expect them to arrest Chen Jinpeng. Did this mean they knew about the things that transpired 4 years ago? Chen Jinpeng was equally startled when he saw Shen Yangfeng, but he was unsurprised. Since Leng Xiaoting had already arrested Shen Yangfeng, that meant it was just a matter of time before they learned of all their dealings. Leng Xiaoting had probably investigated the Shen and Chen families ages ago. Shen Yangfeng was unaware if Chen Jinpeng had betrayed him, so he harbored hope in his heart that he could get away with it. Shen Yangfeng pretended not to know Chen Jinming as he asked, who is he? Shen Yangfeng thought he could save himself by denying to know Chen Jinpeng, but Leng Xiaoting and the others saw through the act and found him hilarious. Despite Shen Yangfeng's refusal to confess to his crimes, they already possessed ironclad evidence, so it was impossible for Shen Yangfeng to escape punishment. Chen Jinpeng was unsurprised when Shen Yangfeng pretended not to know him, but he felt Shen Yangfeng was foolish to do this. Even though Chen Jinpeng did not betray him, he would not have bothered to deny it like Shen Yangfeng in the face of facts since it was completely futile. Leng Xiaoting must have arrested them when he had enough evidence to charge them. Even if they did not possess enough evidence, he was powerful enough to make it happen. Regardless of their confessions, the result would be the same. PFTT. When are you going to get it? Scoffed Xu Jinchen. Shen Yangfeng, do you really think you can escape punishment by denying it? It's impossible. Even if you do not admit to your crimes, the moment we have evidence, you can be charged. Shen Yangfeng instantly trembled and looked even more worried. He knew what Xu Jinchen was saying, but he simply refused to give up without a fight. Are you trying to bring false charges against me? Denied Shen Yangfeng as he accused Leng Xiaoting and the others of framing him. Here you go insisting on your innocence again. I don't think we need to interrogate him anymore, said Xu Jinchen. He had never met someone as stubborn as Shen Yangfeng. Also, they already possessed all the evidence they needed, so it was useless for Shen Yangfeng to deny it. Shen Yangfeng was flustered. He knew, regardless of his denial, there was no escaping punishment. Hence, Shen Yangfeng changed his strategy and decided to make them drop the case by reminding Leng Xiaoting that they were family as a last-ditch effort. Xiaoting, how could you do this to me? I am your grandmother's nephew. We are relatives, said Shen Yangfeng as he looked at Leng Xiaoting earnestly. Leng Xiaoting's cool face became even colder in an instant. He looked at Shen Yangfeng sternly. Shen Yangfang, I told you to stop using my grandmother. To begin with, you aren't even a Leng. And even if anyone from the Leng family commits a crime, they would get punished all the same. You, Shen Yangfang, did not expect Leng Xiaoting to be so heartless that he would even send his family behind bars. Anyone guilty of a crime would feel Leng Xiaoting was heartless, but any decent man would feel Leng Xiaoting was right to do this. Shen Yangfang ended up confessing to his crimes from Leng Xiaoting's pressure. Since Shen Yangfang confessed right in front of Chen Jinpeng confessed as well. Meanwhile, Chen Choying had arrived at the Leng residence but was barred entry. Regardless of how Chen Choying begged, she was not permitted to enter. Even if Chen Choying was permitted to enter, they could not help with the case, so Leng Chengji was sent to tell Chen Choying to leave the property. Chen Chuyin refused to leave, so Leng Chengji said sternly, Mrs. Shen, the Leng family has done enough for your family. If not for our support, would Shen Yangfeng reach his level of success? Do you think we know nothing about the things you did using our name? We simply chose to ignore it since it was no big deal. Also, Master Leng kept reminding Shen Yangfeng to be a fair and just government official. Do you really think the Leng family is able to do anything it likes? Even if we could, we would never help someone who doesn't even respect Master Leng or the clan. If Shen Yangfeng had the slightest respect for his uncle, he would have heeded his advice and become an incorruptible official. Please go back, Mrs. Shen. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending the security guards to drive you out. Leng Chengji spoke intimidatingly. Although Leng Chengji was a butler, he was speaking on behalf of Master Leng, so even if he sounded threatening it was completely fine. Chen Chuyin went speechless when she heard what Leng Chengji said. Leng Chengji turned to go back in after he was done and had no intention to continue talking to Chen Chuyin. After Leng Chengji went back inside, Chen Chuyin immediately called Master Chen. Chapter 1997. Completely shaken, Master Chen already knew that the Leng family would not help. After all, he was keenly aware of what they were like. Even if a direct relative had committed a crime, they would follow the law without hesitation. He was simply trying his luck when he sent Chen Choying over. Since Master Leng made it so clear, Master Chen told Chen Choying to leave and avoid annoying the Leng family even further. Despite being furious about Master Leng's refusal to scoop Shen Yangfeng out of jail, Master Chen did not dare to complain about it. For now, he was more concerned about the Chen family. After all, the Chen family was genuinely implicated in Shen Yangfeng's crimes. However, his greatest fear quickly happened. The eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Jinming, was arrested. He happened to be Chen Choying's eldest cousin and Chen Jinpeng's older brother. The moment Chen Jinming was arrested, Chen Jinming's secretary notified Master Chen immediately. Master Chen was so shaken that he nearly fainted. Sure enough, the Chen clan got implicated. Master Chen felt Chen Jinming did not get arrested because Shen Yangfeng betrayed him. To begin with, they were working together. Since Leng Xiaoting was capable of gathering evidence against Shen Yangfeng, it was just a matter of time before he realized Chen Jinming was an accomplice. Now that Leng Xiaoting had learned Chen Jinming played a part in their crimes, he would follow this lead and dig out everything there was to know about Chen Jinming's involvement. He wanted to see if anyone could help Chen Jinming, but it was completely futile since the Leng family had approved his arrest. The Leng family had high status in the capital, so it was impossible to find someone more powerful to help. Even the families who stood on par with the Leng family would never oppose the Leng family if they could. The Chen family could only sit around and wait anxiously. After Chen Jinming was sent to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, he was interrogated on his own. Despite the evidence against him, Chen Jinming stayed quiet just like Shen Yangfeng. Even when Leng Xiaoting told him Shen Yangfeng had already confessed, he remained quiet. However, it finally dawned on Chen Jinming that there was no point staying quiet when he saw Chen Jinpeng. Eventually, Chen Jinming confessed to his crimes. No one knew about their confessions, but everyone kept talking about Shen Yangfeng and Chen Jinming's arrest, especially about Shen Yangfeng. 99% of the people felt Shen Yangfeng deserved it. They hated them for trafficking drugs, accepting bribes, covering up for drug traffickers, and abusing power. As government officials, they were in charge of the citizens' welfare, but ended up bringing harm to their people, so they deserved to die. Some people felt the Leng family was heartless about this. They were relatives with the Chen family after all. Even if they did not help after the arrest, they could have helped to conceal their crimes before they were arrested. However, they did nothing of the sort and even sent Leng Xiaoting to personally nab them. Although Leng Xiaoting was a soldier and it was the disciplinary department's duty to punish corrupt government officials, anyone working for the government could get involved and help. Anyone who felt that way were naturally unethical folks. If they expected help after breaking the law, they must be just as dishonest themselves. Ji Yuning called Chu Peihen and the others and invited them out for dinner. She had already promised to treat them to dinner when she sold the bronze chimes. They had planned on meeting for dinner yesterday. It was Saturday, so they would not have to worry about going to school and could hang out as late as they wanted. However, Ji Yuning was busy yesterday, so they could only meet up today. Since Ji Yuning was busy, Chu Peihen and the others were fine with the arrangement. Although the school wasn't very strict about the last self-study period, they had to get back to school tonight. So for the sake of maximizing their time together, Chu Peihen and the others left campus at 1 p.m. After they met up and discussed where to go, they decided to go boating at some park. Although they had been living in the capital for some time, they rarely came out together, since they had trouble making plans and were not free to come out on the same date. It would be no fun to hang out in just small groups. After they arrived at the park, they rented a boat, put on life vests, and went boating on the lake. The boats in the park were rather small and boats for 4, 6, and 8 passengers were available. Since there were 4 of them in total, they picked a boat for 4. 2 passengers had to cycle to make the boat move. The boat rental charges went by the hour. It was 50 yuan per hour and they rented their boat for 2 hours. Even though they did not intend to boat for 2 whole hours, the lake was huge and would take at least an hour to cover. They decided to rent the boat for 2 hours to ensure they had plenty of time to cover it. Since they rented the boat for more than enough time, they didn't have to worry about rushing through it. When they took a break from boating, they started talking about things that happened in school recently. Chu Peihen told them that some female schoolmates came to make trouble for her. Nothing serious came of it since she ended up driving them away. Also, they would never dare to make trouble for her again. Those girls were incapable of fighting and Chu Peihen was a decent fighter, so no one wanted to get into a fight with her. Chu Peihen didn't hurt them badly and simply threw them over her shoulder. At worst, their backs would be in pain for a couple of days. The orientation party for Chu Peihen's school was taking place next Friday, so they held an audition on Wednesday. Their class wanted to perform a play using an ancient period television drama. Chu Peihen was going to be the second female lead and would act as an assassin. Everyone wanted Chu Peihen to be the female lead, but she wanted to play the second female lead. The part came with some martial arts performance, so if it was done well, it would end up a really good part. Chu Peihen's classmates knew about her martial arts skills, so in the end they agreed that the part suited her. Since it was an orientation party at the Film Academy, it was more serious than those held at other universities. They were trained as professional performers, so everyone did their utmost to perform well. It was not just any orientation party, it was a competition. A lot of professionals from the industry would be around to watch, including famous teachers, directors, and producers. If they did a good job, they might catch their eyes and land some roles. Mu K and Yu Mixi got along well with the rest of their classmates. Since they had good grades, they were the teachers' favorites as well. However, it was natural for some conflicts to occur every now and then. Chapter 1998. Let me help you up. A lot of people didn't know Mu K and Yu Mixi were dating, so their suitors would try their luck and end up rejected. However, that did not mean they would give up when they were rejected. After a girl got rejected by Mu K, she discovered he was dating Yu Mixi. So she caused trouble for Yu Mixi, but ended up getting beaten up. After all, Yu Mixi had been practicing martial arts with Ji Yuning for over half a year. Although she was not considered highly proficient yet, she was capable of throwing down 4 to 5 normal men, let alone a defenseless young woman. She could totally finish off girls like her in a matter of seconds. All the girls in her dorm were terribly impressed. Mixi kept practicing martial arts as long as the weather permitted whenever she was free. Also, she went jogging with K every morning. They would also practice martial arts when they were together. Mixi used to be vulnerable and meek in nature, but after hanging out with Ning, she gradually became stronger. She did not take the initiative to pick on others, but she did not stand down when people tried to bully her. Now she would let the guy off if he offended her the first time, but attack if it was done repeatedly. If she did not fight back, people would only think she was a pushover and encourage people to target her. Even though the girl was beaten up by Mixi, K went to warn her when he learned of the matter. Although K was typically a gentleman, he was very protective of his girlfriend and was naturally furious when people tried to bully her. He preferred giving verbal warnings and avoided hitting a woman if he could. The girl wanted to find help and seek revenge on Mixi, but gave up after K warned her. Since it was no big deal, they did not tell Ning right away when it happened and only chatted about it when they had the time to hang out. An hour and a half later, they arrived at the shore. It was still early, barely 4 p.m., so they took a walk in the park. Chu Peihan, a quizzical voice shouted from behind. The moment they heard the voice, they halted in their steps and turned to look. It was 3 boys around their age. They were all over 1.8 meters in height and looked handsome. They were dressed trendily and looked like idols. The boy walking right in front was the one who had just shouted for Chu Peihan. A lot of young women turned to look as they walked over. Some of the bolder women even turned to look infatuatedly. The moment Chu Peihan noticed who it was, her expression changed and looked a little annoyed. The boy was delighted to see it was genuinely Chu Peihan and immediately strode over. "It really is you. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me for a moment there." The boy looked at Ning and the others. His eyes opened wide when he saw Ning and noticed how beautiful she was. He was simply awestruck by her beauty, but he didn't intend on hitting on her. "Chu Peihan, aren't you going to introduce your friends?" asked the boy. "Why should I? I don't know you that well, so stay away from me." "Otherwise," threatened Chu Peihan fiercely as she raised her fists and waved them at the guy like she was going to pummel him. The moment the boy saw her reaction, he retreated a few steps and was genuinely afraid. "Stop it. I didn't mean any harm," said the boy indignantly. "I don't care. I don't want to see you. Nothing good happens when I encounter you," said Chu Peihan angrily. Girls had already come making trouble for her twice because of the guy. He was Han Chengelin, a third-year student at the film academy. He was handsome and had already acted in several idol television dramas and was quite well known. When Han Chengelin saw Chu Peihan practicing martial arts, he kept harassing her to be his master. Chu Peihan couldn't be bothered with him. Thanks to him, a couple of her classmates had made trouble with her, so Han Chengelin was the last person she wanted to see. However, it did not go further than a slight dislike. "Let's go." Chu Peihan didn't want to see Han Chengelin, so she pulled Ning with K and Mixi following behind them immediately. "Hey, let's talk." Han Chengelin promptly came chasing after her. Chu Peihan turned to kick Han Chengelin in the belly. Han Chengelin saw the kick, but it was too late for him to dodge. He got kicked squarely in the belly and even fell onto the grass. Since the grass was rather thick, it didn't hurt much when he fell and only his belly was in a bit of pain. Han Chengelin also practiced martial arts and worked out often, so he was far stronger than an average man and this pain meant nothing to him. Everyone was startled by the sight. No one expected this young woman to be so strong that she could kick a man to the ground. The surrounding girls promptly targeted Chu Peihan. That was too much. How could she beat him up? Aha! How could she bring herself to kick such a gorgeous man? She's simply terrible. That's right. Even if she is pretty, it doesn't mean she can go around beating up people. Chu Peihan looked annoyed when the girls reproved her. Sure enough, Han Chengelin brought trouble for her again and even random people all felt sorry for him. "Han Chengelin, stop following me. Otherwise, I will personally ensure your image is ruined," threatened Chu Peihan as she left with Ning. This time, Han Chengelin didn't chase after her since he was genuinely worried that Chu Peihan would do just that. Since he was working in the Entertainment industry, his image was very important. Are you okay? Let me help you up. After Chu Peihan and the others walked off, some pretty girls came over to help. It was a swarm of girls to be precise. Han Chengelin felt startled when he saw the girls. He nimbly stood up before they could come any closer to help. His actions were so swift that it was clear he was perfectly fine. Han Chengelin's friends knew he was perfectly fine as well, so they did not attempt to help him up or check on him. They felt Chu Peihan was right to kick Han Chengelin. If they were in Chu Peihan's position and ended up targeted by other girls in school because Han Chengelin kept harassing her, they would want to beat him up too. Chapter 1999, Masochistic Tendency. It's okay. Han Chengelin immediately waved his hand and said it was okay, then patted the weeds on his body and walked away looking embarrassed. Ha ha, Chengelin, shouldn't you give up this time? After running away, Han Chengelin's two friends laughed out loud and one of them asked Han Chengelin. Impossible. Han Chengelin refused to give up. I do want her to be my kung fu teacher, but I think Chu Peihan is quite fun. I'm attracted to her. Saying that, Han Chengelin showed great interest. He wasn't mad at Chu Peihan for hurting him at all. Instead, he enjoyed it. He could feel that Chu Peihan didn't use her full strength, or he would be really injured. What? Do you like Chu Peihan? Hearing that, Han Chengelin's two friends were both shocked. Not yet. I just think she's fun. I don't know whether I'll change my mind in the future, said Han Chengelin. He was always honest about his feelings. In his eyes, there was nothing to hide. Han Chengelin, do you have a masochistic tendency? Chu Peihan treated you so badly. Why are you still interested in her? Han Chengelin's friend rolled eyes at him. Masochistic tendency. Han Chengelin squinted, then turned to his friend with a vague smile. Why don't you hit me to test it? His friend immediately stepped backwards. No, if he dared to hit Han Chengelin would surely hit him back. It had happened before, so he wouldn't try again. Besides, he only said Han Chengelin had a masochistic tendency when Han Chengelin faced Chu Peihan. He didn't mean that Han Chengelin was masochistic with everyone. All right, let's have a walk around. Perhaps we'll run into them in a while, said Han Chengelin, then walked in the direction Chu Peihan left. Han Chengelin's friends shook their heads with a resigned look. It seemed that Han Chengelin indeed had a masochistic tendency. He wouldn't stop seeing Chu Peihan. Wasn't he afraid that he would be embarrassed again? Because Han Chengelin insisted on doing that, they had to follow him. After Chu Peihan and others walked away, Mu Ke asked curiously, Peihan, is that boy your admirer? He's quite handsome. Weren't you a little cruel by giving him a heavy kick? Chu Peihan pursed her lips. In fact, she also realized that the heavy kick was slightly violent, but it had already happened. She couldn't change it anyway. Kind of, but he admires me not because he likes me. He just wants me to teach him kung fu. I'm not interested. He also left a bad first impression on me. He wouldn't stop bothering me. A girl who admires him misunderstood and thought that he admires me, so two girls came to cause me trouble afterwards, so I hate him more now, said Chu Peihan, showing dislike on her face. Oh, I see. Hearing that, Chu Peihan's friends understood her mood. Because it was a weekend, there were many visitors in the park. In addition to boating, there were other games in the park, but there weren't as many as those in amusement parks. After all, they came here in order to enjoy the natural scenery. Several of them went to play darts later. At the same time, 2 men and 2 women walked to the darts field as well. All of them were about 25 to 30. Yi, you're good at shooting, so you must be excellent at darts too. Why don't you show us your skills? A man said to a woman. Because they were next to Ji Yuning and the others, Ji Yuning heard their conversation and turned to give them a glance. Coincidentally, Xie Yi met Ji Yuning's eyes and was displeased to see Ji Yuning's stunning beauty. She didn't seem obviously jealous, but somehow disliked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning could see that she was a soldier given her air. Anyway, Ji Yuning didn't care about it. After they met each other's eyes, they moved apart and Xie Yi replied to the man. Sure. The man then asked the boss for 10 darts and handed them to Xie Yi. Right when Xie Yi was ready to throw a dart, she heard a round of exclamations from her side. She turned and saw Ji Yuning just hit the red spot with a dart. Xie Yi was slightly surprised by Ji Yuning's good luck. In Xie Yi's eyes, Ji Yuning was just lucky. It was not only Xie Yi, her companions also held the same idea. Only Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning's other friends knew that it was Ji Yuning's ability. Therefore, for them, it wasn't surprising at all that Ji Yuning was able to accurately hit the bull's eyes. It would be surprising if she didn't. Those who believed that Ji Yuning was able to do that due to good luck ignored the fact that Ji Yuning stayed very calm. She wasn't excited at all because she hit the red spot, which proved her abilities. Ji Yuning didn't care about other people's opinions about her. They would know whether she relied on good luck or her abilities after several other throws. After that, Xie Yi threw a dart, but failed to hit the red spot. It was quite close anyway, so it wasn't a bad result. Xie Yi, however, was very dissatisfied. Normally she wouldn't mind it, but today was different. Ji Yuning just hit the red spot. If she failed, it would make her feel that she was worse than Ji Yuning, even if she believed that Ji Yuning was just lucky. She had no intention of competing against Ji Yuning, but she simply hated Ji Yuning and ached to win. In addition, she was an officer with a rank in the military. It would be humiliating if she lost to a common girl. Right after Xie Yi threw a dart, Ji Yuning did the same and she hit the red spot once more, which amazed everyone. Jesus, she did it twice. She's quite lucky, said someone. Hearing that, Chu Peihan and her friends were unhappy and Chu Peihan retorted at once. Nonsense. It has nothing to do with luck. It's her ability. Ningning can hit the red spot with 10 darts in a row. Her words shocked other people, especially Xie Yi and Xie Yi's friends. What? She can hit the bullseye with 10 darts in a row? Seriously? Someone questioned it, but there was no hatred in his tone. He was merely amazed. Some people held doubts too, but they didn't say it aloud. Xie Yi refused to believe that Ji Yuning could do that. She began to observe Ji Yuning and realized that Ji Yuning was a kung fu lover. However, she didn't know Ji Yuning's level. Of course, said Chu Peihan proudly. Ji Yuning said nothing and only gave Chu Peihan a loving glance. She wasn't annoyed at all because Chu Peihan was defending her. Chapter 2000. Stop bullying people with your status, do it now. In an instant, many people urged Ji Yuning to hit the red spot with 10 darts in a row. They were excited, looked forward to seeing it, waited to laugh at Ji Yuning, or took her as a joke. The majority of the onlookers actually waited to make fun of Ji Yuning because most of them didn't believe that Ji Yuning was able to hit the red spot every time. It was very hard after all. Xie Yi didn't believe it either, but she became curious after seeing Ji Ning's calm expression. She wanted to witness whether Ji Yuning was able to hit the red spot every time, so she stopped throwing more darts. Funny. Hit the bullseye with all the darts. Aren't you afraid that you'll make yourself a joke by bragging so ridiculously? Said someone, full of mockery. The person who said that was a girl the same age as them. She was pretty, but she had a hateful attitude. Along with the girl were several other young men and women. They all showed disdain on their faces. You'll see whether she's bragging. Don't deny other people without seeing the result. Who do you think you are? Said Chu Peihan in a bad attitude. I don't think she can do that. If she does, I will call her my grandma, said the girl. Really? You want to be her granddaughter? Nice, you'll call her your grandma if she succeeds, said Chu Peihan. Since the girl proposed that idea on her own, Chu Peihan was more than willing to see the funny scene. She knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't reject it, so she accepted the challenge on her own initiative. If you dare to refuse to do it, don't blame me for punishing you. Saying that, Chu Peihan covered her fist with another, making her joints crack to tell other people that she was very good at kung fu. Hearing the sounds, the girl panicked a little, but she still refused to believe that Ji Yuning could hit the red spot every time. Sure, if she loses, she must call me her grandma as well, said the girl. She was unwilling to be punished alone. Since they were going to bet, they must receive the same punishment. This time, Chu Peihan didn't agree right away. Instead, she turned to look at Ji Yuning. No problem, said Ji Yuning. Given the current situation, she couldn't say no, or she would be a coward. As Chu Peihan believed, Ji Yuning was willing to accept the girl's challenge. If she wasn't, she wouldn't have given Chu Peihan the chance to accept the girl's challenge early on. Seeing Ji Yuning's confident expression, Xie Yi became less doubtful. Ji Yuning seemed very mature and stable. She didn't seem to be arrogantly stupid. Is she really able to do that? Xie Yi found it hard to believe. Either way, Ji Yuning was going to throw the darts in her hands, so she cared little about their attitudes. Moreover, she had a bet with the girl, so she was determined to win. After that, Ji Yuning began to throw darts one after another without pause, and each dart accurately hit the red spot. Everyone was amazed, because other people had to spend some time aiming at the red spot, but Ji Yuning seemed to throw darts randomly. It proved her incredible ability. Jesus, it's unbelievable. She did hit the red spot every time. It's her ability. It has nothing to do with good luck. Xie Yi felt heavily hit and reluctant to throw darts again, because she wasn't able to hit the red spot. She didn't want to embarrass herself, so she handed the darts to the man next to her. The man knew what Xie Yi was thinking, so he said nothing. In fact, even if she lost, it wasn't a big deal. After all, there were few people who could hit the red spot every time like Ji Yuning. Actually, it was already very outstanding among the visitors here if one was able to hit the red spot 3 or 4 times with 10 darts. Xie Yi took Ji Yuning as her enemy, so she cared too much about the result. Before Ji Yuning and her friends left, Xie Yi called hers to leave. Xie Yi's jealousy and hatred for Ji Yuning were too obvious to be ignored, but Ji Yuning couldn't care less about her because it happened very often. Ji Yuning wouldn't be affected by the negative emotions. The girl who had the bet with Ji Yuning was stunned and her face took on a ghastly expression. She subconsciously wanted to run away, but Chu Peihan stopped her. "What? Do you want to run away?" Chu Peihan said, gloating over the girl's embarrassment. Seeing that, the girl's friends didn't stand out to help her. They weren't afraid of Chu Peihan, but they actually disliked the girl. They were reluctant to help the girl and they wanted to see her embarrassed. The girl was always arrogant. They were friends, but she treated other people badly as if they were her servants. She often shouted at them, being quite hateful. Because of her family background, they were slightly scared of her. She wasn't seriously terrible to them, so they tolerate it. Stopped by Chu Peihan, the girl was a little horrified and immediately turned to her friends for help, but her friends hesitated to step forward. The girl was as angry as she was embarrassed. There were many of them, but none of them dared to stand out because they were afraid that Ji Yuning was really good at fighting. Witnessing that scene, many people found it quite ironic. The girl must have a bad reputation in her circle so that even her friends were unwilling to help her. The girl realized that they wouldn't help her and she could only rely on herself, so she tried to scare Chu Peihan and said, "Do you know who I am?" "Ha ha." Chu Peihan laughed mockingly, then said with disdain, "Stop bullying other people with your status. I don't care who you are. Whoever you are, I'm not afraid. You better do what you agreed to right now, or I'll have to take action." The girl was mad. She was surprised by Chu Peihan's confidence. "Be quick. We don't have patience or time to waste on you," said Chu Peihan impatiently, then she clenched her fists making her joints crack again. Nobody stood out to help the girl because they were all amazed by Ji Yuning's performance. They admired her and were more willing to stand with her. Besides, the girl challenged Ji Yuning first, so she should do what she agreed to after she lost. Scared by the sounds of Chu Peihan's knuckles cracking, the girl blurted out, "Grandma." Chapter 2001, Being Too Modest as Being Hypocritical. Hearing that, the crowd burst into laughter, filled with mockery. The girl came back to her senses and felt quite embarrassed, but it was already done. She couldn't take her words back. After giving Chu Peihan a glare, she ran away. "Let's go and see," she said. Obviously, the girl would take revenge, but Ji Yuning and her friends weren't afraid at all. Once it was done, Ji Yuning and her friends left. They walked out of the crowd and saw Han Chengelin and his 2 close friends standing nearby staring at them. The 3 of them looked very amazed. They had witnessed the whole process of Ji Yuning hitting the red spot with 10 darts, but they were afraid that Chu Peihan might beat them again, so they didn't dare to talk to them. It turned out that Chu Peihen's friends were even more outstanding than her. The moment Chu Peihen saw Han Chengalin, she looked annoyed, but Han Chengalin kept a distance from her, so she said nothing. Afterwards, they walked in another direction. However, Han Chengalin and his friends followed them neither far or near. Chu Peihen felt displeased, so she turned around trying to teach them a lesson, but Ji Yuning stopped her. "All right, there are so many people around. It's a public place. It's not appropriate if you go over and attack them. Let them follow if they want, as long as they don't bother us," said Ji Yuning. She didn't hate Han Chengalin, so she thought it wasn't necessary to be violent. Since Ji Yuning said that, Chu Peihen did nothing. After carefully thinking about it, she also didn't think it was a good solution, so she stopped paying attention to them. At the same time, Xie Yi looked upset after playing darts. "Yi, what's wrong? Do you know that girl?" Xie Yi's female friend asked. They were both women, so she could see Xie Yi's attitude towards Ji Yuning wasn't good. "Nothing. I don't know her," said Xie Yi and went back to normal at once because she didn't want her friends to have a negative opinion about her. Since she said that, Xie Yi's friend stopped asking her more questions. If Xie Yi didn't know the girl, she must be jealous of the girl because the girl was pretty and incredibly good at darts. In fact, Xie Yi's friend was slightly jealous of Ji Yuning as well, so she wouldn't disdain Xie Yi just because Xie Yi was jealous of Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning and the others hung around for a while and were about to leave at 5 p.m. Han Chengalin and his friends followed them all the time, but they didn't dare to disturb them. They only kept an appropriate distance from them. Seeing them leaving, they left the park too, but they stopped following them this time. "Wow, a girl has a Hummer. She's indeed special," said Han Chengalin, watching Ji Yuning driving with her friends away. "I'm starving. Shouldn't we go to have some food now?" Han Chengalin's friend complained. Although it was early, he was quite hungry. "Let's go." Han Chengalin shrugged, then they walked to a black car. He studied in the same school as Chu Peihen anyway and they met every day. He didn't rush to bother her right now. Ji Yuning and her friends went to a local roasted duck restaurant, but because all the private rooms were reserved, they could only dine in the hall. However, they didn't actually care about that. In fact, there were more diners in the hall, which improved their appetite. Coincidentally, shortly after Ji Yuning and her friends arrived and half of the dishes they ordered were on the table, Xie Yi and her friends walked inside. Ji Yuning didn't care or bother to pay attention to them, but Xie Yi slightly changed her expression when she saw Ji Yuning. Afterwards, they walked to a private room. "Boss, do you know that woman?" asked Chu Peihen. She felt Xie Yi's unkind look at Ji Yuning. "Well, it seems she was heavily hit by you when you successfully hit the red spot with 10 darts. She must be jealous of you," said Chu Peihen confidently. She believed it was the truth. "I think so. I guess being too outstanding can easily arouse other people's jealousy," said Ji Yuning, purposely arrogant. "Ha ha, boss, you're becoming more and more narcissistic. Anyway, you're indeed very outstanding, but it somehow feels different when you say it aloud," said Chu Peihen with disdain. "Being too modest is being hypocritical," said Ji Yuning, seeming serious. "Fine, you win." Chu Peihen gave up. She could never defeat Ji Yuning in an argument. After Ji Yuning and her friends finished the meal, they had a walk to better digest the food before Ji Yuning drove them back to the school. Because Leng Xiaoting was still in the capital, Ji Yuning didn't go back to her school tonight, nor would she go tomorrow. Anyway, she didn't tell them when she would be back when she asked for leave from her teacher. She could report back whenever she wanted. In that case, she seemed to be a really bad student, but it wasn't because she was in a romantic relationship with someone. She needed to deal with some serious things. Yuan Wenrui sent someone to the Shen family's house to find the contract he had signed with Shen Yangfeng, but failed. Shen Yangfeng immediately realized that it must have been taken away by Leng Xiaoting. Even though he had already figured out a way to handle it, Yuan Wenrui still felt anxious because it would damage the Yuan family's reputation to some extent. He wished that he could protect the Yuan family's reputation. At 10 a.m. the next day, Yuan Wenrui was having a meeting at the company when the police visited. They said that he had something to do with Shen Yangfeng's. drug trafficking, and he needed to go to the Public Security Bureau. It wasn't surprising, but Yuan Wenrui was still very nervous when he finally faced it. On the surface, he forced himself to be calm. Besides, he must be calm in front of the senior management. He must stop people from thinking that he really had a deal with Shen Yangfeng. Shen Yangfeng, great. How dare he defame me? Doesn't he care about his family's reputation? Said Yuan Wenrui in anger, as if he was framed and innocent. When Yuan Wenrui said that, he was implying the Leng family because Shen Yangfeng was a member of the Leng family's faction and he was also the Leng family's relative. Some senior managers indeed had the doubt that Yuan Wenrui might have a dirty deal with Shen Yangfeng, but they realized what had happened after his angry questions. They stopped being suspicious of Yuan Wenrui, and started suspecting the Leng family. Everyone was aware of the Yuan family's relationship with the Leng family, so many people would believe that the Leng family had framed the Yuan family. I'll go with you to see what exactly has happened. I won't submit to the humiliation. Yuan Wenrui understood that he couldn't run away, but he must make up a good reason for himself. After that, Yuan Wenrui left with the police and it became shocking news in the Yuan organization. Chapter 2002, Stop investigating Yuan Wenrui. Did Chairman Yuan really have a deal with Shen Yangfeng? It's drug trafficking. No way. It's illegal. Everyone knows that, but there are still a lot of drug traffickers. The police came to take him away, so no one can say he's completely innocent. Perhaps Shen Yangfeng slandered Chairman Yuan. It's possible. After all, Shen Yangfeng is standing with the Leng family. I can't believe that he would make a deal with the Yuan family. It's highly likely to be slander. I heard the Leng family's people arrested Shen Yangfeng this time. It's not strange at all. It's what the Leng family always does. Even if its own people are guilty, they'll still arrest them. That's the reason why they've kept a good reputation. Well, I do hope it's just slander, otherwise the company will be in a mess. In the Yuan organization, many people trusted Yuan Wenrui not because he was a good man, but because they felt that Shen Yangfeng was protected by the Leng family. After Yuan Wenrui was taken away by the police, Master Yuan heard the news right away. Because it wasn't surprising, Master Yuan stayed calm. Yuan Wenrui wasn't pushed into the interrogation room right after he was taken to the Public Security Bureau. He was a member of the Yuan family after all. Even if he was a suspect, the police wouldn't treat him badly before he was declared guilty. Therefore, Yuan Wenrui was taken to an office and the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau interrogated him in person. The deputy director was serving another senior leader. He wasn't working for the Leng family, the superior leader, or the Yuan family. Leng Xiaoting told the deputy director to do it instead of dealing with it on his own because he thought it wasn't appropriate for him to handle it in person and he had no intention of letting Yuan Wenrui get away with it this time. He knew that the Yuan family would play the blame game and aim to damage the Leng family if he seriously investigated Yuan Wenrui. In addition, although Yuan Wenrui had a deal with Shen Yangfeng, it hadn't succeeded yet. Even if he seriously investigated Yuan Wenrui wouldn't be seriously punished. Anyway, it didn't mean he would let Yuan Wenrui go. Leng Xiaoting would separate Yuan Wenrui from this case, but the deal Shen Yangfeng made would become puzzling. No one could be sure that Yuan Wenrui indeed had a deal with Shen Yangfeng. In that case, some people would trust Yuan Wenrui, while some wouldn't and would believe that he was guilty and wasn't punished only because of his status. Accordingly, even though Yuan Wenrui was fine, his reputation would be greatly damaged and the Yuan family would be affected too. Yuan Wenrui was interrogated according to the rules in the Public Security Bureau and Yuan Wenrui denied all the accusations. The deputy director took out the contract he had signed with Shen Yangfeng. Yuan Wenrui admitted that he had signed it, but insisted that the contract had gold on it instead of drugs when he wrote his name down. The reason was that the Yuan family wanted to open a jewelry store and needed gold. Shen Yangfeng said he was running a gold business, so the Yuan family made the deal with him. Although Yuan Wenrui's explanation wasn't persuasive at all, the police didn't ask further about that because they intended to release him. Before Yuan Wenrui blamed the Leng family for it, the deputy director told him to leave. The deputy director made it clear that they hoped he would be cooperative for the following interrogation before Shen Yangfeng was sentenced. In order to prove that he was innocent, Yuan Wenrui agreed. However, he somehow felt he wasn't the target and thought that the Leng family might be planning to let him go, which was the only reason for that. If so, the Leng family must be unwilling to be affected, but he didn't think that the Leng family was afraid of the Yuan family. Perhaps the Leng family simply wanted to punish Shen Yangfeng this time. Once Yuan Wenrui left, he reported it to Master Yuan. Master Yuan held the same idea as him. It wasn't a bad result, so he told Yuan Wenrui to be cooperative with the Public Security Bureau. The news that Yuan Wenrui was soon released after being taken away by the police spread abroad. Many people believed that Yuan Wenrui had nothing to do with the drug trafficking case Shen Yangfeng was involved in, but some didn't believe it. Because the Public Security Bureau in the capital was a serious place, the police must have evidence before taking action. They believed that Yuan Wenrui was released afterwards for the sake of his family. Even though Yuan Wenrui was still amid suspicions, Yuan Wenrui and the Yuan family didn't mind because he was safe. If he was really arrested by the police, it would be confirmed that he was guilty and the Yuan family's reputation would be ruined. Rongju paid attention to the case all the time. He wasn't sure whether the Leng family didn't have solid proof or deliberately let Yuan Wenrui go because he didn't know whether the Leng family was aware of Yuan Wenrui's drug deal with Shen Yangfeng. He had evidence to prove that Yuan Wenrui was really making a drug deal with Shen Yangfeng, but he wouldn't take it out right now. Yuan Wenrui's deal with Shen Yangfeng didn't succeed, so the crime didn't stand, and he couldn't punish Yuan Wenrui even if he took out the evidence. After all, the Yuan family wasn't weak at all. Besides, it wasn't a good thing for the Rong family if they had a grudge with the Yuan family just because of that. Because of that, Rongju felt that Leng Xiaoting didn't lack evidence to prove that Yuan Wenrui really had a deal with Shen Yangfeng. He believed that the Leng family was unwilling to hold a grudge against the Yuan family. Wrong, do we need to take out the evidence now? Rongju's teammate didn't think further about it, so he asked Rongju after knowing that Yuan Wenrui was safe. No need, said Rongju, then he told his teammates his analysis, so his teammates learned that it was better not to take out the evidence. In Country Y, the Cretan family failed to find the murderer who killed Charles. It didn't give up its investigation. But it was in despair. The Z family's business went back to normal. After the spies sent by the Dongfang family and the Jing family to Kulain were exposed, they sent another group of people over. This time, all the people were members of their own families. Leng Xiaoting told Ji Yuning that, after Jing Jining shared the news with Leng Xiaoting, the Dongfang family sent Dongfang Jinghong, Dongfang Ziu's older brother, the son of the Dongfang family's eldest son, this time. Dongfang Jinghong wasn't as talented as Dongfang Ziu, so he didn't receive as much attention as her in the Dongfang family. Now the kung fu competition was right around the corner, but he was sent out to do the task. It would waste his cultivation time. Chapter 2003, a sex marathon. Dongfang Jinghong was dissatisfied with that, but he didn't dare to say anything about it. If he did, the Dongfang family's patriarch might get mad at him and he would suffer a great loss. Anyway, he didn't have much confidence this time, and a half-month of cultivation wouldn't change anything. So he decided to tolerate it. The Jing family sent out Jing Yarong's eldest son, Jing Yunfei. Jing Yunfei was at the same age as Jing Yunyao, so he wasn't in the age range to take part in the kung fu competition. It would waste his time. As a cultivator, Jing Yunfei was talented to some extent, but he wasn't better than Jing Jining. The Yin family learned the news as well, so it also sent out someone. That person was the second son of the Yin family's second son, Yin Shixin's younger brother, Yin Shi. Yin Shi was in the middle generation like Jing Yunfei, so he was also too old to take part in the competition. The Yin family sent out Yin Shi in order to let him find Yin Shixin. Yin Shixin had been absent for too long, and the Yin family didn't know that he was already killed. When will you go back to the base? Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting. She didn't want him to leave, but she was worried that they might discover him if he stayed in the capital. Someone took over the case about Shen Yangfeng, so I need to go back tomorrow. I have a new task and I'm going to the border of Province Yun this time, said Leng Xiaoting. Even if he wanted to stay in the capital, he wasn't allowed, so he was safe for the time being. Upon thinking that he had to be apart from Ji Yuning for a long time again, Leng Xiaoting felt reluctant to leave. He could only seize the chance and make full use of his time with Ji Yuning right now. Without hesitation, Leng Xiaoting threw himself at Ji Yuning on the sofa, then kissed her passionately as his hand fondled her body. Ningning, touch my body. Leng Xiaoting begged. Hearing that, Ji Yuning fondled his body as well. She was obsessed with his beautiful abs. Go down. Ji Yuning felt a little shy, but still listened to him and held his manhood. The sex lasted a long time and they did it again after a short pause. Luckily, both of them were much stronger than normal people, so they could afford to have passionate sex again and again. Ji Yuning originally planned to go to her company today, but Leng Xiaoting wouldn't let her go. It was already noon when they finally finished and had a rest, so Ji Yuning gave up her plan and decided to work tomorrow. They just had long, passionate sex in the day, but Leng Xiaoting wasn't satisfied and asked Ji Yuning for it again at night. Because Leng Xiaoting was going to leave the capital and he didn't know when he could come back, he wanted to have enough sex before their separation. The next day, Leng Xiaoting had sex with Ji Yuning once more in the morning once Ji Yuning woke up. He didn't let her go until she was tired. So Leng Xiaoting told her to have a rest before getting up, while he went to prepare breakfast. Ji Yuning slept for a short while, then got up when the breakfast was done. Leng Xiaoting had to leave in the morning, so they would separate after walking out of the door. Leng Xiaoting would go to their military base, while Ji Yuning would head to her company. Ever since they found spies in Kalane, Ji Yuning told Kay to pay special attention to the company to see whether there were more people who aimed to attack them. They found no more spies for the time being. However, as soon as Ji Yuning arrived at her company, she sensed the air of cultivators nearby, but she was already used to it, so she wasn't surprised at all. In addition, given Leng Xiaoting's conversation with her last night, she thought that the cultivator might be a new person. She could see that with a simple glance, so Ji Yuning used her jade eyes right away. There was indeed a strange cultivator. He was a man who was about 40 years old in the mortal world. There was nothing useful for them in her company, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to pay more attention to him. After spending the whole morning in the company, Ji Yuning left for the Sihewan when it was time for lunch. Because of the cultivator outside, Ji Yuning couldn't drive her own car. So she asked Kay to send her over instead. Boss, do you need me to check the surveillance videos? Kay asked once he learned that someone was spying on Ji Yuning. No need. I know who he is. We just need to avoid him. Ji Yuning rejected. Fine. Since Ji Yuning said that, Kay said nothing further. He believed in Ji Yuning's abilities. Even if she ran into any danger, she could protect herself. Oh, did you watch An Empress of Military Blood? Asked Kay. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, then replied, no. Is it being aired? Yeah, the first and second episode were aired yesterday. The audience likes it. Its audience rating is the highest among the shows during the past 3 years, said Kay. Kay wasn't very interested in TV shows, especially shows about ancient eras, because he thought they were too unreal without a real historical setting. However, because he was editing An Empress of Military Blood, he watched it and found it quite interesting. Although its historical setting was unreal, its plot was very attractive. Added with his editing, the quality of the pictures, and the special effects, it was harmonious and immersive. The audience couldn't care less about the fake historical setting. Accordingly, as its editor, he received a lot of positive comments as well and was in a good mood. Really, Ji Yuning knew that An Empress of Military Blood would be popular, but couldn't be very sure of it, so she was slightly surprised when she heard the news. At the same time, she was happy too. I'll watch it later. Ji Yuning didn't tell Kay to send her to the door of the Sihewan. She got out of the car nearby and walked there. Ji Yuning came back when it was about time for lunch, so she went straight to dine with Sheng Guanyang after walking into the Sihewan. After having lunch, Ji Yuning didn't rush to cultivate. Instead, she watched An empress of military blood. Because Ji Yuning watched it on a network, she could see a lot of viewers' comments in real time on the screen. She could barely see the pictures of the show. Many viewers complained about that, but they could directly turn off the function if they didn't want to see the comments in real time, but sometimes the comments were quite funny. Most viewers complimented the show, and some of them even used dirty languages to express their love for it. And a few viewers disliked the show, saying that a certain actor was bad at acting. After all, different people had different tastes. There was no show or actor that could win everyone's love. Among the negative comments, there were some unkind attacks. It was obvious that some viewers hated a certain actor or Fenghua Entertainment. Some were even Ji Yuning's peers in the same industry. Chapter 2004, Secretly Scheme Against Her. It always happened. After watching 2 episodes and reading some comments, Ji Yuning began to cultivate. Although she hadn't made much progress these days, she was still making progress. When it was nearly 6 p.m., Ji Yuning entered the foundation stage. After entering the foundation stage, she became a real cultivator and could focus on improving her level. Because Ji Yuning had her jade eyes, the skills she learned during the foundation stage were nothing to her. The new skills were barely comparable to the skills she already had. After having dinner, Ji Yuning went back to her school along with the monster fox. Ji Yuning needed the monster fox sometimes, so she couldn't leave it to cultivate there forever. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Because Ji Yuning went to school on Wednesday, it was Friday after she had classes for 2 days. During the past 2 days, Yuan Wenrui had been called to the Public Security Bureau once a day. He was asked a few questions every time before leaving. It was a piece of big news in high society. Some people trusted him, while some didn't. No matter what, as long as the police didn't announce that Yuan Wenrui was guilty, he was safe. During this time, the Yuan family heard a lot of rumors and were quite mad. The Yuan family's young generation suffered a lot of mockery and unkind glances from their schoolmates, which filled them with fury. Yuan Wenrui's son even had a fight with his classmate and injured his classmate. In the Yuan family, only Master Yuan and his other sons were aware that Yuan Wenrui really had been involved in drug trafficking. Other family members had no idea about that, so they were persuaded when Master Yuan and his other sons denied it. They obviously chose to believe their own family members instead of outsiders. The Yuan family was mad, but could do nothing about it. They knew that Yuan Wenrui would be safe, so other people would stop talking about the case once it was over. The classmate who was injured by Yuan Wenrui's son wasn't from a powerful family, but Yuan Wenrui's son had the fight in public, so the Yuan family paid the medical fee. The Yuan family had done many bad deeds, but they were reasonable. As long as their benefits weren't hurt, they were willing to pay the compensation whether the injured people were from a powerful family or not. The interrogation of Shen Yangfang, Chen Jinming, and Chen Jinpeng was over today. They would be sentenced at the court tomorrow. The Chen family didn't know that Chen Jinpeng was also caught until the announcement was released today. In the Chen family, only Master Chen and Chen Jinming were aware that Chen Jinpeng was still alive. Other members had no idea about that, so they were greatly surprised when they learned the news. They asked Master Chen what had happened, but Master Chen didn't reply to them. Master Chen was in a terrible mood now, so he was reluctant to answer their questions. Witnessing the Chen family decaying, he could do nothing. Ji Yuning, during these days, could always feel the air of cultivators near her, but the cultivator didn't move closer mainly because of Baili Zongxie. If the cultivator moved too close, he or she would be discovered by Baili Zongxie. If there was a distance, Baili Zongxie couldn't discover him or her given her level. The cultivator wasn't afraid of Baili Zongxie, he was simply unwilling to be discovered. It was not only Ji Yuning who was their target, the Baili family was also their target now. Because Baili Zongxie had a close relationship with Ji Yuning, they thought that Baili Zongxie might have already found out something useful from Ji Yuning. Since the launch of An Empress of Military Blood, there had been 6 episodes released in 3 days, so 2 episodes a day. The audience rating was getting higher and higher day by day. The main actors also gained more and more fame, receiving many more offers. Su Tongnuo, Han Longxuan, and Bai Lin, who always played supporting roles, began to get offers for leading roles. Although the roles weren't from shows with a large budget, they weren't on a tight budget either. Most actors wouldn't say no to them. It was a chance for them to become more popular. Su Tongnuo, Han Longxuan, and Bai Lin, however, were very cautious about their offers. Han Longxuan's contract with his agent company would end in half a month, so he had no plan to accept more offers till he joined Fenghua Entertainment. During this half month, there was activity about. An empress of military blood, so he wouldn't be free and his fame wouldn't be affected even though he didn't have a new role. Bai Lin was different. She had 3 months ahead, so she needed to play a new role in order to attract more attention from the public other than for attending activities about. An empress of military blood, or people might forget her. However, she couldn't play a role in a long show because she only had 3 months to stay in her crew. In the end, Bai Lin chose a supporting female role for a romantic show, which was adapted from a popular novelist's work. It only had 20 episodes and the shooting would begin next week, so 3 months were enough. Bai Lin chose that role not only because it was a short show, but also because it was a charming role. The role was the leading male character's older sister who had a divorce and raised her 5-year-old son alone. She was so strong and brave that people felt sympathetic to her. She could easily arouse empathy from other women who had the same experience as her. The company Bai Lin used to work for had less interest in her now, but she suddenly became popular, so the company was unwilling to let her go and even wanted to renew their contract. Bai Lin refused, but the company wouldn't stop negotiating with her. Not many people knew that Bai Lin would join Fenghua Entertainment after her contract with the previous company ended. Only Ji Yuning and several other people knew it, so the company Bai Lin used to work for had no idea about that. The senior management of the previous company was displeased because Bai Lin wanted to end her contract with them right after she became popular. However, in fact, before Bai Lin became popular, she had already told them that she wouldn't renew the agreement, but even if the senior management remembered that, they wouldn't hesitate to deny it for benefits. Therefore, as soon as Bai Lin refused to renew the agreement in the morning, the general manager arranged for a meal in the afternoon. Bai Lin was always careful, which was necessary in this industry or she could be harmed by other people at any time. Exactly because she was very careful, she didn't think this afternoon's meal was a kind invitation. Was the general manager going to secretly scheme against her? She wasn't paranoid, but it was too common in this industry. She just turned down the general manager's offer and the general manager invited her to have a meal that afternoon, which unavoidably made her feel quite nervous. She had to go, but she called Han Longxuan in private and told him to help her figure out a way to handle it. Chapter 2005. You can never be too careful. Although they didn't work in the same company, they kept a good relationship after cooperating with each other twice. At least in the circle, they were real friends. Han Longxuan also believed it wasn't a kind invitation. He wanted to help Bai Lin, but he was occupied with a meal. Today as well, he couldn't leave. Why don't you give Miss Ji Yu a call? I think she can help you. Don't feel embarrassed. After all, you can never be too careful, said Han Longxuan. Because Ji Yuning might be in a class, Bai Lin sent her a message and hoped that she would see her message as soon as possible. Bai Lin honestly told her what had happened today. She wasn't very sure of their general manager's intention, so she only said it was just her guess. When Ji Yuning received Bai Lin's message, she had just reached the back gate and was about to leave by a taxi. In order to avoid cultivators, she left her car at her company last time, so she could only take a taxi right now. Because she knew that cultivators were spying on her outside her school, Ji Yuning chose to leave from the back gate. After reading Bai Lin's message, Ji Yuning frowned and immediately called her. If Ji Yuning were in the situation, she would believe it was a scheme as well. The second Bai Lin's phone rang, she picked it up. To her surprise, Ji Yuning called her back so soon after reading her message. Bai Lin's voice trembled a little in excitement. Miss Ji Yu, where will you have the meal tonight? Which private room? Asked Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Bai Lin understood that Ji Yuning was helping her. She felt very grateful and said at once, Royal Court Hotel in the Eastern District. VIP 08 on the 4th floor. All right, I know. You can go. Don't be worried. I'll book a private room next to it right now. If anything bad really happens, I'll go to help you, said Ji Yuning. Will you go in person? Is it appropriate? It's just my guess. I don't know whether I've thought too much about it. Bai Lin felt flattered and embarrassed because she was worried that she might be wrong and waste Ji Yuning's time. She intended to turn to Ji Yuning for help and hoped that Ji Yuning could arrange for someone to protect her. If anything bad happened, she could immediately get help, but unexpectedly Ji Yuning would go in person. It's fine. We can never be too careful, and I'm going to have a meal with my friends today. I don't care where we go, so we can go to the same place if you need my help, said Ji Yuning. She wasn't lying because she indeed had an appointment with Zi Beiying, but they hadn't settled the place yet. Thank you so much, Miss Ji Yu. Bai Lin felt that she shouldn't bother Ji Yuning so much, but Ji Yuning was right. They could never be too careful. If her general manager really aimed to hurt her, she would be safe with Ji Yuning's presence. Not a big deal, said Ji Yuning. Because Bai Lin was signed by her company, she was willing to help. After that, Ji Yuning called Zi Beiying and told her to meet at the Royal Court Hotel in the Eastern District. She also told Zi Beiying the reason why she did that. Ji Yuning said one of her friends was going to have a dangerous meal at the Royal Court Hotel today. Her friend might be trapped, so she needed to go there to help her. As a result, they would book a room next to the one where her friend was having the meal in the Royal Court Hotel so that she could take action the second her friend was really in danger. Knowing that, Zi Beiying understood why Ji Yuning made that decision and agreed. At the same time, she was curious too. If I arrive earlier, do you need me to watch them for you? Zi Beiying asked. Although she offered to help Ji Yuning, she was actually quite interested in it. Sure, it wasn't very necessary, but Ji Yuning still agreed because she was unwilling to upset Zi Beiying. Zi Beiying was very smart, so she would be careful. After that, Ji Yuning booked a private room in the Royal Court Hotel. It was still early, so she easily booked a private room next to the one where Bai Lin was going to have the meal. Once it was done, Ji Yuning sent Zi Beiying a message, telling her the number of the private room before taking a taxi to the Royal Court Hotel. Because Ji Yuning set off from the Haicheng district, she wouldn't arrive at the Royal Court Hotel until an hour later. It was nearly 5 p.m. now, so it would be 6 p.m. when she arrived. Zi Beiying took Mengda and Nan to the hotel and they arrived at 5:40 p.m. She didn't order any food, but paid special attention to the next private room. They couldn't see the situation in it, but they could hear the sounds if anything strange happened. The next private room was occupied at 5:50. Because normally people had dinner at 6 p.m., they usually arrived earlier. For now, nothing strange happened. In fact, nothing inappropriate would happen at this time. Even if those men were going to do bad things, they would wait till the meal was over. Zi Beiying was actually a little impatient. As Ji Yuning walked near the private room, she used her jade eyes to see inside. There were 7 people in it, including Bai Lin and her agent. Among the other 5 people, only one was a woman, while the other 4 were all men over 40. The woman was about 25 and she was pretty. When she talked with a middle-aged man, she seemed eager to please him. The middle-aged man was amused, laughing out loud. Bai Lin was talking with another man who leered at her the entire time, but Bai Lin kept a distance from him. In fact, Bai Lin felt disgusted, because she could clearly see the man's intention. If it was a normal meal and they talked normally, she would certainly be kind. However, even though she was clearly aware of the man's evil thoughts, she had to be polite when she faced him, otherwise she might be in a very dangerous situation if the man was annoyed by her. She wondered whether Ji Yuning had arrived yet. She bet Ji Yuning should have arrived now. After observing the situation inside, Ji Yuning was sure that it was indeed a very dangerous meal. However, before the man did anything to hurt Bai Lin, she wouldn't do anything, so she went to the private room she booked. In the meanwhile, Ji Yuning sent Bai Lin a message, telling her to relax. Bai Lin finally felt relieved when she read Ji Yuning's message. Once Ji Yuning walked into the private room, Zi Beiying said, "Ji Yuning, we've noticed nothing strange yet." "I know. Even if they're going to do something, they won't take action till the meal is over," said Ji Yuning, then sat down. Chapter 2006. It's an accident after ordering, Zi Beiying asked curiously, "Since your friend knows it might be a trap, why did she still come?" Because Ji Yuning didn't tell Zi Beiying many details, Zi Beiying couldn't understand it. She's an actress. This meal was arranged by her company. She couldn't say no, so she had to come, said Ji Yuning. "Oh, I see." Zi Beiying understood it at once. Although actors seemed popular and loved by many people, they actually had to do many things against their own will. If their companies arranged meals for them, they had to show up, or they would be shut out of the industry. The dishes were placed on the table after a while, and they began to enjoy the food. Ji Yuning kept on paying special attention to the next private room. Within 20 minutes, Bai Lin was forced to drink over a dozen cups of strong alcohol. Luckily, she was able to drink a lot, or she would be drunk already. Anyway, Bai Lin started feeling dizzy. Besides, in front of those men, she needed to pretend that she was already drunk even if she only felt slightly dizzy. After another while, Bai Lin stood up going to the washroom. When she was absent, the man sitting next to her immediately threw a white pill into her cup and shook it a little to make it melt quickly. Seeing that, Ji Yuning frowned and sent Bai Lin a message at once. "Ji Yuning, when your eyes have been away from your glass for a long time, don't use it again. It might be mixed with something harmful. Break it and use a new one." Ji Yuning didn't directly tell her that the drink in her cup was drugged, because it would arouse unnecessary suspicion. She could only imply that the drink might be harmful. Ji Yuning understood that Bai Lin was very smart and she might have thought about that by herself. Ji Yuning guessed correctly. In fact, when Bai Lin left for the washroom, she already thought about that problem because it wasn't uncommon in the entertainment industry. A lot of actresses had fallen into that trap before. Bai Lin decided to do something this time, so she planned to figure out a way to break the cup after using the washroom. Even though it wasn't surprising, Bai Lin was still scared and trembled after reading Ji Yuning's message. This was the first time that she had encountered such a thing, so she unavoidably felt frightened. Ever since she joined this industry, she always refused to accept unspoken rules. The company never forced her to do that, so she didn't have many good offers or meal gatherings. She hadn't been schemed against either. After Ji Yuning agreed to sign her to work for Fenghua Entertainment, she had the idea to end the contract with the previous company right away, but the liquidated damages was 3 million yuan, which was a large number. She could afford it, but she would run out of money afterwards. Although an actor could have a pay of millions of yuan after playing a role in a TV show, the company took most of it and the actor could only have about 30%. In other words, if an actor's pay was 10 million yuan, he or she would only receive 3 million yuan. Besides, actors needed to spend a lot of money during their work because they needed to make themselves stunning. A piece of their clothes could cost dozens or hundreds of thousand yuan. A formal gown for important events could cost much more money. Therefore, actors could save a little money. What was worse, Bai Lin didn't have much work these years and she just bought a house in the capital, so her savings weren't much. For now, she only had 3 months left in the company, so she planned to wait till the contract ended, but unfortunately she was in trouble today. Bai Lin couldn't stay in the washroom for long, so she stopped thinking about it. After using the toilet, she went outside and pretended to walk unsteadily, supporting her head with one hand. It seemed that she was already drunk. As soon as Bai Lin was back to her seat, she suddenly exclaimed when she was about to sit down. Her hand fell and coincidentally slapped her cup. The cup was turned upside down on the table and the drink was spilled. The next second, the cup rolled to the side of the table, then fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Bai Lin was very good at acting, so it happened smoothly. No one could see that she deliberately did that. However, the other people all seemed displeased. Seeing that, Bai Lin was sure that the drink was indeed harmful. Although she remained calm on the surface, she actually felt horrified in her heart. If she hadn't been careful, or if she had drunk the drink, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her. I'm sorry. I've drunk too much. I can barely walk steadily. Bai Lin apologized right away. Be careful. Bai Lin's agent snapped at her. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Bai Lin continued to apologize, looking pitiful. It's all right. Just give her a new cup. The man who had drugged her drink pretended to be tolerant. Even if he was displeased, he couldn't show his real feelings right now. It was an accident, and he could do it again later. Before long, a waiter brought over a new cup and Bai Lin filled it by herself. Manager Lin, Manager Wu, and Manager Wang, I'm so sorry for breaking the cup just now. Please allow me to punish myself by drinking a new one, said Bai Lin, then she drank the drink without delay. She showed a sincere attitude, so the other people stopped embarrassing her. Actually, it wasn't a big deal and most people wouldn't mind it, but the drink was already drugged, so they were unhappy that Bai Lin broke the cup. Don't say that. It's just a cup. It's fine. Everyone began to smile and relax the atmosphere in the room. However, although Bai Lin avoided being drugged, she was forced to drink more and more strong alcohol in the following minutes. Bai Lin felt increasingly uncomfortable and Ji Yuning thought that it must be over. All the other people had finished eating, but they seemed to have no intention of leaving. Ji Yuning could wait, but Bai Lin didn't have much time now. Because Bai Lin still had a contract with the company, Ji Yuning couldn't make Bai Lin have more enemies or have a tough life by taking her away right now. After thinking for a while, Ji Yuning took out her phone to call Bai Lin. Bai Lin was having a meal with her managers, but she was allowed to answer her phone. Seeing it was Ji Yuning, Bai Lin felt greatly relieved. She excused herself, then walked aside to pick up the call, but she didn't move her eyes away from the table in case they tried to drug her again. Chapter 2007. Panicked, Bai Lin, did you drink a lot? Asked Ji Yuning on purpose, because she couldn't let Bai Lin know that she actually witnessed everything. Yeah, I did, said Bai Lin in a resigned tone. If they failed to drug you, they'll certainly try to make you drunk. You can't continue to drink now. Ji Yuning said, oh, are they all very important? She needed to know who they were so that she could make up an appropriate excuse. They mentioned you just now. They think very highly of you and they are slightly afraid of you, said Bai Lin in a low voice. No one else could hear her. They just discussed an empress of military blood and Fenghua entertainment, then Ji Yuning. When they talked about Ji Yuning, they seemed to be in awe of her. They agreed that Ji Yuning must come from a very powerful family, or she couldn't become successful so smoothly. If so, you can directly tell them that the boss of Fenghua Entertainment wants to see you. And she's dining in the Royal Court Hotel as well. She has a few important guests, so you can't continue to drink or you'll lose your manners later. Let's see how they'll react. If they're scared and let you go, it'll be for the best. If not, you can call me and I'll go to see you. Ji Yuning said, if you can leave them, don't go with your agent. We're in the private room next to yours, VIP 05. No problem, said Bai Lin. After hanging up, Bai Lin went back to her seat and apologized. Manager Lin, Manager Wu, and Manager Wang, I'm so sorry. I can't drink any longer. Chairman Ji Yu of Fenghua Entertainment just called me and she wants to see me. She's in the Royal Court Hotel right now as well. She has a few important guests. She plans to introduce me to them. If I continue to drink and get drunk, I'm afraid I'll lose my manners before them, so, what? Chairman Ji Yu of Fenghua Entertainment wants to see you. Do you mean Ji Yuning, Miss Ji Yu? Hearing that, Manager Lin, who sat next to Bai Lin, was shocked. Compared with other people, Manager Lin knew more about Ji Yuning than them. At such a young age, nobody believed that Ji Yuning could become so successful without powerful support, at least Manager Lin didn't believe it. He was sure that Ji Yuning must have powerful support behind her. The bronze chimes, which was the biggest news these days, were also provided by Ji Yuning. Most importantly, he heard from his father that the owner of Xianxia Antique Store had a very close relationship with the several important masters in the capital. His father was able to know that because he was a member of the Antiques Association. His father had gone to the auction, so he saw it and shared the news with him. When he learned that the owner of Xianxia Antique Store was Ji Yuning, he realized that it was precisely Ji Yuning who had a close relationship with the several important masters in the capital. He was a senior manager of a big company, but he was merely nobody in front of those important men. Therefore, Manager Lin totally gave up his evil thoughts about Bai Lin and felt scared now. Luckily, Bai Lin had broken the cup by accident just now, or he would be the one who was in trouble. The other people didn't know about Ji Yuning as much as Manager Lin, but they had heard of Fenghua Entertainment as well. They knew it was owned by Ji Yuning and agreed that Ji Yuning must have powerful support behind her for her to become so successful now. As a result, they behaved themselves around the table at once. Yeah, it's Ji Yuning. Manager Lin, you should know that I gained some fame because of Infinite Horror and An Empress of Military Blood. Both of them are produced by Fenghua Entertainment, said Bai Lin. They were aware that Bai Lin became popular because of Infinite Horror and An Empress of Military Blood, but they didn't know that Bai Lin had a private relationship with Ji Yuning. Even Bai Lin's agent had no idea about that. Bai Lin, are you close with Ji Yuning? Bai Lin's agent asked. She cares about me and I respect her. If there are any suitable roles, she'll recommend me, said Bai Lin. She didn't directly give an affirmative answer, but her meaning couldn't be more obvious. Her relationship with Ji Yuning wasn't common, or Ji Yuning wouldn't recommend her to new shows. Bai Lin continued, she has a lot of connections. All of them are quite influential, so she wants to introduce me to them. If I have any difficulties, I can turn to them for help. Hearing that, Manager Lin felt he was very lucky in retrospect. Luckily, he didn't hurt Bai Lin. Wow, why didn't you tell me earlier? Bai Lin's agent smiled with embarrassment. He was slightly blaming Bai Lin. If he hadn't known about Bai Lin's good relationship with Ji Yuning, he would have stopped their general manager from forcing her to stay in their company with dirty tricks. If so, Bai Lin, you don't need to drink any longer. You can leave if you need to go right now, said Manager Lin. He didn't dare to stop Bai Lin from seeing Ji Yuning and other important figures. Can I? Bai Lin hesitated on purpose. She actually couldn't wait to leave. Of course. Of course. The PT her people immediately agreed. They didn't dare to stop her from leaving. Well, then I'll go now. I'm so sorry, please allow me to buy you a meal next time to make it up to you. Even though Bai Lin hated them, she had to act polite to them. Bai Lin, I'll go with you, said Bai Lin's agent. He wasn't doubting Bai Lin's words, but simply wanted to seize the chance to meet Ji Yuning and those important figures. I'm afraid you can't without Ji Yuning's agreement, said Bai Lin. Fine, then you can go now. Bai Lin's agent didn't insist upon hearing that. He was unwilling to offend those important figures by showing up unwanted. After that, Bai Lin left alone. She went straight to Ji Yuning's private room afterwards. Walking into the private room Ji Yuning was in, Bai Lin finally felt relieved the moment she saw Ji Yuning. She thanked Ji Yuning right away. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, I honestly had no idea how to run away from them. Although you haven't joined my company yet, you'll be my employee sooner or later. Since you had trouble, I certainly should help you out, said Ji Yuning. She didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, Bai Lin still felt very grateful to Ji Yuning, so she decided to pay the bill today. Once Bai Lin was gone, Manager Lin gave a sigh of relief as well, then he turned to Bai Lin's agent in anger. Shang Jian, your general manager has nearly ruined me this time. Why didn't he make sure it's safe before bringing the girl here? Chapter 2008. Keep her, Manager Lin, I'm sorry, we didn't know either. If we knew, we wouldn't dare to bring her here. I'll talk about it with our general manager once I'm back. Shang Jian, Bai Lin's agent, apologized at once with a resigned look. Fine, luckily nothing has happened today. If your general manager is smart, he should give up his evil thoughts about Bai Lin. Ji Yuning's connections are much more powerful than you think. They're all rule makers in business and politics. No one dares to annoy them. It can't be easier for them to make your company go bankrupt, said Manager Lin. Because his relationship with Shang Jian and their company's general manager wasn't bad, he kindly reminded them to be careful. Hearing that, Shang Jian had a shiver. Rule makers in business and politics. It was unbelievable. Anyway, given Manager Lin's expression, he figured out who they were. If so, it was indeed super easy for them to shut their company. Manager Lin, can you tell me more about that? Asked Shang Jian in a trembling voice. My father went to an auction the other day. He saw the owner of Shangyan Antique Store sit with Master Leng, Master Shu, Master Zhang, and Kai Wenhong. They chatted with each other in laughter and even left together. Manager Lin said, the owner of the Shangyan Antique Store is Ji Yuning. To their surprise, Ji Yuning was able to have a relationship with those people who were really powerful figures in their country. All right, I'm full. I need to go now, said Manager Lin. He stood up and walked out. He actually hadn't finished, but lost the mood to eat any longer. Before they left, Ji Yuning and the others were already gone. When Ji Yuning went to pay the bill, Bai Lin moved faster and settled the account to thank Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't stop her, because it could set Bai Lin's mind at rest. After paying the bill, they had to leave. Because Bai Lin came in Shang Jian's car, she didn't have a car now since Shang Jian didn't leave with her. And Bai Lin was a star after all, so Ji Yuning couldn't let her take a taxi. So Ji Yuning told her to get in her car and Zi Beiying drove her back. Bai Lin thought it was unsafe to take a taxi alone, so she accepted Ji Yuning's kindness although she felt a little embarrassed. After what has happened today, I think your boss will give up harassing you. Well, if your boss is smart, he should stop. If he won't, let me know. I'll force them to end your agreement, said Ji Yuning. She meant to help Bai Lin out without paying liquidated damages. As long as Ji Yuning wanted to do it, there was nothing she couldn't do. It totally relied on herself. It was unacceptable in Ji Yuning's eyes that those men had tried to drug Bai Lin. If she had encountered such a thing, she would surely beat their shit out. However, it was Bai Lin's affair. If she made it a scene and won for the time being, Bai Lin might be able to leave the previous company, but her future would be in danger. Bai Lin was a weak girl after all. If those men harbored grudge against her, they could easily hurt her. Bai Lin was her employee, so she would definitely give her a helping hand, but she couldn't protect her 24/7. It would be fine if Bai Lin only suffered minor problems, but what if they were serious? Even if Ji Yuning could help her after serious problems happened, Bai Lin would already be hurt and sometimes. It was meaningless. The weak were the prey of the strong in this society. If one didn't have abilities to face other people's revenge, he or she had to tolerate the humiliation. In addition, Bai Lin wasn't hurt in the end. If she was hurt, it would be another thing. Sure, said Bai Lin. Although she felt she would be safe for a while after what had happened today, she wasn't sure that her boss was smart or not. If it happened again, she would be determined to end the contract even if she had to pay liquidated damages. After Manager Lin left, Shang Jian and the other people felt too embarrassed to stay in the room any longer, so they left as well. Back in his car, Shang Jian called his general manager at once and reported the result to him. The general manager was scared too. He thought that Bai Lin was unusually lucky. She became famous and had a relationship with so many powerful figures. It seemed he couldn't achieve his goal by dirty tricks. Shang Jian, have a nice talk with Bai Lin. The company is willing to raise her share of the profit to 30%. If it doesn't work, then give her 40%. Bai Lin isn't only popular now, she also knows many powerful figures. She has a bright future ahead. We must keep her, said the general manager. Although he didn't dare to play dirty tricks again, he still wanted to keep Bai Lin. Sure, I'll talk with Bai Lin tomorrow, but I don't think she'll agree. Since Bai Lin has a good relationship with Ji Yuning and she's unwilling to renew the agreement, I bet she must want to join Fenghua Entertainment. If she joins Fenghua Entertainment, she'll have endless offers. I don't think she can be persuaded by just 40% of the profit, said Shang Jian. It was his guess, but he actually wasn't sure about it. Even if Fenghua Entertainment was barely comparable to their company when it came to its experience, achievements, and importance in the industry right now, its owner was different. Moreover, those actors who were signed by Fenghua Entertainment had been shut out of the industry before, but they were all super popular now. It meant that Ji Yuning had outstanding abilities, and she was able to deal with those forces who shut those actors out of the industry. In addition to that, Shang Jian also learned that Fenghua Entertainment didn't accept unspoken rules. All its actors must rely on their own abilities to win offers. It provided a very good platform for upright, skilled actors to prove themselves. He didn't think Bai Lin would miss this great chance to become more popular, and she was indeed an upright and skilled girl. She was very suitable for Fenghua Entertainment. The general manager didn't realize that until Shang Jian told him blankly. Obviously, Bai Lin was reluctant to renew her agreement with them and wanted to join Fenghua Entertainment. At the same time, Ji Yuning must have agreed. However, the general manager was unwilling to give up. There were too many entertainment companies right now, so it wasn't easy to make an actor popular. It would be very successful if a company could have 7 popular artists, but they only had 5. Among the 5 artists, 2 were often forgotten by the audience. Chapter 2009, It's Bullying. A popular artist could bring the company unbelievable profit, so the general manager was unwilling to let Bai Lin leave right after she became famous. No matter what, have a talk with Bai Lin tomorrow. Let's see what she'll choose, said the general manager. Sure, said Shang Jian. After driving Bai Lin home, Ji Yuning went back to Century City along with Zi Beiying. Ji Yuning would stay in Century City tonight. After I've been here for so long, it's the first time that you've stayed here, said Zi Beiying. Although she thought that Ji Yuning didn't come back because of her, they were very close now, so she wouldn't hesitate to bother Ji Yuning. I spend most of my time at school and I need to deal with other things when I'm free, so I stay wherever is convenient, said Ji Yuning with a smile. Ji Yuning, I also want to buy a house in the capital. I think this block is good. I just watched a few houses yesterday and there are several available now. I don't know how long I'll stay in the capital, but I'll come here often. I can't stay in your place every time, and it isn't convenient to stay in hotels. I can sell the house if I don't come here again in the future, said Zi Beiying. Sure, Ji Yuning agreed. She wouldn't stop Zi Beiying from staying in her place, but she felt that Zi Beiying and Xu Jinchen were likely to be a couple, so it was a good thing that Zi Beiying would stay in the capital more often. In addition, if she had her own house, it would be more convenient for Xu Jinchen to come to see her. Anyway, the Zi family didn't lack money at all. A house costing dozens of millions of yuan was nothing for them. Are you free tomorrow? Why don't we go to see houses together? Asked Zi Beiying. The next morning, Ji Yuning and Zi Beiying got up to run to the houses that Zi Beiying liked. This house area wasn't very large because it belonged to the Nanchang district and was close to the center of the city. After all, the size of the land was limited, so the houses here were more expensive. A house covering an area of 500 square meters could be tens of millions more expensive than in the suburbs, because the land here was far more expensive than in the suburbs. Precisely because of that, houses here weren't sold so often. Because the house area wasn't very large, the few available houses weren't far from Ji Yuning's. They were at the back of the house area, but it took only a few minutes on foot to get there from Ji Yuning's house. Century City was a luxurious house area, so each house had minor shortcomings. They only had different sizes. There were 3 houses left. 2 of them were comparatively smaller, covering an area of 380 square meters, while the other one was about 520 square meters. Zi Beiying was used to living in her own family's spacious manor, so she chose the larger one with a bigger garden. Moreover, Zi Beiying loved raising flowers and plants, so she could have enough space to do that now. Ji Yuning agreed that it was a good choice, so Zi Beiying decided to buy it. However, it was still early, and the sales department wasn't open yet, so they went to have breakfast after completing their run in the morning. At 9 a.m., they went to the sales department. Once they walked into the sales department, they noticed an unkind look from a woman in a uniform. She gave an unkind look at Zi Beiying. Seeing her look, Ji Yuning guessed that the woman must believe that Zi Beiying couldn't afford the house here. She was right. The saleswoman indeed believed that Zi Beiying couldn't afford the house. When Zi Beiying came here before, she showed no intention of buying a house. She seemed to look around casually, so the saleswoman believed that Zi Beiying was too poor to afford a house here. Zi Beiying sensed her disdain, but didn't care much about it. The saleswoman was merely a nobody in her eyes after all. "Hi, Miss Z." Another saleswoman who served Zi Beiying yesterday walked up as soon as she saw her. Even though she wasn't sure that Zi Beiying was going to buy a house, she was a potential buyer. Even if Zi Beiying couldn't afford a house or had no intention of buying one, Zi Beiying was their customer, so they should do their job to serve her. "Yeah, I want the 520 square meter house, full payment," said Zi Beiying in a flat voice, but it was quite shocking in other people's ears. Many people in the room were amazed. "What?" asked the saleswoman subconsciously. She couldn't believe her ears. Although the customers of Century City were all rich people, only a few would choose to pay a full payment, so she was stunned. "I said, I want the 520 square meter house, full payment, now," said Zi Beiying patiently. "Oh, sure, Miss Z, please this way." Once the saleswoman made sure of it, she got excited and took Zi Beiying to the VIP room. The saleswoman who just disdained Zi Beiying was totally shocked at this moment. What? She wants the 520 square meters house, and even can pay a full payment. Jesus, she must be super rich. It costs dozens of millions of yuan. The saleswoman regretted ignoring Zi Beiying yesterday. If she had known that Zi Beiying was so rich, she would have served her before the others. Unfortunately, it was too late. The saleswoman took Zi Beiying and Ji Yuning to have a seat in the room, then immediately poured tea for them. She didn't rush to take the contract out. "Miss Z, you came at the right time. After you left yesterday, another customer of ours liked that larger house as well. The customer felt it was a little expensive, so didn't make the decision right away. Just now, I heard my colleague having a call with the customer. The customer planned to come to buy the house this afternoon. I bet the customer is already on the way here, so you're earlier than the customer, otherwise you might have had to buy the smaller one," said the saleswoman. "Well, it proves that this house is fated to be owned by me," said Zi Beiying jokingly. She didn't think the saleswoman was lying to her, because it could happen. If you hesitated to buy a house, it could be sold to another person at any time. After all, there was more than just one customer who could afford a house. Afterwards, the saleswoman helped Zi Beiying with the payment and contract. It took them about 20 minutes. Right after Zi Beiying finished and walked out, she saw a middle-aged couple arguing with a saleswoman in the hall. "I told you I can make the decision after seeing it again with my husband. You agreed. So why did you tell me it's already sold when we almost arrived?" "It's bullying," the middle-aged woman shouted at the saleswoman. As she angrily shouted, she even pointed at the saleswoman's face, showing no respect. Chapter 2010. It's shameful hearing that. Zi Beiying realized the middle-aged woman was talking about the house she just bought. If she was late by a short while, the house would have been sold. The saleswoman almost cried from feeling aggrieved, but she fought back tears and explained in a very polite attitude. "Ma'am, I made it very clear to you yesterday. If you wanted it, you needed to pay the deposit so we could keep it for you for a day. If you don't want it later, we'd only charge you 200 yuan and return the rest to you, but you said you didn't need to do that. Since you didn't pay the deposit, we can sell it to other customers. When you called me at the beginning, the house was still available, but another customer bought it afterwards. I gave you a call right away, so it isn't our fault." "Not your fault, so is it my fault? You told me to pay the deposit, but who knows whether it's your way of selling?" The woman argued. She didn't believe that the house would be sold so soon, so she refused to pay the deposit. At this moment, she began to play the blame game. She was the one who refused to do that, but now she blamed the saleswoman for it, which was really unreasonable. "Ma'am, it's the rule in the real estate industry. If you don't know, you can learn about it," said the saleswoman. "What? I don't care. It's your fault, so you must solve the problem for me. I want the house. No matter who bought it, give it back to me. I'm going to pay 50% down payment," said the woman with great pride. She believed that she was a very generous buyer because she was able to pay 50% down payment, while normally people only paid 30%. That's ridiculous. It's already sold. There is no reason to give it back to you. Zi Beiying couldn't stand it and opened her mouth. She walked over and showed disdain on her face. Stop showing off. It's nothing that you can pay 50%, because I paid the full payment. Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Zi Beiying. She didn't think it was a big deal that she was able to pay a full payment, but other people were amazed because the house cost nearly 40 million yuan. It turned out to be true that common people couldn't understand rich people's world. Did you buy the house? Asked the woman. Since Zi Beiying was able to pay a full payment for the house, she must be unusually rich, so the woman hesitated a little. After all, they were just upstarts in wealth and didn't have much power. They got 30 million yuan because their house was demolished by the government. Their son was getting married and their daughter-in-law was from a rich family, so they planned to buy a big house to keep their pride. Yeah, I did, Zi Beiying replied. If you're displeased, talk with me. Don't bully an employee here. She's just doing her job. If so, can you give the large house to me? You can buy the smaller one. How about that? Said the woman. This time, she became kind. Why don't you buy the smaller one? It's my large house. I didn't steal it from you, said Zi Beiying. She was unwilling to give in. The woman was mad. So what do you want for you to give me the large house? Hearing that, Zi Beiying felt it was ridiculously funny. No, I won't give it to you. Give up. She thought that the woman was dumb. All right, a smaller one is fine. It isn't much smaller anyway. It's enough to accommodate our family. The middle-aged man couldn't tolerate it any longer, so he tried to persuade the woman to give up. The middle-aged man was obviously a very obedient husband, and such men were often afraid of their wives. That was the reason why the man didn't say anything until now. But the woman was unwilling to give up. All right, if you don't want to buy the smaller one, we can go to see other houses. It's shameful for you to continue to argue with people here, said the man. The woman also realized that it was already done and nothing could be changed. Even if she was reluctant to give up, she had to leave in the end. Thank you, miss. The saleswoman, who almost cried after being shouted at by the middle-aged woman, thanked Zi Beiying. She was even afraid that the middle-aged woman would run to beat her just now. No problem, said Zi Beiying. Because it had something to do with her house, she thought that she should do something, otherwise she wouldn't have stood out. Once Zi Beiying bought the house, she went to deal with the furnishings. Although it wouldn't be done within a short time, it was better done earlier than later. Ji Yuning, which furnishings company did you hire then? I think your house is quite beautiful. Zi Beiying asked Ji Yuning. My subordinate did it for me, but I can help you ask, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't have many requests for the style of furnishings. She simply wanted it to be simple and comfortable, but Chen Kanji still put a lot of effort into it. He furnished the house very well, and it was very comfortable to live in. Thanks, Zi Beiying said. After that, Ji Yuning called Chen Kanji and learned the address along with the number of the furnishings company, then gave the information to Zi Beiying. Zi Beiying needed to deal with it by herself, because Ji Yuning had something else to do and she couldn't stay with Zi Beiying all the time. Because Ji Yuning's Hummer was in her company and she gave her Land Rover to Zi Beiying, she went to Gao Yi's garage to drive his jeep before going on the road. She went to Mountain River Garden first to pick up Jing Yunyao to have a meal at the Sihewan, then she began to cultivate. Halfway on the road, both Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao could sense the air of cultivators, but the cultivator was at a lower level than Jing Yunyao, so the cultivator failed to notice Jing Yunyao. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to look over, then saw a familiar face, which was Dongfang Qi. Ji Yuning withdrew her sight after giving him a look, then said to Jing Yunyao, it's Dongfang Qi. Jing Yunyao was aware of the special function of Ji Yuning's jade eyes, so she wasn't surprised when Ji Yuning said that to her. At the same time, Bai Lin arrived at the company too. However, as soon as she arrived, she encountered trouble. Bai Lin always kept a polite but distant relationship with other artists in their company, so they didn't have any conflicts although they weren't close. She knew that they were competitors, especially in the same company. Everyone had to compete against each other for chances, so it was impossible for them to have real friends. Bai Lin was very polite to other people, but there was a person she never bothered to talk to or say hi to. The person didn't care about that before, but this time was different. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.